Chapter 1. The daughter is cast out, and the caregiver awakens. Daddy, don't sleep anymore. Please wake up, Daddy. Guobo is scared. At the bedside, a frail little girl struggled to perch herself atop the headboard, gently shaking the arm of the man lying in bed. Ouch, it hurts. His head throbbed, as if it had been cleaved open. The air was thick with a metallic scent of blood. It was then that Qin Dong realized he had truly traversed into another realm. From the modern age, he had been transported to the warm confines of a courtyard, becoming an ordinary resident in the backyard. At the age of 24, he was married and had a daughter. However, just days earlier, his wife had divorced him, leaving him to care for their daughter, who suffered from a congenital heart condition, in a small room at the back of the courtyard. Crying against his chest was his daughter, affectionately known as Guobo, whose full name was Qin Guobo, just 4 years old. His presence in this state was due to a quarrel with Jia Dongshu, who had struck him on the head with a burning stick, rendering him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, memories of his past life surged back, and he became aware of the reality of his transmigration in this courtyard. Often referred to as the courtyard of affection, he encountered hypocrites such as Yi Zhonghai, a moral charlatan, and the parasitic Qin Huairu, as well as Liu Haizhong, who aspired to be an official despite his incompetence, and the lecherous cook, Su Mao. The year was 1961, and the plot had yet to unfold. Qin Huairu was not yet a widow, and Jia Dongshu had not met his demise. Yi Zhonghai, the so-called patriarch, held absolute power in the courtyard, where every decision, from weddings to trivial matters, was dictated by the 3 patriarchs. This grotesque feudal patriarchal system, perpetuated by Yi Zhonghai's indoctrination, had gone unnoticed by the residents. A sharp pain throbbed at the back of Qin Dong's head, igniting a fire in his eyes. Jia Dongshu had shattered his skull, relying on Yi Zhonghai's support to cast him aside, leaving him to fend for himself. Jia Dongshu, he roared, if you dare to strike me down, should I survive today, you shall await your doom. And you, Yi Zhonghai, he added, not only do you shield Jia Dongshu, but you also manipulate the technical assessment cards for these lowly mechanics. Those who offer you favors pass the evaluations, while those who do not are discarded. Though their responsibility was merely to assess the ranks of junior technicians, without juniors, how could there be any seniors? I will not spare either of you, he vowed. As for the others in the courtyard, they are no saints either. Previously, his family had been characterized by their timidity, the kind that would not utter a sound even when struck. The beasts of the courtyard had tormented them relentlessly. The only resident with whom they shared a semblance of camaraderie was the elderly deaf woman living in the back, yet her kindness was reserved solely for his wife, often ignoring him. Qin Dong was well aware that this elderly woman was no benevolent soul in the narrative. She had instigated a divorce between Liu Xiaoa and Su Mao, locking Liu Xiaoa in a room. With the foolish it was entirely possible that his wife's departure was also the result of this old hag's machinations. Guobo, do not cry. Daddy is fine. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Qin Dong sat up. Daddy, the little girl, who had buried her head in his chest and cried, suddenly lifted her face. Upon seeing Qin Dong gazing at her, she exclaimed and embraced his neck tightly. Wonderful. Daddy has finally awakened. Her scorching tears cascaded down Qin Dong's neck, warm against the skin. Be good, Guobo, don't cry. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, remaining single until his demise. He never anticipated that in this lifetime he would become a responsible father at such an early stage. Nevertheless, Qin Dong lacked experience in child-rearing. In this era, the responsibilities of childbirth and household management predominantly fell upon women. Previously, his wife had been the one caring for Guobo. However, following their recent divorce and his disheartening elimination, Qin Dong found himself lost and disoriented. Guo, too, had been neglected, her face dirty and her hair resembling a bird's nest, akin to a refugee fleeing from the chaos of a war-torn city. Fortunately, Guobo was a sensible child, obediently ceasing her tears, although her little nose still twitched with suppressed sobs. Her small hands clung tightly to Qin Dong's neck, unwilling to let go. Daddy, they said you were dead. They want to drive Guobo away. Daddy, please don't die. I don't want you to die. The bullies said that if you died, they would burn you in a fire and cast Guobo out to be a refugee. Her soft, tender voice was filled with fear. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Dong's anger surged within him. Truly, these were beasts in human guise. He had not yet departed from this world, and they were already plotting his demise. Be good, Guwa. Daddy is not dead. Daddy is perfectly fine. Suppressing his fury, Qin Dong gently patted Guoguo's back to comfort her. Do not be afraid, Guwa. Rest assured, Daddy will not perish. Moreover, I promise to protect you well and ensure that you live a good life, free from bullying. Having lived 2 lives, now that he had awakened to the memories of his past existence, he would no longer be a puppet of fate or a victim of oppression. He would not let any of those who bullied him escape unscathed. Suddenly, a mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Energy collection complete. Black technology system activated. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack. Would you like to claim it now? Qin Dong was no stranger to systems, understanding that this was a quintessential tool for traversing realms. Without hesitation, he opted to claim it. Claim. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 golden fishing ground. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 in Gong Nyo Huangwan. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the basic skills of a locksmith. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the basic morphing skill. Golden fishing ground. A fishing ground from another realm, capable of reeling in all manner of creatures. And Gong Nyo Huangwan. A legendary medicine said to bring the dead back to life. Basic locksmith skill. A permanent skill that grants knowledge of all basic locksmith techniques. Basic morphing skill. A time-limited skill that bestows basic morphing abilities for 12 hours, with a cooldown of 12 hours. In total, there were 4 rewards, each more formidable than the last. Without delay, Qin Dong, seizing a moment when Guoguo was distracted, consumed the Ngong Nyo Huangwan. Truly, it was the legendary elixir. The instant it touched his tongue, he felt a warm energy coursing through his body, gathering at the back of his head within moments. The medicine's effects were rapidly manifesting. In the mere span of a few breaths, the wound on Qin Dong's occiput had miraculously healed. Upon touching it, he found not a single trace remaining. After enduring such a grave injury, Qin Dong had worried that he might not survive. Yet here he was, fully restored. This is simply astonishing, he mused. Indeed, the craftsmanship of the system is undeniably exquisite. With his injury mended, it was time to seek vengeance. Although no one witnessed Jia Dong's actions, it was imperative that the truth be unveiled. The first step was to ensure that everyone recognized Jia Dongshu as the perpetrator of the heinous act. Following that, he would report the incident. Jia Dongshu was a pivotal figure. His arrest would undoubtedly incite panic among certain individuals. Activate the basic transformation skill, he commanded, a technique that served as a guise, reverting his wound to its prior state. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to let blood ooze slowly. In this manner, he would appear on the brink of death. Chapter 2. Gather Evidence. Dig a pit for Yi Zhonghai. As Qin Dong guided Guo outside, he communicated with the advanced system residing in his mind through sheer thought. In essence, this black technology system encompassed various cutting-edge innovations, including those from his previous life, as well as numerous technologies he had never encountered before. With these resources, the prospect of the rabbit leading the world was tantalizingly close. However, these marvels were not something Qin Dong could access at present. The black technology system required energy to exchange for technology, and this energy was derived from human emotions. Humans experience a multitude of emotions, and as long as Qin Dong could evoke the feelings of others, he could amass energy. The system's activation was also attributed to Guo, who, under his soothing influence, provided a profound sense of gratitude. Host, Qin Dong, age, 24, skills, proficient in basic carpentry, personal assets, 1 Sihiyuan, cash totaling 11. 68 yuan emotional value, 1,000. Although his emotional value is still modest, the panel in his mind reflected a continual increase in Guoguo's joy. In the courtyard of the Jia family, Qin Huairu was busy preparing a meal. She had already borne a son and a daughter for the Jia family, and now she was 8 months pregnant with another child. Inside the house, Jia Zhang and Jia Dongshu were engaged in a discussion about the ownership of the Qin family's property. Who knows when Qin Dong will finally die? Once he does, my mother-in-law will be able to move in, Qin Huairu thought, her gaze flickering. She despised living with Jia Zhang, who was harsh and treated her poorly, constantly ordering her around as though she were a servant, while she herself merely indulged in eating and sleeping akin to a pig. After giving birth to her second child, a daughter, Jiazhong had not even cared for her during the confinement period and had immediately set her to work. "My son, you must bring honor to your mother. You must be a boy," Qin Huairu murmured to her unborn child, caressing her belly in hopes of a more comfortable life. Suddenly, she caught sight of Qin Dong emerging from the backyard, holding Guoguo's hand. In an instant, she dashed into the house, exclaiming, "Dongshu, something terrible has happened. That Qin Dong. Has that useless Qin Dong finally died? Wonderful. I shall go find Uncle Yi to convene a meeting," Jia Dongshu exclaimed, eagerly getting out of bed and putting on his shoes. As he lifted the door curtain, he spotted Qin Dong and Guoguo passing in front of their house. Jia Dongshu's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite his severe actions, why had Qin Dong not only survived but was also up and about? Truly, this pestilence had a long life. Why wouldn't he just die? Then his son would have a house to live in. Look, isn't that the worthless widower from our courtyard who can't even manage his own wife? How do you still have the audacity to be alive? You have brought disgrace to our entire compound. If I were you, I would have long since hanged myself from the beams of the house. Jia Dongshu coldly derided Qin Dong, beckoning others from the courtyard to witness the spectacle. Guo, frightened, hid behind Qin Dong upon seeing Jia Dongshu. Casting a glance at Jia Dongshu, Qin Dong chose to ignore him, instead comforting his daughter. "Don't be afraid, Guo. Daddy is here. Fear not, Guo. As long as your father is here, you shall never be a refugee," the little girl murmured innocently. However, these words ignited a fire within Qin Dong, who turned sharply to glare at Jia Dongshu. "Jia Dongshu, your timing is impeccable. Today, we shall settle the score." "Settle the score? What score?" Jia Dongshu, bolstered by the support of Yi Zhonghai, dismissed Qin Dong with arrogance, his words dripping with contempt. "You worthless wretch, do you dare to confront me? Continue your prattling, and I shall make you regret it." Observing the crowd gather in the courtyard, Qin Dong chose not to match Jia Dongshu's bravado. Instead, he merely swayed slightly. "You have fractured my skull. I shall require medical attention, and you will compensate me." Despite his apparent frailty, his voice resonated clearly in the ears of those present. Was it true that Qin Dong had the audacity to demand money from Jia Dongshu? Had Jia Dongshu truly inflicted such harm? The injury, still oozing blood, revealed the severity of the assault. The typically meek Qin Dong, who usually remained silent in the face of adversity, was now daring to speak out, a most unusual occurrence. In the large courtyard housing over 20 households, comprising around 100 individuals, the characters in this drama were mere background figures. Yet, in reality, these background figures were living beings. Under the indifferent management of the three overseers, the residents remained aloof upon witnessing the blood on Qin Dong's head. They expressed surprise, but offered no assistance, merely pointing fingers. The anger emanating from Jia Dongshu and the astonishment of the onlookers stirred a tumult of emotions within Qin Dong, akin to a screen of fluctuating notifications. He found amusement in the predicament, for he had cleverly laid a trap for Jia Dongshu, yielding unexpected delight. "You worthless fool! What do you dare to say?" With the crowd's reaction emboldening him, Jia Dongshu did not shy away but wore a proud expression. "What if I struck you? You deserved it. Have you the audacity to extort me? I shall give you 2 pennies, if you believe that. In this courtyard, the one with the strongest fist reigned supreme." Jia Dongshu, backed by Yi Zhonghai, had grown accustomed to throwing his weight around, treating his violent actions with utter nonchalance. Suddenly, Guoguo rushed to Qin Dong, tears streaming down her face, her small hands outstretched. "Batman, you must not bully my father. He cannot die." Determined to protect her father, she stood firm despite her trembling form. Seeing her bravery warmed Qin Dong's heart. His little cotton-padded jacket was indeed a treasure, unlike those ungrateful wolves of the Jia family. "Dear sir, Jia Dongshu has rendered my head in such a state, and it continues to bleed. I believe it is not unreasonable to seek compensation for my medical treatment," Qin Dong stated, refusing to engage further with Jia Dongshu. The entire courtyard was now aware of Jia Dongshu's transgression and his refusal to make amends. It was time to draw Yi Zhonghai into the fray. Clearing his throat, Yi Zhonghai, who had been observing the commotion from the back courtyard, stepped forward. "Dongshu, Let's not act impulsively. Let us converse civilly. Jia Dongshu, despite his bravado, listened to Yi Zhonghai's counsel. He glared fiercely at Qin Dong. For the sake of Master Yi, I shall spare you this time, but next, do not blame me for my rudeness. Qin Dong remained silent, merely swaying slightly, as if startled by Jia Dongshu. TCH, what a spineless coward. Jia Dongshu scoffed derisively. Master Yi, this is personal attack from Jia Dongshu. I demand double the compensation for my medical expenses. Ha, double you say? Yi Zhonghai ignored Qin Dong and immediately began to smooth things over. Qin Dong, you and Dongshu are neighbors. He was merely joking with you, so do not take it to heart. You both will be working in the same workshop, and it wouldn't be wise to create a rift, would it? Besides, you have nothing pressing at the moment. Let this matter rest. All right, everyone can head back. Yi Zhonghai's protection of Jia Dongshu was something Qin Dong had anticipated. Yi Zhonghai was a despicable man, having long regarded Jia Dongshu as his retirement support, showering him with favoritism. He held no hope that Yi Zhonghai would deliver justice. Now, the entire compound was aware that the injury on his head was inflicted by Jia Dongshu, and they knew Yi Zhonghai favored the Jia family, denying him any semblance of fairness. With the entire compound as witnesses, Qin Dong felt there was no need to linger any longer. You are too much. Guowa. Let's leave. Chapter 3. The police arrive. Jia Dongshu is arrested. Thank you, doctor. Upon exiting the hospital, Qin Dong's head was tightly bandaged. In his hand, he clutched a medical certificate. Armed with this certificate, he made his way to the street office. Qin Dong, what happened to you? Upon seeing Qin Dong's head wrapped like a dumpling, Director Li was taken aback. Since his divorce from his wife, Qin Dong's reputation had echoed throughout the entire street. As the director of the street office, Director Li was naturally aware of these matters. Seeing Qin Dong's appearance, his first thought was, did your wife send someone to beat you? Director Li, this has nothing to do with Dongmei. Qin Dong, caught off guard by Director Li's assumption, felt somewhat helpless as he explained. Not your wife? Could it be a refugee? In these past 2 years of famine, many refugees have arrived in the 4-9 city. With an influx of people, disorder ensues. Recently, someone even attempted to steal from their jurisdiction and was promptly sent to the police station. Now, it seems the situation has escalated to violence. Such a grave matter left Director Li unable to remain seated. Director Li, please do not speculate. This was not the work of refugees. The person who attacked me is Jia Dongshu from our compound. What? Upon hearing that it was Jia Dongshu, Director Li was once again astonished. Isn't Jia Dongshu your neighbor? How could he resort to such brutality against you? This is something everyone in the compound knows. I am baffled as well. What does my divorce have to do with him? I have to work and take care of my child alone, and it is already difficult enough. Why does he feel the need to bully me just because he has mastery backing him? You say Yi Zhonghai supports him? What is truly going on? Hearing that the whole compound was aware of the situation, Director Li felt a sinking sensation in his heart. I was injured on the head by Jia Dongshu. He refuses to compensate me for my medical expenses, and I seek Master Yi for justice. He said it was nothing and that the matter would be settled as such. Qin Dong, without any embellishment, simply relayed the events that transpired in the courtyard to Director Li. At that moment, Director Li's expression had darkened considerably. Yi Zhonghai had been recognized as an exemplary caretaker by their street office. If this incident were to become public, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Jidaika street office. Rest assured, Qin Dong, I shall certainly advocate for you, said Director Li. Thank you, Director Li. I knew you would be different from Yi. Once we arrive at the police station, I will tell them the truth. We still have to go to the police station? Director Li was taken aback but offered no objections. While they could mediate private disputes, a head injury had crossed into the realm of criminality, making police intervention more appropriate. Moreover, if they chose not to involve the police simply because they live in the same courtyard, how would that differ from Yi Zhonghai? Come, I will accompany you. The street office was not far from the police station, and they arrived shortly. The officer assigned to attend to them was the newly appointed Xiao Su from the Jidaika precinct. Upon seeing Director Li and Qin Dong reporting the incident, he promptly opened his notepad. Qin Dong, please recount the events to Officer Xiao Su in detail. Certainly, Director Li. Qin Dong recounted the story once more. Upon hearing that the hospital had issued a medical report, Xiao Su requested Qin Dong to produce it. Just a glance at the document transformed Xiao Su's expression. Xiao Su, what is wrong? Director Li inquired, noticing the change in Xiao Su's demeanor. Director Li, Comrade Qin Dong, please wait here for a moment. I need to step outside. Xiao Su took the medical report and sought out Chief Wang Dachui. Chief, Director Li from the street office just brought someone to report an assault by a neighbor. But look at this medical report. Xiao Su handed over Qin Dong's injury report to Chief Wang. Initially casual, Chief Wang's demeanor shifted to one of gravity after a moment. Come, let us go check this out. Soon, Chief Wang approached Qin Dong, holding the report. You're Qin Dong, correct? Are you certain this is your medical report? I am quite certain. At first, I couldn't believe the doctor when he said it was serious. After all, we are neighbors, and Jia Dongshu is even my colleague. How could he possibly harm me? He still seemed doubtful. However, Chief Wang's demeanor had grown increasingly stern. Qin Dong, is it just you and your 4-year-old daughter in your household? Yes, my wife has divorced me, and my parents have long since passed. How many people are there in Jia's family? 5 in total, and Jia Dongshu's wife is pregnant, her belly quite prominent. She is due in a couple of months. Xiao Su, come with me personally. Understood. Xiao Su was visibly excited. Having been assigned from school, he initially thought he would handle major cases at the police station, only to find that most days involved petty thefts and trivial disputes. Finally encountering a significant case, he was determined to make a good impression. Didactoli, what brings you here on such a windy day? Liu Haizhong, who was about to take a stroll, spotted Director Li and Chief Wang the moment he stepped out, his eyes lighting up as he sought to ingratiate himself. Liu Haizhong, where is Jia Dongshu from your courtyard? Jia Dongshu should be indoors. I haven't seen him venture out today. Liu Haizhong intended to inquire why Director Li was seeking Jia Dongshu, but to his surprise, Director Li continued on her path directly towards the courtyard. Director Li, allow me to guide you, he exclaimed. Be careful of your step. It was the time for cooking, and the courtyard was bustling with people. Upon hearing that Director Li had arrived, they hurriedly emerged to greet her. Everyone, please continue with your tasks. We are here to see Jia Dongshu and shall depart shortly. Despite Director Li's words, no one left. Their curiosity piqued as they scrutinized Director Li, the police officers, and the figure of Qin Dong behind them. What do you think Qin Dong is doing with Director Li, accompanied by the police? Someone whispered. Do you think he might be reporting Jia Dongshu? Murmured the onlookers. Director Li noticed Qin Huairu washing clothes nearby. Qin Huairu, please summon your Dongshu. Upon seeing Director Li's stern expression and the presence of the police, Qin Huairu felt a sense of foreboding. Just as she sought an excuse to delay, Jia Dongshu emerged. Director Li, do you need something from me? He asked. Yi Zhonghai had mentioned that he would inform Director Li about the matter concerning the Qin family's house. Could it be that Director Li had come for this reason? You are Jia Dongshu? Director Wang and Officer Su regarded him closely as he appeared. He looked rather ordinary, seemingly honest and kind. It was hard to believe he could be capable of such nefarious deeds. Yes, but may I ask who you are? Jia Dongshu felt uneasy under their scrutinizing gaze, his words faltering. Director Wang nodded at Officer Su, who then produced an investigation certificate. Jia Dongshu, we are from the Jiet Dao Ko police station. You're suspected of conspiracy to commit robbery and murder. Please accompany us for further investigation. Jia Dongshu's face blanched instantly, his limbs turning weak, unable to sustain himself. Officer Su swiftly advanced and handcuffed him. Jia Dongshu, let us go. You must come with us. No. On what grounds do you arrest me? Let go of me. I refuse to go. Jia Dongshu, fueled by an unknown strength, pushed Officer Su aside and bolted for the exit. The police station was no place for the faint-hearted. Stop. Don't run. Officer Su, trained and quick-witted, immediately pursued him. The onlookers in the courtyard watched in awe as Jia Dongshu boldly confronted the police. Incredible. He dares to lay hands on the police. How can this end well? Indeed, Jia Dongshu had barely taken a few steps before Officer Su caught up with him. With a swift sweep of his leg, Jia Dongshu was brought crashing down to the ground. Thud! He cried out in pain. Officer Su approached and forcibly restrained Jia Dongshu's hands behind his back. Ouch! Be gentle. My hand is about to break. Jia Dongshu wailed incessantly. Behave. If you run again, your troubles will only multiply. Officer Su showed no mercy to someone who could be so ruthless to their own neighbor. Not only did he not ease his grip, but he also deliberately raised Jia Dongshu's arm, causing him such agony that tears streamed down his face. What are you doing? Who granted you the authority to apprehend my son? Release him immediately. Upon witnessing her son, Jia Dongshu, being seized, Jia Zhangshi rushed out of the house and positioned herself in front of him. Jia Zhangshi, your son has committed an offense. Do not interfere with the police's investigation. Director Li kindly cautioned, noting Jia Zhangshi's advanced age. Oh, how can I endure this? The street office and the police are bullying us. Everyone, look at this injustice. Jia Zhangshi lamented, wailing and causing a scene. Director Li's face turned shade of green with anger. This woman was unyielding. Let her make a fuss, he thought. You are well aware of your son's misdeeds, Jia Zhangshi. I advise you to refrain from causing further disturbance. We are conducting an official operation, and should you continue to disrupt, we may consider you an accomplice and take you into custody as well. Director Wang had anticipated such behavior from Jia Zhangshi and promptly produced a pair of handcuffs. Her cries abruptly ceased as she gazed at him in bewilderment. In the past, no matter the situation, her tantrums had always resolved matters. Why was she now facing the prospect of being taken away? The glint of the handcuffs in Director Wang's hand intimidated her. Historically, the populace has feared authority, and Jia Zhangshi was no exception. However, Jia Dongshu was her only son. She could not stand idly by as he was taken away. Thus, she fiercely twisted Qin Huairu's arm. Are you dead? Your husband is about to be apprehended, and you have nothing to say? Tears welled up in Qin Huairu's eyes as Jia Zhangshi's grip tightened. Police comrades, could you refrain from taking my Dongshu? Despite her resentment towards Jia Zhangshi, Jia Dongshu was her husband, and if he were truly taken away, her life would undoubtedly become unbearable. Consequently, Qin Huairu pitifully wiped her tears and pleaded on behalf of Jia Dongshu. The Jia family was indeed unfortunate. They had but one male heir, now at risk of being taken. Observing her tears fall, the onlookers in the courtyard instantly felt sympathy. Seeing their compassion, Qin Huairu's tears flowed even more freely. Qin Dong scrutinized Qin Huairu. She was indeed skilled at feigning weakness and invoking pity. Though Jia Dongshu was not yet deceased, it did not deter her from displaying vulnerability to garner sympathy. Moreover, despite her pregnancy, she remained radiant, exuding a divine maternal glow. In her current state of distress, her delicate face became even more endearing. Not only the naive Su, but even seasoned officers like Wang Dachui found themselves softened by the sight of the pregnant woman. Qin Huairu, the reason for taking your Dongshu is to investigate the matter, he stated. However, he is the sole pillar of our family. If you take him away, how am I, a pregnant woman, to raise our child and care for my mother-in-law? Qin Huairu continued to weep. Although Wang Dachui felt sympathy, he understood the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, we will not wrong an innocent person, but we will not let a guilty one escape. You wretched creature, it is all your fault that my Dongshu has been taken. Upon hearing the police's remarks, Jia Zhangshi realized that her son was indeed destined to be taken away. With a fierce glare, the triangular-eyed woman fixed her gaze on Qin Dong. I will kill you, you heartless beast, she shrieked as she lunged towards him. Jia Dongshu was her only son, the one who would provide for her in her old age. What would she do if Jia Dongshu were truly sentenced? Would Qin Huairu flee? Who would take care of her then? As Jia Zhangshi charged at him like a madwoman, Qin Dong, without a moment's hesitation, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The impact left Jia Zhangshi momentarily dazed. What was happening? How dare Qin Dong hit her? You dare strike me. I will fight you, she screamed, still intent on violence, but was swiftly restrained by those around her, who had regained their senses. Qin Dong reluctantly withdrew his hand. While inflicting pain upon Jia Zhangshi also caused discomfort to himself, the satisfaction was undeniable. Moreover, her fury only seemed to intensify after being slapped, which added to his delight. Unfortunately, she had been pulled away too soon, a missed opportunity indeed. Qin Dong, how could you strike an elder? Qin Huairu cried, her voice nearly breaking with despair. The onlookers cast disapproving glances in Qin Dong's direction. Director Wang, Director Li, this Jia Zhangshi is utterly ruthless. She attacked me, a patient, with such force. Had I not fought back with all my might, she would have succeeded. The doctors have cautioned against any vigorous movement due to my condition, and I suspect she intended to reopen my wounds, leading to my demise. Such cruelty! And she is the mother of Jia Dongshu. She must be aware of his actions. I even suspect she may have been complicit in the plot against me. She should be taken to the police station for questioning. Jia Zhangshi's triangular eyes bulged with fury. I did not. You heartless wretch. What grievance do you hold against my family that you would be so vicious? You have harmed my son, and now you wish to harm me as well? She ranted. Qin Dong narrowed his eyes, sensing her guilt. Old Jia was a woman of lowly means, laboring in menial tasks. After her husband's departure, she raised Jia Dongshu alone, not only fattening him up, but also managing to secure him a position at the steel mill. In these times, employment was not easily attained, with many still queuing at the street office for job assignments. How did a high school dropout like Jia Dongshu manage to secure a position? Clearly, there was something amiss with Jia Zhangshi. That makes sense. Jia Zhangshi, you must accompany us to clarify this situation. Director Wang and Director Li exchanged knowing looks. Sensing the gravity of the matter, Director Wang immediately instructed Jia Zhangshi to come along. Her face turned ashen at the prospect. Chapter 5. Jia Zhangshi lashed out at Qin Huairu, and Yi Zhonghai lost his temper. No, Director Wang, Director Li, Qin Dong is slandering me. This is retaliation. You cannot believe him. I am innocent. Jia Zhangshi cried out, desperately proclaiming her innocence. Yet, Director Wang was not easily deceived. The medical certificate from the hospital bore an official seal and clearly stated the situation. Jia Dongshu's actions were clearly aimed at taking a life. Had it not been for Qin Dong's robust constitution, he would have already perished. It is no wonder that Qin Dong chose to expose the Jia family. Such a situation is intolerable for anyone. Whether it is unjust or not, we shall certainly uncover the truth. Do you think we are blind to the fact that you dare to assault the victim in our presence? The deliberate assault on the victim, coupled with the suspicion of involvement in a scheme to harm for profit, Jia Zhangshi, please accompany us. Director Wang revealed the handcuffs. No. Upon seeing the handcuffs again, Jia Zhangshi shook her head vehemently. I refuse to go. I am merely Dongshu's mother. I'm unaware of his affairs. If you must arrest someone, take his wife. Not me. Qin Huairu was left speechless. How did she end up with such a mother-in-law? It was one thing to labor tirelessly for their family, but now she wished to cast herself aside to take the blame. Mother, what are you saying? I manage the household both inside and out, and I truly know nothing. Qin Huairu lowered her head, wiping away tears. The head of the household was Jia Zhangshi and Dongshu, while she, Qin Huairu, was merely a servant, with even the money for groceries controlled by Jia Zhangshi. Be silent. Jia Zhangshi retaliated with a resounding slap. Qin Huairu was struck to the side, and 5 fingerprints instantly appeared on her fair cheek. I am your mother-in-law, and you dare to speak back? You unfilial wretch, unable to bear a child. How dare you argue with me? Qin Huairu was momentarily stunned, her tears flowing more profusely. This mother-in-law was truly despicable. Why should the police arrest Dongshu? It would be far better to apprehend her mother-in-law. Yet, these thoughts could only linger in her mind. At present, she dared not utter a word in rebuttal. Jia Zhangshi was her mother-in-law. She had no choice but to comply. Any hint of disrespect would subject her to the scorn of those in the courtyard. Officers, please do not arrest my mother-in-law. Just take me instead. Qin Huairu pleaded with Director Wang, her body trembling as if on the verge of collapse. Rest assured, Comrade Qin Huairu, we will not wrong an innocent person. Director Wang, harboring disdain for a mother-in-law like Jia Zhangshi, ordered her to be taken as well. A normal person would never force a heavily pregnant daughter-in-law to take the fall. The cold handcuffs clamped down on Jia Zhangshi's wrists, and the once arrogant woman instantly felt her legs weaken in fear. As for Jia Dongshu, he was no different from Jia Zhangshi. Despite their previous bravado in the courtyard, it was only because Yi Zhonghai supported them. However, Yi Zhonghai was absent at that moment, leaving them without anyone to speak on their behalf. Wah! You cannot take my grandmother. Daddy, daddy! Bonging and shouting cried out in terror upon seeing their father and grandmother being handcuffed. Qin Huairu hurried to comfort the 2 children while also trying to plead for Jia Dongshu. But with Yi Zhonghai absent, she could only turn to Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue for assistance. Uncle Air, Uncle San, as esteemed figures in charge, please speak up and intercede for us. Coughing, Lu Haizhong proclaimed, Qin Huairu, Director Wang has stated that your mother-in-law and Jia Dongshu are merely being taken back for investigation. If all is well, they will surely be released soon, so there is no need for you to fret. Lu Haizhong, with his belly protruding, played the role of the bureaucrat. The Jia family, accustomed to the support of Yi Zhonghai, had never regarded him seriously. Now, Lu Haizhong had no intention of coming to their aid. After all, Director Li was watching them closely, and whoever dared to intervene would be a fool. Zhang Zhu did wish to speak out, but his sister, He Yushui, promptly pulled him back. As for Yin Bugue, he chose to feign ignorance, turning his head away. To defend the Jia family would yield no benefits and would only antagonize Director Li. Being astute in his calculations, Yin Bugue understood this equation all too well and would never assist the Jias. Thus, Qin Huairu could only watch helplessly as her mother-in-law and Jia Dongshu were taken away. What has happened? Yi Zhonghai, observing a game of chess at the alley's entrance, received the news and hurried back, panting. Upon seeing Qin Huairu crouched on the ground, weeping while clutching her two children, his expression darkened. Uncle Yi, you have returned. Please save Dongshu. He has been taken by the police. Qin Huairu cried inconsolably. Upon hearing that Jia Dongshu had been taken by the police, Yi Zhonghai's demeanor shifted dramatically. What are you all doing? Our courtyard is supposed to be exemplary. With the police arriving, what will become of our reputation? And you, Qin Dong, why would the police come if everything was fine? Is this your doing? Are you trying to sabotage our courtyard's standing? Yi Zhonghai's eyes blazed with fury. He was childless and had no heirs, with Jia Dongshu being his only apprentice and the chosen one for his later years. With his anger boiling over, he didn't hold back, chastising everyone in the courtyard. Thankfully, he was wise enough to frame the issue as a matter of the courtyard's reputation. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Nevertheless, Qin Dong had no intention of sparing Yi Zhonghai. The traps he had laid previously were now coming into play. Uncle Yi, you cannot blame me for this. Jia Dongshu injured me without compensation and with no justice served. I had no choice but to report it. Had you not shown favoritism towards your apprentice, he wouldn't have dared to harm anyone. The real culprit here is you. Yi Zhonghai's fury visibly escalated, a phenomenon that surprised Qin Dong. It was said that Lu Haizhong had the greatest lust for power in the courtyard, but it appeared that Yi Zhonghai's ambition was equally pronounced, albeit more concealed. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you not regard me as your uncle, Yi? As Yi Zhonghai's anger intensified, Qin Dong found a sense of delight in the escalating turmoil. So far, apart from Guogua, Yi Zhonghai has been the most significant contributor to the emotional atmosphere. This level is commendable. Please maintain it. Yi Zhonghai, you truly are quite the esteemed figure. After witnessing Yi Zhonghai's audacity firsthand, Director Li could no longer contain herself. Director Li, what brings you here? Yi Zhonghai exclaimed in shock. He is the esteemed figure of this institution, while Director Li, the head of the street office, is his direct superior. The question is, when did Director Li arrive? How much of what I just said did she overhear? Chapter 6. Director Li's fury and Yi Zhonghai's misfortune. How could I know you were such a formidable figure if I weren't here? Director Li Tundarat. You, Yi Zhonghai, covering for criminals. You truly excel at this. When Qin Dong informed her, Director Li was initially skeptical. Although Yi Zhonghai had been elected by the courtyard, he was ultimately appointed by their street office. Is this the kind of person I have appointed? Lu Haizhong wore a look of schadenfreude. Director Li was enraged. If Yi Zhonghai were to step down, Lu Haizhong would seamlessly ascend to that esteemed position. Lu Haizhong delightedly envisioned himself as the new esteemed figure. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai's complexion turned pale. This is bad. Director Li must have heard every word. It's all Qin Dong's fault. He must be retaliating against me for not siding with him and intentionally set me up. Director Li, you've misunderstood. The relationship between the Jia family and the Qin family has always been strained. I thought Qin Dong was merely retaliating against the Jia family and neglected other aspects. This incident is my oversight, and I take full responsibility. As the managing figure, I failed to consider all angles. Please don't be angry. Grant me an opportunity to make amends. I will handle this matter and ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. All right? Indeed, he is a crafty old fox. If it were anyone else, they would have been dismissed by now. Yet, Yizonghai proactively apologized with sincerity. After a series of evasive maneuvers, he managed to take the blame upon himself. What resolution do you propose? Director Li maintained her stern demeanor, though her tone softened slightly. Compensation. The Jia family is at fault for the altercation between Jia Dongshu and Qin Dong, which resulted in injury. Thus, Qin Dong, let the Jia family compensate you 50 yuan. How's that sound? 50 yuan? That is quite a sum. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Qin Dong's wages barely exceed 20. Now, for a mere bump on the head, he stands to receive 2 months' worth of pay. This is quite a windfall. The esteemed figure is indeed fair in his dealings. Qin Dong is fortunate to have encountered such a benefactor, instantly receiving 50 yuan. Indeed, this time, Qin Dong has struck it rich. The people in the courtyard praised Yizonghai profusely. Director Li remained silent. Yizonghai is a cunning old fox, skillfully maneuvering the sentiments of the courtyard's residents. However, Qin Dong is not so easily dealt with. Judging by his demeanor today, it seems that the Jia family will have to face significant repercussions to resolve this matter. Qin Dong, what are your thoughts on this situation? As Yizonghai observed that Qin Dong remained silent, he spoke once more, suggesting that if Qin was dissatisfied, they could negotiate further, emphasizing their neighborly relationship and the undesirability of conflict. Yizonghai's manipulation was quite adept. A hospital visit would typically cost only a few yuan. Yet he offered 50, instantly enhancing his reputation. This gesture not only solidified his standing within the community, but also altered Director Li's perception of him. Had Qin Dong's memories not resurfaced, he would have undoubtedly accepted the 50 yuan with gratitude towards Yizonghai. However, the present circumstances rendered him aware of Yizonghai's misguided intentions. Old E, you did not speak in such terms when I sought your advocacy before, Qin Dong remarked, prompting a fierce glare from Yizonghai. The latter's frustration was palpable. It was clear that the dynamics had shifted. The rising tide of anger within Qin Dong was almost exhilarating. Yizonghai's composure was evidently lacking, and he knew that the matter at hand was beyond his authority. As confirmed by Director Li S. Not, this was a criminal case, necessitating police involvement, and Yizonghai had no jurisdiction over it. Very well, I shall defer to the authorities. Whatever the police dictate in terms of compensation and judgment shall be adhered to, Qin Dong stated with a smile directed at Yizonghai. The criminal actions of Jia Dongshu warranted investigation and punishment, and Yizonghai had no right to circumvent the law. Did he aspire to assume a feudal patriarch role over the residents of the compound? Such aspirations were utterly preposterous. Yizonghai's face drained of color as he vehemently denied such intentions. There are things he could do, but not utter. Acknowledging Qin Dong's accusations would spell ruin for him. The anger emanating from Yizonghai was palpable, nearly causing him to choke on his own frustration. Qin Dong, who usually remained unassuming, had grown audacious today. Yizonghai longed to retaliate against Qin Dong, yet refrained, aware that Director Li was present. I assure you, I harbor no such intentions. I merely desire unity among the residents, a familial bond. You must trust my sincerity, Yizonghai insisted, though his courage was questionable. Director Li scoffed at his words. Unexpectedly, Qin Dong interrupted, declaring, I wish to lodge a complaint. A complaint? Against whom? Director Li inquired, taken aback by Qin Dong's boldness in addressing the assembly. Previously, when Jia Dongshu injured me, I sought old Yi's intervention, but he openly favored Jia and urged me to overlook the matter. Yizonghai's actions have strayed far from his responsibilities. I suspect he is guilty of favoritism and shielding his apprentice, possibly even being complicit in these events. Initially, Qin Dong had intended for Yizonghai to be implicated alongside the police, but fate had favored Yizonghai, much to Qin Dong's chagrin. At that moment, he was unexpectedly outside the courtyard. However, it was of little consequence. Director Li was indeed the direct superior of the one in charge. This accusation alone was sufficient to cause Yizonghai considerable distress. To his astonishment, Yizonghai could not fathom that Qin Dong would dare to report him, and to do so in front of the entire courtyard was beyond belief. Qin Dong, Have you lost your mind? Indeed, I have gone mad. You all conspire to take my life, and even target my innocent 4-year-old daughter, wishing to cast her out into the world to fend for herself. Yi Zhongkai, you have acted, so do not fear the repercussions. What? Yi Zhonghai wishes ill upon me? My heavens, this is utterly shocking. The residents of the courtyard were taken aback. Their gazes towards Yi Zhonghai had grown peculiar. It was truly unexpected that the usually fair and honest elder Yi would engage in such despicable acts. How infuriating! To commit such deeds without my involvement. Qin Dong, cease your nonsensical babble. Director Li, I vouch for my integrity. I would never stoop to such depths. These are merely Qin Dong's one-sided accusations, fabricated in a fit of vengeance to slander my name. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly defended himself, yet it was too late. Didacto lis kuntansa darkanat. Yi Zhonghai, we shall discuss this in detail upon returning to the street office. In that instant, Yi Zhonghai felt as deflated as a withered eggplant. Even if he were to absolve himself of the charges Qin Dong had levied, he had already lost favor with Director Li. Chapter 7. The Ancestors Emerge. Qin Huairu teams up with the foolish pillar. Yu Shui, let go of me. You forbade me from intervening in the Jia family's affairs, citing potential repercussions, and I accepted that. But now that Elder Yi has been taken away, I can no longer stand idly by. Elder Yi has saved our lives. We must not forget our roots. The foolish pillar, in a fit of fury, shook off Yu Shui's grasp and attempted to rush out. Brother, what good will it do to confront him now? Yu Shui, noticing her brother rolling up his sleeves, realized he was ready to fight. She quickly grasped his sleeve to restrain him. What can you accomplish when even Elder Yi is powerless in this situation? You should hurry to the back courtyard and inform Aunt Yi and the deaf old lady. Let them devise a plan. Indeed, my sister is wise. The foolish pillar slapped his forehead and hurried to the back courtyard. Who would have thought that Qin Dong was such a formidable character? Do you think Elder Yi could genuinely be in dire straits? Isn't he also in a precarious position? The residents of the courtyard murmured among themselves, their gazes toward Qin Dong tinged with a hint of wariness. In such tumultuous times, who among them was free from their own troubles? If Qin Dong were to report them, they would face dire consequences. Hadn't even a most esteemed elder Yi fallen victim to this predicament? The terror stemming from Li Wanshi loomed large. With each successive message, a subtle smile crept across Qin Dong's lips as he glanced at Lu Hai and Yin Bugui, whose eyes darted evasively. Aside from Qin Huairu, these two had displayed the most visible trepidation. The least affected was Su Demao, who was now rolling his eyes with contemplation. Qin Dong, this Navi young man, truly embodies a kind of foolishness. Although he swiftly avenged both the Jia and Yi families, he simultaneously alienated everyone else in the courtyard. Since he has already offended so many, what is one more grievance to him? All right, my brother, Su Demao, have never bowed to anyone in these years. But I yield to you, he declared. Given that we reside in the same vicinity, allow me to offer you a word of caution. You may not be aware, but that foolish cook, Sha Zhu, has just scurried off to the backyard. He and Yi Dazhong are of the same ilk. Now that he has witnessed your denunciation of Yi Dazhong, he is undoubtedly seeking out the deaf old lady to report you. This old woman is not to be trifled with. With her around, you must tread carefully in this courtyard. Su Damao, who regarded Sha Zhu as a sworn enemy, promptly incited Qin Dong to confront him. Qin Dong chuckled lightly. Su Damao, your petty schemes are transparent to me. I, Qin Dong, stand tall and resolute. Even if I were to report them, it would be because they have forced my hand. We are all long-time neighbors in this courtyard. For the sake of our past camaraderie, I shall not pursue past grievances. However, let me make one thing clear. If anyone dares to bully Guohua or my Qin family again, they may as well test their luck. Qin Dong was not short in stature, though he had previously hunched over, making him appear several inches shorter. Today he stood straight, his head held high, and he exuded a newfound presence. Coupled with his piercing gaze, which seemed to glint like blades, the onlookers found it difficult to meet his eyes. It appeared that the Qin family was on the verge of rising to prominence. Would the courtyard, henceforth, bear the surname Qin? This thought sent a shiver of apprehension through the crowd. However, Qin Dong did not dwell on such matters. He engaged with the crowd briefly before taking Guohua out to find food. After a long day of toil, They had yet to eat, and their stomachs were growling. Daddy is amazing. Guobo loves Daddy. Guobo cooed, wrapping her arms around Qin Dong's neck, her dark eyes sparkling with admiration. Qin Dong, cradling his daughter, made his way out of the courtyard, undeterred by the gazes of others. Just outside the alley was a state-run canteen. A bowl of plain noodles cost 8 fun, while a meat dish was 12 fun. Qin Dong ordered 2 bowls of the meat noodles, tendering 4 liang of grain tickets and 2 liang of meat tickets. The noodles were prepared swiftly, with glistening red oil atop a generous serving of white noodles. Each bite of the noodles, paired with a mouthful of rich meat, was utterly delectable. In the backyard, at the home of the deaf old lady, the news reached Lao Yi that Yi Zhonghai had been taken by Director Li to the street office. Idama was struck as if by a hammer, collapsing to the ground. Idama, are you all right? Fortunately, Shaju was quick to react and caught her. The deaf old lady wore a concerned expression. Suehua, you mustn't faint. Now that Zhonghai has gone to the street office, the family is relying on you. Old lady, please save Zhonghai. He cannot come to harm. The elderly matriarch, without a job, relied solely on Yi Zhonghai for the family's income. Should Yi Zhonghai falter, her situation would be dire. Do not fret. That scoundrel dares to report us to the authorities. Come with me to confront that rascal. I shall ensure he releases those people today. The deaf old woman had no son and was dependent on Yi Zhonghai and his wife for her daily care. If Yi Zhonghai encountered trouble, it would significantly impact her retirement. Thus, without hesitation, the deaf old woman took the simpleton, Shaju, to seek trouble with Qin Dong. However, to their surprise, Qin Dong was not home, leaving them empty-handed. What now, old lady? It seems that scoundrel has slipped away, Shaju lamented, peering through the window for a considerable time before returning to the deaf old woman. Run? We might escape the monk, but never the temple. Today, I shall see how long he can hide. The deaf old woman promptly instructed Shaju to fetch a chair, and she settled herself at the entrance of Qin's residence. The old woman was up to her antics again, promising an entertaining spectacle. Su Dao Mao, residing next to Qin Dong, could hardly contain his joy upon witnessing the scene. Swiftly darting outside, before long, a crowd gathered from the front and the middle courtyard. Upon seeing the commotion, Qin Huairu realized that the deaf old woman intended to confront Qin Dong. The old woman was a revered figure in the courtyard, and her presence would surely compel Qin Dong to show her respect. However, she bore no affection for Qin Huairu and would not advocate for the Jiao family. With no other option, they had to rely on Shaju. The deaf old woman cherished 3 individuals in the courtyard, Idejia and his wife, who cared for her, and her grandson, Shaju, who was frequently on her lips. Bang! Go fetch your Shaju and inform him someone is looking for him, Qin Huairu instructed her son, while she retreated to the middle courtyard. Soon, Shaju returned, inquiring, "Who is looking for me?" "Ah, it seems there's no one," he said. "That little rascal Banging dares to toy with me. Let's see how I deal with him." Shaju turned to confront Banging, nearly colliding with the troubled Qin Huairu behind him. "Sister Qin, what troubles you?" Upon hearing Shaju call her Sister Qin, she realized something was amiss. Being married into the Jiao family, Shaju should refer to her as sister-in-law. Yet Qin Huairu chose not to expose him, instead confiding in him, Dongshu and my mother-in-law have been taken away. I am with child and must care for 2 children. How am I to survive? Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Seeing her in distress, Shaju felt a surge of urgency. "Sister Qin, please do not cry. The old lady intends to confront Qin Dong. I will speak to her and ensure she releases Jia Dama and the others." Shaju took it upon himself to resolve the matter. Qin Huairu's heart swelled with joy, though she feigned concern. Would this not be inappropriate? The old lady does not hold me in high regard. Shaju, noticing Qin Huairu's conflicted expression, felt as though a cat were scratching at his heart. What harm could there be? The old lady is not a miserly person. Let's go over there. Thank you, Shaju. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Shaju felt a wave of happiness. After all, we are neighbors, so there is no need for such formalities. Sister Qin, please take your time. I will assist you. Shaju finally grasped Qin Huairu's delicate hand, and his heart brimmed with satisfaction. Ever since Qin Huairu entered the courtyard, he had been smitten with her. If it weren't for Jia Zhang's incessant chatter and her tight, watch over Qin Huairu, Shaju would have drawn closer to her long ago. Now that he had finally gained an opportunity, he felt compelled to take advantage of it. Chapter 8. The deaf old lady blocks the door. I had to frighten you. With so many people in a courtyard, it would not be appropriate for someone in my condition to influence you negatively. As soon as they stepped out of Hie's door, Qin Huairu insisted that Shaju stop assisting her. Upon hearing her concern for his reputation, Shaju was instantly moved. Sister Qin, I knew you were a good woman. Despite her own difficulties, she still thought of him. What kind of woman would the old lady not help? The two of them quickly returned to the backyard. At Qin Huairu's subtle gesture, Shaju approached the deaf old lady. No way. The deaf old lady shot a glare at Qin Huairu upon hearing Shaju's words. I cannot assist with this. Qin Huairu, you should quickly think of another solution. Her willingness to help Zhonghai was solely because he provided her with food and a means of sustenance. What was the Jia family worth? Even if she could help, the deaf old lady had no intention of doing so. Qin Huairu remained silent, simply wiping away her tears. When Shaju saw this, he was alarmed. Sister Qin was crying. This was unacceptable. Just moments ago, he had assured her that the old lady would certainly take care of this matter, only to be slapped with the truth. Why is that not possible? Shaju nearly jumped up. Old lady, it's merely a matter of speaking. As long as you say something, wouldn't Qin Dong have to listen? Shaju, the head of the police station has already stepped in. We cannot intervene, the deaf old lady replied with a dark expression. Shaju's defiance for a woman only served to deepen her disdain for Qin Huairu. How shameless! Carrying another man's child, yet daring to entice her precious grandson, and wanting to exploit her connections for the Jia family's benefit. It was simply a pipe dream. Qin Huairu, if I were you, I would hurry to the police station and find a way to meet your man and gather some information. Seeing that the deaf old lady left no room for negotiation, Qin Huairu felt at a loss. Fortunately, Shaju was present. Otherwise, who knew what unkind words the old lady would have uttered? The old lady was right. Shaju, could you please look after banging for me? I will head to the police station for information. The deaf old lady's face grew darker. With so many people in the courtyard, why did Qin Huairu choose to ask Shaju, an unmarried young man, to look after a child? Was this truly childcare? It was clearly an attempt to manipulate Shaju, who was still just a child himself. Indeed, Shaju nodded in agreement. He possessed no experience in caring for children. Sister Qin, you are still expecting. How can you endure such toil? Thus, you shall wait here in the courtyard while I inquire at the police station on your behalf. Silly Zhu merrily trotted off, completely oblivious to the fact that the deaf old lady's expression had soured to an extreme degree. Qin Huairu, sensing the right moment, feigned illness and took the child home. Silly Zhu made a trip to the police station, only to find that he had not encountered Jia Dongshu at all. Ultimately, he returned to the courtyard to relay this unfortunate news to Qin Huairu. How could this be? What shall we do? Tears streamed down Qin Huairu's face. Why am I so unfortunate to be embroiled in such matters? Witnessing Qin Huairu's tearful countenance filled Silly Zhu with compassion. Sister Qin, please do not cry. I shall visit the street office to see if Uncle Yi has any solutions. Qin Huairu ceased her weeping. Although Yi Zhonghai was still at the street office, he was known for his resourcefulness. As long as Silly Zhu could meet him, Yi Zhonghai would surely assist them. Zhuzi, I am immensely grateful to you for your help. Qin Huairu wiped her tears, her face alight with gratitude. Silly Zhu grinned foolishly. However, Qin Huairu quickly shifted her tone. Ultimately, this entire situation was Qin Dong's fault. Had he not reported the case, my mother-in-law and Dongshu would not have been taken away. Upon hearing this, Silly Zhu agreed wholeheartedly. Indeed, it was that wretched Qin Dong who disrupted the harmony of the courtyard. Sister Qin, rest assured, I shall go and teach him a lesson. No, Qin Huairu had not anticipated that Silly Zhu would be so easily incited. With just a word from her, he was ready to stand up for her. This was far superior to Jia Dongshu. If only she had married Silly Zhu instead. Ah, perhaps that was a thought best left aside. Silly Zhu's face appeared aged and unattractive. Jia Dongshu was undoubtedly better. Sister Qin, let go of me. I must go and confront him. Silly Zhu, in his eagerness, insisted on defending Qin Huairu. Yet, she was apprehensive. Zhuzi, I know you mean well, but I'm a daughter-in-law of the Jia family. If you stand up for me, people will talk behind my back. Qin Huairu wiped her tears away. Silly Zhu instantly wilted. It's all that damn Qin Dong's fault. You had better pray that you do not fall into my hands. After comforting Silly Zhu for a moment, Qin Huairu returned to her home, chuckling to herself. By instigating him, Silly Zhu would undoubtedly confront Qin Dong. If they were to clash, her husband Dongshu would surely be freed. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qin Dong sensed something amiss. The usually lively front yard was eerily silent. However, there were faint sounds emanating from the backyard. Qin Dong is back. With this announcement, a throng of people rushed out from the backyard. You've returned. You must go check. The old lady is furious. They parted to create a path leading directly to the Qin family's door. The deaf old lady, with a stern expression, saw Qin Dong enter while carrying Guogua and struck the ground fiercely with her cane. You wretched boy, how dare you return? My home, why do I hesitate to return? Qin Dong leisurely observed the deaf old lady, who had created such a commotion, truly believing herself to be of great importance. Absurd, seeing Qin Dong daring to retort. The old lady's anger flared. Dear lady, please calm down. We must attend to the important matters at hand. Aunt E interjected, fearful that the old lady might faint from rage. Qin Dong, look at how agitated you have made her. Should you promptly apologize and acknowledge your mistake? Qin Huairu, having placed all her hopes on Yi Zhonghai, also joined in the persuasion. The others merely whispered among themselves, merely spectators in this unfolding drama, offering no support to anyone. Apologize? Qin Dong scoffed. Humph. The old lady snorted. Who needs your apology, you scoundrel? Hurry to the neighborhood office and bring Zhonghai back. Our community has always been known for its unity. How could you, a mere mouse dropping, spoil the whole pot? Qin Dong glanced around before suddenly producing a 1 yuan coin. I have a single yuan here. Who will go to the neighborhood office to report me? Qin Dong, claiming that our community harbors feudal remnants and regresses to the old ways of patriarchal governance. This yuan will be yours. The old lady's complexion instantly paled. Let's see who dares. This Qin Dong was truly incorrigible, daring to stir up trouble. If she were branded with the label of promoting feudalism, even her connections would be of no help. Fortunately, as a recipient of state support, the old lady held considerable sway in the community, and no one dared to offend her. Even the calculating Yin Bugue withdrew his outstretched foot. The old lady nodded, feeling triumphant. However, in the next moment, a small child emerged from the crowd. Qin Dong, are you serious? If I report this, can I really keep that yuan? Yin Jiequang exclaimed, eyes fixed hungrily on the coin. I can give it to you now, but you must go to the neighborhood office and bring Director Li back. If you fail to bring someone, I shall strike you, Qin Dong warned. Yin Jiequang dismissed Qin Dong's threat, swiftly snatching the coin and turning to dash out of the courtyard. Rest assured, I will bring him back. The old lady felt a wave of discomfort. If Yin Jiequang reported the incident, what would become of her? You scoundrel, don't go. Someone stop him. Chapter 9. The Deaf Old Lady's Defeat. A heart full of malice, the people in the courtyard exchanged glances, none daring to move. Yin Bugue, do you still think this is not embarrassing enough? The old lady barked. Yin Bugue, startled, replied, Dear lady, please don't be angry. I shall fetch that rascal back immediately. He spoke those words, but in his heart, he thought, I am going to chase after my son. Whether I catch him is not my concern. After all, that was a yuan, enough coarse grain to feed his entire family for several days. Hurry. If you don't bring someone back, don't expect to keep your windows. Yin Bugue sighed, knowing that his family, residing in the gatehouse, had plenty of glass. If that old lady has her sights set on him, a mere 1 yuan wouldn't even suffice for the glass. Eldest brother, hurry and bring third brother back. Remember, he must be retrieved. Yin Jieqing received his father's command and promptly dashed out in pursuit of his younger brother. Rest assured, father, I run swiftly and shall certainly catch up. Scoundrel! Upon seeing the crisis averted, the deaf old lady turned her ire upon Qin Dong, aggressively striking the ground with her cane. Do you even acknowledge my presence? You insolent wretch! Our household has no room for someone like you. Qin Dong firmly pressed Guogua's head against his chest. The deaf old lady was disgusted. She could not bear to have her daughter encounter such a repugnant individual. How dare you, an elder, lack respect. You aspire to be the matriarch of the Qin family? What audacity! Do you truly believe I am ignorant of the circumstances surrounding my wife's divorce? The deaf old lady's heart skipped a beat. What did Qin Dong mean by that? Did he know she had instigated their separation? Impossible. She had executed her schemes with utmost secrecy. You unsophisticated wretch, ignorant of the respect owed to elders. Today, I shall ensure that the young man from the Qin family receives a proper lesson. The deaf old lady raised her cane, poised to strike Qin Dong. Was she truly infuriated by the truth? You had best not provoke me. Should you push me too far, I will have you confined, where you can savor free peanuts. The cane remained suspended in the air as the old lady hesitated, uncertain whether to strike. Could it be that this young man truly knew something? Doubt began to gnaw at her. Keep those peanuts for yourself. The deaf old lady retracted her cane. Before she ascertained what Qin Dong truly understood, she would refrain from pressing him further. Yet, as the matriarch of the courtyard, it was simply unacceptable to rally a crowd and then retreat in disgrace. Qin Dong, I shall ask you one final time. Will you go retrieve your uncle Lee? The deaf old lady maintained a stern facade to preserve her dignity. Retrieve him? You must be losing your mind. Even if I were to fetch a pig, I would never go for him. Qin Dong dismissed her without a moment's hesitation, as if he would fetch Yi Zhonghai. Not a chance. Very well. Do not come to regret your decision. The deaf old lady glared fiercely at Qin Dong. The more composed he appeared, the less inclined she felt to act against him. Just then, Shaju returned to the courtyard with Yin Jiekong in tow. This fool had the audacity to suggest reporting to the authorities. Report what? Shaju, without allowing the deaf old lady to finish her thought, interrupted. Where are we going, grandmother? He was somewhat reluctant, having just returned from the street office. We are going to rescue your Uncle Yi. The deaf old lady shot a sidelong glance at Qin Dong. Do not think that without you, Qin Dong, Zhonghai cannot return. Let me assure you, even if you beg to retrieve Zhonghai, we would not be interested. Those who disrespect their elders will ultimately face retribution. Indeed, retribution. Upon hearing the mention of rescuing Yi Zhonghai, Shaju instantly perked up, echoing the deaf old lady's sentiments. Dear lady, please allow me to carry you, he said, as Shaju, eager to display his respect for the elderly, crouched down to let the deaf old woman climb onto his back. Truly, what a commendable grandson. The old woman was indeed touched. Although Shaju may not be the sharpest, he is a considerate and filial child. This matter is best left to you, he added. Only those who disrespect the elderly and commit misdeeds will face retribution. I want to see you off. Qin Dong waved dismissively, kicking the old woman's chair aside. Well, remember, do not engage with unreasonable old women in the future, and refrain from conversing with that heavily pregnant aunt as well. These beasts are far from harmless. He needed to prepare his daughter for the world. Wait, is that heavily pregnant aunt referring to me? Qin Huairu was about to argue when Qin Dong had already opened the door and stepped inside. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Qin Huairu halted in her tracks. How could Qin Dong dismiss even the old woman? Has he lost his mind? Did that fire poker from Jia Dongshu damage his brain? The onlookers in the courtyard murmured among themselves, their gazes shifting towards Qin Huairu. Unable to withstand the scrutiny, she retreated to her room, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Lu Haizhong stood with his hands behind his back. Hey, quickly fry me some eggs. I need a drink. The deaf old woman, wielding her status as a welfare recipient, had not hesitated to exert her influence in the courtyard, even commanding Lu Haizhong, the elder. Now, witnessing her downfall, he felt a sense of joy like no other. Qin Dong had changed. In the future, they would not meddle in his family's affairs. Yin Bugue summoned his son and daughter-in-law for a cautionary talk. Rest assured, this person has gone mad. We shall not interfere in their matters. It was a pity that the 1 yuan Qin Dong had given would not be enjoyed by the Yin family. Following the directions of the deaf old woman, Shaju navigated through twists and turns, finally arriving at a large courtyard. The old woman dismounted from his back. Shaju, wait here. He nodded, though curiosity bubbled within him about whom the old woman intended to visit. Moments later, she emerged from within. All right, let us go. Are we heading to the street office? Shaju inquired. No need. Your Uncle Yi will be out shortly. The news of Uncle Yi's imminent release filled Shaju with delight. What about the Jiao mother and son? Will they be released too? Grandson, do you wish for them to come out? The old woman's expression darkened. Was Qin Huairu's influence over Shaju truly that profound? Shaju shook his head and then nodded. This left the old woman utterly perplexed. Did Shaju wish for the Jia family to emerge or not? What do you mean? Dear grandson, she pressed. I do not wish for the Jiao mother and son to be released, but if they remain inside, how will Sister Qin, a woman about to give birth, manage with 2 children? Shaju's face was etched with sorrow. Grandson, let me tell you, Qin Huairu is the daughter-in-law of the Jia family. Do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her. The deaf old lady was someone who could see through the trivial thoughts hidden in Shaju's heart at a glance. Madam, I didn't. Shaju dared not admit it, for if this matter were to come to light, he would be subjected to scorn and ridicule. Yet, despite his denial, his face flushed with embarrassment. That foolish lad. How could Qin Huairu be a suitable match for him? Aware of Shaju's affections for Qin Huairu, the deaf old lady had previously tested her. Unfortunately, Qin Huairu had too many ulterior motives. She was utterly unsuitable for Shaju. On the other hand, Qin Dong's wife will be a perfect fit, obedient and filial. Marrying her would surely ensure a comfortable life for him in his old age. Regrettably, Dong may had not returned to the courtyard since her divorce. With her absence, even if she possessed remarkable abilities, she would have no opportunity to intervene. My eldest grandson had now reached the age for marriage. The deaf old lady chuckled to herself, having already contemplated seeking out Dong Mei. Now, to her dismay, Shaju was entranced by a pregnant woman like Qin Huairu, leading him to oppose her wishes. This was not a promising sign. She needed to resolve this matter promptly. Tomorrow, she would personally take action to help him find a bride. Madam, are you serious? Upon hearing the mention of marriage, Shaju's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. As a good grandson, how could I not assist you in managing this? Just wait. I will surely bring back a beautiful bride for you. How beautiful can she be? Is she more stunning than Sister Qin? Shaju felt a delightful anticipation. In their courtyard, there were 2 exquisite brides. One was Dong Mei, Qin Dong's wife, but she was no longer part of the courtyard since her divorce. The other was Jia Dongshu's wife, Sister Qin, Qin Huairu. Both were exceptionally lovely. What was Qin Huairu in comparison? Just wait. I will find you a virtuous and resilient girl who can endure hardships and manage a household. The deaf old lady squinted her eyes. Tomorrow, she would venture into the alley to secure a good bride for Shaju. If Qin Dong was not in his right mind, she would ensure he became more lucid. When his own wife became Shaju's bride, he would understand the consequences of crossing her. Chapter 10. A Bountiful Harvest. Directly challenging Factory Director Yang from Shaju's anger. 100 from Yi Zhonghai's anger. 100 from Jia Dongshu's anger. 100 from Jia Zhang's anger. 100 from the deaf old lady's anger. 100 after washing up. Guobo quickly fell asleep. Qin Dong lay on the Kong, perusing the system. Within just a few hours, the emotional value he had amassed reached 5,000. Besides the small contribution from his daughter, the majority came from the few beasts in the courtyard. Thanks to the enthusiasm of these well-meaning neighbors, his first black technology was finally within reach. Closing the emotional collection panel, Qin Dong entered the golden fishing ground. In an instant, he found himself in another realm. No wonder it was called the golden fishing ground. Everything here, including the surface of the water, was gilded. System, how do I use this fishing ground? In such a pond, how could he possibly raise fish? The system detected the host's initial entry into the golden fishing ground, granting him fishing gear. The host is permitted to use this gear to fish within the grounds for 10 minutes each day. The collected resources would automatically be stored in the fishing ground storage space. After 10 minutes, Qin Dong exited the golden fishing ground. Within the storage space, he had harvested 10 pounds each of flour, rice, pork, eggs, milk, shampoo, body wash, peanut oil, and sugar. Additionally, there were 10 bottles of super spring water. This miraculous water not only enhances physical fitness and improves bodily functions, but also shortens the growth period of plants and animals while elevating their quality. Such a treasure. Guowa, whose health had always been frail and faced with a year of calamity, had no means to procure nutritious supplies. Qin Dong himself, worn from years of labor, was also in poor health. Now, with the super spring water, he could fortify both their bodies. Daddy, a soft little hand wrapped around Qin Dong's arm. A gesture of affection from Guogua. Truly, she was his little cotton-padded jacket. Even in sleep, she radiated love. The next morning, before dawn, Qin Dong opened his eyes. System. Display the attribute panel. Host, Qin Dong age, 24 skills. Proficient in basic machining personal assets. 1 courtyard house, cash totaling 11. 44 emotional value, 10009. He had gained 5,000 emotional points overnight. Clearly, the resentment towards the capture was profound among those beasts. With 10,000 emotional points, he could exchange for advanced technology. Without hesitation, Qin Dong pressed the exchange button. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired lathe modification technology. His mind was now enriched with knowledge of lathe modification, encompassing everything from the latest equipment to vintage lathes. This was fortuitous, combined with his basic machining skills. Qin Dong had attained a level 6 proficiency in machining. However, he remained classified as a level 1 machinist. Strategically leveraging this advanced technology to elevate his rank to level 6 was a crucial challenge. System, is there any risk if I directly assess at level 6? The system was currently identifying any gaps and had completed the skill data compilation. On Qin Dong's desk appeared a notebook alongside various machining skill books. Armed with these resources, he could convincingly claim to be diligently studying the craft. Seeing that Guogua was still asleep, he entered the fishing grounds. The fishing grounds were fresh past midnight. Upon entering, Qin Dong began fishing, eager to validate his hypothesis. 10 minutes later, he emerged. Indeed, the fishing results were randomized. Today, he had collected 10 pounds each of eggs, cotton, milk candy, peanuts, cigarettes, flour, coal balls, biscuits, and bread, along with $10 in cash. However, there were no super spring waters this time. Although it was a conclusive fishing ground, the provisions offered were merely everyday essentials. In this era of planned economy, where even a needle required rationing, such items were undoubtedly the most practical. Outside, the sounds of movement echoed. In these times of scarcity, everyone rises early to queue for meat, vegetables, and staple foods. Within Qin Dong's space, provisions are abundant, rendering the need for queuing unnecessary. He replaced the fuel for the stove with coal balls and set a kettle atop it. For breakfast, he prepared a simple yet nutritious meal of milk, bread, and boiled eggs, which not only nourished the body, but also allowed the addition of the exceptional spring water to enhance the milk's benefits. After the meal, Qin Dong took a bag and, along with Guogua, headed to the steel mill for work, just as dawn barely began to break. Dad, the milk is delicious, the bread is tasty, and the eggs are fragrant, Guogua cooed, clinging affectionately to Qin Dong's neck. This was the little girl's first experience with milk, and her excitement made her chatter incessantly along the way. Upon arriving at the steel mill, Qin Dong first escorted Guogua to the daycare center. Originally, the Red Star factory employed only 2,000 workers, but after expanding 2 years ago, the workforce surged to 10,000. Such a vast establishment necessitated comprehensive logistical support, with schools, medical facilities, and food production units readily available under the steel mill's aegis. Though Guogua was still too young for school, the daycare was perfectly suited for her. Previously, with his wife at home caring for their child, Qin Dong had refrained from spending the 2 yuan to send her to daycare, but now he had no choice. Teacher Wang, I entrust Guogua to your care. He stated, You are too courteous, Mr. Gua. Your dedication to the factory is commendable, and it is our duty to alleviate your concerns, replied Wang Aihong, a recent graduate, as she resolutely returned the red envelope Qin Dong offered. Observing this, Qin Dong chose not to press further. Not everyone shared the opportunistic tendencies of those in the courtyard. In the authentic context of the 1960s, many individuals remained genuinely sincere. After bidding farewell to Guogua, Qin Dong proceeded to the workshop, where he was assigned to workshop one alongside colleagues Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu. Dongzi, I heard Jia Dongshu injured your head. Are you holding up? Inquired his foreman, Li Damon, a 7th-level fitter, who showed genuine concern upon noticing the bandage wrapped around Qin Dong's head. It's nothing, master. Just a scar the size of a bowl. As long as I'm alive, nothing can deter me from contributing to the factory's development, he replied, though this was merely grandiloquent rhetoric, yet practical in this era. Well said. Someone applauded from behind. The crowd turned to see Director Yang standing there. Comrade, your ideological awareness is commendable. Continue to work diligently. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach me. Director Yang remarked approvingly, then turned to the workshop director. Director Zhang, your workers are quite impressive. Director Zhang, taken aback, thought to himself, wasn't he here to find trouble with Qin Dong? However, being a seasoned veteran of the factory, he quickly responded with a smile. It is thanks to the guidance of the factory director. Qin Dong, why don't you thank Director Yang? Wait, did you say his name is Qin Dong? Director Yang's expression shifted to one of concern. Yesterday, Yi Zhonghai was taken to the street office and has yet to return. Yi Zhonghai, a level 8 fitter, was one of the few at the factory, and each was invaluable. Without Yi Zhonghai, arranging work for Workshop 1 would become challenging. Without further ado, those high-precision, demanding components are simply beyond the capabilities of others. Director Yang, as the head of the steel rolling mill, could not allow such matters to transpire unchecked. Hence, he seized the opportunity to speak with Qin Dong before the workday commenced, hoping to instill some sense in him. However, he was taken aback to find that Qin Dong was already present. Thank you, Director Yang. I actually have a matter I would like to discuss with you. Qin Dong stated. Director Yang was not as pristine as he appeared on the surface. For instance, he was the architect behind the small cafeteria. In the narrative, he sought to ingratiate himself with the influential leader by sending the simpleton Zhu to cook at the leader's home and inviting Su Damao to screen films there. Although Su Damao botched the task, he managed to align himself with the leader through Zhu's assistance. When the leader faced emotion, Yang remained at the steel mill, sweeping the floors. Upon the leader's return, Yang once again reclaimed his position as director. The myriad of incidents hinted that he was far from virtuous. Recognizing this, Qin Dong felt no obligation to be courteous. Director Yang's impression of Qin Dong plummeted to an all-time low, offending a senior and lacking discernment. Yang's words were merely a token gesture of camaraderie. Who would be so audacious as to press on so shamelessly? Yet, having just proclaimed in front of so many in the workshop that one could approach him in times of difficulty, he could not afford to contradict himself at that moment and could only nod in response. Oh, you truly do have a problem. Little Qin, do share what it is? Regardless of what Qin Dong might say, Yang was prepared to dismiss his claims. By creating obstacles for him, Yang could both teach this young man a lesson and provide an explanation to the 8th grade mechanic, Yi Zhonghai. Chapter 11. Signing the Military Order. Zhu's scheme falls flat. Director Yang. It is as follows. I have been at the factory for several years and have noticed some issues with our equipment. I would like to propose that we undertake repairs and modifications to our machinery. The moment Qin Dong uttered these words, astonishment swept through all present. Was this truly the honest and straightforward Qin Dong? How dared he voice such sentiments? This Qin Dong, typically so unassuming, surprisingly sought to impress the director. Though it was futile, he was merely digging his own grave. Director Zhang's eyes flickered, but as it did not concern him, he chose to remain an observer rather than defend Qin Dong. The one genuinely anxious was Li Damon. Qin Dong refrained from speaking recklessly. Li reprimanded. The factory's equipment had been provided by the Big Brother. Could anything from the Big Brother possibly be inferior? Moreover, if so many engineers and technicians had failed to identify the issues, how could a mere first-grade mechanic claim to have discovered them? Was this not absurd? Young man, one may indulge in erratic eating, but one must not speak carelessly. If you assert that our factory's equipment is flawed, do enlighten us as to where the issues lie. Director Yang said with a smile, yet his heart was filled with delight. The young man was blissfully unaware of the gravity of his words. Did he truly believe that by reporting his senior mechanic, he could act with impunity? To dare criticize the Big Brother's equipment was tantamount to courting disaster. Master, you need not worry. I am not speaking without basis. Qin Dong casually pointed towards a nearby lathe. When we typically manufacture components, we first delineate the lines and then proceed to process them with a file, correct? Indeed, that is the case. Are you suggesting that there is an issue with the marking? The workers in the workshop looked perplexed. They had been marking lines for half their lives without ever noticing any problems. The issue does not lie with the markings, but rather with the cutting tool. Observe. I draw a line, then use the cutting tool to slice through it, and finally, I meticulously file it, correct? Currently, our cutting tool has a margin of error of 3 centimeters. However, if I were to adjust the tool and reduce this margin to 0, 5 centimeters, what consequences might ensue? Are you jesting? 0, 5 centimeters? That is implausible. Qin Dong, do not boast. If the cutting tool's margin could truly be adjusted, would we seasoned craftsmen still be here? Everyone scoffed at Qin Dong. Director Yang, witnessing this situation, understood the gravity of the matter. Although he was not a technician himself, he had faith in the seasoned workers and trusted the technicians' assessments. Since these machines had made their way to their steel mill, they must have been calibrated to optimal conditions. Qin Dong, I comprehend your intent. Modifying these lathes is feasible. However, these machines are treasures of the factory, and any alterations necessitate a formal agreement. Should any machine sustain damage, you would face severe repercussions. Do you dare to commit? Qin Dong, you cannot agree to this. Indeed, Qin Dong, do not act recklessly. A reprimand would jeopardize your prospects for advancement. You are currently at level 1 and should not risk your entire future. Colleagues who were friendly with Qin Dong hastily intervened. Li Damon also urged Qin Dong not to acquiesce. Yet, Qin Dong shook his head. Do not worry, I shall not face any punishment. Director Yang, I am willing to sign this agreement. Upon hearing Qin Dong's willingness to sign, Director Yang smiled. The young man exhibits considerable courage. Very well. Let us proceed with the signing. Should any machine be damaged, it would spell the end for Qin Dong. However, as the factory's overseer, Director Yang would face no repercussions. For wear and tear on machines is a common occurrence in their usage. In light of this, the higher-ups have established quotas for machine decommissioning, if necessary. He could manipulate the records to attribute any damage to the machines Qin Dong tampered with. Wait a moment, I have a condition. If I successfully modify the lathe, I hope the factory will grant me an opportunity to take the skill assessment at a higher level. According to regulations, after failing an assessment, one must wait at least 3 months before reapplying. Qin Dong had been eliminated just days prior. If he wished to participate in the assessment, he would have to wait 3 months. Qin Dong had no intention of waiting that long. Despite the commotion he had caused yesterday, it would not shake Yi Zhonghai. Once Yi Zhonghai emerged, with his status as an 8th level fitter, he could easily make Qin Dong uncomfortable. Qin Dong was not one to be constrained. Before Yi Zhonghai made his appearance, he intended to demonstrate his worth, leaving Yi Zhonghai powerless to act against him, forced to endure in silence. You wish to participate in the assessment at a higher level? Indeed, I have applied for senior technicians from other workshops to jointly oversee the assessment. This is becoming rather chaotic. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. It seems that Qin Dong intends to stir up trouble. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your request. Director Yang, however, did not dwell on it too much and waved his hand, silencing Director Zhang. Regardless of whether it involves modifying lathes or conducting assessments beyond one's rank, such matters are not within the capabilities of a mere level 1 fitter. Let Qin Dong revel in his arrogance for now. Later, when it comes time for him to face consequences, it will be seen as just and not as if he is being unfairly targeted. Qin Dong cast a glance at Director Yang. Were it not for the malicious intent behind the panel, he would have never considered that this ostensibly selfless Director Yang harbored intentions to reprimand him. But why? As the head of the factory, is he retaliating on behalf of Yi Zhonghai? That seems rather excessive and unnecessary. Unless, of course, there exists a secretive connection between him and Yi Zhonghai. I reported Yi Zhonghai, causing him unrest. Little Qin, the factory director has truly treated you well. Do not disappoint him. Director Yang had nodded, and despite Director Zhang's reluctance, he had no choice but to consent. Yet, embedded in his words was a veiled warning to Qin Dong. Huh? Qin Dong smiled. The workshop director is growing anxious. How astute of Qin Dong to recognize the underlying issues in our workshop, deftly distancing himself from Yi Zhonghai. One wonders if we might employ such tactics in future evaluations. Otherwise, the situation could be dire. While the fitters pondered this, the factory director's secretary presented the drafted military order. After Qin Dong affixed his signature, he commenced his work. A throng gathered around him, eager to observe his technique. Dongzi, Do you feel confident? Rest assured, Master. I would not have suggested it if I were not certain. After years in the factory, I am well acquainted with their methods. Hearing Qin Dong's assurance, Li Damon felt compelled to refrain from further objections. Very well, Master will assist you. After all, he too was a level 7 fitter, capable of asserting himself within the factory. Should any mishaps occur, he could claim responsibility, thus shielding Qin Dong from penalties. Thank you, Master. Qin Dong felt a surge of gratitude. Most individuals, aware of the potential consequences, would keep their distance. Only someone as genuinely supportive as Li Damon would step forward to assist him in such a manner. Although Qin Dong had no need for it, he deeply appreciated Li Damon's kindness. Li Damon could not have anticipated that in attempting to support his apprentice, he would inadvertently contribute to his own success. Master, could you please hand me the screwdriver? Qin Dong was engrossed in his tasks throughout the morning, with lunch being fetched by others, consumed within the workshop. This left the ever-watchful Shaju, who had been waiting by the window, feeling quite unsettled as he yearned to disrupt Qin Dong as progress. Chapter 12. The Transformation Succeeds. Yi Zhonghai can no longer contain himself. Qin Dong, what is it you seek? Boasting in front of the factory director, believing that will elevate your stature? If I were in your position, I would hastily apologize to the director, declaring that the military order is null and void, and abandon the notion of reevaluation. The workshop director, Zhang Hedong, incessantly chattered nearby. Qin Dong set down his work. What are you afraid? What am I afraid of? I am merely concerned about you jeopardizing your own future. Perhaps you should reflect on your own actions. After all, one cannot conceal their deeds from others. In the afternoon, Qin Dong finally completed the modifications to the lathe. Upon receiving the news, Director Yang promptly arrived at the workshop accompanied by 2 seasoned 8th-level machinists and several managerial staff. Today, our workshop's Qin Dong, willing to sign a military order, has taken it upon himself to retrofit the machinery for the factory. This is a significant achievement of independent innovation by our workers. Come, everyone, gather around and observe. Little Qin, you have pioneered a new path for our Hongxing steel rolling mill. Should you falter, I shall hold you accountable as per the military order. Indeed, he is a cunning old fox who has presided over the steel mill for many years. If Qin Dong succeeds, he has his patron to thank for his pioneering efforts. Should he fail, the consequences will be administered according to regulations, leaving no room for blame. With just a few words, Director Yang has secured his position unassailably. Those who follow Director Yang are astute individuals, each showering him with flattery. All right, let us commence. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Qin Dong pressed the start button. The lathe roared to life. He took a steel plate, marked it, and handed it to the 2 8th-level machinists. After their confirmation, he placed the steel plate into the lathe. As the harsh sound of cutting filled the air, the steel plate was neatly divided. Qin Dong glanced at the margin of error and nodded in satisfaction. All right, gentlemen, take a look. At such a moment, Director Yang and his team refrained from stepping forward, for they lacked technical expertise and awaited the 2 8th-level machinists to validate the results. The steel plate was passed from Qin Dong's hands to theirs. Li Damon looked at Qin Dong in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Qin Dong would indeed achieve this, and it was not the 0.5 margin of error he had mentioned, but rather an astonishing 0.001. What does this signify? It is nearly 0 error, and the cut is smooth. With just a slight polishing of the edges, it could be put to immediate use. But how is this possible? He was present throughout the process and observed no significant differences in Qin Dong's operations. Why then is the outcome so drastically different? My goodness, this is inconceivable. How could it be so precise? After a lengthy inspection, the 2 machinists were left in shock. Master Qin, how did you achieve this? Master Qin, how did you manage to attain 0 error with such a smooth cut? In this era, technicians strive for perfection in their skills, and Qin Dong's remarkable feat has completely transformed the perceptions of the 2 8th-level machinists, who eagerly sought his guidance. Ahem, Director Yang cleared his throat, signaling that he and his team were still present. Gentlemen, what do you think of Comrade Little Qin's modifications to the lathe? Director, Master Qin's alterations are excellent. If implemented, the lathe's productivity could increase by at least 30%. What? Director Yang was taken aback. Master Wang, Master Li, are you serious? Director Yang, if you do not understand, it is best not to speak carelessly. Do not underestimate Master Qin's modifications. They have saved our machinists a considerable amount of time, and more importantly, the precision achieved rivals that of a level 6 machinist. In this day and age, skilled technicians are highly sought after, and Master Wang, as a seasoned technician in the factory, has shown no deference to Director Yang. A level 6 machinist? Is that truly the case? Director Yang's breath caught in his throat. As someone responsible for production, he was acutely aware of the implications. Level 6 marks a critical threshold for technicians. Only those above level 6 are considered senior technicians, qualified to engage in the production and manufacturing of high-precision equipment. If Master Qin's modifications are indeed legitimate, does that not imply that even an apprentice could effortlessly perform tasks meant for senior machinists in the future? Director, I also concur with Master Wang's perspective. Master Qin has undoubtedly bestowed a tremendous benefit upon our factory. Xiao Jiang, please fetch Master Wang. Upon hearing this, Director Yang realized he would be unable to reprimand Qin Dong today. However, could a mere level 1 machinist possess such remarkable capabilities? Director Yang found it hard to believe and instructed his secretary to summon Master Wang, convinced that Qin Dong had manipulated the situation. Master Wang was the sole engineer at the steel rolling mill, and Director Yang was determined that this was something even Master Wang would be able to discern. Before long, Master Wang arrived after receiving the news. This is impeccable, absolutely remarkable. Having spent a lifetime in engineering, Master Wang was genuinely thrilled upon seeing the steel plate. Master Qin, how did you conceive of this? Please, I'm merely a level 1 machinist. My daily tasks involve processing rough work pieces, and I felt that our method of gradually refining them was a waste of time. I sought to discover whether a more efficient approach was possible, which led me to this solution after much contemplation. Indeed, engineers these days are extraordinary individuals. A humble rabbit, starting from nothing, has managed to produce raw explosive materials in the desolate deserts of the Northwest, thanks to such engineers. Master Wang from the steel rolling mill is also an impressive figure, having designed all the operations of the mill himself. Thus, in his presence, Qin Dong remained quite modest, reiterating his humble beginnings. Master Wang himself took the initiative to test the modification and confirm Qin Dong's assertions. You mentioned that you were merely a level 1 machinist, yet you devised such an innovative idea? Master Wang was taken aback. It is important to note that this modification had eluded even him, a level 7 engineer. Well, I suppose it is merely a result of my extensive experience and some personal experimentation. After creating it, I hesitated to present it, fearing that I might ruin the machinery. I had previously failed my upgrade examination, and with some family issues arising, I finally mustered the courage to try again, seeking an opportunity to reapply for my rating. Master Wang was even more astonished. So, Qin Dong had already developed this modification, but hesitated to present it due to concerns. Now, with aspirations to advance his qualifications, he decided to reveal it? Although Qin Dong did not elaborate, years spent in the factory had naturally acquainted him with its intricacies. Director Yang's management methods were not for him to critique, but he felt compelled to intervene in this matter. Director Yang, this matter must be reported promptly. I shall also inform the Research Institute. Upon hearing that Engineer Wang intends to report to the Research Institute, Director Yang finally realized that the device crafted by Qin Dong was extraordinary. Very well, I shall return to compose the report. In that case, I will take this board and make a trip to the Research Institute. Additionally, I propose that Qin Dong's evaluation be conducted immediately. A person capable of devising such modifications undoubtedly possesses abilities beyond the first level. Furthermore, please inform me when the examination is to take place. I will personally attend. Engineer Wang's words solidified the decision to re-evaluate Qin Dong. Meanwhile, Director Zhang could not suppress the pallor on his face and his trembling legs. It was over. He could no longer conceal his dealings with Yi Zhonghai. Chapter 13. Stirring up the big shots. Director Yang plays the fool at the Research Institute. Director Zhang Handong was accompanying Lin Dahua from the Ministry of Metallurgy on a work inspection. Old Zhang, we must further enhance our high-end steel technology. The feeling of being at someone else's mercy is utterly intolerable. Indeed, our equipment needs to be purchased and we must obtain technology from them. Despite being the ones spending money, we still have to endure their disdain and watch their expressions. Both Zhang Handong and Lin Dahua were filled with frustration. The reason was that the prices of steel from their elder brother had risen once again. Rest assured, we will find a way to boost the production capacity of high-end steel. We absolutely cannot allow others to trample over us. Although Zhang Handong spoke resolutely, his heart was heavy with worry. Guojia construction had started too late, and the number of skilled workers capable of producing high-end steel was still far too few. Time was simply too short. If they were granted a few more years, the outcome would undoubtedly be different. Director Zhang, something is amiss. An assistant rushed in hurriedly. What is the matter? Do you not see the leaders present? This is quite unseemly. It's not that, Director Zhang. Engineer Wang from Hongqing Steel Plant has brought a steel plate, claiming that their modified lathe can produce steel that only highly skilled machinists can work with. What? Why did you not mention such an important matter sooner? Where is he? Bring him here at once. Never mind. I shall go there myself. Old Zhang, I will accompany you. Lin Dahua could no longer remain seated upon hearing this news and immediately stood up. The assistant felt aggrieved after being scolded. He had come to deliver the news, only to be reprimanded without receiving any praise. Who could he turn to for justice? Before long, Zhang Handong and Lin Dahua had listened to Engineer Wang's report. Looking at the steel plate in their hands, their faces were alight with excitement. Excellent. Very well done. Have them prepare one workshop to retrofit all the lathes as a pilot project. Leaders, this is indeed a fortuitous event. If this succeeds, we shall no longer be at the mercy of others. With increased production of high-end steel, we will be self-sufficient and no longer need to grovel for supplies. Indeed, if this succeeds, we can retrofit all our equipment at Guojia. At that time, not only will we not need to beg for goods, but we will also be able to export and earn foreign exchange. Lin Dahua harbored grand ambitions, stirring the hearts of those present with fervor. If that were indeed the case, then they would no longer need to fear oppression, but would truly rise to their feet. Engineer Wang, which ingenious mind devised the modifications to this lathe? Such a contributor deserves commendation, Lin Dahua remarked in high spirits. The Hongqing Steel Mill is under Yang Shengli's leadership. That fellow is quite exceptional indeed. Engineer Wang's expression turned somewhat awkward. What seems to be the matter? Is this individual's identity meant to remain confidential? Not exactly, leader. This individual is a first-class fitter at the steel mill, but he recently failed his qualification exam. He claims that he devised this innovation during his work. He presents this to vie for an opportunity to take the assessment again. Engineer Wang confessed, summoning his courage. What trickery is Yang Shengli up to? Is he stifling the advancement of our outstanding workers? Lin Dahua's fury erupted, silencing those around him with fear. Let us go to the steel mill. That cannot be, leader. This matter must not be made public. Zhang Handong interjected, hastily restraining him. Our Guojia has only just cultivated such talent. It would be unwise to cause a commotion. Lin Dahua regained his composure. Positioned as he was, his actions drew scrutiny due to his unique status. Moreover, with lurking enemies still unvanquished, should anyone discover his connection with Qin Dong, it would endanger Qin Dong's safety. Engineer Wang, you must return immediately and ensure this comrade's security. Whether Yang Shengli's management is at fault or if the individual himself harbors issues remains to be seen. However, we cannot afford any missteps concerning Qin Dong. Reluctantly, Lin Dahua chose to adopt a hands-off approach. After Engineer Wang departed, he returned to the metallurgy department. At that moment, Director Yang arrived with a report in hand. Understood. The individual has vanished. Let them present a workshop for a pilot project, the secretary promptly relayed. Is that all? Director Yang's face fell, as he had anticipated a meeting with the leadership, only to find his efforts in vain. We must secure a workshop for the pilot. It seems the higher-ups are not fully convinced. I must return and urge Qin Dong to commence work. Concerned about the implications for his own standing, Director Yang was more invested than anyone else. Upon returning to the steel mill, the secretary had already prepared for Qin Dong's accelerated assessment. Are we only involving the 2 8th-level fitters from the 3rd and 5th workshops? No, that is too few. We should also include the 8th-level fitters from the 2nd and 8th workshops. As Zhonghai was absent, Master Wang from the 6th workshop would fill his position. The secretary gasped at this. The workshops named by the director were exemplary, housing the most skilled fitters. Director, are you attempting to bolster Qin Dong's standing? You do not understand. The higher-ups wish to establish a pilot workshop. Given Zhonghai's influence, Qin Dong has reservations about our factory. If we do not quell his lingering doubts, this pilot project will falter. It is crucial to send additional skilled fitters to elevate Qin Dong's reputation. Even if he assigns them menial tasks, as long as Qin Dong delivers significant results, it will be worth it. Even Yang Shengli, the factory director, is willing to lower himself to curry favor with others. It becomes clear that the director's cunning methods are indeed remarkable. Qin Dong, merely a junior machinist, will inevitably find himself deeply grateful to the director in the future, serving him faithfully. The secretary, a trusted confidant of Director Yang, quickly shifted his stance. Although it was Qin Dong who performed the task, the credit for the achievement belongs to Director Yang. By accomplishing such a significant feat, Director Yang's position will likely rise. And as his loyal aide, the secretary is certain to be favored in this scenario. When that time comes, his own standing will surely improve as well. The secretary promptly set about his duties. Upon receiving the news, Director Zhang's expression darkened as if he had just lost his parents. Secretary Wang, isn't this a bit excessive? Qin Dong is merely a first-level machinist. He has only advanced to the third level, so why should we deploy so many senior technicians from our factory for him? Director Zhang, this decision was made by the factory director. Instead of discussing this with me, you would be better off cleaning up your own mess. Don't wait until an investigation reveals your shortcomings, for that would be a grave offense. Secretary Wang's words were laden with implication. Director Zhang seemed to ponder this. Thank you for your guidance, Secretary Wang. I understand your point. I will go find Qin Dong. The one who ties the knot must also untie it. The root of this matter lies with Qin Dong. As long as he keeps his mouth shut, he will find a way to smooth things over. Chapter 14. The investigation begins. Director Zhang steps on his own toes. Have you heard? The level-up assessment for Qin Dong in Workshop 1 has commenced. I heard about it earlier. 5 8th-level machinists and 3 workshop directors. Qin Dong's level assessment is unprecedented. What does that even mean? Even Director Yang and Engineer Wang are going to be present. Is it really that impressive? If I had such treatment, I could boast about it for a lifetime. That brat, Lu Haizhong, have never enjoyed such privileges. Why does he deserve it? He deserves to be eliminated for being a widower. Even the good people reported him. Does he really think he can pass this level-up assessment? Is it that easy to advance as a third-level machinist? Just wait, as Aisha Zhu have said. He will be eliminated again. In front of so many people, it will indeed be utterly embarrassing. What kind of luck did this Qin Dong stumble upon? He isn't even half as clever as Su Damao and yet can operate a lathe? He must be lucky. While the workshop buzzed with excitement, the inhabitants of the courtyard harbored their own ulterior motives. At that moment, Qin Dong was already beginning his assessment. Qin Dong, are you ready? The third-level assessment is about to commence. Qin Dong nodded and then went to fetch the steel plate. With a command from Engineer Wang, the machines roared to life. 2 hours later, Qin Dong halted the machinery, submitted the polished plates, and then took a moment to rest and hydrate. The work in the workshop was monotonous and laborious. Even he was drenched in sweat. Wow, this plate is a 6th-level craft. Although its appearance isn't particularly remarkable, it is indeed qualified. A first-level machinist has actually produced a 6th-level plate? Everyone was astonished. Even Director Yang, upon hearing the news, was taken aback. As Qin Dong, still drinking water, was summoned forth, he was confronted with the question, Qin Dong, be honest, where did you acquire your skills? To which he replied, I learned in the workshop. Lies. Who takes 3 years to attain the level of a primary worker, only to suddenly achieve a 6th-level proficiency? I suspect you are a spy. And where have you taken our fellow workers? Zhang Hedong seized the opportunity to challenge Qin Dong. Respected leaders, I am Qin Dong's workshop supervisor, and I can attest that there are issues with this individual. In these tumultuous times, enemy agents are rampant. I suspect that Qin Dong is a clandestine enemy operative infiltrating our steel mill, and our comrades may have fallen victim to him. Zhang Hedong spoke with righteous indignation. If he could prove that Qin Dong was problematic, his position would remain secure. Qin Dong, do you have any words to offer? Esteemed leaders, you may investigate me thoroughly, and ascertain if I have been replaced. I have grown up in the steel mill, and I trust there are many who know me. The truth of Qin Dong's words will be revealed upon inquiry. With a systematic investigation underway, Qin Dong felt no trepidation. Soon, the scrutiny regarding Qin Dong commenced. One group went to the compound for investigation and evidence gathering, while another group interviewed his fellow workers. Colleagues from the workshop, along with Lu Haizhong, Su Damao, and Sha Zhu from his vicinity, were summoned. Upon their arrival at the security office, all three were drenched in cold sweat. Upon learning that the inquiries were regarding Qin Dong, their eyes darted nervously. He is not a good person. He shows no respect even to our 5-guarantee household. His character is questionable. He is excessively selfish, having caused the arrest of Jia Dongshu and Jia Zhongshi, leaving behind a heavily pregnant woman who must now care for her child. How is one to survive under such circumstances? Qin Dong, he is not a good person. I live next door to him, and he beats his wife, driving her away. He even strikes his daughter, subjecting the poor girl to such abuse that she has developed heart issues at a tender age. The security personnel exchanged glances. Has Qin Dong had any recent issues? Indeed, there have been problems. Previously, Jia Dongshu bullied him, and he dared not utter a word. Yet yesterday, he not only reported to the authorities, but also dared to confront Jia Zhongshi. The investigation by the security team concluded swiftly. Those who searched Qin Dong's residence returned. Despite his significant change in demeanor, Qin Dong was indeed the same person with no issues found. Even his technical skills were legitimate. After all, Qin Dong's father had been a seasoned mechanic. Though he had passed away, he left behind a thick notebook and a skill manual, which allowed Qin Dong to acquire his abilities. Engineer Wang had already come to regard Qin Dong as a prodigy, and upon seeing the notebook, his doubts dissipated. Director Yang nodded in agreement. If there are no issues with Qin Dong, then all is well. His own performance would remain unaffected. Upon witnessing the leader's disposition, Zhang Hedong realized they intended to exonerate Qin Dong, which posed a grave threat to him. After all, he had secretly sought Qin Dong's forgiveness, pleading for leniency. But Qin Dong had ignored him entirely. Director, everyone from the compound just stated that he lacks good character. Such a person can no longer remain in the factory. Reputation holds great significance in these times. Given Qin Dong's questionable character, he is inherently unqualified to pass the assessment. Moreover, his aspirations to ascend swiftly to the rank of a senior machinist are nothing but fanciful dreams. Director Zhang, those who have spoken ill of Qin Dong are merely individuals who harbor grievances against him. We lean towards the consensus of the majority. Director Yang Chuklet Ligfli, when it pertains to one's future, can one afford to let others meddle? It is not merely a matter of character. As long as Qin Dong is not an enemy agent or involved in heinous acts, he, Yang Shengli, is determined to retain him. Zhang Hedong, however, was not ready to concede. Engineer Wang interjected, Director, how is the assessment conducted in Workshop 1? How can a Level 6 machinist fail a Level 2 evaluation? Wang's inquiry immediately captured Director Yang's attention. His argument was sound. This matter necessitated thorough investigation. Zhang Hedong, as the head of Workshop 1, you must elucidate this situation. The focus did not divert as intended. Instead, Zhang Hedong felt the weight of scrutiny upon him, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Director, Engineer Wang, I am unaware of this matter, he stammered. You know that although I am the workshop director, my role is largely administrative. The assessments for these junior machinists are overseen by our Level 8 machinist, Yi Zhonghai. I truly do not comprehend Qin Dong's proficiency or whether he passed the examination. Zhang Hedong sought to deflect blame entirely onto Yi Zhonghai, casting furtive glances at Qin Dong, silently requesting his complicity. Zhang Hedong, you lie. Qin Dong's voice rang out sharply. Do you believe that shifting the blame onto Yi Zhonghai will absolve you? I assure you, the eyes of our workshop are keenly observant. Moreover, Director Yang and the esteemed leaders will not be deceived by your ruse. I advise you to confess your misdeeds promptly. Zhang Hedong's expression darkened with fury. This accursed Qin Dong. As the head of Workshop 1, Zhang Hedong's failure to nurture talent constitutes dereliction of duty. Effective immediately, you are temporarily relieved of your position as Workshop Director. Lee Section Chief, Zhang Hedong is now under your department scrutiny until he clarifies the matter at hand. Qin Dong has made it clear that he will not let Zhang Hedong off the hook. A wily fox like Director Yang would not fail to comprehend the situation, promptly relieving Zhang Hedong of his duties and handing him over to the security department. Rest assured, Director, our security team will extract the truth from Zhang Hedong. Li Aiwu reassured Qin Dong with a smile before escorting Zhang Hedong away. He is in cahoots with Yi Zhonghai. Once Yi Zhonghai painstakingly emerges from the street office, he will discover that he has been ensnared again. The expression on his face will surely be most intriguing. Master Qin Dong, congratulations on passing the Level 6 Machinist Assessment. Starting tomorrow, you will enjoy the benefits of a Level 6 Machinist. Additionally, I am in need of an assistant. Director, I perceive that Master Qin possesses a remarkable talent in this domain. Perhaps we should enlist his assistance. The higher-ups have instructed him to ensure Qin Dong's safety. After some contemplation, Engineer Wang concluded that having him close at hand would indeed be the safest option. However, Director Yang swiftly declined, firmly stating, "That is out of the question. If you siphon off Qin Dong, who will manage the pilot workshop? Please, Engineer Wang, do not be upset. The director has arranged this due to a more pressing task that requires Master Qin's attention," the secretary interjected, somewhat alleviating Wang's furrowed brow. Assigning tasks to Qin Dong. Could it be that your modifications on the lathe have garnered approval from above? They have sanctioned the establishment of a pilot workshop at our steel mill to trial these modifications. You are the sole technician here adept in such alterations. Hence, this responsibility falls to you. Upon hearing that Director Yang intended for Qin Dong to oversee the pilot workshop, Engineer Wang's expression soured. One must not underestimate the significance of a pilot workshop. Yet, if successful, it would pave the way for large-scale modifications, with the expertise resting solely in Qin Dong's hands. The establishment of this workshop would undoubtedly thrust Qin Dong into the limelight. Director Yang, I hold a differing viewpoint. Master Qin, being young, may not be ready to lead this initiative, Engineer Wang asserted. Director Yang nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that they should keep this under wraps until performance results are achieved, at which point they could reveal everything. By then, the bigwigs from the metallurgy department would regard him with newfound respect, and perhaps even grant him a direct entry into their ranks. I concur with Engineer Wang's perspective, but would like to add an essential stipulation. The matters concerning the pilot workshop must remain strictly confidential. All present today are required to sign a confidentiality agreement. Should any hint of a leak occur, I will impose disciplinary actions. Soon, confidentiality agreements were distributed, and Qin Dong dutifully signed, even engaging in a personal conversation with Director Yang and Engineer Wang. Qin Dong, we understand this may seem unfair to you. However, given the rampant activities of enemy agents, our intention is to safeguard you. Qin Dong comprehended their motives. He was indifferent to the limelight. Yet, for Yang Shengli to expect him to toil, he ought to procure some tangible rewards in return. In this regard, the rising figure of Old Li was commendable. Those associated with him could reap benefits, while Yang Shengli merely painted grand visions without delivering. He relied on the culinary skills of Shaju to expand his network, yet refused to elevate Shaju's position. Had it not been for Old Li's ascension, bestowing Shaju with the role of cafeteria director, he would have remained merely an 8th-level chef for life. As for Qin Dong, with a delicate constitution, he could not indulge in the lofty dreams that Yang Shengli spun. Director, how shall we proceed with this matter? The first workshop will undergo a thorough investigation. Additionally, we will publicly announce a reward of a bicycle ticket for you. In these times of scarce rubber resources, bicycles are indeed a rarity. In a steel mill with over 10,000 employees, only 3 bicycle tickets are issued annually. Director Yang promptly presented a ticket to Qin Dong, a reward that was already deemed quite substantial. Qin Dong, recognizing the opportune moment, chose not to pursue the matter further. It was evident that Director Yang had his vulnerabilities. However, as long as he refrained from provoking Qin Dong, there was no reason for Qin Dong to create discord. Thank you, leaders. Rest assured, I shall not take this to heart and will dedicate myself to my work. Director Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Whom do you suggest should spearhead this task? Qin Dong. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Qin Dong understood that this was a gesture of goodwill from Director Yang, and he did not decline. My master, Li Damon. is a reliable individual and an experienced old mechanic, making him the most fitting choice for this task. In such circumstances, there was no principle of avoiding suspicion. After all, even sons could fight alongside their fathers. Li Damon had treated him well, and he was inclined to reciprocate. This special workshop was not only a means to counter Yi Zhonghai, but also served as his future base of development, emphasizing the importance of keeping his assets from falling into the hands of outsiders. Engineer Wang nodded in agreement. That sounds good. I will lend my name to this initiative, establishing a special workshop, while the specific personnel will be selected by Li Damon and Qin Dong. Furthermore, each individual entering this special workshop will receive an additional subsidy of 5 yuan and 5 jin of food coupons from the factory. 5 yuan can sustain a person, especially when coupled with an extra 5 jin of food coupons. Surely, they will work tirelessly, won't they? Before long, Li Damon was summoned to the office. Director, Engineer Wang. The modification was conceived and executed by Dongzi. He deserves the credit for this achievement. If you assign this task to me, it would be tantamount to usurping my apprentice's work. If this were to get out, would I still have any standing? Li Damon, fully aware of the situation, was incensed. Master, please don't be upset. This was my idea. I am too young to be overly conspicuous. After Qin Dong's explanation, Li Damon finally acquiesced to the task. Dongzi, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. When taking on apprentices, I never anticipated receiving such a favor from one. Come, let's go to my home today. I'll have my wife prepare a few dishes for us to enjoy together. All right, I will go fetch Guo first. Qin Dong did not refuse and set off with Guo to Li Damon's home for a meal. Li Damon, much like Yi Zhonghai, was childless. However, he had not schemed to exploit others for his old age. Last year, he and his wife had adopted a little girl who fled to the city during a famine, ensuring her household registration was under their names. If all went as expected, she would be the one to care for them in their later years. In the courtyard, Qin Huairu stood at the entrance, her pregnant belly prominent as she gazed outside. Silly Zhu, what are you looking at? Silly Zhu, with one hand in his pocket and the other carrying a food container, brightened at the sight of Qin Huairu. It's you, Zhu. I heard from the old lady that Uncle Yi is returning today, so I'm waiting here. Qin Huairu had not been able to see Jia Dongxiu at the police station. With no news, she had placed all her hopes on Yi Zhonghai. Uncle Yi is back. Well then, I'll accompany you. With such a prominent belly, you must take care not to encounter any mishaps. Silly Zhu gazed at Qin Huairu, his heart brimming with delight. The old lady intended to introduce him to a bride, claiming she would be even more beautiful than Qin Huairu. If Qin Huairu is already so lovely, how stunning must his future wife be? One cannot help but wonder who is more exquisite, her or the divorced Dongmei from the backyard. Chapter 16. Qin Huairu kneels, and Yi Zhonghai feels empowered again. At long last, Yi Zhonghai and Aunt Yi appeared at the entrance. Aunt Yi, you have finally returned. This courtyard feels tasteless without you. Silly Zhu remarked. You must refrain from calling him Aunt Yi henceforth, Aunt Yi said, shaking her head with a wry smile at Yi Zhonghai's stern countenance. Your uncle Yi is currently under probation, and his position is merely temporary. It is fortunate that the old lady intervened, otherwise, he would surely have been dismissed from this role. Oh, isn't he still Uncle Yi? It makes no difference. Silly Zhu replied nonchalantly. In my heart, there's only one Uncle Yi in our courtyard, and that will always be you. Yi Zhonghai remained silent, nodding as he entered the gate, followed closely by Silly Zhu and Qin Huairu. Uncle Yi has returned. The people in the courtyard instinctively greeted Yi Zhonghai, their smiles warm and unchanged from before. What could be the reason for this? Yi Zhonghai felt a twinge of doubt. Suehua, go out and inquire about what is happening. Understood. Aunt Yi sensed the odd atmosphere as she turned and left with her basket of vegetables. I wonder, with Uncle Yi back, will Qin Dong face retaliation? Absolutely. Did you not see that the security department came to investigate Qin Dong today? Aunt Yi hurried back inside to inform Yi Zhonghai. Qin Dong has been detained by the security department? Could it be that the deaf old lady orchestrated this? Yi Zhonghai headed to the backyard. Old lady, did you instruct the factory manager to have Qin Dong arrested? What? Qin Dong has been apprehended? That is indeed splendid news. The deaf old lady wore a jubilant expression. Upon seeing her reaction, Yi Zhonghai realized this was not her doing. But if not her, then who? Could it be Manager Yang? It must be him. Who else would investigate Qin Dong? Madam, it is indeed your prowess that has achieved this. Relying solely on my influence, Manager Yang would not have been so obliging. Of course, go fetch some good items. I shall accompany you immediately. The deaf old lady and Yi Zhonghai both acknowledged that it was Yang Shengli who had taken action. They requested Aunt Yi to prepare some items, and the two set off to meet Manager Yang. However, they did not encounter him. The factory manager's wife merely stated that Yang Shengli was out and not at home, leaving Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady to return home empty-handed. Upon their return, a knock echoed at the door. It was Qin Huairu. Ah, Huairu, come in. Andy welcomed her inside. As soon as Qin Huairu entered, she knelt before Yi Zhonghai. Uncle, I implore you to assist us. My husband Dongshu is still at the police station, and I have been unable to ascertain any news regarding his situation. Dongshu is such a remarkable individual. How could he possibly engage in such heinous acts for wealth? Master Yi, considering that Dongshu is your disciple, I implore you to lend your assistance and save both Dongshu and my grandmother. As Qin Huairu spoke, tears streamed down her face. In truth, she did not wish to save Mrs. Jiazhong. However, in these times, filial piety reigned supreme. If she dared to refrain from pleading for Mrs. Jiazhong, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Jia Dongshu, at the height of his career, would certainly not desire a woman with a sullied name. Moreover, as a rural dweller, without Jia Dongshu, Qin Huairu would have no choice but to return to the countryside. She had no intention of going back. In the city, at least she could eat her fill, but in the countryside, people truly starved. Huairu, please rise. Rest assured about Dongshu. I have already entrusted someone to handle this matter. As long as Dongshu maintains that it was merely an accident, even the police will have no recourse, and he will ultimately be released. Furthermore, you just mentioned that inquiries have yielded no information. In such times, silence is indeed the best news, indicating that Dongshu is enduring. Do not fret. Tomorrow, I will visit the factory and request the director to issue a note to facilitate Dongshu's release. Once he is free, your grandmother will also be liberated. Yi Zhonghai was acutely aware that as long as Jia Dongshu remained steadfast in his denial, he could intervene to secure the release. Master Yi, I'm truly grateful to you this time. Once Dongshu is out, I will ensure he expresses his gratitude properly, Qin Huairu said, deeply moved. She knew that Yi Zhonghai would not neglect their plight. Old Yi, after work tonight, convened a meeting in the courtyard to discuss the matter of Qin Dong's arrest. Having assumed the role of acting steward, Yi Zhonghai found the greatest delight in Lu Haizhong, who deliberately caught up with him on the way to work to inform him about the meeting. This matter is for you to discuss with Third Master, Yi Zhonghai replied, his countenance darkening. Lu Haizhong was nothing short of foolish. Even as an interim steward, Yi Zhonghai still held the title of Master Yi. He had not fallen from grace. Yet Lu Haizhong sought to bypass him. There was no chance of that happening. Yi Zhonghai quickened his pace, shaking off Lu Haizhong, and headed to the director's office to find Director Yang. To save Jia Dongshu? Yi Zhonghai, are you attempting to lead me into error? Yang's expression soured. Jia Dongshu had offended Qin Dong. It was remarkable enough that he had refrained from taking advantage of Jia Dongshu's predicament. Did he truly expect him to intervene? Old fool, I've never encountered someone so greedy. Yi Zhonghai silently cursed but maintained a facade of respect. Director, Dongshu is young and impetuous. He jokes with his co-workers without restraint. However, he has been frightened this time. Please consider his status as a first-time offender and show him leniency. I will ensure he is properly supervised in the future, preventing any further mistakes. As he spoke, Yi Zhonghai discreetly slipped something into Yang Shengli's hand. Director, I ask for your assistance. The head of the family has stated that everyone makes mistakes. As long as one acknowledges their faults and seeks to amend them, we should extend opportunities, should we not? What kind of relationship do we have that necessitates this? Director Yang returned the gold piece. I am aware of the situation, and I shall send someone to the police station for further inquiry. Yang Xingli dismissed Yi Zhonghai. Upon returning to the workshop, Yi Zhonghai felt that matters were securely settled. He immediately began to create trouble for Qin Dong. Where has Director Zhang gone? I have no idea, replied the workers, their faces reflecting confusion. It is strange. He is usually punctual. Never mind. I can manage the duties of a junior mechanic myself. Yi Zhonghai commenced the allocation of tasks. With Jia Dongshu detained at the police station, their workshop lost a laborer, yet Yi Zhonghai deliberately assigned all of Jia Dongshu's tasks to Qin Dong. Where is Qin Dong? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Does he lack any sense of time? Yi Zhonghai seized the opportunity to criticize Qin Dong. Your grandfather has arrived. Qin Dong walked in, facing Yi Zhonghai directly. Yi Zhonghai, do you have business with my grandfather? The anger from Yi Zhonghai was palpable. Qin Dong, how do you speak? Do you understand what it means to respect your elders? You saunter around as if it were nothing. If everyone were as oblivious to time as you, will we ever accomplish our tasks in this workshop? Yi Zhonghai scolded Qin Dong with a stern expression, harboring intense resentment towards him. If it were not for Qin Dong, how could he have assumed the role of the temporary foreman? Moreover, how was Qin Dong released so swiftly after being detained? Nevertheless, Yi Zhonghai was ever astute, adept at employing grand rhetoric to rally others to his side for moral coercion. However, he was a clever individual who never acted in his own name, but rather sought to ensnare everyone in collective moral manipulation. Since you have been released, I shall find you a charge, and you can return once more. Yet this time, Yi Zhonghai miscalculated. The entire workshop gazed at Qin Dong with fervent admiration. What has come over you all? Such behavior warrants stern criticism and punishment. We must not encourage this improper atmosphere. Yi Zhonghai continued to incite the crowd's emotions. Yi Zhonghai, do not waste your efforts. Qin Dong was well aware of the reason. Just yesterday, his successful transformation of the lathe in the workshop was witnessed by all, although they had signed a confidentiality agreement preventing them from disclosing information. It did not hinder their awareness of his rise. If they could still be incited by Yi Zhonghai, they would truly be foolish. None of them were ignorant. Who could fail to see that your ostensible righteousness was merely a guise for personal vendetta? You believe yourself to be an exceptional mechanic, do you? Trying to undermine me? Come, I am here. Let us see you try. Despite the fact that he was indeed attempting to undermine Qin Dong, Yi Zhonghai would never admit it. Qin Dong, do not speak such nonsense here. Everyone knows what kind of person I, Yi Zhonghai, am, and I trust that none will fall for your tricks. Indeed, Qin Dong has genuinely changed. He used to be utterly silent. Was it the strike of a fiery staff that sparked enlightenment in Dongshu? Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. After all, he was a skilled 8th-level craftsman, a pillar of the factory. Engaging in a dispute with a mere first-level worker was a choice that any rational individual would recognize as one deserving of support. Master E, I believe Qin Dong has not erred, one voice chimed in. Indeed, Master E, your protection of your apprentice is hardly surprising during such a predicament, is it? Just moments ago, you intended to assign the tasks of both Qin Dong and Jia Dongshu solely to Qin Dong. Isn't that a blatant act of personal vendetta? The assembly in the workshop, though unaware of Zhang Hedong's recent capture, hesitated to confront Yi Zhonghai directly. However, expressing a few supportive words for Qin Dong to signify their stance seemed entirely acceptable. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. What stratagem had Qin Dong employed to garner such rapid support from the entire workshop within a single day? Something felt amiss. Surely, this must be related to Qin Dong's recent advancement examination, which the factory had taken seriously, dispatching numerous personnel for oversight. Yi Zhonghai, while you find time to meddle in my affairs, perhaps you ought to cleanse your own conscience first. Qin Dong chuckled, amused by the escalating fury that flooded his mind. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. The seemingly righteous Yi Zhonghai possessed such a narrow disposition. Yet, upon reflection, it was to be expected. Yi Zhonghai had always excelled at sowing discord and inciting division. Had he been of a more magnanimous nature, he would not have obstructed Shaju from acknowledging his own son. What are you saying? I fail to comprehend, Yi Zhonghai retorted. I, Yi Zhonghai, conduct myself with integrity. As a senior technician, my actions are solely for the benefit of the workshop. It is you, Qin Dong, who engages in malicious conjecture. Your behavior is profoundly disappointing. Yi Zhonghai feigned a look of deep sorrow, though unease brewed within him. The prolonged dispute left him wondering. Where was the rotund Zhang Hedong? Do you not understand? Qin Dong observed the approaching figures. Worry not, for you shall soon grasp the situation. What do you mean? Yi Zhonghai followed Qin Dong's gaze and was met with the sight of a fully armed Li Aiwu. Director Li, what brings you here? Yi Zhonghai imuted, eager to forge a connection with the head of security, although he had yet to find the opportune moment. Little did he expect that Li Aiwu would come to him unbidden. Yi Zhonghai, we are here to find you, Li Aiwu stated, devoid of any cordiality. Zhang Hadong from your workshop has already provided testimony regarding your clandestine obstruction of worker evaluations and the embezzlement of others' property. Please accompany us back to the security office for an investigation. Yi Zhonghai's mind reeled, as if struck by a great bell. No wonder Zhang Hadong had yet to appear. He had been apprehended by security personnel. Curse be it all. If they were to arrest him, why reveal my involvement? Director Li, there must be some mistake. You have the wrong person. Yi Zhonghai attempted to feign innocence. Yet, Li Aiwu offered him no opportunity to defend himself. Is there a misunderstanding? We shall find out after the investigation. Take him away. In the steel mill, the security department wields absolute authority. As his words echoed in the air, 2 security guards stepped forward, flanking Yi Zhonghai. Master Qin, we shall not intrude any longer. We will take our leave. Li Aiwu greeted Qin Dong and turned to exit the workshop. Section Chief Li, this is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. How could I possibly accept bribes? I, Yi Zhonghai, detest those with unscrupulous hands and would never jeopardize another's future or engage in deceit. Upon reaching the security department, Yi Zhonghai proclaimed his innocence. Yi Zhonghai, Zhang Hadong has divulged everything you have done. I advise you to abandon any notions of luck. Confession leads to leniency, while resistance leads to severity. Do you understand? Li Aiwu, a veteran from the battlefield, was adept in interrogation techniques. Without delay, he began to question Yi Zhonghai. Given that it was working hours, Li Aiwu and his team did not conceal their actions, and soon news of Yi Zhonghai's detainment spread rapidly. What? Yi Zhonghai has been taken by the security department? What crime has he committed? Lu Haizhong, upon hearing this news, was momentarily taken aback before hastily seeking information. It was said that he was unscrupulous. For 100 yuan, he would facilitate your passage through the assessment. Lu Haizhong's jaw dropped. He truly had not anticipated that Yi Zhonghai possessed such cunning. No wonder the couple pretended to be impoverished. Yet he had once witnessed them dining out, though he initially thought he had been mistaken. In retrospect, he realized he had not erred. Yi Zhonghai, who earned ill-gotten gains, dare not spend them, feigning poverty while secretly indulging in fine dining. This was indeed a prime opportunity to bring down Yi Zhonghai. Chapter 18, A Dog-Eat-Dog World. What does it have to do with me? Qin Dong. Section Chiefly. I am truly wronged. That Zhang Hadong is utterly despicable. You have no idea of the suffering I have endured at his hands over the years. Li Aiwu was relentless. With just a modicum of pressure, Yi Zhonghai crumbled. He immediately requested to see Li Aiwu and began to confess. Li Aiwu furrowed his brow but did not interrupt Yi Zhonghai's account. He merely gestured for his subordinates to take notes. What did he do? Zhang Hadong is a tyrant in the workshop. Leveraging his position as workshop director, he manages the entire evaluation process, engaging in unscrupulous behavior. Anyone he dislikes finds their attendance marked absent on the roster. As you know, we workers rely on this livelihood, and absences result in deductions from our pay. Out of fear, those whom he targets are compelled to submit and offer him bribes. As for me, although I'm a level 8 fitter, Zhang Hadong informed me that he has powerful connections. He instructed me to follow his lead. Whoever he deemed worthy would pass the evaluation. I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this matter, yet I had no choice. I have no children, and my spouse is ill, requiring constant medication. If I do not cooperate with Zhang Hadong, he threatens to kill my partner and me. What is the matter regarding the acceptance of workers' possessions? I am unaware of this. However, after each evaluation, Zhang Hadong would give me 50 cents. I surmise he must be collecting far more than just 50 cents. Moreover, I have not touched the money he gave me, as I recognize it to be ill-gotten gains, and I have concealed it all. Now that you have apprehended Zhang Hadong, I finally dare to reveal that money. Director Li, I willingly wish to surrender that money, and I kindly request your leniency regarding my ignorance of its origins. Yi Zhonghai decisively shifted all blame onto Zhang Hadong, as he had left no trace of his actions and feared no investigation. Upon learning this news, Zhang Hedong erupted with fury. Dam Yi Zongkai, you cannot trust him. We have all been deceived by him. He approached me, instructing me to collect items from people while he handled the evaluations for the entry-level technicians. Director Li, investigate him thoroughly. Zhang Hedong bellowed in outrage. Li Aiwu silenced him with a piece of cloth. Zhang Hedong, we will not take your word alone. Likewise, we will not take Yi Zhonghai's. We will conduct an investigation in the workshop. Once the results are in, we shall determine the verdict. Soon, under Zhang Hedong's confession, several workers from the first workshop were summoned to the security department for questioning. Are you saying Zhang Hedong offered you benefits to pass the evaluations? What is Yi Zhonghai's relationship with him? Master Yi is a level 8 machinist, and he maintains a casual relationship with Zhang Hedong, neither too close nor too distant. He is merely responsible for assessments, and we're to show our respect to Zhang Hedong. I am aware that Zhang Hedong has been apprehended by the security department for violations. The workers, who had previously suffered in silence, now spoke freely to the security department, pouring out their grievances. In no time, extensive accounts of Zhang Hedong's transgressions were documented. You proceed with the interrogation. I need to step out for a moment. Shortly thereafter, Li Aiwu sought out Qin Dong. Master Qin, are you busy? I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Not at all. Li Aiwu was currently investigating the matter of two so-called mice from their workshop. His visit likely pertained to this issue. The two retreated to a secluded area outside the workshop. Observing that no one was around, Li Aiwu lowered his voice. Master Qin, our security department has nearly completed its investigation. Qin Dong frowned slightly. Li Aiwu revealing details about the security department's case was certainly against protocol. Considering Li Aiwu's deliberate attempt to befriend him, Qin Dong pondered if something was amiss. Li Aiwu remained oblivious to Qin Dong's scrutinizing gaze, leaning in closer and lowering his voice even further. This matter is Zhang Hedong's doing. Do you think you need to add anything else? Indeed, though Li Aiwu had only spoken a couple of sentences, the implications within were substantial. Yi Zhonghai is of no concern. Zhang Hedong seems destined to play the fool, yet that is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point lies in Li Aiwu's insinuation that he could assist in framing Yi Zhonghai. This action undoubtedly constitutes a breach of regulations. Qin Dong's gaze wandered into the distance, seemingly lost in contemplation. Li Aiwu, in no rush, patiently awaited Qin Dong's decision, exhibiting no hint of urgency. Both were acutely aware that Li Aiwu was clandestinely divulging information, a fact they shared in silence. In the original narrative, Deputy Director Li had long coveted control over the security section. It was only after Liu Haizhong and Su Damao took up their posts that he finally managed to seize the reins of the security section. At present, however, the security section remains unassociated with Deputy Director Li. It wields considerable power, and within the ranks of the Red Star Steel Plant security section lies a weapons storage unit. Due to their unique position, they abstain from the overt and covert power struggles among the plant's leadership. Li Aiwu, notorious for his stir impartiality, raises the question, how could a truly incorruptible individual seek him out, unless Li Aiwu had already aligned himself with another party? This individual, intent on courting and simultaneously controlling him, must have prompted Li Aiwu's overtures. With various threads converging, the figure behind Li Aiwu emerges, Director Yang. He alone possesses the expertise regarding the lathe modifications and is most acquainted with his own affairs. Director Li, how does your security section's business pertain to our workshop? If you can ensure fairness for our workshop, we shall all be grateful. Though I harbor some animosity toward Yi Zhonghai, I am a person of principle. We shall proceed as we must. Now that Qin Dong comprehended Li Aiwu's intentions, he would not fall prey to the ruse. You can engage in your dog-eat-dog antics. It has no bearing on me, Qin Dong. Master Qin, this is a splendid opportunity, Li Aiwu remarked, somewhat taken aback. Despite presenting such an advantage, Qin Dong appeared ungrateful. Director Li, I appreciate the goodwill, but we cannot partake in wrongful deeds. I have my responsibilities and must take my leave. It was truly unexpected that Li Aiwu had already become a pawn of Director Yang. The depths of Yang Shengli-s unscrupulousness astonished him. Utilizing Yi Zhonghai as bait was particularly low. Should he acquiesce, Yi Zhonghai would indeed suffer, yet he too would fall under Yang Shengli's dominion. With evidence of his misconduct, he would forever remain entangled in Yang Shengli's grasp. Such a stratagem is indeed shrewd. It seems Yang Shengli's ambitions are quite formidable. Thus, it is imperative to devise some diversion for him to occupy his time. Chapter 19. A frenzied workshop. Yi Zhonghai's intention to report seizing the opportunity during a restroom break. Qin Dong made his way to the logistics department. After tossing a note onto Deputy Director Li's desk, he swiftly returned to the workshop. Upon his return to the office, Deputy Director Li discovered the note awaiting him. Is there a conflict between Yang Shengli and Yi Zhonghai? Grasping the note, Deputy Director Li fell into deep contemplation. Notice, all workers are requested to gather at the square for a company-wide meeting. The loudspeaker of the steel plant soon reverberated with the announcement. Why? At such an inopportune time, are we convening a company-wide meeting? Amidst a flurry of discussions, the crowd swiftly gathered in the square. Director Yang, along with 2 deputy directors and other responsible officials, had already taken their positions on the small stage. Once everyone had assembled, the presiding deputy director announced the commencement of the meeting and ceded the floor to Yang Shengli. The agenda for today consisted of several critical matters. Yang Shengli's demeanor was grave as he began. The first item on the agenda was to bring Zhang Hedong forward. Shortly thereafter, the security department escorted Zhang Hedong to the forefront. It was revealed that Zhang, a worker from the first workshop, had engaged in morally reprehensible behavior by accepting 800 yuan from his colleagues. Given that he had already squandered 300 yuan, the remaining 500 yuan would be returned to the affected workers in due course. Furthermore, due to the severity of his violations, it was decided that Zhang Hedong would be dismissed from the rolling mill and handed over to the police. No, I've been wronged. Zhang Hedong cried out in terror, his face a mask of fear. He insisted that it was Yi Zhonghai who had approached him and coerced him into such actions. Why should I be the one dismissed? However, his protests were silenced by cloth that had been stuffed in his mouth, rendering his words inaudible. Finally, Zhang Hedong can no longer harm others, a worker lamented. I only earn 22 yuan a month, and he extorted 800. It is truly despicable. I have a family of 6, and he forced me to give him 30 yuan. If I didn't T-pay, he threatened my evaluation. Such a villain should have been expelled from the rolling mill long ago. The workers from the first workshop were filled with righteous indignation. Please let us maintain some decorum. Director Yang interjected once more. Yi Zhonghai, an 8th-level fitter from the first workshop, will receive a formal reprimand for his infractions. A shudder coursed through Yi Zhonghai as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. In these times, one's record held immense weight. A reprimand would hinder any prospects for promotion, and even his aspirations to become an engineer would be thwarted. This single reprimand effectively barred him from any future advancement. Fortunately, he had managed to escape unscathed. His meticulousness in handling tasks had left no incriminating evidence against him in conjunction with Zhang Hedong's actions. Moreover, his voluntary return of the money had mitigated the consequences, resulting only in a reprimand rather than expulsion. Had he been less astute, he might have faced the same fate as Zhang. Deputy Director Li observed Zhang Hedong with wide eyes, his face contorted with rage. Upon recalling a certain mysterious note, he felt as if he had uncovered something significant. Once the 2 miscreants were led away, Director Yang's expression transformed, radiating joy. Comrades, I have good news to share with you all. With the approval of the higher authorities, the rolling mill will establish a special workshop, with Wang Yankai appointed as the overall leader and Li Damon from the first workshop overseeing specific operations. Workers in the special workshop will receive an additional subsidy of 5 yuan and 5 jin of grain tickets each month. We encourage everyone to enthusiastically apply to the special workshop. Additionally, it was announced that Qin Dong, a first-level fitter from the first workshop, had successfully passed the 6th-level fitter assessment through his own efforts. As a reward, the factory would grant him a bicycle ticket, calling upon everyone to emulate Comrade Qin Dong, strive to enhance their professional skills, and work diligently together, undeterred by difficulties. A 6th-level fitter? Qin Dong is truly impressive, in a remarkable leap of 5 levels. I have never encountered such astonishing news in my lifetime. A mere bicycle ticket, how delightful! Qin Dong has gained notoriety, reportedly as a favored disciple of Li Damon, which surely guarantees his ascent to the special workshop. The workers buzzed with speculation, entirely unaware that this special workshop was established solely due to Qin Dong's influence. In a bid to ensure a smooth promotion and to win over Qin Dong, Director Yang acted swiftly. A workshop was promptly designated as a special workshop, and the small office previously occupied by Zhang Hedong was repurposed. Director Yang even took the initiative to have personnel provide Qin Dong with office furniture and supplies. At that moment, Qin Dong was collaborating with Li Damon to select candidates. With hundreds of machines in a workshop, the sheer volume of work was overwhelming for one individual. He intended to handpick 20 young individuals, each possessing commendable skills and character, to form a renovation team. Before him lay a roster presented by the Human Resources Department. Selecting individuals was as simple as marking a check next to their names. He excluded anyone associated with Zhang Hedong and those close to Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu. As he marked his selections, Li Damon nodded in approval. The individuals Qin Dong chose were those he was familiar with, trustworthy in both ability and integrity. It appeared that while my disciple may not often showcase his talents, he truly possesses remarkable capabilities when it comes to executing tasks. Soon, 20 candidates were selected. Master, this should suffice, Qin Dong declared, establishing the first batch of the team. Whether to add more members would depend on future circumstances. Excellent. Let us now report our findings to Engineer Wang and Director Yang. As they exited the small office, they were immediately surrounded. Li Master, we're old acquaintances. You must secure a spot for me in this special workshop. Li Master, my family is struggling. My child is on the verge of starvation. Please allow me into the special workshop. The allure of a 5 yuan subsidy along with 5 pounds of grain tickets drove the workers into a frenzy. Engineer Wang, seldom seen by these individuals, found himself encircled as they sought to persuade Li Damon for favors. Workers from the first workshop approached Li Damon for backdoor assistance, while others from different workshops sought various means to gain entry into the special workshop. This was not merely about the scandals of Zhang Hedong and Yi Zhonghai failing to incite a significant reaction. Rather, it was Yang's promise to provide sustenance for an additional person that truly captured the hearts of the masses. Everyone, please remain calm. My master has assured me he will consider the workers from our workshop first. After all, we must not let good fortune flow to outsiders, right? Please allow some space as my master reports back, if you would. The true technical backbone was already established here. The others merely served to trial new equipment. As long as they met the standards of character and skill, it mattered little who was selected. How could a first-level fitter possibly pass a 6th-level assessment? Yi Zhonghai could scarcely believe such occurrences and resolved to report this to Yang Shengli. Just then, a worker came to inform him that someone was seeking him at the entrance, prompting him to step outside. Huiru, what brings you here? Is something amiss? Uncle Li, the police station has summoned me. I'm frightened to go alone. I implore you to accompany me. Qin Huiru pleaded pitifully. The police station's notice surely heralded no good news. She clung to Yi Zhonghai, urging him to bear the burden of responsibility. Qin Huiru's intentions were calculated. Yet Yi Zhonghai remained oblivious to the simple and unworldly nature of Qin Huiru's thoughts, still perceiving her as that Na'vi countrywoman. Very well, I shall first request a leave, he decided, temporarily repressing his inclination to report the matter. He returned home, took a leave, and promptly headed to the police station with Qin Huiru. Chapter 20. Is a simple bow sufficient to resolve this? How naive. After work, Qin Dong took Guo out for a meal at Dongshan Lai. The warmth of the food filled him with comfort. Daddy, I adore you so much, Guo exclaimed. The meat is simply delightful. The little girl, having overeaten, nestled in Qin Dong's embrace, playfully demanding to be held. Concerned about her discomfort, Qin Dong gently massaged her belly. Upon leaving Dongshan Lai, he deliberately took the little girl on an extensive stroll to aid her digestion. By the time they returned to the courtyard, dusk was approaching. As they entered the central courtyard, they were met with a throng of people. Qin Dong has returned. Lu Haizhong's impatience was palpable. As it was his first time presiding over a full courtyard meeting, Qin Dong's tardiness felt like a slight against him. What's going on here? Over here, Dongzi, someone called out to Qin Dong, who promptly made his way over. Aunt Wang, what commotion is this? Aunt Wang's husband had been recruited during the steel factory's expansion, with no accommodation provided by the street office. They had taken one of the inverted roof houses in the front courtyard. Despite the unusual living conditions, Aunt Wang had cheerfully made the space her own, even carving a window into the wall to move in. In the context of the courtyard gatherings, she was often just a background character, yet in real life, she exuded warmth and enthusiasm, unlike some of their unscrupulous neighbors who sought to take advantage of others. Moreover, upon learning that Qin Dong had entered a specialized workshop, her enthusiasm for him grew even stronger. "This is for you," Aunt Wang whispered, leaning in closer to Qin Dong. "The matter concerning the Jia family is awaiting your attention." The Jia family? Yi Zhonghai had a particular fondness for Jia Dongxiu. Today, he had just received a reprimand, and before the dust had settled, he was expected to assist Jia Dongxiu. Let us all settle down. Today's meeting revolves around two main issues. The first concerns the Jia family. Originally, Liu Haizhong intended to address the matter of Qin Dong's arrest, but given that Qin Dong had recently received an accolade and advanced to a level 6 fitter, that issue would likely be swept under the rug. Conveniently, Yi Zhonghai announced that the Jia family sought reconciliation with the Qin family, which Liu Haizhong readily approved for discussion. Let us allow the representative, Uncle Yi, to speak. Liu Haizhong deliberately prefixed representative to Yi's title, causing Yi Zhonghai's heart to tighten in irritation, though he maintained a composed exterior. In truth, there is nothing of great concern. The police station summoned the family today, and I accompanied Qin Huairu there. It has been confirmed that this situation is merely a misunderstanding. Qin Dong, do not dwell too heavily on this. Today, at the assembly of our institution, we have gathered to address this matter openly. Dong Su, in his jest, overstepped the bounds of propriety. Fortunately, you are unharmed, thus averting a potential disaster. In Dong Su's absence, we propose that Huairu and the children extend their apologies to you, allowing this incident to pass without further consequence. Yi Zhonghai chuckled amiably. The expectant Huairu approached Qin Dong, accompanied by Bang Gung and Xiao Dang, cradling Guogua in his arms. "Qin Dong, the Jia family owes you an apology. Given my condition, I shall have Bang Gung and Xiao Dang bow in their father's stead. Please, be magnanimous and do not hold this against us. Bang Gen, Xiao Zhang. Quickly, bow to your Uncle Dong in apology." Huairu was adept at maintaining appearances, yet Bang Gung was reluctant. However, under Huairu's insistence, he knelt. "I have bowed. I'm no longer involved in this affair." He rose and reached for Huairu. "Mom, where's my candy?" "You little rascal." Huairu laughed, ruffling Bang Gung's hair as she produced 2 pieces of candy. "All right, go along with Xiao Dang and enjoy them." Bang Gung took the candy and moved aside with Xiao Dang. The other children in the courtyard gazed enviously at the sweets in Bang Gung's hands, and Guogua stared intently as well. Although she had indulged in plenty of meat earlier, the allure of sweet candy was irresistible. Qin Dong noticed Guogwa's longing gaze. "My dear, do you wish for candy?" "No, not at all." Guogwa quickly shook her head, yet her eyes remained fixated on the candy. Her father had already spent a considerable amount on meat. She couldn't bear to ask him to buy candy as well. Qin Dong affectionately patted Guogwa's little head. "If you desire it, then have it. Our daughter must not merely envy others." "No," Guogwa protested. "Candy is incredibly expensive. Fear not. Allow me to perform a little magic for you." Qin Dong reached into his pocket, and when he withdrew his hand, 3 large white rabbit candies rested in his palm. "Wow, candy!" The little girl's eyes sparkled with delight. "Here, enjoy." Qin Dong presented the candy to his daughter, understanding and thoughtful. Guogwa felt that her father would not be stingy. What others possess, we must have too. We cannot allow our daughter to envy others. "Thank you, Daddy." Guogwa beamed, unwrapping the candy. From Guogwa's joy, a score of 50. From her affection, 100. From Dongzi, a testament to being a devoted father. Huairu smiled outwardly, yet inwardly she felt disdain. She had heard of Qin Dong's entry into a specialized workshop, resulting in increased income and provisions each month. But what of it? He squandered money extravagantly, even purchasing white rabbit candies. What need had a little girl for such luxuries? It was an utter waste of resources. I always said Dong Zi was a good man. Now, everyone must believe it. Huairu continued, Dong Zi, I have another request. Since our families have reconciled, could you draft a letter of understanding? To convey her familiarity, Huairu even nudged Qin Dong with her elbow, but he deftly sidestepped. Huairu, have you misunderstood? Who has reconciled with your family? As Qin Huairu bowed her head, she was momentarily taken aback. Did Qin Dong intend to shirk responsibility? He had wronged my daughter, and that was indeed his obligation. Jia Dongshu smashed my head, leaving me to languish alone on the Kong, awaiting death. What did you all do? Not a single soul in the courtyard offered assistance, and you even pressured my daughter to leave the courtyard. If it weren't for my fortunate recovery, Guobo would have been cast out onto the streets. She is merely 4 years old. How could you be so callous as to disregard her well-being and still expect me to reconcile with you? Moreover, who said that bowing one's head equates to reconciliation? If I were to take Jia Dongshu's life and then have my daughter bow to you, would that suffice for peace? How could that be acceptable? Qin Huairu grew anxious. Oh, so it is permissible for him to take my life, but not for me to end Jia Dongshu's? Qin Huairu, can you not exhibit a shred of dignity? The gazes of the onlookers shifted in disbelief towards Qin Huairu. How can this be? Is your Dongshu human while Qin Dong is not? Observing the unfolding situation, Qin Huairu thought to herself that Qin Dong was incredibly shameless. Only after my son had bowed his head did you deem it unacceptable. Will my sons bow in vain? Chapter 21. Unmasking the hypocrite, Qin Dong's bold demands under the halo of Qin Huairu's dominance. The residents of the courtyard became unable to distinguish right from wrong. But Qin Dong was not among them. Qin Huairu, do not feign pity with me. Your hardships stem from Jia Dongshu's actions. However, the misfortunes my family endures are a result of your family's deeds. You may deceive the authorities, but do not think you can deceive me. You wish for me to issue a letter of understanding? Dream on. According to my wishes, I would directly send Jia Dongshu to consume peanuts. Anyone who dares to assist Qin Huairu in her plea must first ensure Jia Dongshu receives a blow to the head before we continue our conversation. Silence enveloped the courtyard. The head is the most vital area. One cannot be certain of surviving a blow as Qin Dong did. We are merely neighbors. How can anyone risk their own life to aid the Jia family? Thus, despite Qin Huairu's continued pitiable weeping, the sympathy had dissipated. Qin Dong was right. Such a grave matter could not simply be resolved with a bow of apology. The Jia family, unwilling to accept their own punishment, only sought to inflict harm on others. How could that be fair? Yi Zhonghai, irked by Qin Dong's relentless stance, recognized the unfavorable situation for the Jia family, yet he could not remain passive. Dongzi, calm down. We are all neighbors in this courtyard. There is no need for this to escalate into a life-or-death struggle. Qin Huairu, your family has erred and must provide compensation. It cannot simply be brushed aside with a light remark. How about this? Your family compensates Dongzi with 100 yuan, and Dongzi, you should also show some leniency. Let's all take a step back and allow for a broader perspective, shall we? Yi Zhonghai attempted to mediate. Qin Dong, however, was unyielding. Were you, Yi Zhonghai, to speak to me? If it were not for your actions that jeopardized my advancement, would my wife have left me? You robbed her of hope for life, resulting in her departure from our father-daughter bond, and you caused my daughter to lose her mother at such a tender age. In such a situation, how dare you suggest that I take a step back? The ire from Yi Zhonghai surged to 500, while Qin Huairu was left in shock at 300. Qin Dong glanced at the scene, contemplating that Yi Zhonghai's temperament was indeed quite lacking. He had not yet fully unmasked Yi Zhonghai, yet he was already on the verge of collapse. One could only imagine how he would react once all the facades were stripped away. The onlookers in the courtyard stared at Qin Dong with astonishment. Though Qin Dong was not being rational today, upon reflection, his words bore a semblance of truth. In fact, one could argue that Qin Dong's plight was exceedingly tragic. After all, while he had merely faced a reprimand, Qin Dong had lost his wife, was burdened with work, and had to care for his child alone. Truly a lamentable situation. The fishing boat crew had unequivocally aligned with Qin Dong. Observing Yi Zhonghai's ashen visage, Liu Haizhong felt an inexplicable sense of delight. Yi Zhonghai had lost all face. One could only wonder how he would contend with Qin Dong in the future. Oldie, Your actions for your apprentice are rather unscrupulous. Qin Dong, do not let anger consume you. You have a daughter to consider. How about I act as a witness and suggest that the Jia family compensate you with 500 yuan, and in return, you would write a letter of understanding. Lu Haizhong was clearly leaning in favor of the Jia family. Jia Dongshu often dismissed him, so he sought to extract a price from them. Indeed, Qin Dong, I concur with the second master. We are all part of the same courtyard, and we cannot simply watch them face imprisonment, as it would tarnish our community's reputation for excellence. Wouldn't it? Yin Bugue echoed in agreement from the side. Impossible. You expect me to write a letter of understanding for 500 yuan? Unless you can offer 1,000. This matter is off the table. 1,000? Good heavens. Qin Dong was even more ruthless than Lu Haizhong. If 500 extracted flesh from the Jia family, what would 1,000 demand? Besides, does the Jia family even possess such wealth? 1,000? Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu's expression shifted, her eyes blazing with anger as she glared at Qin Dong. Qin Dong, you are extorting us. It seems you have no intention of negotiating this matter. Do you think I'm willing to write a letter of understanding? Qin Dong cast a cold glance at Qin Huairu. It is you who came pleading for understanding. Should you choose not to negotiate, I shall not insist. Qin Dong appeared utterly indifferent. However, Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu could not afford to be apathetic, although he had already leveraged some connections. As long as they secured the letter of understanding and paid a bit more, they could release Jia Dongshu. Yet, without Qin Dong's cooperation, those connections would be meaningless, and Jia Dongshu would face imprisonment. After all, who would hire a man with a criminal record? Yi Zhonghai subtly signaled to Qin Huairu to acquiesce first. All right, Dongzi, I agree to your terms. However, our family cannot provide such a sum. You must first write the letter of understanding, and once Dongshu is released, I will have him borrow the money. Qin Huairu calculated that once Qin Dong penned the letter, she could later deny any agreement. Qin Huairu, do you take me for a fool? If you lack the funds, go borrow some. If you cannot secure a loan, does your family not own a house? You can put it up as collateral. I would not mind. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu realized that Qin Dong was indeed after their property. Old Master Jia is quite capable, having managed to secure the house under their name through sheer hard work. This residence belongs to their family, and there is no way they could possibly hand it over to Qin Dong. They haven't managed to covet anyone else's property, yet they risk losing their own. If this news were spread, it would undoubtedly provoke laughter. That simply cannot be, as we have but one room. If we give it to you, where will our family reside? You will have to borrow. How you acquire the funds is of no concern to me, but upon receiving the money, I will write a letter of understanding. Very well, you may deliberate at your leisure. Gua needs to sleep, so I shall take my leave now. One room is hardly worth 1,000 yuan. If Qin Huairu could also procure Yi Zhonghai's house, they would suddenly possess 3 rooms, which would indeed be delightful. As Qin Dong was about to depart with Gua in his arms, he was intercepted by Lu Haizhong. Is there something else? Lu Haizhong was quite displeased with Qin Dong's demeanor. However, considering the need for cooperation in the future, he chose to overlook it. Qin Dong, the factory is establishing a special workshop. Our courtyard is primarily comprised of steel mill workers. You need to inform your master to allocate 1 entry slot to the special workshop for each household. There are only about 20 families in total, so you must prioritize this and expedite the arrangements for everyone. Although it was said to be 20 families, not all of them work in the workshop. For instance, Yin Bugue is a teacher at the factory's Hongxing Primary School. Although he is part of the steel mill, he does not belong to the workshop. Si Miladi Su Damao. The projectionist is a civil servant under the publicity department and cannot enter the special workshop either. I have no time, Qin Dong coldly retorted. Lu Haizhong's expectations were truly unrealistic. How could he possibly want such individuals in his ranks? What do you mean you have no time? Lu Haizhong could not restrain his anger. How could such a trivial matter warrant a lack of time? He was now the undisputed second master of the courtyard, and even Yi Zhonghai had to sit and listen to his words. You, Qin Dong, a mere youth, dare to show me disrespect. Who gives you the audacity? Second master. When I say I have no time, it is merely to spare you some dignity, since you refuse to accept this courtesy. I shall speak plainly. Who do you think you are, Liu Haizhong? What gives you the right to command me? Chapter 22. Liu Haizhong's dream of grandeur shattered. Yi Zhonghai becomes a victim of exploitation. Bang! Liu Haizhong slammed his palm onto the old square table, causing the cups upon it to leap into the air. Yin Bugui quickly cradled the porcelain cup, fearing that this coarse man might send it crashing to the ground. Qin Dong! Liu Haizhong shouted, extending his neck in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not recognize my authority as the one in charge? Among the crowd, Lu Guangtian, accompanied by his brother Lu Guangfu, spoke proudly to those around them. Look, my father is asserting his power. He is truly formidable. He declared that he is now the first master of the courtyard. And as his sons, we too shall command respect from everyone here. Just imagining that glorious scene filled Lu Guangtian with exhilaration. What authority do you possess, you so-called master? Qin Dong scoffed coldly. I find myself lying at home, my head shattered by Jia Dongxiu, awaiting my demise. As a neighbor residing in the same courtyard, you, the overseer, have finally chosen to intervene? Back then, when everyone in the courtyard stepped forward, you were nowhere to be found. What is this? Now you suddenly remember your role as the overseer? Don't even attempt to claim ignorance regarding this matter. If you truly were unaware, how then did you assist the Jia family in driving my daughter away? You heartless creatures who disregarded my parents' lives and deaths now dare to seek my assistance? I can only remark on your vanity, Liu Haizhong, for your appearance is unremarkable, yet your aspirations are grand. Liu Haizhong fancies himself above others, yet he fails to grasp the reality of his situation. Such individuals require a firm reprimand to recognize their place. You, Liu Haizhong, have been stammering for ages, your face flushed, yet you have not uttered a single coherent sentence. Second uncle, what is the matter? Did you not promise to resolve our access to the special workshop? It was you who assured me I could enter, which is why I supported your call for a general meeting in the courtyard. Now, what do we have here? With your current demeanor, do you expect me to endorse your ascension to first uncle? You are nothing but a charlatan. The crowd in the courtyard seethed with anger. Liu Haizhong had guaranteed them entry into the special workshop, yet Qin Dong had never acquiesced to his claims. Instead, he paraded around, pretending to be important. Faced with the collective ire of the courtyard, Liu Haizhong began to panic. Everyone, please remain calm and allow me to explain. I will find a solution, he stammered. A solution? What kind of solution? They questioned. He had failed to fulfill a straightforward task, yet had the audacity to boast. At this point, no one believed him any longer, and they surrounded him, demanding answers. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Initially believing he had lost the support of the people and had no hope left, he was astonished to find Liu Haizhong had alienated the entire courtyard. Truly, a worthless individual. If he cannot manage this, how does he expect to control the entire courtyard? Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me, Yi Zhonghai began. He intended to employ his familiar method of moral coercion to rally the courtyard around him. As long as the hearts of the people remained with him, Yi Zhonghai would be the eternal first uncle of the courtyard. Even if Qin Dong were formidable, he would be compelled to comply. Despite Yi Zhonghai's recent misstep, he had long cultivated his influence in the courtyard, and upon hearing his voice, the crowd instinctively fell silent, eager to hear what he had to say. At that moment, however, Qin Dong stepped forward. Esteemed residents, I understand your sentiments. I, too, am a part of this courtyard, and I am well aware of the principle that those closest to the water receive the first benefits. As Qin Dong spoke, the crowd began to distance themselves from Liu Haizhong and Yi Zhonghai, expressing their trust in him. Dongzi, we knew you were a person of integrity, they affirmed. Dongzi is a person of principle, one who understands the importance of empathy and would never abandon us in our time of need. Watching Qin Dong being encircled, Yi Zhonghai's eyes blazed with fury. This wretched man chose to speak at this very moment, deliberately undermining him. Qin Dong ignored Yi Zhonghai's fiery gaze. The old fox was merely attempting to manipulate the courtyard through self-serving interests, employing moral coercion to force him into submission. Am I to provide you with an opportunity? Qin Dong pressed his hands downwards, signaling for silence. The crowd immediately fell quiet, their eyes fixed upon him. Witnessing this scene, Liu Haizhong felt a surge of anger. How could these ingrates forget that he was the one in charge here? Yi Zhonghai narrowed his eyes. It seemed Qin Dong truly possessed some skill. He realized he had underestimated him in the past. I understand everyone's feelings, Qin Dong began, and you all know what kind of person I am. Here, I wish to speak a few heartfelt words. As you are aware, the factory places great importance on the special workshop, which is why such favorable conditions were offered. This time, Engineer Wang explicitly stated that no connections would matter. Therefore, I believe it would be wiser for all of you to focus on applying honestly rather than relying on dubious relationships. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits sank. Dongzi, is there really no way? Someone asked, still clinging to hope. Qin Dong shook his head. Perhaps you should ask Engineer Wang yourself. He is notoriously impartial, even disregarding the factory director's authority, let alone us workers. After deflecting the matter onto the unfortunate Engineer Wang, Qin Dong beckoned to a few children playing nearby. Gulwa, come here. The little girl with her short legs scampered over, exclaiming, Daddy, you were amazing just now. She had been clapping her hands during Qin Dong's speech, her small fingers sticky with candy. Now, she tugged at Qin Dong's pant leg, attempting to climb up. Amused, yet exasperated, Qin Dong lifted her into his arms, realizing he would have to do laundry again that night. Hey, don't leave yet. I Haven Tea called for the meeting to adjourn, Lu Haizhong interjected. Seeing the crowd dispersing behind Qin Dong, what is the point of continuing this meeting? It's pointless. You're delusional if you think you can act like a big shot. We'd rather support Dongzi than you. This accursed Qin Dong. He has ruined my plans. Just wait. I will make you regret this. Though Lu Haizhong harbored deep resentment towards Qin Dong, he forced a facade of dignity. Ahem, since that's the case, let us end the meeting for now and discuss it another day. With a darkened expression, he clutched his water cup and departed. Lu Guangtian hurriedly took Lu Guangfu with him, fearing their father's foul mood might lead to punishment. They needed to return to work quickly. I'll head back too. I have class tomorrow, Yin Bugui remarked, cradling his water cup as he returned to the front courtyard, admonishing his family to be cautious and avoid provoking Qin Dong. Both Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong had suffered significant setbacks. He, the third master, needed to tread carefully. Old Yin, do you really think the Jia family will give Qin Dong 1,000 yuan? Third aunt inquired excitedly, analyzing the situation with Yin Bugui. The Jia family doesn't have that much money. Even if the Jia family lacks funds, what about old Yi? 1,000 yuan is a considerable sum. No matter how biased Yi Zhonghai is towards the Jia family, would he really part with that much? Third aunt's face reflected disbelief. Although Yi Zhonghai earned a high wage, he wasn't foolish enough to play the fool. You don't understand, just wait and see. Yi Zhonghai intends to have Jia Dongshu support him in his old age. He has always favored the Jia family. This moment presents an opportune occasion for him to win the favor of the Jia family, and Yi Zhonghai is certain to offer assistance. In the central courtyard, Shaju has returned to family's square table. With only himself and Yi Zhonghai remaining, Qin Huairu began to weep. Elder Yi, what shall we do? 1,000 yuan. Qin Dong intends to drive our family to despair. Elder Yi, you are our steadfast support. Please devise a solution for us. Chapter 23. Qin Huairu signs the mortgage. The Jia family's house changes ownership. Aware of Yi Zhonghai's concern for his old age, Qin Huairu directly leveraged the idea of providing for him in his twilight years through Jia Dongshu. Yi Zhonghai's fate was now in her hands, leaving him with no recourse. Huairu, you are aware of my family's circumstances. Let me discuss this matter with Aunt Yi and see how we can proceed. Yi Zhonghai, though affluent, was reluctant to part with his money so easily. Upon returning home, he broached the subject with Aunt Yi. Although Qin Dong is troublesome, he speaks the truth. I intend to have them use their house as collateral. Aunt Yi was taken aback. Old Yi, do you not think this approach may be inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? I am putting forth a substantial sum. What if they later turn against us? Besides, if it were not for Dongshu pleading with me to find them a place to live, would I have resorted to such measures? Since we have already saved that money, let us use their house as collateral. If Dongshu later refuses to support us, we shall reclaim that house and leave them on the streets. Aunt Yi harbored reservations about this course of action. If Dongshu learns of this, will he not become estranged from us? That is an unavoidable circumstance. I've already been reprimanded at work. My aspirations for advancement are dashed. I can only support Dongxiu if I do not keep him under control now. What will happen if he changes his mind later? Yi Zhonghai was always inclined toward stability in his dealings. He believed in firmly holding onto people and matters. Today, his reputation had suffered. Both at the factory and in the courtyard, he was no longer as esteemed as before. It was imperative to maintain a firm grip on Jia Dongxiu during this period. Although Aunt Yi opposed the decision, Yi Zhonghai's determination left her with no recourse but to visit the Jia family. When Qin Huairu learned of Aunt Yi's intentions, she was taken aback. She had assumed that by feigning poverty and offering flattering words, she could persuade Yi Zhonghai to part with his money. However, she was unprepared for their shift in focus to the house. Rest assured, Aunt Yi, this was indeed our obligation. However, you know our family situation is far from favorable. You need not worry. This is merely a formality, and your family will continue to reside here as before. Then I must thank you, Auntie. I will sign the mortgage. Qin Huairu was cunning. What did it matter if she signed the mortgage? When the time came, she could easily claim that the house was not hers. Jia Dongxiu could very well refuse to acknowledge any debt. Very well, I shall have old Yin draft the mortgage. After being coerced into playing the villain, Annie exited. Qin Huairu's expression darkened. Was Yi's family truly unwilling to help if the house was not obtained? Mother, has that old witch bullied you? I will confront her. After finishing his sweets, Bang Gung returned home and noticed that Qin Huairu's expression was troubled. He was about to confront Idama about it. Bang Gung, be good. Mommy is fine, Qin Huairu said, embracing her son, tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks. Truly, he was her wonderful son. At merely 7 years old, he already knew to protect her. You say you're fine, yet you're crying. She must have bullied you. Bang Gung struggled to seek retribution from Idama, but Qin Huairu dared not let him cause a scene. After all, Jia Dongxiu needed to rely on Yi Zhonghai for money to be released. It's not about me. Don't worry, darling. Mommy is an adult and one to be bullied. Now, hurry off to sleep. After tidying up Bang Gung and Xiao Dang, and ensuring the siblings were settled for the night, Qin Huairu made her way to Yi Zhonghai's residence. Uncle Yi, here is the letter of understanding you requested. Please review it carefully. Yin Bugue handed over the mortgage document, silently noting how Yi Zhonghai had quite the knack for maneuvering situations. Even he had not anticipated this tactic. The Jia family would undoubtedly be displeased with this arrangement. Despite Yi Zhonghai's assistance in securing someone's release, the signature belonged to Qin Huairu. Would Jia Dongxiu agree? And Jia Zhongshu was not one to be easily trifled with. Who knew what turmoil could arise from this revelation? Nevertheless, these matters were of no concern to him. He was merely acting as an intermediary today. Moreover, for his services, he collected a mere 1 yuan for the 2 mortgage documents, sufficient for his family to enjoy a few days of decent meals. Yi Zhonghai received the mortgage document and signed his name, while Qin Huairu, unable to write, pressed her thumbprint onto the paper. Very well, the matter is settled. I shall take my leave. Yin Bugue swiftly departed. Yi Zhonghai kept 1 copy of the mortgage and handed the other, along with the money, to Qin Huairu. She expressed her gratitude and then knocked on Qin Dong's door. Qin Dong, here is the money you requested. The funds have been provided. Now please give me the letter of understanding promptly. Qin Dong glanced at Qin Huairu's belly and nodded. It seemed Yi Zhonghai's resources were indeed substantial. That 1,000 yuan was hardly significant. However, that was just the beginning. A dull knife cuts deeper. They aimed to ruin the Qin family. How could they not experience the same suffering? Soon, a well-prepared letter of understanding was handed to Qin Huairu. With this document in hand, she sought out Yi Zhonghai. The officers at the police station did not recognize her, so she would need Yi Zhonghai to intervene. Early the next day, after entrusting the 2 children to Idama's care, Qin Huairu accompanied Yi Zhonghai to the police station. Since Yi Zhonghai had to return to work, he handed the letter of understanding to a police officer and hurriedly departed. After a considerable wait, Qin Huairu finally saw Jia Dongxiu being released. Dongxiu, you're finally out. Tears cascaded down Qin Huairu's face. Why are you alone? Jia Dongxiu cast a discontent glance at her. Where's Uncle Yi? Uncle Yi. Qin Huairu wept as she recounted the situation to Jia Dongxiu. What? Uncle Lee expects us to mortgage our house to him? Jia Dongshu's expression was one of disbelief. Qin Huairu, are you deceiving me? Yi Zhonghai is indeed his mentor, treating him with such kindness. How could he possibly want their house? Dongshu, how could I deceive you? This matter was directly conveyed to me by Aunt E. The mortgage document was drafted by Uncle San. This copy is ours. They possess another. Qin Huairu displayed the mortgage document to Jia Dongshu. Yi Zhonghai, that hypocrite. Jia Dongshu's expression darkened. The Jia family was once impoverished. It was his father who toiled from dawn till dusk, ultimately securing a modest home for the family. He used to show concern for him, but it turns out his heart is so callous, even deceiving them out of their house. Although they are allowed to continue residing there, how could it be the same? If one day he falls out with Yi Zhonghai, and Yi Zhonghai orders him to leave, he will be left homeless. Oh dear, why are you all still sitting there? Hurry, come help me. Jia Zhangshi emerged, leaning against the wall for support. After the shock she endured these past few days, she had visibly lost weight, and her legs felt weak, making it hard for her to walk steadily. Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu supported her on either side. Chapter 24. The foolish pillar provokes public wrath. Qin Huairu's child is not Jia Dongshu's today. Qin Dong commenced instructing Li Damon and 20 workers on the transformation of lathes. During lunch, he seized the opportunity to purchase a 28-inch Phoenix bicycle at the department store. After hastily stamping the steel seal and consuming a quick meal, he rode back to the steel rolling mill on his new bicycle. The day's labor passed swiftly until the closing bell rang. Only then did Qin Dong hurriedly remove his sleeve protectors, preparing to fetch Guogua. Dongzi, you cannot continue like this. Li Damon exited the workshop alongside Qin Dong. As a grown man, managing both work and childcare is untenable. A man must find a woman to assist in such matters. You are now a level 6 fitter. Why not speak with Guogua's mother to see if reconciliation is possible? After all, she should return to care for their daughter. In Li Damon's view, Qin Dong's status had risen significantly, making Dongmei somewhat unworthy of him. However, she is still Guogua's biological mother and would likely care for their daughter. Understood, master. I've been busy lately, but I shall find time in the coming days to discuss matters with Dongmei. The idea of reconciliation had not crossed Qin Dong's mind. He merely sought to validate the claims of the deaf old woman. Yet Li Damon clearly assumed Qin Dong was contemplating reconciling, which pleased him greatly. That's the spirit. If you need anything, do let me know. Although I am not well versed in these matters, I can have your master's wife offer some counsel. After leaving the workshop, Qin Dong went to retrieve his bicycle. In these times, owning a bicycle is a rarity. Possessing one is akin to owning a luxury car in modern times. Along the way, everyone cast envious glances at Qin Dong. He is the genius fitter from the workshop, having ascended from level 1 to level 6. That bicycle was a reward from the factory. Indeed, it is a splendid new ride. Indeed, a bicycle costs over 100 yuan. He simply bought one without hesitation. Qin Dong's circumstances are truly remarkable. It is said he is now raising his daughter alone, and his wife will not enjoy any comforts. Such a person is separated. Is that not so? One cannot help but wonder which fortunate family has the privilege of welcoming into their fold such a promising individual. At the tender age of 24, a skilled mechanic, he has been appointed as the assistant to the head of a specialized workshop. It is evident to even the most unobservant that Qin Dong possesses a bright future ahead. Consequently, accolades for Qin Dong pour in from all directions, with some even contemplating introducing him to potential partners. Amidst this crowd, Shaju feels a deep sense of annoyance. Today, Jia Dongshu has returned to the courtyard, and he can no longer approach Sister Qin. Hearing the praises for Qin Dong, he cannot help but roll his eyes in disbelief. How can you all be so blind? Qin Dong is as poor as a church mouse. What merits can he possibly have? That money he possesses was extorted from the Jia family. He is utterly unscrupulous. Moreover, a bicycle costs merely 100 yuan. What is there to be so enamored with? He may have money, but he simply cannot obtain tickets. Shaju, how can you speak such nonsense? How has Master Qin extorted anyone? Jia Dongshu nearly lost his life at the hands of Master Qin, and now that he faces arrest, he is begging for 1,000 yuan compensation, desperate to avoid imprisonment. They voluntarily offer the compensation. Why should they refuse? Furthermore, Master Qin is exceptionally intelligent. Had it not been for Jia Dongshu's interference, he might have soared to greater heights. Compensating him with a mere 1,000 yuan is already a tremendous windfall for him. The individuals from the specialized workshop could no longer bear to hear Xia Zhu's disparagement. They were well aware that Qin Dong was the one who had transformed the lathe, and they recalled how he had selflessly imparted technical knowledge to them that very day. They held him in both esteem and gratitude, although bound by confidentiality agreements. They were fully cognizant of the situation between Qin Dong and the Jia family. Thus, they could not allow Xia Zhu to tarnish Qin Dong's reputation and promptly retorted against him. Faced with the collective ire of the crowd, Xia Zhu realized he had provoked too many people and, with no retort to offer, could only retreat in disgrace. In an era devoid of advanced communication tools, each individual served as a conduit of information. When news reached Yi Zhonghai's ears, it had morphed into the narrative that the Jia family had compensated Qin Dong with 10,000 yuan, with Yi Zhonghai fronting the payment. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai was utterly stunned. Such a sum was beyond his means. Even Director Yang could not afford it. Hastily, he sought out Director Yang to explain the situation. Dongshu has sincerely recognized his errors and wishes to amend his ways. He has come to me for guidance. Having worked for most of my life without children, this apprentice is all I have. I cannot turn a blind eye to his plight. Yet, I am also aware that this incident has inflicted significant harm upon Qin Dong. So I will lend money to the Jia family for their compensation to him. Although it is not 10,000, the 1,000 yuan has nearly depleted my savings accumulated over the years. Emerging from the office of the steel rolling mill, Yi Zhonghai realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. It was indeed a close call. He had narrowly escaped the jaws of malicious gossip. In the courtyard, as Jia Zhangshi entered, she immediately unleashed a torrent of scorn directed at the Qin family. The residents scattered, fearful of becoming collateral damage. For Jia Zhangshi was notorious for her temper and lack of reason. "Mother, please stop cursing. Let us return home," Jia Dongshu said, his expression darkening. The 1,000 yuan given to Qin Dong did not evoke any emotional response from him. After all, it was not his money. The true predicament lies in the fact that one's own house has fallen into the hands of Yi Zhonghai. What? How shameless can he be to take advantage of the situation? Upon hearing that their home was lost, Jia Zhangshi was incensed and immediately sought to confront Idama. Wang Tsuwa, that wicked creature, it is no wonder she bore no sons to carry on the family line. Her misdeeds know no bounds. I shall demand the house back from her at once. "Mother, you must not go," Qin Huairu interjected. Jia Zhangshi, consumed by rage, swung her hand forcefully. "You useless wretch. How dare you speak? You can't even protect a house. What good are you to the Jia family?" Her face was a mask of fury, as if she could devour Qin Huairu whole. Terrified, Qin Huairu recoiled a couple steps. "Dongshu, I had no choice. What could a single woman like me do to secure your release?" She wept pitifully. Seeing her distress softened Jia Dongshu's heart. "Mother, let it be. I don't think she meant any harm." "What do you mean she didn't mean it? I believe she did it on purpose." Jia Zhangshi could not abide Qin Huairu's delicate demeanor, especially now that Jia Dongshu was defending her. Her anger boiled over as she began to sow discord. "So, did Qin Dong extort money from her? Is she in collusion with that scoundrel? Did she deliberately bring him money?" "No, I did not." Qin Huairu was terrified and hastily defended herself. Jia Dongshu was of a volatile temperament, and he often heeded his mother's words. If she perceived any wrongdoing on Qin Huairu's part, she would incite Jia Dongshu to strike her. Qin Huairu had become fearful of being beaten. "If you are innocent, why do you appear so guilty?" Jia Zhangshi's suspicion only grew stronger. "When did you two become entangled? Is the child you bear truly my son's?" Chapter 25. Qin Huairu's confession and Jia Zhangshi's indifferent. Qin Huairu, "Is what my mother said true?" Jia Dongshu's expression darkened. Although he did not believe Qin Huairu possessed the audacity to betray him, the thought that she would agree to such exorbitant compensation raised doubts. "No, Dongshu, I did not. I only agreed because Qin Dong was unyielding. To secure your release, I had no other options. Although I mortgaged the house, my account is in the countryside. When the time comes, if you do not acknowledge it, that will suffice," Qin Huairu hastily explained. Seeing Jia Dongshu's expression soften, Jia Zhongshu, however, interjected once more. You are lying. I can see your guilt. Son, I must say, you really need to discipline this wife of yours. She may speak sweetly, but I'm convinced that the child she carries is that scoundrel Qin Dong. Otherwise, why would she dare to agree to such a sum? Jia Zhongshu knew precisely what would provoke her son. The mention of money was a potent stimulus. Indeed, Jia Dongshu, who had initially believed Qin Huairu, now turned against her completely. You shameless harlot, he shouted, kicking Qin Huairu to the ground. I provide for you, and yet you betray me? No, it's not like that. Qin Huairu softly defended herself, clutching her belly. However, Jia Dongshu could no longer contain his fury. Having already endured humiliation at the police station, he was further incited by Jia Zhang's provocations. The mere thought of the child in Qin Huairu's womb being the illegitimate offspring of Qin Dong drove him to madness. How dare she argue back? Such a shameless creature. Just wait until I teach you a lesson today. What? The child in Qin Huairu's belly is not Jia Dongshu's? When did Qin Dong and Qin Huairu become involved? That seems improbable. After all, Dongmei is far more attractive than Qin Huairu. But who knows? Is there truly nothing to this? Jia Dongshu's violent behavior is alarming. Clearly, Qin Huairu must have been unfaithful behind their backs. The commotion at the Jia household attracted all the women in the neighborhood who were not at work. In these times, such matters are not overly scrutinized. A man beating his wife is viewed as no different from a father hitting his son. It is considered normal. The onlookers did not intervene, as this was a private family matter, and they felt it inappropriate to interfere. Yet, listening to the curses from within, the women's brows furrowed in concern. Ah, Dongshu, stop hitting me. My stomach hurts. It hurts so much. Dongshu, please take me to the hospital. Qin Huairu, already nearing her time, could not withstand Jia Dongshu's brutal assault. In no time, she felt a pool of blood beneath her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jia Dongshu was struck with fear. He had already spent a few days in detention for attacking Qin Dong, and he could not afford to return. Mom, this isn't my fault. You saw it. I merely pushed her lightly, he pleaded. Jia Zhang comfortingly patted her son, who was hiding behind her. Dongshu, do not be afraid. Mother will testify for you. Your wife is unfaithful. Don't think that just because you only pushed her, you are not justified. Even if you had killed her, she would deserve it. Yes, it is her fault. She brought this upon herself. With that, Jia Dongshu felt emboldened. It was his right to discipline his wife, and no one could question him. Qin Huairu, witnessing the malicious expressions on the faces of this mother-son duo, felt a wave of despair wash over her. How had she been so foolish to believe that Jia Dongshu was a dependable partner? She recalled a time when no suitors were interested. Yet he had mentioned the Qin family to her. Initially, she had been drawn to the dual-income household of the Qin family. But who was it that later disparaged Qin Dong's character? Moreover, Jia Dongshu was far more eloquent and had purchased her sewing machine, which ultimately swayed her to marry him. As Jia Dongshu and his mother continued to blame Qin Huairu, a sense of hopelessness consumed her. Relying on them was futile. She had to depend on herself. Ladies, please help me. I need assistance. Hearing the potential for a life-threatening situation, the neighborhood women's expressions shifted dramatically. Lifting the curtain to the Jia household, they were met with a strong odor of blood. Aunt Zhang, Dongshu, stopped talking and hurried to take her to the hospital. Aunt E rushed in with a stick and quickly shielded the eyes of two children. Yes, quickly, help her to the hospital, the crowd urged. And even Jia Dongshu felt the urgency, stepping forward to lift Qin Huairu. Jia Zhongshu abruptly pulled her son back. This frivolous and unprincipled woman, whoever wishes to send her away may do so. It is of no concern to us. With a defiant expression, Jia Zhongshu outright rejected the requests of the crowd. What good is a life of little worth? Why go to a hospital? Does it not cost money? The money her son earns does not come easily. So why waste it so carelessly? The onlookers were filled with both anger and anxiety. Ultimately, it was Aunt E who could no longer bear to watch, insisting that Jia Dongshu take Qin Huairu to the hospital. Aunt E, it's not that I am unwilling to take her. It's just that Qin Huairu has behaved so despicably. Enough. Do not delay any longer. I will cover the medical expenses. You must take her to the hospital at once. Reluctantly, Jia Dongshu muttered a few words and then lifted Qin Huairu onto his back, heading towards the hospital. Aunt E entrusted the stick and Xiao Dang to Jia Zhangshi. Aunt Air, Aunt San, we shall first go to the hospital to assess the situation. Aunt Lu, please go to the factory and inform Uncle E and Uncle Air. Aunt Wang, you go to Shikahai to notify Uncle San. Have them all head to the hospital. In matters of great importance, the men must take charge. The aunts, sensing that a life might be at stake, were left in a state of confusion. Following Aunt E.'s directives, they swiftly sprang into action. Aunts Air and San did not refuse either. With the men absent, these three aunts became the role models. Moreover, since Wang Tsuehua had already stated she would cover the medical expenses, there was no cause for concern. Before long, Jia Dongshu had taken Qin Huairu to the hospital. What is going on? The pregnant woman is about to give birth. Quickly, get her into the operating room. The doctors swiftly examined her and ushered Qin Huairu into surgery. The three aunts exhaled a collective sigh of relief once she was taken inside. Dongshu, what were you thinking? That is your wife, carrying your child. How could you have acted so violently? Jia Dongshu was a beneficiary of their support in old age, often dining at their homes, and the families had maintained a close relationship. Seeing Jia Dongshu's clothes stained with blood, Auntie could not help but urge him. Auntie, this is not my fault. If Qin Huairu were not unfaithful, would she have been willing to promise Qin Dong such a large sum of money? I believe she had ulterior motives all along, wishing to bring ruin upon my family. Clenching his fists, Jia Dongshu's eyes brimmed with hatred. Noticing this, Aunt E refrained from further persuasion, her gaze silently fixed on the operating room door. However, Jia Dongshu turned and strode out. Dongshu, where are you going? His wife was still in labor, and he was ready to leave? I'm going to find Qin Dong. I must settle the score with him. Chapter 26, Seeking Accountability. Jia Dongshu, Severed Hand Dongzi has returned. Ah, this is a brand new 28-bar bicycle. As the vehicle turned into Nanluo Guxiang, people along the way greeted Qin Dong. Qin Dong was not surprised. This area was home to the steel factory's residential buildings, and many residents worked at the steel plant, having lived here for many years. They all knew one another well. As they exchanged greetings along the way, by the time they reached their courtyard, the entrance was already crowded with onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. Goodness, this new bicycle is truly remarkable. Dongzi, this bicycle must not have been cheap. It would sell for 185 at Wang Fujing. As the first bicycle in the courtyard, Qin Dong was bestowed with the highest honor. A throng gathered around the bicycle. And Guohua, with her keen eyes, spotted her friend. Daddy, please put me down. As Qin Dong gently set Guohua on the ground, the little girl eagerly rushed off. Daddy, can I go play? Noticing Guohua's gaze drawn to a group of children nearby, Qin Dong recognized them as the local kids and smiled. Go ahead. You're the best, Daddy. I really like you. The 4-year-old, oblivious to where she had learned such flattery, had just been showering Qin Dong with praise and was now joyfully diving into the crowd of children. Little monkey, little stone, Hua Hua, come see. My daddy's new bicycle is so comfortable. When my daddy rides it, it feels like flying. Clearly, this was a moment of bragging. Qin Dong paid it no mind. It was nice that Guohua finally had friends to play with. Dongzi, Qin Huairu has gone to the hospital. Aren't you going to check on her? Shaju winked at Qin Dong. He bore no ill intentions. He simply had a fondness for attractive women. He had even considered confronting Qin Dong out of a sense of loyalty to Qin Huairu, but to his surprise, Qin Dong had already made her pregnant. This left him feeling quite troubled. Although everyone was currently single, Qin Dong had managed to be with the two most beautiful women in the courtyard. If it were him, Shaju thought it would be worth it. Not going. Qin Dong thought, is he out his mind? What does Qin Huairu's hospital visit have to do with me? Meanwhile, Shaju, the lovesick widow, would soon find himself in a new relationship. You're impressive. I've never respected anyone in my life, but you have truly earned my admiration. You got Qin Huairu pregnant and made Jia Dongshu look foolish. If anyone dares to call Qin Dong a coward again, I, Shaju, will be the first to disagree. Ignoring Shaju, Qin Dong pushed his bicycle towards the courtyard. Today, the three elders were absent, leaving a palpable void. The crowd followed him into the backyard, their eyes fixated on Qin Dong and his bicycle. Jia Zhangshi pressed her face against the window, watching as Qin Dong wheeled his new bicycle into the backyard. "You little rascal. Using my family's money to buy a bike. Why don't you just fall and break your neck?" Jia Zhangshi muttered curses under her breath, plotting to confront Dongxiu and the elders upon their return. After all, given that Qin Dong had betted her family's daughter-in-law, it would only be right to seize that new bicycle for herself. It wasn't until Qin Dong returned to the backyard and placed the bicycle inside that the crowd finally dispersed. Just as Qin Dong settled down, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a woman clad in a tattered floral coat. "Hello, comrade. My name is Wang Xiaohua, your new neighbor. My husband, who's sure to, works at the scrapyard. I was wondering if I could borrow a needle from you. May I ask your name?" In these times, many people lacked formal names. When it came to household registration, names like Shurtu and Taidan were quite common. Qin Dong paid this little attention. Following the direction of the woman's finger, I finally noticed the cluttered shed in the backyard that had long been uninhabited, now tidied up and seemingly ready for new occupants. It appeared that the courtyard had acquired new residents. I had not heard any prior mention of anyone moving in. However, in the capital city, it is customary for people to revel in a grand entrance. This new neighbor, a preacher, certainly warranted my respect. "Ms. Wang, please just call me Qin Dong," I said. "I have some needles at home. Please wait a moment while I fetch them." "You are Qin Dong, the one entangled with the daughter-in-law of the Jia family?" "What?" I raised an eyebrow in surprise, puzzled by the insinuation. "Forgive me, brother, I just moved here and heard others say," so Wang Xiaohua said, perhaps realizing she had misspoken and hastily sought an excuse to depart. "Wait a moment, Ms. Wang, who told you this?" The Jia family in the courtyard was shouting about it today. They made it known themselves. "Brother, I assure you, I'm an honest person," she continued. "I see you are handsome and possess a bicycle. Such fine qualities. Yet how could you be involved with another's wife? Ms. Wang, would you believe me if I said I have no connection with the Jia family's daughter-in-law?" I thought so. You don't seem like that type at all. The Jia family must be envious of you and are spreading malicious rumors. Such people should not be tolerated. Let me help you chastise them." I was taken aback by the fervor of this new neighbor and quickly restrained her. "Thank you, but I am fine. Just do me a small favor later." "Of course. Just say the word." "I, Wang Xiaohua, detest such petty individuals, and I will follow your lead." Qin Dong, come out." A voice from the front yard called out, and everyone who had been cooking rushed out. They soon witnessed Jia Dongxiu storming toward the backyard. The Jia matriarch also opened her door and followed suit. In no time, the area in front of my home was crowded with people. Taking advantage of their numbers, Jia Dongxiu approached and pounded on the door. "Qin Dong, you scoundrel! How dare you sleep with my wife? Come out!" With a loud creak, the door swung open, revealing a visibly furious Qin Dong. "Jia Dongxiu, have you lost your mind? Why are you causing a scene here? You scoundrel! You've bullied my wife. Today, I will settle this with you." Jia Dongxiu swung his fist at me, believing I was still injured and that this blow could at least make me bleed. However, he did not anticipate the sudden appearance of another figure. "What are you doing?" No fighting allowed. Jia Dongxiu's arm was seized. With a sharp crack, a scream escaped his lips. "My arm is broken. Who are you? And why are you attacking someone in our courtyard?" asked Yi Zhonghai, his expression changing. "I am Wang Xiaohua, and this is my husband, who's sure to. We just moved into this courtyard today. Who are you to strike someone without cause?" Wang Xiaohua stood beside me, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm Yufine." I shook my head, signaling her to wait for a moment and serve as a witness. Unexpectedly, this fierce woman charged forward with a man, not only confronting but also dislocating Jia Dongxiu's hand. The man's formidable stance revealed his expertise. In Chapter 27, The Ruthless New Neighbor, a sense of panic enveloped the onlookers. "So, you're the ones who moved in today?" Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened. Upon his return, Old Man Sen had indeed mentioned that Director Li had arranged for someone to reside in the storage room of the backyard. Yi Zhonghai had initially brushed it off, unaware that a mere encounter would lead to Jia Dongxiu's hand being broken. This infuriated him. A craftsman's hands are his livelihood. Without them, how can one work? "I am Yi Zhonghai, the first elder of this courtyard. This is the second elder, and this is the third elder." Yi Zhonghai spoke sternly. "Why are you wasting words with him? My son's hand is broken. Release him at once." Jia Zhangshi exclaimed, her heart aching for her only son, the sole heir of the Jia family. Nothing could go amiss. Yi Zhonghai's countenance was grim, yet he refrained from erupting. Who's sure to? You're holding our courtyard, Jia Dongshu. So, your neighbors, who sure to grinned, his white teeth flashing. Had I known, we could have discussed it amicably instead of resorting to violence. I thought I was dealing with a rogue. Stop with the foolish grin. You injure my son. You owe me compensation. Jia Zhongshu declared fiercely, hands on her hips. Do refrain from making baseless accusations. Who harmed your son? Is there any witness? Hu Shirtu laughed heartily, yet his grip on Jia Dongshu's shoulder tightened. Another twist echoed with a bone-crunching snap, followed by a more anguished wail from Jia Dongshu. Oh, my hand is fine now. It no longer hurts. Hu Shitu's display stunned everyone present. Even the courtyard's best fighter, Shaju, stood in bewilderment. This Hu Shirtu was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, far surpassing them in skill. The realization that his once proud fists would no longer hold sway in this courtyard washed over Shaju. His face clouded with deep disappointment. Sudamao was, however, quite intrigued. This ball man seemed to possess impressive skills. It would be delightful to see him spar with Shaju. Son, is your hand truly all right? Jia Zhongshu asked, astonished, casting furtive glances at Jia Dongshu. Jia Dongshu quickly grasped her meaning. No, it's not fine. Not fine? That's impossible. Did I misjudge? Hu Shirtu stepped closer. Jia Dongshu hastily retreated. No need to check. My hand is indeed fine. Really? Perhaps I should take another look. It won't be good if something else goes awry later. No, it's truly fine this time. Jia Dongshu sheltered behind Jia Zhongshu, recalling the excruciating pain that had pierced him earlier, despite the absence of pain now. He certainly did not wish to endure such an experience again. Jia Zhongshu felt a pang of disappointment. It was regrettable that this windfall had slipped through their fingers once more. However, the bald man was clad in rags, giving every indication of his financial predicament. It was imperative to focus on the matter concerning Qin Dong. Gentlemen, you must stand up for our Jia family. This Qin Dong is bullying us shamelessly. After all the trouble we took to marry a daughter-in-law, he dares to entice her into disgraceful conduct. My son Dongshu has suffered so much, marrying such a woman and being kept in the dark about it all. Had I not discovered the truth, we would be supporting his offspring. How can such wicked individuals exist in this world? Qin Dong, I shall sue you. I will see you imprisoned. Jia Dongshu exclaimed passionately. He had endured several days in the police station due to Qin Dong's actions, a torment too unbearable to fathom. Now, he wished for Qin Dong to taste the same bitterness. Jia Zhongshu was taken aback, contemplating her son's reckless behavior. She pulled Jia Dongshu back, exclaiming, "My dear son, why must you endure such misfortune? Gentlemen, you must help us." Jia Zhongshu cried out in despair. Jia Dongshu, caught in her grasp, protested vehemently, demanding his mother release him so he could report the incident. Report what? We are neighbors sharing the same courtyard. It is better to resolve this openly. Yi Zhonghai asserted with righteous indignation. If you wish for me not to file a report, then Qin Dong must compensate us with 1,000 yuan and a bicycle. Otherwise, I cannot tolerate the slander against my name. Jia Zhongshu and Jia Dongshu clamored for the 1,000 yuan and the bicycle. Qin Dong merely scoffed. Some habits die hard. Just emerged from the small dark room, and already you're at it again. 1,000 yuan and a bicycle? Jia Dongshu, are you out of your mind? You are defaming me here and expect me to pay you? Sister Wang, please assist me in going to the police station. The new neighbor may be ruthless, yet he stands on my side. Although I sense something amiss, one must seize the opportunity. All right, I'll help you, Wang Xiaohua readily agreed. Meanwhile, Qin Dong felt a weight in his heart. Indeed, these two were suspicious. Yet, he did not reveal any of his thoughts. He merely stated that the Jia family was extorting 1,000 yuan and a bicycle, urging them to apprehend the culprits. Jia Zhongshu and Jia Dongshu immediately ceased their uproar. Have you lost your mind, Qin Dong? You sleep with my wife and now wish to arrest me? Old Jia, open your eyes and see how this heartless man is bullying us. The Jia family mother and son threw a fit. Hu Shirtu regarded them with disdain. Brother, my wife is slow. You stay in the courtyard while I report this. I can run fast. That would be a great help, brother Hu. Qin Dong replied gratefully, not wishing to be impolite. There's no need to be courteous. Just wait for me. I will return shortly. Hu Shitu turned to leave. You shall not go. Jia Zhongshi ceased her wailing. You bald scoundrel, what business do you have with the affairs of the Jia family? The affairs of the Jia family are of no concern to me. However, I am here to report as per my brother's request. On what grounds do you obstruct me? Without even casting a glance at Jia Zhong, Hu Shitu strode towards the exit. Having just displayed his prowess, Jia Dongshu had suffered a significant loss. Thus, no one dared to intervene. The three elders were in a state of urgency. Qin Dong, you must not file a report. Do you not think we have enough troubles in our courtyard already? Director Li is already dissatisfied with them. If another report is made, he will undoubtedly blame them for mismanagement. The last time, these three elders were severely reprimanded, and Yi Zhonghai was even demoted to acting capacity. Should this happen again, all three of them might find themselves dismissed. Qin Dong, you must stop him. Prevent him from making that report. Indeed, Qin Dong, let us discuss this matter amicably. Whatever occurs within the courtyard can be resolved here. There is no need to burden others. One by one, the three elders implored Qin Dong, observing their genuine concern. Qin Dong could not help but chuckle inwardly. He was well aware of the true intentions of these men. Seeing him with money had ignited their envy. Thus, he decided to teach them a lesson, ensuring they would think twice before harboring such thoughts again. Chapter 28. The exposure of Jia Dongshu's intention to bully the deaf old lady. Can the overseer of Sijiacheng really manage illegal matters? I, Wang Xiaohua, may not be well versed in books, but do not deceive me. This statement left the three elders at a loss for words. They dared not respond. Should this assertion be substantiated, they would all find themselves in dire straits with the neighborhood committee and the police station. Yet Wang Xiaohua continued unabated. Old Hu, since the three elders have spoken thus, let us afford an opportunity. Hu Shitu paused. Very well, I shall observe for now. Qin Dong remained silent. Though the populace may be ignorant of the law, he was not. Jia Dongshu's actions, while despicable, would not warrant a severe punishment. Furthermore, that was not his aim. However, whether the new neighbor was knowledgeable of the law or simply intimidated by the authority of the overseers remained uncertain. Nevertheless, esteemed elders, I believe this gentleman is of honest character. You must not allow the honest to suffer injustice. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Wang Xiaohua, unperturbed by her newcomer status, stoked the flames of the situation. It is said that one catches a thief in the act, and to accuse someone of infidelity, one must possess evidence. Did Jia Dongshu have any proof? Certainly not. Jia Zhong, however, was quick to respond. What evidence is required? They have been entangled long before. My daughter-in-law left Qin Dong because of this. My unfortunate son, Jia Dongshu, remains oblivious, believing that the wretched woman carries the seed of the Jia family. They even demanded 1,000 yuan in compensation. These two had clearly conspired together. Their intention is to drain my son's resources and then cast him aside. Oh, my poor son, Jia Zhong lamented, wailing in despair. Jia Dongshu joined in, tears streaming down his face. Let's all weigh in on this matter. Being relentlessly oppressed, I, Jia Dongshu, must retaliate. Otherwise, am I still considered a person, accused of extortion? Or have I extorted? Is it wrong to reclaim the money that rightfully belongs to me? Even Jia Dongshu weeps, a grown man, lamenting his plight amidst tears. Witnessing this evokes a deep sense of sympathy. Indeed, anyone would find such a situation intolerable. I have often wondered why Jia Dongshu seems to harbor animosity toward Qin Dong. It appears there are underlying reasons for this. The community stands firmly with the Jia family, while Qin Dong remains unfazed, merely observing Jia Dongshu. You are lying, Jia Dongshu. It was you who sought to bully the deaf old woman. When your wife discovered this, you coerced her into divorce, threatening to annihilate our entire family if she disagreed. What? Jia Dongshu is momentarily taken aback. Qin Dong, do not speak nonsense. When have I ever pressured your wife? Still pretending? Qin Dong's face is a mask of suppressed fury. My wife confided in me. She felt compelled to leave the courtyard and divorce me for the sake of its reputation. I have kept this to myself out of respect. But your family's ruthless actions have forced me to reveal the truth. You cannot blame me, Jia Dongshu. Only your family's callousness warrants this. Qin Dong's words serve as a bombshell, causing an uproar among the residents. The unexpected connection between Jia Dongshu and the deaf old woman raises eyebrows. Given the significant generational gap, indeed, the old woman is nearing her end. What could Jia Dongshu possibly desire? The gazes of the onlookers towards Jia Dongshu shift dramatically, especially the younger ones, who instinctively shield their mothers, fearing his attention. Suddenly, Jia Dongshu spits out a mouthful of blood. Qin Dong, you slander me. How could I possibly engage in such disgraceful acts? The old woman is as aged as a gnarled tree. Even if I were without a wife, I would never stoop so low. How can I trust you? Perhaps you covet the old woman as property, intending to deceive her into handing it over to your family. Qin Dong, unfazed, nonchalantly shrugs. Come on, let us harm each other. Is it not merely a game of dirt? Who among us is innocent? The anger directed at Jia Dongshu escalates to 500, while the ire from the Jia clan also reaches 500. Yi Zhonghai, astonished, scores 300. He has always been close to the deaf old woman, taking care of her affairs, largely motivated by her property. Now, upon hearing Qin Dong's accusations, his suspicions begin to surface. The housing situation within the Jia family is indeed tense. If Jia Dongshu harbors such intentions, Yi Zhonghai's gaze towards him is now rife with skepticism. No, I did not. Uncle Yi, you know me. How could I ever associate with such an old woman? Jia Dongshu, flustered, insists on his preference for the vibrant and youthful maidens found on the streets. The young women, without work and neglected by their families, spent their days idling on the streets. For Jia Dongshu, a mere invitation to dine was sufficient to elevate his spirits. However, he concealed this matter quite adeptly. Aside from Yi Zhonghai, none in the courtyard were privy to the truth. Yi Zhonghai, recalling Jia Dongshu's peculiar interests, found himself somewhat persuaded. Qin Dong, you ought to be cautious regarding the matter of Dongshu and the elderly lady. One must not make unfounded claims. Do you possess any evidence? The crowd turned their gazes toward Qin Dong, as this concerned the eldest and most esteemed member of the courtyard, entangled with property matters, thus piquing everyone's interest. To their surprise, Qin Dong merely smiled. Evidence? Surely I have none. I merely jest, akin to claiming I am involved with Jia Dongshu's wife. Without evidence, how can one make such assertions? Yi Zhonghai's temples throbbed with frustration. He had genuinely believed Jia Dongshu harbored ulterior motives. Yi Zhonghai, if you accuse my integrity, do you not attempt to defend yourself? Why is it that Jia Dongshu may slander me, yet I cannot speak of him? This is akin to permitting the magistrate to set fires while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps. At this rate, I believe your position as the head of the courtyard is no longer tenable. Step down and cease to bamboozle us all. Do you think your petty schemes remain unnoticed? Lu Haizhong, who had been observing the unfolding drama, felt a surge of delight. Remarkably, he had long sought to unseat Yi Zhonghai, yet it was Qin Dong who succeeded. Indeed, old Yi, your handling of this matter lacks fairness. It is no wonder the others are dissatisfied. I concur with Qin Dong. You are unfit for the position of head. Yield it and allow for a more equitable leader to emerge. Would you all agree? Lu Haizhong's aspirations of becoming the head were rekindled. Yi Zhonghai, overwhelmed by the dual onslaught from Qin Dong and Lu Haizhong, found himself cornered, grappling to salvage his waning reputation. In recent days, he had faced a string of misfortunes, both at the steel factory and within the courtyard. The stature he had meticulously built over the years was crumbling. As he pondered ways to reclaim his image, he found himself unexpectedly ensnared, caught in a metaphorical fire. As chapter 29 unfolded, the brazen Jia Zhang displayed her might, but faced betrayal from her own son. Qin Dong, are you out of your mind? Not only do you malign my connection with the elderly lady, but now you seek to drag the head down as well. Your audacity knows no bounds. Yi Zhonghai was the pillar upon which Jia Dongshu leaned. Should Yi Zhonghai lose his status as head, he would be reduced to an ordinary individual. Having relied on Yi Zhonghai's support, he had offended Lu Haizhong more than once. If Lu Haizhong ascended, he would certainly not treat him kindly. The thought of potentially becoming a target of bullying like Qin Dong was unbearable for Jia Dongshu. He unleashed a torrent of fury upon Qin Dong. Yet, Qin Dong did not relent, delivering a stinging slap to Jia Dongshu's face. This time, however, Qin Dong refrained from striking with force, mindful of his own injuries. After all, exerting too much strength would betray his condition. Yet, this seemingly gentle action left Jia Dongshu's cheeks aflame. Qin Dong's slap may not have been painful, but it was undeniably humiliating. Qin Dong, I am utterly exasperated with Jia Dongshu. Without warning, swung his arm in a grand gesture. Suddenly, a hefty kick sent him sprawling to the ground. With a thud, Jia Dongshu fell in an undignified manner. Nearby, Hushertu stretched lazily and remarked, this work is exhausting. A little movement does feel refreshing. Oh dear brother, why are you on the ground? What are you looking for? There's nothing edible down there. Laughter erupted as the others joined in, mocking Jia Dongshu. Just a moment ago, he was rolling up his sleeves, exuding confidence, and, in the next instant, he was brought low by a mere stretch. To add to the hilarity, Shaju pointed out his predicament, rendering him even more ridiculous. Jia Dongshu trembled with indignation. Was this bald man deliberately provoking him? Oh dear, could it be that my stretch inadvertently harmed my dear brother? My apologies, but really, your constitution is rather feeble. I merely stretched and kicked, and you fell down? So fragile. How does your wife tolerate it? This only intensified the laughter around them. After all, it was precisely because Qin Huairu could not endure him that she sought assistance elsewhere. It was no wonder Jia Dongshu sought retribution from Qin Dong. He feared the revelation of his own inadequacies. Shaju and Su Demao, who had never seen eye to eye, surprisingly united against Jia Dongshu. This was understandable, given their similar ages. Jia Dongshu was already on his third child while they had yet to marry. Who else could they disparage, if not him? Observing these ruffians tear into each other, Qin Dong remained silent. Such was life in this courtyard. One could not expect to receive praise. Rather, everyone had their own expertise in adding insult to injury. Furthermore, Jia Dongshu was known for his sycophantic ways, lavishing praise on Yi Zhonghai while domineering over others. Now, witnessing his misfortune, the crowd seized the opportunity to mock him. Previously, he had relied on Yi Zhonghai's support, leading others in deriding Ba Ling. But now he was experiencing the very bitterness of being belittled himself. You speak nonsense. My wife has not sought Qin Dong. If she were to betray me, I would have dealt with her myself. Jia Dongshu could no longer withstand the jests and began to retaliate. Oh, so your wife hasn't been unfaithful? Then you were deliberately maligning me? Jia Dongshu, you have finally confessed. Gentlemen, now that the truth has emerged, what shall we do? Please, share your thoughts. Qin Dong turned to the three elders. Do not say I have not afforded you respect. Jia Dongshu himself has acknowledged his slander against me. If you cannot present a reasonable resolution, we shall take this matter to someone who can. Ahem, Lu Haizhong cleared his throat. This matter stems from the Jia family's unreasonable behavior. Therefore, you shall promptly apologize to Qin Dong and provide a compensation of 100 yuan. Let us conclude this matter. On what grounds? Jia Zhangshi exclaimed, leaping up at the suggestion of parting with money. Lu Haizhong, this is personal vendetta. I refuse to comply. The Jia family's wealth is only to be reclaimed, never to be relinquished. Then report it, and let your son be arrested. How could you, Lu Haizhong, consider yourself a man? Bullying me, a woman with only one son, is no achievement at all. If you dare to have my son taken today, I shall hang myself at your doorstep. You shrew. Lu Haizhong seethed with anger, though he dared not speak further. Jia Zhangshi was notorious throughout the courtyard for her obstinacy. If she were truly pushed to the brink, what would happen if she hanged herself at her own door? Jia Zhangshi, cease your nonsensical tirade. I see nothing. Upon witnessing Lu Haizhong's dismay, Yan Bugue opened his mouth, only to be met with a face full of spit from Jia Zhangshi. You stingy old Yan, continue your prattling, and I shall bring my grandchildren to live in your home, consuming your food and drink. What a shrew! Indeed, a disgrace to propriety. Yan Bugue's face flushed crimson, choosing silence. It was only fitting that he plotted against others, while Jia Zhangshi sought to exploit him. She was living in a dream. The two elders could not manage the Jia family. Ultimately, everyone turned their gaze toward Yi Zhonghai. Dongshu, you have acted improperly in this matter. Apologize to Qin Dong. And as for compensation, Let it be $50. Do not stir up trouble again. Jia Zhangshi attempted to interject, but was interrupted by Jia Dongshu's pull. Mother, let us heed the elders' counsel. Jia Zhangshi mumbled a few words, but refrained from further comment. Qin Dong, are you satisfied with this resolution? Having settled matters with the Jia family, Zhonghai then addressed Qin Dong, inwardly hoping this rascal would recognize the gravity of the situation and refrain from causing further disturbances. Otherwise, he would not spare him. Elder, the Jia family has tarnished my reputation. Now the entire alley is aware of this incident. I shall demand the Jia family to clarify the situation, ensuring justice is served. Without a second thought, Zhonghai took it upon himself to handle the matter. How do you propose they clarify it? Words belong to those who speak them. How can you control what others say? Then what do you suggest we do? Create 2 signs that read, I, driven by greed and jealousy, have defamed Qin Dong. I am guilty, I was wrong, and I shall never dare to repeat it. Hang these signs around Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu's necks, and let them walk the alley for 3 days. I do not seek compensation. Let this matter conclude here. No, I must work. How can I engage in such an act? Jia Dongshu was the first to object. Though he was tempted by the idea of no payment, such an action would strip him of any future dignity in the area. Then let your mother do it, along with cleaning the toilets for 3 days. Absolutely not. Jia Zhangshi was the first to oppose. The current toilets were all pit latrines, shared among several households, accommodating hundreds of people. The stench was unimaginable. Then we shall go to the police station. We shall not go to the police station. This matter is settled. Upon hearing that he would not have to suffer disgrace, Jia Dongshu immediately agreed. Dongshu, what did you just say? Jia Zhangshi turned in shock. Chapter 30, Jia Dongshu. It is time to set forth. Mother, it is merely 3 days of cleaning the toilets, and we can avoid the police station. Jia Dongshu's eyes flickered, unable to meet Jia Zhangshi's gaze. Dongshu, I am your mother. How could you possibly ask me to clean the toilet? Jia Zhangshi seethed with indignation. For a son to compel his own mother to such menial labor was nothing short of filial disrespect. Jia Dongshu's lack of devotion was appalling. He dared to subject his mother to such punishment. Was it not true? Aunt Jia had been so kind to Jia Dongshu, yet he remained ungrateful, a veritable ingrate. The onlookers in the courtyard cast judgmental glances at Jia Dongshu. Suddenly, Lu Haizhong had an epiphany and issued a fierce warning to his 2 sons. Lu Guangfu, Lu Guangtian, should you ever show ingratitude, I shall not hesitate to strike you down. Lu Guangtian, startled, quickly reassured his younger brother. Father, rest assured. We shall honor and respect you from now on. Lu Haizhong nodded in satisfaction. Lu Guangtian breathed a sigh of relief. They were not like the eldest, Lu Guangqi, who was coddled by the family, too precious to reprimand or discipline. When Lu Haizhong threatened to deliver punishment, it was indeed a genuine threat. Sensing the support from others, Jia Zhangshi felt a swell of pride. The son she had painstakingly raised could not be an ingrate. If her son failed to show filial piety, she would compel him to comply. Mother, we cannot visit the police station again. Last time, it was Uncle E who helped us. Only through much persuasion could we be released. The police have explicitly warned that should we offend again, we shall face collective punishment. The thought of the suffering endured within those walls sent a shiver down Jia Zhangshi's spine. Yes, we must avoid the police station. Mother, I still have to go to work. Without work, we shall have no food or drink. Jia Dongshu was determined to avoid the stain of ingratitude, continually lamenting his plight. Jia Zhangshi contemplated this logic. Although she was reluctant to face humiliation, the family's sustenance took precedence. However, they were not alone in their household. There was also the idle Qin Huairu. She resolved to agree to the task, intending to delegate it to Qin Huairu later. What is it to merely wander the alleys and clean toilets? The Jia family consents. However, let me make this clear. My son is the backbone of this family, and should anyone dare to malign him or speak of his ingratitude, I shall not hesitate to rebuke them. A son is the assurance of one's own future comfort. He must not encounter misfortune. As Jia Zhangshi's domineering demeanor took hold, the murmurs from the crowd subsided. Satisfied, she declared, "All right, son, let us depart." Wait a moment. I cannot place my trust in your family. Qin Dong interjected, causing the expressions of Jia Zhangshi and her son to darken. What do you propose? Naturally, I shall find a trustworthy individual to oversee your actions. Upon hearing Qin Dong's words, the onlookers instinctively took a step back. This was a risky endeavor. With Jia Zhongshi's obstinate nature and Uncle Yi's partiality, no one wished to provoke their family. I have $1. Whoever can create a sign and supervise the Jia family shall keep the remainder. With a shrewd calculation, Yin Bugui's mind raced. A bit of firewood from home could be fashioned into a sign with ease. He could inscribe it in calligraphy, saving on expenses. Twine and such materials were readily available. The only cost would be a splash of ink. But how much ink could a few characters consume? After rounding up, this $1 would yield a tidy profit. Allow me to handle this matter. As the esteemed third elder, my involvement is rather fitting. Before anyone could react, Yin Bugui stepped forward with a smile. Very well. Third elder, your efforts are appreciated. Should their family prove uncooperative, do inform me, and we shall proceed to the police station. Qin Dong decisively produced a coin. Yin Bugui, who had a hand in driving Guoguo away, would not escape unscathed. A joyous occasion, a splendid event. The voice of third aunt resonated from the front yard to the back. Qin Huairu has given birth. Mother and daughter are safe. What? Upon hearing that Qin Huairu had delivered, those gathered in the backyard swiftly made their way to the central courtyard. Congratulations, Aunt Jia. Your family has welcomed another child. Jia Dongshu, you are indeed formidable. The arrival of a new child is a significant event, and the neighbors hurried to extend their felicitations to the Jia family. Jia Zhongshi also wore a beaming smile. Oh dear, my grandchild has been born. How delightful. Jia Dongshu beamed with joy, for he now had a son, and their household would have 2 sons. More children, more blessings. With an increase in sons, others would be inclined to regard him favorably. Contemplating this, the frustration of not securing money from Qin Dong diminished somewhat. Mother, we are out of brown sugar. Please give me some money. I shall procure some. In times of famine, resources are scarce, and brown sugar remains one of the few prized commodities available. It not only replenishes nutrition, but also aids in the swift recovery of new mothers. Thus, families with pregnant women would stockpile brown sugar in advance. Jia Zhongshi, known for her frugality, had not intended to acquire any, leaving her household devoid of it. Dongshu, do not fret. Coincidentally, Auntie has purchased some brown sugar. I will fetch it for you. Yi Zhonghai, aware of Qin Huairu's impending delivery, had instructed Aunt Yi to procure brown sugar, intending to extend a favor to Jia Dongshu, hoping to elicit his gratitude. That would be splendid. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongshu expressed their gratitude profusely, their smiles unable to contain their joy. By the way, when will Huairu and my grandson return? Third aunt inquired, perplexed. What grandson? Did I not mention? Mother and daughter are safe. Your family is quite something. Qin Huairu is still with child, and you wish to beat your daughter-in-law at this time? The doctor had exerted considerable effort to ensure their survival. But Qin Huairu had depleted her vitality and required several days of hospitalization. Aunt Jia, please prepare some food for your daughter-in-law to send with Dongshu. Aunt Yi and Aunt Er are still waiting for Dongshu to come over and take over. Third aunt chattered away, completely oblivious to the change in expression on Jia Zhongshi and her son upon hearing that Qin Huairu had given birth to a daughter. What? This ungrateful child has brought forth another burden? This cannot be. I was assured it would be a grandson. While Qin Huairu was pregnant, Jia Zhongshi had secretly consulted someone and learned that she was expecting a boy, which had filled her with delight. It was utterly unexpected for her to deliver a girl, and her ire flared immediately. Grasping third aunt's sleeve, she demanded, "Where is my grandson? Have you hidden him from me? How could you say such a thing? Am I to devour your grandchild?" Aunt San immediately expressed her displeasure. The group of aunts, tirelessly bustling about, ended up with nothing but complaints, and to make matters worse, they were met with grievances. How could we possibly conceal a grown person? What the doctor brings out is simply what it is. Can that be hidden? If you don't believe it, go see for yourselves at the hospital. Aunt Sam was seething with anger. In this day and age, everyone seems to prefer sons. Having many sons brings hope for the future. However, no one would go mad like the Jia family simply because they had a daughter. How unfortunate I am to encounter people like you. Fuming, Aunt San stormed off. Jia Zhongshi was momentarily taken aback before collapsing to the ground, wailing inconsolably. Wretched fate! Return my grandchild to me. You heartless scoundrels! Where have you taken my grandchild? The crowd that had just congratulated the Jia family sensed the shift in atmosphere and discreetly slipped away. Dongshu, quickly calm your mother. This is quite embarrassing, Yi Zhonghai remarked, holding a bag of brown sugar. However, Jia Dongshu paid no heed. He accepted the brown sugar from Yi Zhonghai and retreated to the house. If we can't even produce a son, what good is brown sugar? I shall keep this fine nourishment for myself. After all, having endured hardship at the police station, I need to replenish my strength. The sound of wailing resonated from the courtyard. Qin Dong's eyes flickered. The Wayflower has been born. It seems Jia Dongshu is destined for a journey. Chapter 31. Su Damao's ingenious maneuver. A cunning villain targets a hypocrite dear sister Wang. Brother Hu, I'm sincerely grateful for your assistance today. I purchased some ingredients, and if you do not mind my lackluster culinary skills, would you care to join me for a meal in my home as a gesture of thanks? No need for such formalities. We are neighbors now. I shall fetch 2 bottles of fine wine, and tonight we shall indulge in a hearty celebration. With a cheerful demeanor, Hu Shurtu set off to procure the wine. Wang Xiaohua rolled up her sleeves, eager to assist Qin Dong in the kitchen. Qin Dong, not one to be polite, took the initiative and unlocked the dilapidated cupboard. Wang Xiaohua dutifully turned her back, refraining from peeking. Qin Dong retrieved a piece of cured meat, a fish, and a handful of vermicelli from his storage space. He then ventured to the cellar to gather some cabbage and potatoes. After a moment's thought, he also took out 2 pounds of mixed flour. Although he had white flour, showcasing it in this era would attract too much attention. To gauge the situation, this was more than sufficient. When Wang Xiaohua beheld the abundance of ingredients, her eyes sparkled with delight. This is far too lavish, dear brother. I feel undeserving. In a year of scarcity, when resources were limited, every household lacked decent supplies. It seemed that Qin Dong had been stockpiling these for quite some time, only to use them to entertain them. Such sincerity from Qin Dong left Wang Xiaohua feeling somewhat guilty. Brother, we have just moved in and have little to offer. Let me showcase my culinary skills today. That is not necessary. Allow me to assist you, Qin Dong insisted, wary of leaving the kitchen unmonitored. He needed to keep an eye on Wang Xiaohua to prevent any foul play. However, Wang Xiaohua was quite efficient, quickly preparing the cured meat. The dish, when simmered with dried radish and a hint of chili and Sichuan pepper, creates an exquisite flavor. Fortunately, I have dried radish at home, having just caught 10 pounds of it. Qin Dong pondered how to prepare it and promptly retrieved 2 generous handfuls from the cupboard. Sister Wang, is this sufficient? If not, I have more. That's plenty. This is already a lot, she replied. The 2 busied themselves, and soon, Hu Shurtu returned with alcohol, joining the festivities. The aroma of braised cured meat gradually wafted through the air. Qin Dong and Su Damao rushed over. Your culinary skills are impressive. By the way, have you heard about the situation in the courtyard? Qin Dong, engrossed in his tasks, was too preoccupied to engage with Su Damao, who continued unabated. Let me tell you, Jia Dongshu is discontented with Qin Huairu for having a daughter and refuses to visit her at the hospital. Jia Zhang is even more dismissive, as if Qin Huairu never existed in their family. Ultimately, it was old master Ihu couldn't bear to see this and went to the hospital. That's why we say old master Yi is the most earnest and fair-minded among us. If it were anyone else, they would surely turn a blind eye. Yi Zhonghai's enthusiasm? Qin Dong scoffed inwardly. Such zeal is uncertain. Nowadays, who truly cares for others' affairs? Hearing you put it this way, it does seem plausible. Tell me, brother, are you truly not involved with Qin Huairu? As neighbors residing in the back courtyard, Su Damao's curiosity was evident. So, what is the secret to winning over 2 beautiful women? Qin Dong realized that Su Damao was seeking gossip with ulterior motives. Truly, his reputation as a lecher was well-deserved. Even without a wife, Su Damao was already contemplating his escapades. Su Damao, if you keep spouting nonsense, you can leave my house. Qin Dong's expression hardened. Wang Xiaohua raised her spatula menacingly. Su Damao felt an ominous gaze upon him, as if Wang Xiaohua's eyes were ready to strike. Yet, he spoke so softly that she likely couldn't hear him. Come on, brother, I was just casually asking. Why the sudden anger? Su Damao, unconvinced by Qin Dong's demeanor, continued to ramble. What if Jia Dongshu is shouting about Qin Huairu's infidelity? Could be true? That remains unclear. Qin Huairu is quite clever. Even if she were unfaithful, it is unlikely anyone in the courtyard would discover it. But who could that person be? Brother? Could be old mastery? After all, he is so concerned about the hospital visit. Qin Dong was taken aback. He merely intended to suggest that Yi Zhonghai had ulterior motives. Yet Su Damao escalated the conversation. Truly, he was a schemer, thinking in a manner unlike others. It would be prudent to keep an eye on these two new neighbors while allowing this true villain to create trouble for the hypocrite. Su Damao, stop your fabrications. Old Master is Jia Dongshu's mentor. How could he engage in such acts? How could he not? Old Master E.'s wife is unable to bear children. Perhaps he has set his sights on Qin Huairu, who is capable of having children. Their families are close, and no one would be the wiser. I told you Jia Dongshu refused to go to the hospital, while Old Master E went eagerly. It seems to be connected after all. Under Qin Dong's subtle insinuation, Su Damao grew increasingly convinced of his assumptions. This is indeed significant news. I must visit the hospital to see who that girl resembles. Su Damao rushed out in a flurry. Who is cooking meat? The aroma is truly enticing. Lu Haizhong inhaled deeply, savoring the increasingly rich scent of meat in the air. How tempting! This fragrance must be emanating from the Qin household. Air pushed the door open and stepped inside. They had been exceedingly busy at the hospital today. Now that Uncle E had gone, she and Aunt E returned to prepare dinner. Just as they passed by the Qin family's entrance, the delightful smell wafted towards them. This fellow, having just received money from the Jia family, is already cooking meat. How inconsiderate! Lu Haizhong muttered to himself as he moved a small stool to sit by the door. Dad, why are you sitting there? It's windy. It's fine. I'm Uncle Air from the courtyard. I ought to speak up for him. If he is cooking meat, he should certainly invite me to partake, Lu Haizhong replied, gazing fixedly at the Qin residence. Air paid him no mind and proceeded to cook. Soon, everyone in the courtyard caught a whiff of the savory aroma. With Qin Dong now affluent, it is imperative that our family cultivates a good relationship with them. Yin Bugui directed his son as he sawed wood to make a sign, all the while reciting his family's motto on providing for the household. He had let slip a piece of wood today, but as long as they foster a good rapport, they would surely never have to worry about sustenance again. Dad, he even has a bicycle. Yin Jieching interjected, raising his head, a stylish 28 model. A bicycle? Where did he obtain that? Yin Bugui, who had long dreamt of owning a bicycle, became agitated upon hearing his son's words. I heard it was a prize from the steel mill. That makes sense. The Jia family lost a significant sum, and he has the tickets. From now on, all of you should be clever. Help the Qin family whenever possible. It will surely benefit us. That wretched Qin Dong, eating meat with my money. May you choke on it. Jia Zhongshu cursed as she sipped on her sweetened water. Jia Dongshu said nothing, merely squinting as he drank. Soon, Bonging hurried in. Grandma, I want to eat meat. Guowa, that little beggar, has gone back to eat meat. I want meat too. The enticing aroma had lured Bonging back, and seeing Guowa return for meat, he also demanded his share. All right, Grandma will get you some meat right away. Jia Zhongshu thought that the money for the meat had come from their family, so asking Qin Dong for a bowl of meat was only fair. She immediately retrieved a large bowl from home and, accompanied by Bonging, rushed to the backyard. Chapter 32. Want to eat meat? Fetch the sewing machine. A pot of radish greens stewed with cured meat, a pot of diced potatoes braised with fragrant fish, and another pot of cabbage with vermicelli, although the variety was modest. The portions were generous, each bowl piled high. The staple was a bowl of 2-grain steamed buns. Once the dishes were served, it was not just Guowa who fell hungry. Even Qin Dong found himself ravenous. The group gathered around the table, and Hu Shirtu produced a bottle of Nolinchin. No tickets were required to purchase alcohol. Yet, in these lean years, when rice cost 10 cents and pork merely 65 cents, a bottle of Nolinchin priced at 30 cents was considered a luxury by ordinary folk. As for Mao Tai and other national liquors, they were beyond the imagination of the common person. There was no blending of alcohol either. Upon opening the bottle, a pure scent of fermented grain wafted through the air. As the gathering was about to commence, the door curtain was lifted. Oh, you're already eating. exclaimed Jia Zhangshi, quite familiar with the scene, as she approached the table with her grandson. Upon seeing the succulent meat, her eyes sparkled with delight. Jia Zhangshi, what brings you here? Qin Dong's expression darkened slightly. During mealtime, it is generally considered impolite to visit uninvited. We're about to eat. You should return home. Hey you, my grandson wants some meat. And since we have none at home, I came to take a few pieces back for him, Jia Zhangshi replied, reaching for the chopsticks. With a swift motion, Qin Dong struck her hand with his chopsticks, causing her to retract it in pain. Qin Dong, what are you doing? Jia Zhangshi was incensed. How dare you lay a hand on an elder? Jia Zhangshi, it seems the lesson from our last encounter was not sufficient. Shall I administer another severe reprimand? Qin Dong's words prompted a flash of recollection for Jia Zhangshi, who remembered his public rebuke of her. This impudent child truly dared to use force. Don't be so stingy. My grandson is just a little one. How much can he possibly eat? Let him have some. Jia Zhangshi's tone softened, yet her desire for the meat remained unabated. Besides, there are only a few of you. How could you possibly consume all of this? Qin Dong, however, had lost interest in her incessant prattling. Brother Hu, kindly assist and escort this individual out. Understood. Hu Shi too had long grown weary of the scene. Upon hearing Qin Dong's command, he swiftly seized Jia Zhangshi by the collar and thrust her outside. Seeing his grandmother ejected, Banging tiptoed in distress towards the cured meat. You little rascal. How can you pilfer food? Wang Xiaohua reprimanded as she lifted Bangeng and tossed him out as well. Bangeng, my dear grandson. Jia Zhangshi rushed to him. Grandma, I want to eat meat. Bangeng wailed. Jia Zhangshi felt both distressed and furious. They had not acquired a single piece of meat, and both she and her grandson had been unceremoniously thrown out, landing unceremoniously on the ground. This was intolerable. If she let it slide now, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Help! That heartless little wretch is assaulting the elderly and children. This is utterly outrageous, Jia Zhangshi lamented, striking the ground in despair. Lu Hai, seated at the entrance, was the first to rush over. What is going on here? How can you strike an elder? Qin Dong, come out. Qin Dong's refusal to invite others to his meat feast would not go unpunished. This was the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson. Soon, others arrived as well. Everyone, let us deliberate. We are all neighbors. When Qin Dong has meat, he should share it with all. His refusal is selfish, and to strike the elderly and children is simply inexcusable. Upon hearing Jia Zhangshi's words, the crowd's interest was piqued. The aroma of Qin's meat wafted through the courtyard, tantalizing their senses. While they were tempted, none dared to demand meat outright. Now that Jia Zhangshi had spoken, could they too possibly share in the bounty? Jia Zhangshi, you are right. One should not be overly selfish. How about this? I will reflect on my actions. I have meat, and you have a sewing machine. If you bring the sewing machine into my home, I shall provide you with meat. What do you say? Upon hearing that Qin Dong had set his sights on the sewing machine belonging to the Jia family, Jia Zhangshi immediately erupted in anger. Impossible. That is my family's sewing machine. Why should I give it to you? And what gives you the right to my meat? Qin Dong replied with a cold smirk. Simply because your family is shameless. Jia Zhangshi's expression darkened. It was evident that Qin Dong's sharp tongue would be a formidable opponent. Had he truly become so clever after being struck by that burning stick? Observing Qin Dong's demeanor, the onlookers realized that they wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation today. While Jia Zhangshi could afford to be shameless, the others could not. Jia Zhangshi, times are tough for everyone. You should cease this nonsense. Indeed, who doesn't desire meat these days? It's up to you to figure it out. Get lost. What does this have to do with you? Angered by the crowd's scorn, Jia Zhangshi retorted, Qin Dong took my family's money, leaving us unable to buy meat. And now he is cooking it in the yard. What is wrong with my children having a taste of his meat? Qin Dong, unperturbed, shot back. Everyone knows, Jia Zhangshi, that I could have been promoted 2 levels, but was instead knocked down 2 levels by your family's Jia Dongshu in that stick. 1,000 yuan is hardly enough. You come begging me to accept the money, and now you wish to retract? Fine, let us visit the police station together. With that, Qin Dong prepared to head to the police station, prompting Jia Dongshu to abandon his hiding. How could that be? A man's word is his bond. The Jia family does not backtrack on agreements. Jia Dongshu humbly apologized, But Qin Dong remained unmoved. No, it would be better not to accept this money. I would want someone to accuse me of extortion one day. What a disaster that would be. Absolutely not. My mother is simply in a bad mood. Qin Dong, you're a grown man. Don't stoop to her level. Come, let us go home. Jia Dongshu pulled Jia Zhangshi and bonging back inside. Meanwhile, the onlookers eagerly devoured the aroma of meat wafting from the backyard. Upon returning home, Qin Dong found Guoguo patiently waiting for their meal. He smiled and gently patted the little girl on the head. Let us eat, and from now on, you should ignore the Jia family. Guoguo nodded vigorously in agreement. Wang Xiaohua and Guoguo quickly finished their meal. Qin Dong and Hu Shitu shared a few drinks. Yet to his surprise, Hu Shitu remained tight-lipped, revealing no hints. Nevertheless, Qin Dong deduced that they were targeting him. His modified lathe technology had evidently caught their attention, though he was uncertain if they were affiliated with the authorities or the enemy. Unfazed by the ambiguity, Qin Dong was in no rush. Even the best hidden tales will eventually show. He had ample time to engage them at his leisure. Qin Dong is simply overstepping his bounds. I must teach him a lesson. Jia Dongshi muttered as he paced in his room. Jia Zhangshi, coaxing Bonging, incited Jia Dongshi further. Indeed, that wretched little beast dares to disregard us. Tomorrow, we shall deal with him. No need to wait. I'll confront him today. While Jia Zhangshi found Qin Dong despicable, she was also apprehensive about getting caught. Mother, rest assured, this time he won't catch me. Under the cover of night, he stealthily moved, convinced that Qin Dong could not possibly remain awake, watching his every move. Chapter 33. The Revelation. Jia Dongshu's intent to eliminate Yi Zhonghai. After bidding farewell to Wang Xiaohua and his spouse, Qin Dong began to tidy himself up alongside Guoguo, preparing for a night's rest. A soft knocking echoed at the door. Qin Dong, my brother, it's me. Open the door, came Su Damao's hushed voice. What could Su Damao possibly want at such a late hour? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Dong rose and opened the door. Oh dear, it's freezing outside. I need a moment to warm up, Su Damao remarked as he attempted to enter the room. However, Qin Dong blocked his way, aware that his daughter was already asleep and could not allow this intruder to disturb her. Unfazed, Su Damao squatted by the stove to warm himself, his gaze fixated on the kettle on the table. Take a seat. I'll pour you a cup of water, Qin Dong offered. The cup on the table had been used by him and Guoguo, perhaps still containing remnants of the super spring water's nourishing qualities. He was unwilling to grant Su Damao such a privilege, and instead fetched a worn-out bowl to fill with water for him. Su Damao accepted it without complaint, gulping down the contents until he felt warm again. My brother, you won't believe what I discovered at the hospital today. Su Damao et Kalim animet di. When I arrived, Auntie and Aunt Air had already left. The ward contained only Qin Huairu and Yi Zhonghai. I saw him cradling that little one, grinning from ear to ear. It was evident he had a romantic interest. Outside, Jia Dongshu, poised with a kettle of hot water ready to douse Qin Dong's doorstep, halted abruptly. What is happening? Is he Darren with his wife? Peering around, he pressed his ear closer to listen. Impossible. Darren doesn't strike me as the type. What do you know? Su Damao retorted, growing agitated. That old coot is no good. He has been lurking there, preventing me from entering. Then, in a moment of inspiration, I sought out a nurse. Guess what she said? The little girl is quite robust, resembling her father perfectly. Jia Dongshu had not set foot outside the courtyard. So how could the nurse possibly know who that child's father was? I asked, is that really the case? The nurse replied, of course. He has been holding her for so long. How could we not notice? Su Damao mimicked their conversation, altering his voice to portray both himself and the nurse. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the courtyard. Who is there? It was Lu Guangtian. Upon hearing another presence, Su Damao fell silent. Brother, this matter must remain between us. You must keep it confidential. Once Qin Huairu is discharged, the Jia family will be in utter chaos. With that, Su Damao exited. At the doorway, he encountered Lu Guangtian. Guangtian, what brings you here at this hour? It's Su Damao. Why aren't you asleep at this late hour, intruding into Qin Dong's room? Lu Guangtian asked suspiciously. I came to borrow something from the Qin family. What about you? What are you doing here at this late hour? My father is in a foul mood today. I dare not relieve myself indoors for fear of being reprimanded, Lu Guangtian replied, sniffing. By the way, I thought I saw someone around here. Su Damao. Did you see anyone? Who could possibly be here? You must be seeing things. Fine, I shall take my leave now. You should hurry and relieve yourself, coward. The Lu family has many sons, with Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu constantly getting beaten. Their household is markedly different. He is their only son, and since childhood, his sisters have catered to him with utmost care. After his sisters married, his mother, Su, personally attended to him. His father, Su Fuguei, even arranged for him to be a projectionist at the Hongqing steel factory. The elderly couple is contemplating moving out once he marries, allowing him to take over the house. With a job, money, and a home, Su Damao is immensely proud, naturally looking down upon Lu Guangtian. Flaunting in front of me. Your Su family has tried to arrange marriages several times, yet none have succeeded. What is there to be proud of? Upon seeing Su Damao enter the house, Lu Guangtian muttered a curse under his breath and dashed outside. He needed to relieve himself. He could no longer hold it. Once they departed, a head emerged from behind the firewood pile. Sneaking a glance around, it scurried towards the courtyard. Dongshu, what are you doing wandering around at this hour? As Yi Zhonghai entered the courtyard, he spotted Jia Dongshu meandering with a water jug. Upon seeing Yi Zhonghai, Jia Dongshu was reminded of Su Damao's words. His father cherishes his daughter immensely, and she bears an uncanny resemblance to him. With this thought, Jia Dongshu's demeanor toward Yi Zhonghai soured immediately. What business is it of yours? You old coot, appearing respectable at times. You treat me well, yet I thought you wanted me to care for you in your old age. Little did I know this old fellow had designs on his wife. Most troubling of all, he succeeded. What am I to do? You child, why are you still sulking? Huairu is your wife. If you do not cherish her, who will? I visited the hospital today. She has suffered greatly, nearly losing half her life. Your Aunt E is there looking after her, so you need not worry. Comfort your mother well. Once she calms down, buy a chicken and make some soup to send over. Yi Zhonghai generously pulled out 2 yuan. These 2 pigs, cattle, and mutton require meat coupons, but chickens, ducks, and fish do not. 2 yuan is ample to purchase a large, plump hen. Jia Dongshu was taken aback upon seeing the money. The old man is not human. Could be he feels guilty? Is he trying to silence him with money? 1 chicken seems a bit too little. I reckon we should stew 2 chickens a day to eat. Jia Dongshu's words were blunt, reflecting his disdain for Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai was momentarily taken aback, but then beamed with satisfaction. His judgment was indeed astute. A man who treats his wife so well will surely take good care of him in his old age. It is good that you think this way. Huairu has already given you a son and a daughter. What is wrong with having another girl? As long as her health is restored, you can have as many sons as you desire in the future. The more children you have, the more people there will be to care for you in your old age. Yi Zhonghai cheerfully took out 20 yuan. Take this money. Focus on nursing your wife back to health first. Jia Dongshu clutched the money, his face dark as if it were the bottom of a pot. Indeed, this old fellow harbors ill intentions. The moment he squeezed, he felt a pang of guilt. Therefore, I extend my gratitude to you, esteemed elder. Jia Dongshu expressed his thanks through gritted teeth. Yet, Yi Zhonghai remained oblivious to the underlying tension. As my apprentice, it is only fitting that I assist you. Now, off you go. It's quite chilly outside. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the workshop, and I shall introduce you to the factory director. Perhaps we can devise a means to secure your transfer to the special workshop. Although Jia Dongshu's skill level was not particularly high, his rapport with Director Yang was commendable. Director Yang had previously assisted him in extricating someone from a predicament. Surely, this minor matter would meet with his approval. Yi Zhonghai returned home in high spirits, utterly unaware of the venomous gaze fixed upon him from behind. Yi Zhonghai, you old scoundrel, I shall ensure your demise. I will strip your skin to fashion a drum, which I shall beat daily. And as for Qin Dong, he is no better. You all conspired against me, and I shall flay you all. Chapter 34. Yi Zhonghai encounters obstacles. Jia Dongshu in a state of panic the following day. Jia Dongshu accompanied Yi Zhonghai to Director Yang's office. A second-level fitter wishes to enter the special workshop. I shall contemplate this matter. Director Yang replied without outright refusal. He dismissed Yi Zhonghai and summoned Qin Dong to the office. Jia Dongshu desires entry into the special workshop. His skills are insufficient for that. Qin Dong asserted with a businesslike demeanor. Director Yang, feeling helpless, could only hint to Qin Dong that admitting Jia Dongxiu could facilitate dealing with him. However, Qin Dong feigned ignorance. Director, it is impossible for Jia Dongxiu to enter directly. However, I can offer him an opportunity for assessment. Furthermore, I propose a comprehensive evaluation of all junior technicians from the previous workshop. Those who meet the standards may enter the special workshop. Those who do not, alas, I cannot assist. Yang Shengli furrowed his brow. Qin Dong, this suggestion may not hold water. Director, I find Master Qin's proposal quite reasonable. Lead Deputy Director interjected as he entered with a report. I apologize, Director. I did not intend to eavesdrop, but I happened to overhear. In light of recent events in the first workshop, the atmosphere in the factory has deteriorated significantly. Yang Shengli's expression darkened immediately. As the production supervisor, he was responsible for the overall operations of the factory. What audacity possessed Li Huai, a logistics director, to meddle in production matters. Upon learning of this, I hurried to report to the director. If this situation is mishandled, worker discontent may lead to unrest with dire consequences. Lead Deputy Director's words echoed Yang Shengli's concerns. Having emerged from the first workshop, I can attest that grievances abound. The factory must deliver tangible solutions. Indeed, Director, the workshop is a crucial production area. Such places must not be compromised by individual greed. I propose the establishment of a supervisory department within the factory, rigorously preventing similar occurrences from transpiring from top to bottom. Inside and out, Qin Dong's brow twitched. While Li Huai was no saint, neither was Yang Shengli a paragon of virtue. Should these two engage in conflict, Yang Shengli would be too preoccupied to pursue his own schemes. Upon returning to the workshop, Jia Dongxiu awaited him at the entrance. Qin Dong, I have splendid news to share. Henceforth, I too shall be a member of the special workshop. Although we have had our minor disagreements, I, Jia Dongxiu, am a person of principles and shall not stoop to pettiness with you. Jia Dongxiu boasted triumphantly to Qin Dong. What can you do to me, Qin Dong? I have not only emerged from my predicament, but am also entering the special workshop. Is that so? Then I extend my congratulations to you, Qin Dong replied, non-committally. As for you, a man on the brink of demise, perhaps it would be best to refrain from bringing misfortune to my special workshop. An announcement echoed through the steel rolling mill, repeated thrice. All level 4 and below technicians from Workshop 1, please proceed to Workshop 2 for evaluation. Jia Dongxiu's face turned ashen. Out of the blue, why is there an evaluation? Yet, he had no time to hesitate. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. He must seek Yi Zhonghai's assistance to navigate this challenge. Yi Zhonghai had also heard the announcement and immediately felt concern for Jia Dongxiu. He hurried to Workshop 2, where he encountered a flustered Jia Dongxiu. Master, you have finally arrived. I implore you to assist me this time. Although he harbored a desire to eliminate Yi Zhonghai, it was not the moment for such thoughts. Yi Zhonghai must instruct him. Dongxiu, do not panic. The second-level fitter examination is not overly difficult. You simply need to remain composed. What is happening? Are we proceeding with the assessment or not? Shouted the security guard at the entrance of Workshop 2, attempting to maintain order. If you're not taking the test, please step aside. The proceedings are about to commence. Go on, Dongxiu, do not fret. As long as you maintain your composure, you will undoubtedly succeed, Yi Zhonghai reassured him. With a face full of trepidation, Jia Dongxiu entered the workshop. Though he feigned calmness, the anxiety was palpable. If he were engaged in his daily tasks, he would at least become familiar with some aspects. However, under Yi Zhonghai's guidance, he had not been required to undertake any complex tasks. Moreover, having been taken to the police station, he had not even laid hands on the machinery. Jia Dongxiu felt as though he were on the brink of failure. Yi Zhonghai, sensing the gravity of the situation, decided to seek out Factory Director Yang. What brings you here again? Factory Director Yang's expression darkened upon seeing Yi Zhonghai. Director, I am left with no choice. This evaluation has come rather unexpectedly. Dongxiu has just emerged from the police station, unprepared in every regard. Is such an assessment truly fair? Yi Zhonghai, I warn you, this matter has been settled. Your words are of no consequence now. Factory Director Yang was preoccupied with plans to place his own people in the supervisory department and had little inclination to entertain Yi Zhonghai's concerns. Yet, upon hearing Yang Shengli's words, Yi Zhonghai grew agitated. He had but one apprentice, whom he had intended to mentor into retirement, with his own future in jeopardy. If Jia Dongshu were to lose his prospects as well, what hope would remain for him? Director, I have devoted so much to the steel rolling mill, and Dongshu is my only apprentice. I beseech you to assist me. Yi Zhonghai implored Yang Shengli with earnestness. Master Yi, Jia Dongshu has served as a second-level worker for quite some time. His skills are undoubtedly sufficient. You need not worry. Return to your work, Yang Shengli replied dismissively. With no other recourse, Yi Zhonghai had to depart. Yang Shengli intends to abandon me. This cannot stand. I must devise a plan. The steel rolling mill was firmly under Yang Shengli's control, with several deputy factory directors also aligned with him. The newly arrived Li Huaid is an unexpected addition. Yet he is not well acquainted with him and feels hesitant to approach directly. After some contemplation, Yi Zhonghai decided to head to the cafeteria. Shazhu is quite straightforward, and since the cafeteria is also under the logistics department, he has heard that Li Huaid particularly enjoys the dishes prepared by Shazhu. Therefore, seeking his assistance in this matter should yield favorable results. Old Master Yi, are you inviting Director Li for a meal, and you want me to accompany you? How delightful! When shall this take place? Upon hearing that Yi Zhonghai intended to treat, especially in the company of Deputy Director Li, Shazhu was instantly overjoyed. Shazhu, the exact timing depends on you. Whenever you can persuade Deputy Director Li, that will be when we dine, Yi Zhonghai replied. Rest assured, with me, Shazhu, at the helm, one is as good as two. Shazhu confidently set off to find Li Huaid. Upon learning that Yi Zhonghai was treating, Li Huaid immediately shook his head. Shazhu, I heard that you and Qin Dong from the special workshop are neighbors? Indeed, I reside in the central courtyard while he occupies the rear courtyard, Shazhu answered honestly, unaware of Li Huaid's intentions behind the inquiry. What is your relationship like? Li Huaid probed further. We are brothers, quite close indeed, Shazhu boasted, eager to curry favor with his superior, unaware of the ulterior motives behind Li Huaid's questions. Really? Then could you do me a favor? Chapter 35. Jia Dongshu confronts Yi Zhonghai, while Shazhu lashes out at Qin Dong. Dongshu, it's all right. Failing this assessment isn't the end of the world. You are intelligent. When you return, I will coach you further. With a little more diligence, you will surely succeed. Yi Zhonghai reassured Jia Dongshu, who had just been dismissed from consideration. It was lunchtime, and the cafeteria at the steel mill was bustling with patrons. Yi Zhonghai, in his effort to console Jia Dongshu, was met with frustration. Now relegated back to the position of a first-level fitter, Jia Dongshu could only earn 22 yuan monthly, with an additional subsidy bringing his total to merely 25. Such meager earnings were hardly sufficient for his needs. As he listened to Yi Zhonghai's words, his irritation grew. You pretentious bureaucrat, feigning concern while likely mocking me behind my back. I don't need your pity. Jia Dongshu snapped, storming out with his lunchbox in hand. Yi Zhonghai fronit. This Jia Dongshu, after I endeavored to pave the way for him, this is how he repays me? Is this not the behavior of an ingrate? Anger bubbled within him. It seemed his kindness had emboldened Jia Dongshu to act in such a manner. This could not continue. If he behaved this way now, how could he expect to provide for him in the future? It appeared the time had come to impart a lesson to Jia Dongshu. Yi Zhonghai did not pursue him, but simply returned to the workshop with his lunchbox. Meanwhile, Jia Dongshu stormed out, only to collide unexpectedly with Qin Dong, who had just entered to fetch his meal. Watch where you're going. Are you blind? Jia Dongshu barked without lifting his head. My apologies. I was unaware you were blind. Please, go ahead, Qin Dong responded with a smile, unfazed by the confrontation. Humph. A coward will always be a coward. Jia Dongshu thought triumphantly as he sat down at a nearby table. At this moment, he was in no hurry to leave. Tormenting Qin Dong was far more enjoyable. Qin Dong shook his head in exasperation. Were it not for the knowledge that Jia Dongshu was on the brink of death, he would have long since distanced himself from this troublesome situation. However, he was astonished that Jia Dongshu failed to recognize that he was being insulted. Indeed, The lack of education is a most terrifying thing. One serving of cabbage noodles, one stir-fried potato, and 2 steamed buns, he ordered. The cafeteria's offerings lacked meat, consisting solely of 2 vegetable dishes, though they were generously oiled. Dongzi, come to the kitchen for a moment. I need to discuss something with you, Shaju said, filling a box with food and selecting 2 larger buns before beckoning Qin Dong to the kitchen. Noticing Shaju's obsequious smile, Qin Dong nodded and made his way to the back. Jia Dongshu had been watching Qin Dong intently and, upon seeing him head to the kitchen, stealthily followed. Deputy Director Li wants to invite me to dinner? I hardly know him. Why would he extend such an invitation? Qin Dong pondered while taking a bite of cabbage. They say Shaju is a talented cook, renowned for his delicious dishes, yet they seemed rather ordinary to him. Shaju, however, harbored a disdain for communal meals, preferring to experiment with smaller, private dishes. Who has to say those wouldn't be even less palatable? Judging by these 2 large pots of food, they hardly rivaled the culinary skills of the chefs at state-run canteens. Are you really that dense, or do you feign ignorance? The leadership has taken an interest in you. You should grasp this opportunity to ascend, Shaju winked. You've managed to charm 2 beautiful wives and gained recognition from the higher-ups. Why am I devoid of such fortune? With a snap, Qin Dong closed the food container. Shaju, are you seeking trouble? Not only did I not sleep with Qin Huairu, but even if I had, is this the sort of matter one discusses in public? In this day and age, those who play the fool do so at their own peril. Having just dealt with the Jia family, it seemed Shaju was stirring up trouble anew. Qin Dong's commotion attracted the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Hey, brother, please don't be angry. You know how I can be. I deserve a slap, Shaju said, giving himself 2 hearty slaps. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Shaju, you can't clap with one hand. Would you like me to assist you? Get lost, Shaju retorted, irritated, as he shooed the others away. Seeing Qin Dong about to leave, he hurriedly chased after him. Brother, don't go. Will you accept the invitation or not? Just give me a sign. I've never bullied you in the courtyard. You can't betray your brother. Shaju had already promised Deputy Director Li that Qin Dong would attend. If he refused, Shaju would face dire consequences. After all, a free meal is a meal not to be missed. Let him know that tonight, I'll be bringing my daughter along. The atmosphere between Yang Shengli and Li Huai was already tense, and he had no qualms about adding fuel to the fire, especially against the formidable Yi Zhonghai, or Qin Dong and Shaju scheming so furtively. Free meals. Where in this world do such things exist? Jia Dongshu pondered for a moment, sensing that something was amiss. Could these 2 young men be up to no good? I must follow them and observe. If they engage in wrongdoing, I shall report them to the authorities and ensure they are apprehended. At least I have Yi Zhonghai to look out for me, which would allow me to emerge unscathed. However, if Qin Dong and Shaju were to get caught, they would find themselves in dire straits. Leaving behind 2 young girls would serve little purpose. With a mere exertion of strength, he could easily claim their properties as his own. Throughout the afternoon, Qin Dong, accompanied by a group of young men, managed to modify 20 machines. When the workday concluded, he rode his bicycle to fetch guagua. In this era, overtime was virtually unheard of. During the planned economy, raw materials were scarce, and everyone had predetermined quotas. However, once he completed the transformation of a workshop and showcased results to the higher-ups, it was likely that those quotas would be adjusted. Shaju finished work and exited the cafeteria with an empty lunchbox. The lamb from Dongshan was delectable, and since it wouldn't cost him anything, he resolved to bring back some meat for the girls to enhance their meals. Jia Dongshu trailed closely behind him. While Qin Dong had a bicycle and could easily outpace him, Shaju was slower due to his leg brace. As long as he kept pace, he wouldn't lose sight of him. The 2 walked together onto the street, observing as Shaju entered Dongshan. Surely, they wouldn't be going there for meat? How could they afford it? Jia Dongshu hesitated, contemplating whether to follow them inside or wait outside. Ultimately, he witnessed Shaju emerge like a sycophant, ushering a tall middle-aged man inside. Jia Dongshu recognized this man. He was Deputy Director Li from their factory's logistics department. Jia Dongshu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Surely, the person they were meeting was Deputy Director Li. What mischief could these 3 be concocting? His stomach growled. Having only consumed 2 servings of noodles at noon, Combined with the strenuous labor of the afternoon, he was now ravenous. Though still some distance away, Jia Dongshu could almost smell the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen. He felt the 20 yuan Yi Zhonghai had given him in his pocket. Resolutely, he dashed out to exchange it for 2 pounds of meat tickets. He was determined to seize an opportunity today. Jia Dongshu concocted a justifiable reason for his indulgence and boldly entered Dongshan. Chapter 36. Yanbu Gui is doomed. Jia Dongshu reports the meal lasted over an hour. As Qin Dong emerged from the establishment, cradling Guo, alongside Li Huai, Shaju lingered behind, preoccupied with filling his lunchbox with leftovers. Observing Qin Dong and Li Huai engaged in jovial conversation and exchanging handshakes at the entrance, Jia Dongshu's eyes burned with jealousy. That wretched Qin Dong had ingratiated himself with Deputy Director Li. It was infuriating to realize that someone he once deemed inferior had ascended to the status of a level 6 fitter and gained entry into a special workshop, while he himself had reverted to being a level 1 fitter. The bitterness within Jia Dongshu festered. This cannot stand. I must prevent Qin Dong from becoming closer to Deputy Director Li. Although Li Huai holds the position of Deputy Director, he wields considerable power, overseeing procurement, the canteen of the steel mill, and the distribution of labor protection supplies. A mere hint of his influence could ensure that an entire family enjoys sumptuous feasts. With this thought in mind, Jia Dongshu hurriedly ran in the direction of Li Huai's departure. Oh, isn't that Jia Dongshu? Why is he running? Shaju, emerging with his lunchbox, caught sight of him. Qin Dong had already left, and soon Jia Dongshu vanished from view. Shaju shook his head and made his way back to the courtyard. Dongzi has returned. Oh, off to enjoy some meat, I see. As soon as he entered the compound, someone greeted Qin Dong. Others took the opportunity to admire his bicycle. What a fine ride. Yin Bugue exclaimed appreciatively. By the way, Qin Dong, there's fresh news. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on the Jia family? Today, Jia Zhangshi caused quite a scene at the hospital, prompting Qin Huairu to come back and do her bidding. I heard she even had a fierce argument with Idama at the hospital. In the end, Qin Huairu didn't return and had to handle it herself. Our third son has been keeping a close watch on her, ensuring she has no chance to slack off. Although Yin Bugue was reporting on the Jia family situation, his gaze was firmly fixed on the bicycle. This new 28-inch bike is splendid. Just look at the leather. So comfortable. Well, it's decent, but a bit heavy. Lifting it over the threshold can be cumbersome, Qin Dong replied. The red gate and high threshold are standard features of the courtyard, giving it an imposing appearance, though it poses some inconvenience for those with bicycles. Allow me to assist you with that. It won't be a bother. Yin Bugue quickly stepped forward. I can even wash and polish your bike, so it stays spotless every day. Ah, Yin Bugue is quite the opportunist, Qin Dong remarked. Third uncle, you're the caretaker of our courtyard. Isn't that inappropriate? Besides, I have no way to repay you. Everyone in the courtyard knew that Yin Bugue expected favors in return for his assistance. Upon hearing this, he grew anxious. What repayment are you talking about? We are all neighbors in the same courtyard. Lending a hand is only natural. Besides, isn't my duty as third uncle to serve everyone? How can I ask for repayment? If you mention repayment again, I might just lose my temper. Despite his righteous words, Yin Bugue's true desire was to get a closer look at the bicycle. That's inappropriate. Qin Dong shook his head. I'll be doing laundry after work. I can wash the bike while I'm at it. What business does a grown man have doing laundry? Let your third aunt handle it for you. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Qin Dong replied. In this day and age, which woman would wash clothes for someone else? That would be a source of ridicule. In the narrative, Shaju's inability to find a wife stems not only from a meddling of Yi Zhonghai and Su Damao, but also because Qin Huairu's assistance in washing his undergarments has played a significant role. Your third aunt is of a certain age. What's wrong with that? I refuse to believe anyone would dare gossip, he insisted. Though third aunt was somewhat displeased, she could hardly argue against her husband's words and could only smile in agreement. Ah, it's merely a simple task. What's wrong with that? As a man of stature, balancing work and caring for his daughter, it seems these trivial matters can be entrusted to us, the neighbors. Very well. If that is the case, I shall trouble Mr. and Mrs. San. Qin Dong readily acquiesced. However, the smile of Mrs. San faltered. How could Qin Dong be so thoughtless as to agree? Complaints from Wang Lihua, 100. Joy from Yin Bugue, 100. This couple. Qin Dong returned home after handing the car over to Yin Bugue. From now on, someone would wash his clothes and clean his car. It was satisfying to outsmart the one who prided himself on his cunning calculations while also reaping the emotional bounty from this couple. Is Dongzi back? Wang Xiaohua called out as she emerged from the house. I prepared a meal. Would you care to join? Thank you, Sister Wang. I've already eaten and just returned, he replied. You and brother who enjoy your meal. It appeared his concerns had been in vain. The lingering scent of lamb on him suggested he had dined well. In these times, one's nose has become quite discerning. It is impossible to conceal what one has consumed. With a smile, Wang Xiaohua returned indoors, and Qin Dong opened his own door. Upon returning home, he conducted a thorough check but found no signs of intrusion. Nonetheless, he was unperturbed, for all his valuables and problematic items were secured in his space. Even if someone had entered, they would find nothing of worth. Ayu, Directoli. I am Jia Dongshu from the steel factory's first workshop. I have some information regarding Qin Dong. Unable to catch up with Li Huaid, Jia Dongshu made his way directly to his residence. Fortuitously arriving as Li Huaid opened the door. Guomein. Upon hearing Qin Dong's name, Li Huaid invited Jia Dongshu inside. What has happened to Qin Dong? Director Li. Qin Dong is not a good person. He mistreats the elderly and children, showing no respect for age or love for the young. Moreover, Li Huaid understood Jia Dongshu's intentions for reporting to him. He despised those who slander others behind their backs. All right, I am already aware of the situation you've described. I will report this to the factory manager. With that, Li Huaid dismissed him, and Jia Dongshu had no choice but to take his leave. The thought of Li Huaid informing Manager Yang, leading to Qin Dong's misfortune, filled Jia Dongshu with delight. He went to Shikahai, smearing mud from the river on himself. What on earth are you doing, Jia Dongshu? Wang San? Jia Dongshu was somewhat surprised. Wang San was a streetwise fellow, often mingling with a gang of ruffians. After exchanging a few words, upon learning that Wang San was doing quite well with several underlings, Jia Dongshu's mind began to churn. He still needed to rely on Yi Zhonghai, but he couldn't let his anger go unvented. If he enlisted Wang San to teach Yi Zhonghai a lesson, he could release his pin-up frustration. Beating someone is fine, but it will cost this much. Wang San held out his hand, palm up. 5 yuan? That's rather steep. What is so expensive? To be frank, we don't profit from this 5 yuan. It's merely a token for our trouble. The authorities are strict now, and one misstep could land us in the police station. Jia Dongshu felt a twinge of fear at the mention of the police. They wouldn't implicate me, would they? Rest assured, once we receive the payment, we won't divulge any names. But it is rather pricey, unless you can help me deal with another person. If we add another target, you'll only need to pay 3 yuan. This is a price of friendship. If you seek a lesser one, you may as well turn to others. Wang San wore a face of disdain. Jia Dongshu, stirred by a surge of fervor, readily acquiesced. 3 coins it shall be. And so it is settled. The two then deliberated on the finer details before Jia Dongshu returned home. Dongshu, my feet are aching from walking today. You must go and fetch that misfortunate broom, Star tomorrow. What kind of family are we, still lingering in a hospital? Upon his return, Jia Zhongshi commenced her tirade against Qin Huairu. I shan't go. I am exhausted and shall retire for the night, Jia Dongshu declared as he made his way to bed. Jia Zhongshi, witnessing this, intensified her approaches, even dragging the meddlesome Aunt Yi into her scathing remarks. Jia Dongshu paid no heed. If Yi Zhonghai continues his inaction, he may as well abandon the hope of living a peaceful life. Chapter 37. The Midnight Application of a Finger's Zen. Astonishing power. Congratulations, host, for reeling in the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Qin Dong awoke in the dead of night. With idle time on his hands, he entered the fishing grounds, only to unexpectedly discover a book. It is worth noting that in recent days, his catches had consisted solely of food and drink. This book was a first. 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Upon usage, one may acquire 25,000 pounds of strength. Upon reading the description, Qin Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. 25,000 pounds. Could this truly be within the realm of human capability? After opting for fusion, a golden light surged into his being. Rising to gaze into the mirror, he noted no visible alterations to his physique, yet he could distinctly sense an overwhelming power coursing within him. With fists capable of 25,000 pounds. This strength transcended human limits. Even if averaged across a pinky finger, that would still amount to 500 pounds. I wonder if the so-called guardian of the courtyard, the dim-witted Zhu, could withstand even a mere little finger of his. Excited, Qin Dong opened the door, intending to find a suitable place to test his newfound strength. The courtyard lay in serene silence, as everyone slumbered. He made his way out towards the latrine. Not far from it stood an abandoned large grinding stone, perfectly suited for practice. In the alley, a drunken Wang San was preparing to head home when he spotted Qin Dong emerging from the courtyard. Hey, this kid has a vehicle. I was just lamenting the difficulty of work. Little did I know he would deliver it right to me. Wang San turned, invigorated by the prospect of work. Come on, everyone be alert. Upon hearing of the opportunity, his two lackeys instantly perked up. Third master, shall we deal with this kid? The entire alley, aside from the three of them, had only Qin Dong approaching. This task was unmistakable. Indeed, it is him, Wang San nodded. The old way. All together now, and let us make it a clean job. The two lackeys nodded in agreement. Fear not, third master. We brothers have never faltered in a scuffle. From Wang San, malicious intent, 50. From Li Taidan, 30. From Zhang Matzi, 30. Suddenly, three names appeared on the emotional panel. Simultaneously, Qin Dong sensed the piercing gaze of ill intent fixated upon him. He recognized the one at the center, Wang San, who resided at the end of the alley. Little did he know that this emotional collector could also serve as an early warning system. Qin Dong was well aware of Wang San's notoriety and promptly abandoned the thought of searching for the grinding wheel. After all, who would find such a pursuit interesting? Moreover, Wang San was nothing more than a delinquent, and given his current malevolent intentions, he deserved to become a mere subject of experimentation. Before long, the trio confronted him. Wang San signaled to his two lackeys, and the three of them lunged at Qin Dong, intending to deliver a surprise beating. However, Qin Dong merely observed their approach without flinching, extending his middle finger towards them. With a resounding thud, Wang San and his companions were sent crashing into the wall, rendered unconscious before they could even utter a cry. Had someone been killed? Qin Dong was startled and hurried over to inspect the scene. Fortunately, the trio still exhibited signs of life. It appeared they had merely fainted. He had not anticipated such immense strength. It seemed prudent to exercise greater caution in wielding this power in the future. Gazing down at the three individuals sprawled on the ground, Qin Dong stacked them atop one another like a game of Jenga. These miscreants had committed wrongdoings. It was only fitting that they be confined at the police station. Wang San felt as if he had been run over by a train. Upon opening his eyes, he found Qin Dong tossing Zhang Matzi onto him, while simultaneously lifting Li Taidan. In the next moment, both Wang San and Zhang Matzi spat blood in unison. Qin Dong, stop. We only intended to give you a beating. You can't kill us, Wang San exclaimed, gritting his teeth against the pain. Yet, Qin Dong paid him no heed. Managing three individuals was rather inconvenient. It would be simpler to bind them together. Qin Dong's gaze fell upon Li Taidan's belt. Using the belt to secure them would facilitate the process. However, one belt was insufficient. He unfastened Li Taidan's belt and discarded it aside, then proceeded to untie Zhang Matzi's belt. What are you doing? Stop it. Qin Dong, you beast. You are utterly deranged. Let's go. Wang San cried in desperation. Seeing Zhang Matzi's futile resistance, he hastily clutched his own belt, decisively betraying Jia Dongshu. It's not us who wish to deal with you. Go find Jia Dongshu. He was the one who sent us. Jia Dongshu? Qin Dong halted momentarily. Are you telling the truth? Indeed. He paid us to trouble you, and Yizhong Hai. If you seek a man, pursue Jia Dongshu. He is quite handsome. We, on the other hand, are not. Please spare us. Qin Dong was momentarily at a loss for words. His inclinations were quite conventional. Why would he seek a man? And even if he did, he certainly wouldn't choose someone as unattractive as they claimed. Nevertheless, it appeared Wang San was speaking earnestly. He could comprehend Jia Dongshu's motives for targeting him, but the notion of targeting Yi Zhonghai was rather unexpected. Jia Dongshu and Yi Zhonghai shared an exceptionally close bond, akin to that of a pair of trousers. Even during Qin Huairu's childbirth, Yi Zhonghai had financially and physically supported Jia Dongshu at the hospital. Moreover, Jia Dongshu's ability to thrive was largely due to Yi Zhonghai's assistance and loans. Although Yi Zhonghai's actions were motivated by a desire for Jia Dongshu to care for him in his old age, such a level of kindness resembled that afforded to a biological son. If someone treats Qin Dong with such kindness, it would be only natural for him to repay that generosity in kind. However, Jia Dongshu has behaved unexpectedly, directly seeking to confront Yi Zhonghai. In the past, while watching dramas, Qin Dong found himself puzzled by the actions of characters like Bang Geng and Xiao Dang, who both seem to exhibit ingratitude. It is important to remember that human hearts are inherently tender. In this era, the simpleton, Xia Zhu, managed to win the affection of Qin Huairu's children. Surely, they were moved by his sincerity. Yet, these children, for the sake of a mere word from Su Damao, ceased communication with Xia Zhu. The other two, upon discovering that Xia Zhu had used his private funds to purchase a television, wasted no time in moving their belongings into her room. Although this unfortunate outcome stemmed from Xia Zhu's own misguided actions, it further solidified their characterization as ungrateful. Nevertheless, Qin Dong has come to understand that the root of this behavior lies with Jia Dongshu. Such ingratitude seems to be hereditary. Wang San, do you take me for a fool? Yi Zhonghai is none other than Jia Dongshu's mentor. Would he truly seek to harm him? Qin Dong deliberately sought to deceive Wang San. I can see that you wish to trick me. Let us see how I will deal with you today. No, please. Wang San desperately clung to his waistband. Dongfi, no. Master Dong, I truly did not deceive you. It was Jia Dongshu himself who said that Yi Zhonghai had wronged their family, and he intends to make him pay. Wang San was in tears, realizing that he should have never engaged in this business with the eccentric Qin Dong. Master Dong, I swear I did not deceive you. Please spare me. Seeing Wang San in such a pitiful state, Qin Dong felt a wave of disgust. Enough of the tears. I have no interest in men. I prefer women. Who would want to sleep with someone as ugly as you? Wang San did not believe Qin Dong's words for a moment. You should first discard the waistbands of those two men before speaking to me. However, in order to escape, he dared not defy Qin Dong. Yes, I understand. Master Dong prefers women. I shall inform everyone that Master Dong is not interested in men. I, Wang San, am far too ugly to dirty your eyes. I shall leave at once. As he spoke, Wang San hunched over and began to roll on the ground. Zhang Matzi and Li Taidan looked on in bemusement, pants in hand, contemplating their own escape, but with their waistbands still in Qin Dong's grasp. How could they move? Qin Dong extended his foot, and Wang San found himself unable to roll any further. All right, get up. Qin Dong tossed the waistbands to Zhang Matzi and Li Taidan. Wang San, I shall overlook tonight's events, but your actions were indeed inappropriate. If Jia Dongshu dares to confront him, he must be met with a fitting response. Rest assured, Master Dong, I shall not dare to act in such a manner again. From now on, I, Wang San, shall be your blade. Wherever you command, I shall strike. It seems Wang San was truly terrified, spilling his thoughts freely, directly pledging his allegiance to Qin Dong. Chapter 38. Yi Zhonghai's infidelity leads to his downfall. Qin Dong's profligacy confirmed. After a night of pleasant dreams, before dawn broke the next day, Qin Dong enjoyed a nutritious breakfast before setting out with Guoguo. Today, he planned to visit the street office to report on the renovation of his house. In this day and age, renovating a house is not merely a matter of desire. One must first report to the street office for approval, which will then verify the request before issuing a permit. Only with this permit can one procure the necessary materials. Upon obtaining the materials, a maintenance fee must be submitted to the street office, after which the skilled workers will arrive to commence repairs. Though the process is somewhat convoluted, Qin Dong finds it understandable. Nowadays, all craftsmen have either entered factories or have been organized and sheltered by the street office. The notion of directly hiring someone for work, as in later times, is simply unfeasible. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai also dressed appropriately and set out. Good morning, Uncle Yi. He greeted those in the courtyard with a nod as he walked out. Uncle Yi is truly righteous, having sent his wife to care for the neighbor during her confinement. Who could argue otherwise? The Jia family's actions are indeed excessive. Listening to the discussions behind him, Yi Zhonghai felt a surge of joy. It was his idea to have his wife assist Qin Huairu at the hospital. This not only aided the Jia family, earning him gratitude from Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu, but it would also ensure they would care for him in his old age with greater dedication. Moreover, his recent reputation had suffered. This act would restore it. Additionally, with no one at home to cook, he would be spared the ordeal of having to eat corn porridge and stale bread with everyone else in the courtyard. Is Dongzi out so early today? Is Guobo still asleep? You really have it tough, playing both father and mother. The chatter behind him turned into a dialogue about Qin Dong. As a level 6 mechanic who had entered a special workshop, everyone recognized his bright future, and thus, they spoke kindly about him. Yi Zhonghai darkened his expression slightly in response. This Qin Dong truly clung to his reputation to elevate himself. This matter is far from over. Yi Zhonghai turned and exited through the main gate. As Yi Zhonghai left, Qin Dong glanced back at the gate. Yi Zhonghai was already gone. Such a temper. He must still be young. With this in mind, he should be able to endure the stab in the back from his own retirement partner. Upon leaving, Qin Dong went to seek out Director Li. Qin Dong, what brings you here? How is your head injury? Director Li asked, playfully engaging with Guogua while chatting with Qin Dong. Thanks to your kindness, I feel I'm recovering quite well. By the way, last time you asked me to buy some candy, I happened to find it, so I brought along for you. Additionally, I'd like to renovate my house. Could you assist me with a permit? Why would you need to renovate a perfectly good house? Director Li expressed concern, knowing that the house was intact and thus should not be altered. However, the brown sugar was indeed precious, and she was reluctant to part with it. As you know, Guogua's mother and I have divorced, but the child is still young and needs someone to care for her, right? That is true. Are you planning to bring Dongmei back? Perhaps, Qin Dong replied, though he had no such intention. He refrained from contradicting Director Li's words at this moment. However, having been with me for so many years, she hasn't enjoyed a single day of happiness, so she is unlikely to return now. Thus, I thought it best to renovate the house and acquire some new furniture, so that when I do go to fetch her, it can be done with dignity and grace. After all, marriage is a significant affair in these times. The affairs between the Qin and Ma families have stirred quite a commotion, and bringing someone back is certainly not a simple task. With this thought in mind, Director Li took back the sugar. It is reasonable enough. Since you have made your decision, I shall proceed with the registration. However, the funds for the renovations cannot be meager. Naturally, Qin Dong produced 5 yuan, which he had prepared in advance, assuring that the compensation from the Jia family was more than sufficient. In an era where 5 yuan could sustain a person, typically, one would not contemplate renovating a house unless absolutely necessary. However, Qin Dong was an exception. With decades still to pass before the real estate boom, he intended to reside in this dwelling for the foreseeable future and naturally wished for a comfortable living space. Besides, this money came from the Jia family, so he felt no pangs of regret in spending it. Director Li completed the registration, collected the money, and then summoned a carpenter to assess the materials needed. Upon exiting the street office, Qin Dong found himself in possession of a note issued by Director Li. With this note, he could procure the necessary materials. After dropping Guogua off at the daycare, Qin Dong proceeded to the lumber factory. For the price of a single cigarette, he secured a truckload of golden silk Nama wood. He then offered another pack of cigarettes to borrow the factory's truck for transporting the wood back to the courtyard. At this moment, it was working hours, and people were bustling in and out of the courtyard. Upon seeing the truck laden with lumber, they were astounded. Who could possibly purchase such an immense quantity of wood? How much would that cost? No one in our courtyard is planning renovations. Surely this must be a mistake? Amidst the murmurs, they watched as Qin Dong leaped off the truck. Everyone, lend me a hand to move this wood to the backyard, and I will pay each of you 50 cents. Upon hearing the promise of payment, the crowd surged forward. Among them was Jia Zhangshi, who upon hearing the 50 cents, felt tempted. Unfortunately, Yin Jiequan, the youngest son of Yin Bugue, had been watching her from behind. Aunt Jia, hurry up, or I shall go find Brother Qin Dong. Bah, what is there to show off? The old man is calculating, and the young one is stingy. It's no wonder they live in poverty, Jia Zhangshi muttered under her breath, careful not to speak too loudly for fear of drawing attention. After all, Wearing a badge while wandering the streets was already humiliating enough. If word got out, and the street office dragged her out to parade, she would have no face left to live. The work in the courtyard progressed energetically. Indeed, many hands make light work. In no time, the entire truckload of wood was moved to the backyard. True to his word, Qin Dong distributed the payment, bringing smiles to the faces of those who received it. Dongzi, I think you have bought too much wood. For just one room, do you truly need such quality materials? Yin Bugui's little scheme was already in motion. It's not just for one room. My daughter is growing up. I plan to marry in the future. I want to renovate the firewood room as well, so my daughter can have a place to stay. At that time, every household had a firewood room, albeit small, but typically spanned over 10 square meters. A firewood room too? That is quite extravagant. Indeed, why would you need to build a room for a girl? The crowd began to voice their objections against Qin Dong. His expression darkened slightly. She is my daughter. What is wrong with wanting her to live comfortably? Do not mention just one room. I also intend to renovate the cabinets. Both rooms will be done. It is truly a case of a dog meddling in affairs that do not concern him. Purely a manifestation of jealousy. Unable to bear the sight of others faring better than himself. Renovating both rooms, Qin Dong, this is quite extravagant. Indeed, how much will this cost? The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. It isn't excessive. With materials and labor, it should total around 800. 800 is not insignificant. This truly is a spendthrift. The Lao Qin family is bound to face ruin. With such money squandered on trivialities, how much better it would be to indulge in meat. The expressions of those in the courtyard varied. Qin Dong paid them no mind. It is wise to maintain good relations with neighbors, yet one must not indulge beasts, lest they take advantage. Just then, the craftsman arrived with his tools. After a brief conversation with the craftsman, Qin Dong handed over the keys to the woodshed. For now, they would temporarily reside in the current house, and once the woodshed is renovated, they would move into that, ensuring his daughter would not be left homeless. Having completed these tasks, he locked the door and set off for work. The people in the courtyard exchanged glances, and those who needed to work departed, leaving a group of women and children gathered around the craftsman, eager to see the spectacle. An $800 house is indeed exorbitant. They were keen to observe how such an expensive endeavor would unfold. At the entrance of the alley, in the state-run canteen, Zhonghai ordered a bowl of fermented mung bean juice, accompanied by 2 deep-fried dough sticks and 2 crispy rings. In an era lacking meat and oil, everyone felt a gnawing emptiness in their stomachs. Fried delicacies like dough sticks and crispy rings were rare delights. Zhonghai exhibited no qualms about indulging, savoring every morsel with grease dripping from his lips. Content, he let out a satisfied burp before wiping his mouth and heading to work. Just as he turned a corner, a burlap sack suddenly fell from the sky, followed by a heavy blow to the back of his head. Zhonghai had yet to comprehend the situation before he was rendered unconscious. Chapter 39. Jia Dongshu's underhanded tactics. Zhonghai's notorious reputation. Bah, what is there to boast about? What's so remarkable about riding in a truck? Just wait until your grandfather Su returns in a 212. That will frighten you. Jia Dongshu looked down on the 50 cents Qin Dong offered. He was a man of principle. How could he work for an arch-rival? Cursing under his breath, Jia Dongshu set off for work. No sooner had he exited the alley than he was intercepted by Wang San. What? Zhonghai actually went out alone to indulge? The thought of having to eat the unpalatable corn porridge and steamed buns made by Jia Zhong while Zhonghai dined out early in the morning set Jia Dongshu's heart ablaze with iniquity. Truly a hypocritical old fool, ostensibly sharing in everyone's hardships, yet secretly enjoying superior fare. Wang San, take him to the steel mill. What do you mean the steel mill? I'm not going. In that moment, Wang San could hardly contain his desire to eliminate Jia Dongshu. Were it not for him, they would not have been beaten by Qin Dong the previous day, nor would they have come so close to losing their reputations. Although they had managed to escape, they now bore the burden of an additional superior, who could find comfort in that, were it not for Qin Dong's prior instructions. Wang San would have dealt with Jia Dongshu right then and there. We have already dealt with the individual, and the task is now complete. You may take him to the steel mill, and I will add an extra $2. This is indeed worthy of consideration. However, your steel mill is guarded, and we cannot gain entry. No matter, I am aware of a hole through which you can crawl. After a brief discussion, Jia Dongshu and Wang Xin proceeded to their work. Estimating that the time was about right, he requested a leave to visit the restroom. Jia Dongshu, if your skills are lacking, you must practice more. You have barely started working, and already you seek to slack off? Lu Hong, the director of the second workshop, was quite irate. He despised those who took shortcuts, especially those from the first workshop, and now that it was in his hands, he certainly would not let them off lightly. Director Liu, I assure you I have not been slacking. For some reason today, my stomach is in agony. Perhaps I ate something bad yesterday. Jia Dongshu clutched his abdomen in apparent distress. Yet inwardly, he cursed Lu Hong, deeming him a petty tyrant. Enough. Hurry along, Lu Hong. Seeing that Jia Dongshu did not appear to be feigning, ultimately relented and waved him off. Clutching his stomach, Jia Dongshu exited. What was so impressive about a mere workshop director? He should be cautious not to provoke me, lest he find himself in dire straits. Though he harbored such thoughts, once outside the workshop, Jia Dongshu's pace quickened as he swiftly made his way to the rear of the restroom. There lay a burlap sack, within which a human-shaped figure was visible. Why was there no movement? Surely he cannot be dead? That cannot be. He must simply be unconscious. Rest assured, Jia Dongshu. It is under control, Wang San proclaimed, thumping his chest for emphasis, which eased Jia Dongshu's concerns. Very well. You must hurry and leave. Do not let anyone see you. Although the location was secluded and few had arrived for work, the possibility of discovery loomed large. All right. Wang San extended his hand. What are you doing? Jia Dongshu. We have brought Yi Zhonghai as you instructed, but Qin Dong requires additional payment. How can you do this? We agreed upon a price. It cannot simply be increased. Upon hearing of the additional charge, Jia Dongshu erupted in fury. If you refuse, I shall call for help. Wang Xin cupped his hand around his mouth, ready to shout. Fine, I will pay. Jia Dongshu, fearing exposure for his actions, quickly produced $2 to send Wang San on his way. Soon, he found himself alone, staring at the motionless sack. Clenching his fists, he thought, Yi Zhonghai, you despicable scoundrel. Your day of reckoning has come. His teeth ground together in anger. He genuinely contemplated ending the life of the man he deemed a disgrace. Yet, he knew he could not. He was merely a level 1 machinist. Although he had connections with Deputy Director Li, Yi Zhonghai, an 8th-level machinist, still held value for him. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you understand that Jia Dongshu is not to be trifled with. With that, Jia Dongshu unfastened the top of the sack. Just as he prepared to give it a kick, the sack began to thrash violently. As a sudden noise stirred the atmosphere, Jia Dongshu felt a surge of panic. Instinctively, he kicked the burlap sack, sending Yi Zhonghai tumbling into the cesspit with a resounding splash. The fetid liquid erupted, and Jia swiftly leaped aside to avoid being splattered. The steel mill, bustling with activity, had a cesspit that was regularly cleaned, and had been recently emptied, leaving only a modest amount of waste at the bottom. Yi Zhonghai, upon his abrupt descent, collided with the pit's wall, momentarily seeing stars. The overwhelming stench and the clammy sensation quickly made him aware of his grim predicament. Driven by survival instinct, he flailed helplessly, while Jia Dongshu took the opportunity to flee. Help! Someone has fallen into the cesspit. Jia shouted as he rushed back to the workshop to summon aid. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Hong did not hesitate and hurried with a group of workers towards the restroom. When they arrived, they found Yi Zhonghai thrashing about in the mire. Master Yi, how on earth did you end up here? Lu Hong exclaimed, recognizing him. Stop struggling. The walls are slippery, and you won't be able to climb out. Lu, aware of Yi Zhonghai's identity, quickly called for assistance, instructing someone to notify the security department. Before long, not only the security personnel arrived, but also the likes of Shaju and Lu Haizhong, who rushed over upon hearing the news. Yang factory director and deputy director Li soon followed, concerned for Yi Zhonghai's well-being. Master, please help my master. It's freezing. We cannot let anything happen to him. Jia Dongshu, seeing the leaders present, eagerly demonstrated his filial piety. The factory workers, aware of his status as Yi Zhonghai's apprentice, nodded in agreement, recognizing that despite his clumsiness and lack of skill, his character was commendable. Such devotion surely indicated a promising future. As the crowd praised Jia Dongshu, Yi Zhonghai's face turned a shade of green with rage. Li Aiwu directed the security team to retrieve Yi Zhonghai using a bamboo pole. Once he was extricated from the pit, an overwhelming stench filled the air, causing some to gag uncontrollably. Yi Zhonghai's complexion darkened further. His hard-earned reputation was now sullied. From this day forth, he would no longer be known as a skilled craftsman, but rather as that worker who fell into the cesspit. The thought ignited a murderous rage within him as he glanced at Yang Shengli. Yang, unable to contain himself, also retched at the sight of Yi Zhonghai, covered in filth and grime. Master Yi refrained from speaking. You must return home immediately to wash up before anything else. But director, my master cannot possibly go back like this. The odor is unbearable and tarnishes our image. If the street office comes knocking, it will be a disgrace to our steel mill. Jia Dongshu protested, his concern for reputation evident. Then let us simply rinse you off before returning, Yang Shengli replied, a look of distaste on his face. It is perplexing how Yi Zhonghai, a man of considerable age, could find himself in such a predicament. Should he have drowned, the consequences would surely befall him as the factory director. Well then, I shall fetch some water. Jia Dongshu was utterly delighted, relishing the thought of this old curmudgeon strutting about with bravado. Now, how embarrassing for him. Once I bring the water, I shall drench you thoroughly, compelling you to spend money on medicine. Lu Haizhong, unwilling to miss this opportunity to torment Yi Zhonghai, eagerly turned to Director Yang, stating, Director, I share the same courtyard with old Yi. Witnessing a comrade in distress weighs heavily on my heart, and I wish to lend a hand. Very well. You may stay to manage the aftermath. Everyone else should return to work. Soon enough, the crowd dispersed. Lu Haizhong positioned himself at a distance, beginning to mock Yi Zhonghai. Old Yi, tell me, at your age, how can you be so reckless in your actions? Yi Zhonghai cast a glance at Lu Haizhong, but remained silent. Before long, Jia Dongshu returned from the kitchen with a water hose. Connecting it to the faucet, he unleashed a torrent upon Yi Zhonghai. Countless individuals, seizing the opportunity under the pretext of using the restroom, gathered to witness the spectacle. Naturally, Qin Dong did not miss this chance either. Observing Yi Zhonghai's desperate attempt to shield his face from the deluge, he felt no sympathy whatsoever. If one dares to extend their hand against the Qin family, they must be prepared to face the consequences. When Yi Zhonghai eventually changed his clothes and returned to the factory, he was summoned to the security office. Jia Dongshu began to feel increasingly anxious. After all, when he had kicked Yi Zhonghai into the pit, there was movement in the sack, leaving him uncertain whether Yi Zhonghai had regained consciousness at that moment. Preoccupied with worry, Jia Dongshu found it impossible to concentrate on his work, resulting in nearly all of his produced parts becoming defective. Lu Hong, upon discovering this, erupted in fury. In these times, raw materials were already scarce, and Jia Dongshu's flawed products represented a significant waste, necessitating rework. Jia Dongshu, if you can work, then do so. If not, go untangle some wires. Untangling wires was the task of an apprentice. Was this not akin to forcing him back into apprenticeship? That simply would not do. It was all Qin Dong's fault. Had he not sought the spotlight, Jia Dongshu would still be a second-tier fitter, earning a handsome wage, assigned to light duties by Zhang Hedong, rather than struggling as he currently was. In his heart, Jia Dongshu cursed Qin Dong vehemently, resolving to refocus and work diligently. At noon, Yi Zhonghai emerged. It was unclear what he had conveyed to the security personnel, but regardless, Jia Dongshu had anxiously awaited all day without anyone seeking him out. It seemed Yi Zhonghai was unaware that it was he who had kicked him into the pit. With this thought, Jia Dongshu finally felt a sense of relief. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Zhonghai not only knew that Jia Dongshu was responsible, but had also resolved to abandon him. On his way home from work, Yi Zhonghai intercepted Shaju. Shaju, your aunt is not at home, and there is no one to cook. I was thinking of buying some meat for you to prepare, and then we could bring the old lady over for a drink or two. What do you think? Although Shaju found Yi Zhonghai's fall into the pit somewhat distasteful. However, he also sought out the deaf old woman, who had eagerly offered to introduce him to a bride. Yet, several days had passed without any sign of progress. Coupled with the allure of meat, Shaju reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. I shall first deliver the meal to Yushui and then come over. Upon hearing Shaju's agreement, Yi Zhonghai prepared some cooked food and purchased a few side dishes before heading back to the courtyard. When Qin Dong returned with his daughter, he found Shaju busy at Yi Zhonghai's home. From the opposite side, the Jia family was clamoring for white flour, with Jia Zhongshi angrily smashing bowls inside the house. What was Yi Zhonghai up to? He, a mere apprentice, now invited an outsider for a meal of white flour, disregarding the Jia family entirely. Jia Dongshu's expression darkened. In the past, whenever Yi Zhonghai had delicious food, he never failed to include him and would even encourage him to take some home for the children to taste. Over the years, Jia Dongshu had grown accustomed to this, only to find that Yi Zhonghai had now deliberately excluded him. Was he doubting him? Dongshu, go borrow 2 bowls of white flour. Just say that Bongan wants to eat, Jia Zhongshi urged her son. However, Jia Dongshu, feeling guilty, was reluctant to comply. Mother, he is a grand elder. Besides, there's no rule stating that his family must invite me for white flour. You foolish child. Take Bongan with you to borrow the flour. He is your master, after all. How could he refuse? If you do, I promise to make you pork oil noodles tonight. Jia Zhongshi tempted him. Jia Dongshu swallowed hard. Though he had just eaten meat yesterday, the steamed buns were indeed unpalatable. After contemplating, he took a bowl and set out with Bongang. Grand Elder, Bongang is clamoring for noodles. We've run out of flour at home. Could we perhaps borrow a bowl from you? We shall repay you once we purchase more grain in a few days. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. This was the first time Jia Dongshu had come to ask for something. I don't have much flour either. Think of another solution, he replied curtly, his disdain evident. The audacity of the boy to secretly harm me while expecting aid. Dream on. Yi Zhonghai flatly refused Jia Dongshu, leaving him stunned in place. Suddenly, Bongang burst into tears, wailing for noodles. Yi Zhonghai's displeasure deepened upon witnessing such behavior. Dongshu, how are you raising this child, who cries and causes a scene at someone else's doorstep? This is utterly unacceptable. Jia Dongshu lowered his head, sensing the drastic change in Yi Zhonghai's demeanor. Something was amiss. Master, I realize my mistake and promise to teach him properly from now on. Please, lend me a bowl of flour, or I may have to seek out section chiefly. Yi Zhonghai was not one to be trifled with, and as Jia Dongshu's master, he was aware of certain matters. Upon hearing Jia Dongshu's threat, a glint of ferocity flashed in Yi Zhonghai's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. You foolish child. Very well, I shall lend it to you. I can mix in some cornmeal with it as well. Jia Dongshu received a heaping bowl of white flour and returned home with Bongang. Jia Zhongshi joyfully began to prepare the noodles. Jia Dongshu is truly ruthless. There remains an elderly lady in the family. Yet he brazenly absconded with a considerable portion of the flour. Such an unfilial creature deserves nothing less than condemnation. Witnessing all this, Qin Dong was astonished to find that the two had not yet confronted each other. Adhering to the principle that aiding others brings joy, he resolved to lend him a hand. Chapter 41. It's unacceptable to bully me, but even more so to bully my daughter. Indeed, today in the factory, he pretended to be dutiful, yet in private, he acted in such a manner. How much kindness has old mastery bestowed upon the Jia family? And yet, Jia Dongshu behaves in such a despicable way. Were I old master Yi, I would be inclined to eliminate this unfilial wretch. Interestingly, it was Jia Dongshu who first discovered old master Yi in the dung pit today. One must wonder if there is something amiss with Jia Dongshu. Under Qin Dong's subtle guidance, the residents of the courtyard finally began to discern the discord between Jia Dongshu and Yi Zhonghai. Enough, Yi Zhonghai declared. Dongshu is my apprentice. I trust he would never push me into the dung pit. The security personnel are already searching, and it won't be long before the wrongdoer is apprehended. Henceforth, everyone must exercise caution when entering and exiting the courtyard. After speaking, Yi Zhonghai retreated indoors, but the crowd remained. Dongzi, do you think old master Yi was truly pushed into the dung pit by Jia Dongshu? Why else would he be so eager to deny it? Su Damao winked at Qin Dong. The residents may be oblivious, but those who are aware of the entanglement between Jia Dongshu and Yi Zhonghai have certainly taken note. If even we outsiders can perceive it, Jia Dongshu must have already realized it as well. I didn't say that. Are you hungry, Gwa? Daddy will prepare dinner. Qin Dong led Guogua back to the rear courtyard, while Su Damao remained unconvinced. This must have been done by Jia Dongshu. Think about it. Old master, he was walking normally. How could he have ended up in a burlap sack? And even if he did, how could he be taken to the factory? Our factory has security. Ordinary people cannot gain entry. Moreover, it was just after everyone started work. Who would go to the restroom then? Yet, coincidentally, Jia Dongshu did. Su Damao rambled on with his analysis. Soon, the news that Jia Dongshu had pushed Yi Zhonghai into the dung pit began to circulate throughout the courtyard. Master Qin, I have come to return the keys. Should I place these wooden materials inside? Master Jiang, who led the way, came to return the keys and reminded Qin Dong about the placement of materials. These were merely scraps chosen from the timber factory's refuse pile. Who would want such things? Not a problem. Just stack them here, Qin Dong replied. If he were to accept the wood, those with ulterior motives in the courtyard would surely take action. You are indeed fortunate, Master Jiang remarked quietly. Noticing no one was around. Master Qin, if I may be so bold, it would be wiser to keep these wooden materials. They are of good quality. Qin Dong recognized that this was the result of the cigarettes he had distributed that morning. Is that so? I appreciate your advice. He returned the keys to Master Jiang and offered him a cigarette. You need not return these keys to me. Simply commence work tomorrow. Very well, Master Qin, rest assured. We will ensure the work is done beautifully. Just one thing. Are you certain you don't want legs for that cabinet? Currently, the trend favors 36 legs. Yet Qin Dong possesses an abundance of fine materials without utilizing them for legs, which seems rather wasteful. No matter, let us proceed according to my methods. After exchanging a few more words, Master Jiang and his companions took their leave. Guogua was engaged in play with several children, fashioning objects from wood and sand. In this era, raising children often lacks refinement. A group of youngsters frolics freely while adults pay little heed. Observing Guogua's joyful play, Qin Dong permitted her to remain outdoors, merely advising her to be cautious before retreating inside to prepare a meal. Today, he had caught 10 boxes of instant noodles. Qin Dong planned to fry 2 eggs to complement the fishing pond brand noodles, along with some pristine spring water, which he imagined would yield a delightful flavor. Soon, the aroma of cooking wafted from every household. Guogua, what is your father preparing? It smells wonderful. I'm not sure. Guogua sniffed eagerly. When I bring it out to eat, you will see. Before long, mealtime arrived. Guogua, holding a bowl as large as her face, informed Qin Dong of her intention to dine outside. Realizing it was a gathering of several children, Qin Dong did not object, merely cautioning her to be careful. Guogua carried her bowl to the courtyard water basin, where several children had already gathered. They were clustered around Bangong. Bangong, your pork lard noodles look delectable. May I have a taste of your pork lard noodles? Move aside. This is the white flour my father prepared for me. If you want some, ask your own fathers. Bangong clutched his bowl protectively, while the others, gnawing on cornbread, drooled with envy. What is so special about pork lard noodles? My father's egg noodles are far more fragrant. Just smell. A group of little ones encircled Guogua. Wow, Guogua, your father is impressive. Can we try your egg noodles? We've never seen curved noodles before. Guogua, initially intent on boasting, felt a surge of joy upon noticing Bangong's displeasure. I can share a small bite with you, but you must not play with Bangong anymore. Though young, Guogua harbored a sense of retribution. All right, I want to play with Bangong. He is the worst. A throng of children surrounded Guogua as she happily distributed noodles to her friends. Eat just a little. I don't have much left. I can't eat the eggs. Daddy says I need to grow taller. Instantly, Bangong felt his pork lard noodles lose their appeal. He dashed back inside, clamoring for his own portion of the curved egg noodles. Upon discovering the reason, Jia Zhongshi emerged and chastised the group of children. Whose child is so ill-mannered as to beg for food? Hurry back home to eat. Faced with the fierce demeanor of Jia Zhongshi, the little ones promptly clutched their bowls and retreated homeward. Daddy, Grandma Zhang is so frightening. Upon returning, Guogua immediately reported to Qin Dong. In the courtyard, Jia Dongsu Gunsun Bangeng. Son, don't cry. It's all Qin Dong's fault. Tonight, I shall seek justice for you. Dad, you're not deceiving me. Are you? What purpose would I have to deceive you? I will indeed handle the Qin family. Let us give them a good thrashing, especially Qin Dong. Bang Gung joined in the excitement, while Jia Zhangshi continued her fervent scolding on the sidelines. The situation must be addressed. It has caused my eldest grandson to weep, and the addition of a twisted noodle only exacerbates matters. Among all the inhabitants of the courtyard, is it only this malevolent wretch who can act thus? The resentment from Jia Zhang's family amounts to 500, while that from Bang Gung stands at 200, and Jia Dongshu harbors malicious intent totaling 500. The emotional states of the other residents remain within normal bounds. It is merely the Jia family that has escalated to such hostility. If my conjecture is correct, this animosity stems from that bowl of noodles, inciting the Jia family to turn against themselves. From what I currently comprehend, malice inevitably leads to enmity. Jia Dongshu's sudden surge of hostility suggests that a confrontation is imminent this evening. Guagua is indeed formidable. Henceforth, she must confront Bang Gung in such a manner. One cannot dismiss the plight of children as inconsequential. Such notions do not exist in Qin Dong's realm. He is not a saint who repays kindness with kindness, but rather a vengeful soul with a keen memory. Bang Gung has bullied Guagua on numerous occasions, and now it is time for her to learn to retaliate. After 2 lifetimes, he has been blessed with such a daughter, whom Qin Dong treasures like his own eye. Bullying him is unacceptable. Bullying his daughter is even more intolerable. Chapter 42. An Eye for an Eye. Returning Jia Dongshu a fire stick. Zhonghai. The Jia family is truly outrageous. The originally fine flour has been replaced with inferior blend flour. Naturally, the deaf old lady is displeased and confronts Zhonghai. The lady is correct. Jia Dongshu truly requires some discipline. Uncharacteristically, Zhonghai refrains from defending Jia Dongshu, instead acknowledging his wrongdoing. This is as it should be. As the foremost elder of the courtyard, one cannot be led by the nose. Jia Dongshu has been spoiled by the Zhang family's girl. Unlike the simpleton, who is both sensible and dutiful, Jia Dongshu is not a suitable candidate for elder care. Qin Huairu, the young wife, appears diligent and earnest. Yet she's also quite opinionated. Such a family is simply unsuitable. In contrast, the simpleton, being straightforward and easily managed, is indeed the ideal choice for elder care. Now witnessing Zhonghai finally relent and cease his support for the Jia family, the old lady believes her words have borne fruit. She promptly praises the simpleton profusely. Madam, do not let your words be mere platitudes. You promised to find me a wife, yet several days have passed without a whisper of progress. Patience is required. This matter will resolve itself within a few days. The deaf old lady smiles knowingly. She has approached Ma Dongmei several times, but the young woman has returned to her family and is no longer as compliant as she once was in the courtyard, refusing to entertain the thought of marrying back into it. The old lady plans to make yet another visit. If Ma Dongmei remains obstinate, she will devise a scheme to coax her into a situation where the simpleton can consummate their union. Once the simpleton and Ma Dongmei have shared a bed, they will be bound together. Should the two of them marry and cohabit, Qin Dong shall become the subject of ridicule throughout the courtyard. His daughter would then have to address Ma Dongmei as grandmother, and at that moment, it would be the perfect opportunity for her to humiliate Qin Dong. Pillar, you must share a couple of drinks with the old lady. She is the revered figure of our courtyard, and with her assistance in selecting a bride for you, your fortune shall surely flourish. Should you require any support, do not hesitate to reach out, although your parents are no longer with us. We have been neighbors for many years and have watched you grow. When the time comes to negotiate with the prospective bride's family, you can entrust that responsibility to Uncle E and Auntie. Today, Zhonghai's gathering was intended to strengthen his bond with Sha Zhu. Sha Zhu, the caretaker of the deaf old lady, had previously been overlooked by Zhonghai, who believed that Jia Dongshu, with his appealing looks and industrious wife, was the most suitable candidate for elder care. However, from this moment on, Zhonghai resolved to consider Sha Zhu as a viable option as well. Is that so? Then I must express my gratitude to Uncle E and Aunt E, Sha Zhu exclaimed with delight. He believed that his culinary skills could rival Jia Dongshu's ability to generate income. Yet, Jia Dongshu had already married and started a family, thanks largely to the assistance of Jia Zhangshi. With the loss of his mother and his father having run off with a widow, Shaju found himself exhausted from work, struggling to care for He Yushui while having little time to seek a bride. Now that the deaf old lady and uncle he had pledged their support, his prospects for marriage finally appeared promising. With joy, Shaju raised his glass and toasted with the two. Yi Zhonghai's demeanor today seemed somewhat unusual. Yin Bugui reclined on the Kong, deep in contemplation. What was amiss? To me, everything appears quite normal. Jia Dongshu is an adult yet insists on borrowing flour, displaying a lack of understanding. Aunt Sim brought in foot-soaking water, urging Yin Bugui to retire for the night. I suspect there is something amiss with Su Damao. You all should remain vigilant and refrain from involving yourselves in the affairs of the Jia and Yi families, Yin Bugui cautioned, to which Aunt San and her sons readily agreed. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard, Lu Haizhong celebrated with drinks, finally relishing the moment, having witnessed Yi Zhonghai's discomfiture and given him a thorough reprimand. Should Yi Zhonghai dare to exert his status over him again, Lu Haizhong would use this incident to mock him. Father, Yi Zhonghai's behavior is reprehensible. Even his own apprentice cannot bear to watch him take advantage of others. In my opinion, he is unworthy of being called Uncle Yi. You are the true patriarch of our courtyard. Lu Guanqi showered praise upon Lu Haizhong, who in turn rewarded him with an egg. Indeed, you are my son with discerning eyes. This is yours to enjoy. Lu Haizhong Mu said, my father is the most esteemed in the courtyard. How could anyone possibly compare? Once you marry and have several sons, everyone will praise the prosperity of the Lu family. After a moment of reflection, Lu Haizhong felt this notion held truth. Now that you've transitioned to formal employment, it is high time for you to wed. Tomorrow, I shall send your mother to find a matchmaker to secure a good wife for you. One who can bear children, not like Qin's daughter-in-law, who has been here for years without producing a single heir. That sounds excellent, Lu Guanqi thought, though he found both Qin Dong's wife and Jia Dongshu's wife to be quite beautiful. However, it is unfortunate that these two women are not blessed with fruitful pregnancies. One has only borne a daughter, while the other, although she has given birth to a son, finds that a single child is hardly sufficient to ensure prosperity. Qin Dong suddenly realized that his emotional spectrum had expanded to include feelings of pity and envy towards Lu Guanqi. The residents of this courtyard are indeed a fascinating lot, each day presenting a myriad of emotions that enrich his experiences. As midnight approached, everyone had succumbed to slumber. Yet, Jia Dongshu, who had been sleeping soundly, rose from his bed. Jia Zhongshi was startled awake. Dongshu, where are you going? To the bathroom, mother. Please go back to sleep. I shall return shortly. Jia Dongshu did not disclose to Jia Zhongshi that he had secretly packed a bundle of matches before stepping out. The night was pitch dark, but Jia Dongshu was familiar with the surroundings and soon found himself at Qin Dong's doorstep. In the gloom, the stacked timber resembled a small mountain. How dare you act so arrogantly, using my family's money to build your house? I shall set it ablaze tonight. He retrieved the matches from his pocket, just as a hand clapped down on his shoulder. Who? Startled, Jia Dongshu froze in place. Qin Dong smiled faintly, mimicking Yi Zhonghai's voice. Jia Dongshu, I have a gift for you. Upon recognizing Yi Zhonghai's voice, Jia Dongshu sighed in relief. However, as he turned his head, he felt a heavy blow to the back of his skull. Before losing consciousness, he thought of that scoundrelly Zhonghai, realizing he had been deceived once more. The force was indeed overwhelming. Even though Qin Dong had exercised caution in controlling the strength of his strike, merely using a firewood stick. Yet, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Would he truly perish from this? A pang of alarm struck Qin Dong, for he did not wish for Jia Dongshu to meet his end in such a manner. That would be too lenient. He reached out to check for breath, and, upon feeling Jia Dongshu's nasal exhalations, he felt reassured. Chapter 43. Jia Zhongshi provokes Aunt Yi. Jia Dongshu, enraged at Yi Zhonghai the courtyard, was enveloped in darkness. Fortunately, Qin Dong's eyes had acclimatized to the night. He hoisted the unconscious Jia Dongshu and carried him to the central courtyard, depositing him on the stone steps before the Jia residence, before finally returning indoors. As he opened the door, a stranger's name suddenly appeared on his emotional panel. Qin Dong's attention shifted towards the opposite side. The darkness was profound, seemingly devoid of life. Yet he was certain that behind the tightly drawn curtains, someone was present. Ever since Hu Shitu and Wang Xiaohua had moved in as neighbors, they had never exhibited any emotions. Qin Dong had long suspected something amiss with the couple, and it now appeared that they were indeed using aliases. Hu Shi must refer to Hu Shitu. Qin Dong was averse to being surveilled in secrecy. These two individuals, whether foes or allies, must be eliminated. Help! Someone come quickly. We have intruders in our courtyard. The anguished cries of Jia Zhangshi, akin to a pig being slaughtered, jolted the inhabitants from their dreams at dawn. The lights in every household flickered to life. Soon, everyone donned their clothing and gathered in the courtyard. There, Jia Zhangshi was collapsed over Jia Dongshu. Everyone come quickly. My son went to the restroom last night and has not returned. I came out to search and found him lying here, covered in blood. What shall we do? Dongshu, you must not leave your mother. Jia Zhangshi wept with a heart-wrenching anguish. Upon seeing the blood oozing from Dongshu's head, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly intervened to stop Jia Zhangshi. Do not shake him any further. Jia Zhangshi, if you continue, your son may lose his life. Indeed, this is a matter of life and death. Ye, Jing, go and remove the door from the Jia household. Yes, regardless of the circumstances, we must prioritize getting him to the hospital. Guangtian, you should assist as well. Lu Haizhong's eldest son, Lu Guangqi, was a chosen caretaker, who he seldom asked to help. Thus, in times of trouble, Lu Haizhong relied on Lu Guangtian to take action. Lu Guangtian acknowledged and hurriedly joined Yin Jiechang to remove the door. How could this blind drifter appear here? I believe we ought to report this. If this blind drifter can cause such harm, we all might suffer consequences in the future. The crowd began to murmur. Several elderly gentlemen were alarmed by this. Their courtyard was already registered with the police and the neighborhood committee. If another incident were to occur, their title of advanced courtyard would surely be jeopardized. We do not yet know the specifics. Let us wait until Dongshu awakens to discuss further. Yes, it is better to wait until Dongshu regains consciousness, the three elders concurred. Noticing Jia Zhangshi's silence on the matter, the others refrained from mentioning the report, which relieved the three men. The title of advanced courtyard was their pride. When they stepped outside, people's perceptions shifted upon hearing that they managed an advanced courtyard. Furthermore, it was not merely a matter of prestige. Achieving this title would also lead to awards and recognition from the neighborhood committee at year's end. Although the rewards were modest, every little bit counted, and no one would disdain it. Amidst the crowd, Qin Dong observed the three elders' subtle intentions with clarity, yet he unusually chose not to voice his dissent. The elders' decision to keep quiet suited him well. Once Jia Dongshu awoke, the situation would indeed become intriguing. Before long, Jia Dongshu was transported to the hospital, and by a stroke of coincidence, he arrived at the same hospital as Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu had been shedding tears in the hospital, despite Aunt Yi's devoted care. However, the thought that since giving birth to her daughter, her mother-in-law and husband had not shown their faces, left her heart icy. On several occasions, she contemplated harming the infant, who was helplessly searching for milk. Yet, being her own flesh and blood, she ultimately could not bring herself to do it. Additionally, Aunt E was always by her side, using her own experiences as a widow to offer counsel, reminding Qin Huairu that she had already given birth to a son and two daughters for the Jia family. And perhaps the next child would be another son, urging her not to be anxious. Gradually, Qin Huairu's spirits improved slightly as she focused on recuperating. However, before her health could fully restore, she received alarming news regarding a man in distress. Ignoring her own condition, she rushed to the treatment room. The three elderly gentlemen, having taken Jia Dongshu to the hospital, departed for work, leaving Jia Zhangshi alone outside the treatment room, wailing in despair. Mother, how is Dongshu? Jia Zhangshi, initially engrossed in her lamentations, turned sharply upon hearing Qin Huairu's voice. It's all your fault, you bringer of misfortune. You bore a disaster that landed my son in the hospital. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable. Qin Huairu stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom how Jia Zhangshi could cast such blame upon her. Though she too felt sorrow for not being able to provide Jia's family with another male heir. This was beyond her control. Why should she be blamed? Why was the burden of guilt placed upon her and her daughter? Jia Zhangshi, How can you speak like that? Huiru is equally concerned for Dongxiu. What you say is akin to stabbing her heart with a knife. Aunt E, unable to remain a passive observer, defended Qin Huiru. What right do you, a hen that lays no eggs, have to speak to me? Jia Zhangshi showed no regard for Aunt Yi's presence, hurling insults that prompted Aunt Yi to turn and leave in dismay. Seeing Jia Zhangshi's disdain for her was one thing, but to insult Aunt Yi was another matter entirely. Worrying that Aunt Yi might hold a grudge, Qin Huiru hastily followed to offer words of comfort. Jia Zhangshi, however, remained oblivious to her surroundings. Oh, my unfortunate son. How could you marry such a woman? Family members, please maintain silence in the hospital, or we will have to call security to escort you out, the doctor, irritated by the commotion, emerged to admonish Jia Zhangshi, who finally quieted down. Doctor, is my Dongxiu all right? He is fine, just finishing up with the stitches. He will be discharged soon, but as family, you must ensure he receives adequate nutrition. Shortly thereafter, Jia Dongxiu exited the treatment room, bandaged. Mother, how do you feel now? Jia Zhangshi rushed forward to support him. I'm fine, Mother. What about Yi Zhonghai? Ask Uncle Yi. He went to work after bringing you to the hospital. So, what happened yesterday? Did you encounter trouble? Jia Zhangshi inquired with concern. It's nothing, don't worry about it. I went to the factory, he replied. Yi Zhonghai was far too unscrupulous. All he did was kick him into a dung pit, and yet he ended up injuring himself. Had it not been for a stroke of luck, he might have joined his deceased father underground. Yi Zhonghai, you old scoundrel. You made me look like a fool and nearly killed me. Today, I will risk everything to tear your facade apart. With fury coursing through him, Jia Dongxiu stormed towards the steel mill. Chapter 44. Master and apprentice turn against each other. Yi Zhonghai's malice opened the door. At the steel mill, Jia Dongxiu pounded on the door in anger. They're here. The guard, sipping tea in the guardhouse, mistakenly thought a leader had arrived and hurried to open the door. Upon seeing it was Jia Dongxiu, his demeanor soured immediately. Jia Dongxiu, are you out of your mind? Arriving late to work and still daring to lose your temper? What does it matter to you? At this moment, Jia Dongxiu was on the verge of exploding, unwilling to acquiesce to the gatekeeper. The mere thought of having to lower himself to these worthless beings just to smuggle out some scrap infuriated him, and he directed his ire at the gatekeeper. You better watch it. If you keep yapping, I swear I'll make you regret it. Jia's eyes were bloodshot, causing the gatekeeper to shudder in fear. He dared not utter a word and promptly went to close the gate. Coward! Jia Dongxiu muttered a curse under his breath and stormed inside. Something must have been off with him today. Once Jia had walked far enough away, the gatekeeper spat on the ground in frustration. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of me? From now on, I'll ensure he pays for this insolence, despite being the least skilled among the staff. The gatekeeper held the power to inspect. Previously, when workers smuggled scrap, he had turned a blind eye out of sympathy for their struggles. But starting today, whenever Jia Dongxiu exited, he would be subject to thorough inspection. No scrap or even a single hair from the factory would be allowed to leave with him. Unbeknownst to Jia, his little gray stash had already been cut off. He strode directly into workshop 2. At that moment, the workshop supervisor, Lu Hong, had just assigned tasks for the day, and as everyone headed to their workstations, a furious shout rang out. Yi Zhonghai, get out here! The crowd turned to see Jia Dongxiu, his head wrapped in bandages, storming in like a madman. Jia Dongxiu, what on earth are you doing? Lu Hong was displeased. Just yesterday, he thought Jia might still have some redeeming qualities, but today, this scene unfolded. Raising his voice during work hours disrupted the workshop's order and showed a blatant disregard for Lu, the supervisor. At this point, Jia had already spotted Yi Zhonghai and was making his way toward him. Lu's face darkened. Jia Dongxiu, stop right there. What had happened to him? Just yesterday, he had saved Yi Zhonghai, a dutiful child, and today he was shouting and creating chaos? The workers were equally bewildered by the sudden change. As Lu pursued Jia, the others followed out of curiosity. Yi Zhonghai was at the back, working at the lathe. As soon as Jia approached, he delivered a fierce slap. Yi Zhonghai's desire for revenge surged instantly. After yesterday's incident, he found himself isolated in the workshop. Once a popular 8th-level machinist, he had now fallen to the back, with everyone keeping their distance. He was pondering how to rid himself of this humiliation when Jia's blow made him feel utterly stripped of dignity. Dongxu, what's wrong? Why are you so furious? Yi Zhonghai forced a smile, trying to suppress his anger. You still have the gall to ask me? Jia Dongxu was livid. Do you not know the things you've done? He was here to demand an explanation for his life being threatened, yet he was still pretending. As I've told you countless times, stop being so reckless. Why can't you ever remember? Enough, everyone, let's get back to work. I still have matters to teach my apprentice. Lu Hong glanced at the two individuals, feeling as though they were akin to agents of chaos. There was simply too much to manage. All right, you all handle your tasks. Do not delay the work at hand. And you, Jia Dongxiu, if you're not on duty, refrain from loitering in the workshop. After issuing a warning to the two, Lu Hong dismissed the others to commence their duties. After all, the workload assigned by the factory was evident, and any delays on their part would result in unfinished tasks for the day. Jia Dongxiu, however, paid no heed to the departure of his colleagues. His sole focus was on confronting Yi Zhonghai. What do you intend to do, Jia Dongxiu? Are you planning a rebellion? Yi Zhonghai's eyes blazed with fury. Do not forget, the skills you possess were honed under my guidance. If I could elevate you, I could just as easily bring about your downfall. You're a beast, Yi Zhonghai. You teach me your craft, yet demand my life in return. I fail to comprehend why. Despite my forbearance, you still seek to harm me. Dongxu, what are you saying? Why have I ever sought to harm you? Yi Zhonghai felt something amiss. Yet, Jia Dongxiu believed Yi Zhonghai was feigning ignorance. Do not act coy with me. Are you daring to claim you did not strike me yesterday? You wish to eliminate me to possess my wife. Is that it? I assure you, that will not happen. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback by Jia Dongxiu's accusation. No, Dongxiu, what madness has possessed you? When did I ever strike you? He wished to confront Jia Dongxiu, yet had not yet laid a hand on him. You are still pretending. I witnessed your actions. You even feigned concern by taking me to the hospital. Spare me your theatrics. They may deceive others, but not me. If it were not you last night, why did you not report it? Yi Zhonghai felt innocent in this matter. His decision not to report was solely for the sake of the Courtyard's reputation. He never anticipated it would lead to Jia Dongxiu's misunderstanding. Dongxiu, do not be agitated. I am certain there has been a misunderstanding. Let's discuss this calmly to resolve it. Subtly, Yi Zhonghai felt the weight of blame upon him. In that moment, he could not fathom the situation clearly. He could only seek to placate Jia Dongxiu before uncovering the truth. Still pretending, you murderer, I shall go to the broadcasting room and expose all your shameless deeds. If Yi Zhonghai wished for his demise, then he would not escape unscathed either. What? Upon hearing Jia Dongxiu's intention to unveil his actions, Yi Zhonghai's expression drastically changed. As he watched Jia Dongxiu turn to leave, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Jia Dongxiu, you leave me no choice. One hand cranked the machine's power to its maximum, while the other forcefully pulled Jia Dongxiu towards it. Yi Zhonghai, you beast. Jia Dongxiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yi Zhonghai. You dare commit violence in the workshop? Jia Dongxiu, this is of your own making. Yi Zhonghai responded coldly. I have poured my heart and resources into aiding you. You have done well to secretly conspire against me, even casting me into a pit of filth, turning me into the laughingstock of the entire factory. Since you wish to ascend upon my aged form, you may as well meet your demise. Yi Zhonghai's countenance twisted in fury as he forcefully pressed Jia Dongxiu into the machinery. No, stop. In the throes of life and death, Jia Dongxiu struggled desperately for help. Yet Yi Zhonghai offered him no reprieve, relentlessly shoving him further into the machine. Chapter 45. Jia Dongxiu is whisked away on my leg. Jia Dongxiu's limb was ensnared by the machine, eliciting a scream of agony from him. Regrettably, his cries were drowned out by the cacophony of the machinery. Meanwhile, the others were engrossed in their tasks, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding nearby. Yi Zhonghai felt a sense of relief in his isolation. It meant no one was inclined to intervene. If even a single person approached now, his fate would be sealed. At that moment, Lu Haizhong stealthily approached. The workers in the workshop paid no heed to the altercation between Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongxiu, but he was acutely aware of the stakes. Yi Zhonghai stood as a formidable barrier to his ambition of becoming the top dog. If he could secure leverage against Yi Zhonghai, he could usurp his position. However, upon witnessing the scene, Lu Haizhong was rendered speechless, his legs trembling in fear. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure. Old E, what has transpired? Old Lu, come help quickly. Dongshu has accidentally been caught in the machine. Jia Dongshu was already lifeless, and Yi Zhonghai, at this juncture, ceased pressing him in, instead gripping his hand to pull him out. Seeing this, Lu Haizhong knew he had to act swiftly and called for Lu Hong. Upon arriving, Lu Hong was equally horrified. As Yi Zhonghai appeared on the brink of being entangled in the machinery himself, he hastily shut it down. Yi Zhonghai lay at the machine's edge, his grip still firmly around the wide-eyed Jia Dongshu. It was a scene of utter tragedy. His leg was entirely severed. The co-workers rushed to assist, and soon only the remnants of Jia Dongshu, devoid of any life, were extracted. Given the gravity of the incident, Lu Hong dared not conceal the truth and promptly reported it. Yang Xingli was inspecting the progress of the lathe modifications in Workshop 1 when he received the news, his complexion paling immediately. He hurried to Workshop 2. Dongzi, what has happened? It is nothing. You all continue with the modifications. I shall assess the situation. The misfortune that befell Jia Dongshu was difficult for him to accept. Qin Dong accompanied Director Yang to Workshop 2, where all machinery had come to a halt and everyone was gathered at the back. Yang Xingli hastily approached. What on earth has occurred? Director, Jia Dongshu had taken a leave to visit the hospital today. Upon his arrival, he was furious and confronted Yi Zhonghai, even attempting to intimidate him. Yi Zhonghai rebuked Jia Dongshu for his recklessness, claiming he would teach his apprentice. We thought little of it and resumed our work. Who could have foreseen that this calamity would follow? Lu Hong, upon seeing Director Yang's arrival, recounted the events. Director, we were in the midst of our tasks when Master Lu came to inform me. I saw what was happening and led the team to shut down the machine at the earliest opportunity, but it was already too late. Lu Hong's expression was grim. Jia Dongshu's incident has cast a shadow over his role as the workshop director, yet he remains oblivious to the true nature of the events that unfolded. Factory manager, this is not my concern, he insists, recounting how he had merely intended to inform Lao Yi of a minor issue, only to witness Lao Yi gripping Jia Dongshu's arm, who was already entangled in the machinery. Lu Haizhong trembles at the memory. The sight of the bloodied machine evokes a profound fear within him. Factory manager, I bear some responsibility for this. Yi Zhonghai, who has been weeping quietly, finally speaks. Dongshu is a dutiful child. He did not disdain me for falling into the cesspit, and he spent yesterday helping me clean up. I thought, having just returned to the first level, he might appreciate a little guidance, so I intended to teach him more. I never anticipated he would misunderstand my intentions. Fortunately, after I clarified, he acknowledged his mistake and apologized, requesting my guidance and technique. I had every intention of instructing him, which is why I allowed him to operate the machinery. Who could have foreseen that he would stumble and fall in? When I noticed, I rushed over to grasp his hand, but I was utterly powerless. I could not pull him out. Yi Zhonghai's sobs resonate in the air, drawing the attention of those nearby. Master Yi, do not be too hard on yourself. One's strength pales in comparison to that of machinery, they counsel. Indeed, one could say this was simply fate for Jia Dongshu. Amidst the attempts to console Yi Zhonghai, skepticism arises from the crowd. Jia Dongshu was in good health. How could he have fallen in so easily? Yang Xingli questions, his brow furrowed in doubt. Yi Zhonghai, please elaborate, the factory manager prompts. I suspect this incident is connected to the injury on his head. Last night, Dongshu went to the restroom and encountered something unknown. This morning, his head was severely injured. We made arrangements to take him to the hospital, while Dongshu's mother stayed by his side. He is such a good child. He returned to work just after having his wound dressed. Who could have predicted it would come to this? Yi Zhonghai sighs deeply, his tears genuine. His sorrow is palpable, stemming from the fact that he had painstakingly nurtured Dongshu, only to have him depart before him. Observing Yi Zhonghai's distress, Qin Dong feels an unsettling sense of insincerity, as if he were witnessing a cat feigning sympathy for a mouse. Yi Zhonghai often plays the role of the benevolent figure, professing his intent to save Jia Dongshu. Yet, the true nature of his actions, whether they were indeed salvific or detrimental, only he knows. Thus, Jia Dongshu has met his untimely end. Yet, Qin Dong finds no joy in this turn of events. He had envisioned a confrontation between Jia Dongshu and Yi Zhonghai, where even if Yi Zhonghai managed to evade accountability, Jia Dongshu would not have been easily swayed, having heard the imitated voice with his own ears. He would not trust Yi Zhonghai, leading to a bitter conflict between them. However, in a twist of fate, Jia Dongshu now lies lifeless upon ground. This cannot be blamed on you, young factory manager sighs. Didactoli, I entrust Jia Dongshu's final arrangements to you. Qin Dong glances at Yi Zhonghai, noticing a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. It seems, indeed, that this incident is intricately linked to him. However, Qin Dong remained silent. He currently lacked evidence, but he was certain that if Yi Zhonghai had committed the act, traces would undoubtedly remain. Once he procured the evidence, it would mark the end for Yi Zhonghai. Li Huai promptly summoned personnel to address the situation. The steel rolling mill was a significant industrial establishment with standardized procedures for handling accidents. Li Huai merely needed to adhere to the established protocols. When he informed Qin Huairu of the news at the hospital, she immediately fainted on the hospital bed. Gazing at the young and beautiful Qin Huairu, Li Huai was taken aback by her beauty. Not only did he call for a doctor to assist in reviving her, but he also offered her comfort. Ultimately, he assured her that he would exert every effort to secure a substantial compensation for their family. Thank you, Director Li. You're truly a good person, Qin Huairu sobbed. Struggling to express her gratitude, Li Huai sighed, instructing Aunt Yi to take good care of Qin Huairu before departing. Upon returning to the factory, Li Huai proactively adjusted Jia Dongshu's compensation to the maximum amount. Yang Shengli's brow furrowed upon seeing this. The distribution of compensation followed established standards. And while Jia Dongshu had met a tragic end, his contributions to the factory were not significant enough to warrant such an amount. The compensation seemed unreasonable. Chapter 46. Manager Yang panics, Jia Zhang's madness. Yi Zhonghai suffers due to the safety incident, the steel rolling mill. Aside from a workshop where Qin Dong was located, which continued to modify lathes, had all other workshops halted for equipment inspection. The machinery repair team at the steel mill was overwhelmed, urgently requesting additional personnel. Manager Yang even borrowed a group of repair workers from a sister unit. Everyone worked overtime to inspect the equipment collectively. Manager Yang was beset by worries. The consequences of a complete production halt were far too severe. A single day of stoppage would significantly delay numerous engineering projects. If they failed to deliver on time, it would have a considerable negative impact on their steel mill. However, there was no alternative. The repercussions of this incident were too dire. Lin Dahua personally ordered that all equipment be thoroughly inspected to ensure the workers' safety. Although he had yet to face any personal repercussions, Manager Yang was already taking remedial actions. While he disapproved of the compensation proposal brought forth by Li Huai, he did not outright reject it. Instead, he took the proposal and invited Li Huai to participate in a team discussion. During the meeting, all the deputy managers unanimously agreed that they must minimize the losses for the steel mill. First and foremost, they needed to ensure the satisfaction of the workers' families to prevent any unrest. Additionally, they had to make up for the delays caused by the work stoppage, ensuring that project deadlines were not compromised. Li Huai did not involve himself in these matters, as he was not responsible for production. Given the gravity of the incident, Yang Shengli's position as manager was likely in jeopardy. The other deputy managers were well aware of this situation, and they were secretly pleased with Yang Shengli's misfortune. They began to strategize, with some even approaching Li Huai, promising him the position of director. Li Huai deftly evaded their advances with excuses. As Qin Dong remarked, he possesses the demeanor of a factory director. Previously, when he was merely the deputy director, Li Huai dared not entertain such aspirations, intending instead to proceed with steady, incremental progress. However, now he yearns to vie for a higher position. Even if he does not secure the directorship, attaining the role of deputy director would still be commendable. Naturally, Director Yang is aware that several deputy directors are engaging in covert maneuvers. Yet, he finds himself too preoccupied to monitor their activities. As long as he can ensure that the entire factory halts for repairs and meets production deadlines with quality, his position as director will remain secure. After all, while Bill has his connections, Yang Shengli has his own, does he not? Qin Dong, the current situation is exceedingly grave. The equipment we manufacture is crucial rail infrastructure. We must overcome our clients' challenges and fulfill our production commitments punctually. Therefore, I hereby command you to complete the modifications on the lathes in Workshop 1 by the end of today. The new lathes must commence operation by tomorrow morning. Yang Shengli issued this ultimatum to Qin Dong with unwavering resolve. As ever, Yang is frugal, seeking to utilize Qin Dong's efforts to safeguard his position while hesitating to part with any benefits. Director, completing this today is impossible, even with round-the-clock overtime. We require 3 days, Qin Dong replied, recognizing the futility of acquiescing to such demands. Upon hearing the 3-day time frame, Yang Shengli grew anxious. 3 days is far too lengthy. The losses incurred from halting production would be substantial. He could bear a maximum of 1 day's loss and would need to rely on Qin Dong's specialized workshop to compensate for the remainder. This necessitates increasing manpower. Regardless of the circumstances, the task must be accomplished. Director, we understand your concerns. It is all for the factory's benefit. However, the workers we currently have are only marginally skilled. If we recruit a new batch, there is no guarantee they will learn quickly. And what if training them further delays our progress? Yang Shengli was at a loss for words. Can we not devise an alternative solution? Qin Dong shook his head. We can only work overtime, but this requires mental engagement. You must find a way to provide good provisions with ample food and drink. The team will have the strength to work diligently. Very well, it shall be done. I will arrange for the canteen to prepare special meals for your workshop. From now on, you shall reside at the factory and go nowhere else. To expedite the equipment modifications, Yang Shengli allocated resources from the banquet supplies. One must be willing to sacrifice to preserve one's position. Once lost, everything else will follow suit. That won't do. I must bring my daughter. She is only 4 years old. How can I leave her without care? Jia Dongshu is gone, and the courtyard must be lively once more. Such an opportunity to capitalize on emotional engagement is one Qin Dong cannot afford to miss. Very well, return home later. You may bring your daughter to dine at the canteen. I have specifically authorized it. Let Shaju prepare something delicious for you tonight. At this, Qin Dong could not refuse. Who would turn down a good meal? Moreover, although Shaju's culinary skills may not rival those of the chefs at the Grand Hotel of Beijing, they remain quite commendable. Qin Dong returned to the workshop. The workers at the factory have also been given a holiday. It is the middle of the day. How come you all have returned? Jia Zhangshi is still parading in the alley and is quite taken aback to see the laborers coming back from work. Jia Zhangshi, please take care of your health. And Jia, try to be optimistic. There is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. What are you all rambling about? Jia Zhangshi exclaimed, clearly unaware of her son's misfortune. The crowd turned their gaze towards Yi Zhonghai, the elder of the courtyard and a witness to Jia Dongshu's incident, making him the most appropriate person to explain the situation. Yi Zhonghai was also surprised that the factory had not informed Jia Zhangshi. Sister-in-law, it is like this. Today, Dongshu had a little accident at the factory. They probably went to the hospital to notify Qin Huairu. You should prepare yourself and go home to change into clean clothes to bid farewell to Dongshu. Yi Zhonghai felt a deep sadness. He had invested so much time and resources into Jia Dongshu. If it were not for dire circumstances, he would never wish for his dependent to pass away first. What did you say? Jia Zhangshi was momentarily stunned, but upon realizing the gravity of the situation, she exploded with rage. You heartless wretch, Yi Zhonghai. You don't have a son, and yet you curse mine. I will kill you today. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback by Jia Zhangshi's sudden outburst. Caught off guard, she scratched his face. Sister-in-law, please stop. Calm down, he implored, unable to retaliate, only awkwardly shielding his face. And Jia, you cannot treat Mastery this way. He is your son Dongshu's savior. If it weren't for his desperate efforts, Dongshu would have suffered far worse. The onlookers quickly intervened to restrain Jia Zhangshi. Get away, you heartless beasts. What has my Dongshu done to deserve this? I will tear your mouths apart if you dare to curse my son again. Chapter 47. Jia Zhangshi causes a scene at the farewell ceremony. Qin Huairu becomes the center of attention. A group of men were being chased and assaulted by Jia Zhangshi, yet none retaliated. It was not that they could not defend themselves. Although Jia Zhangshi was stout, her strength was no match for men. They merely allowed her to vent her anger. Knowing well the tragic fate of Jia Dongshu, Jia Zhangshi mistook their restraint for her own intimidation, hurling insults at the crowd. You sons of bitches. If you dare to curse my son again, I will confront you every time I see you. What's going on here? Director Li from the street office arrived with personnel and was furious to see Jia Zhangshi fighting. It was shocking that she still had the energy to cause a ruckus when she had just lost her son. Director Li, I'm not causing trouble. They're cursing my son. Jia Zhangshi had no temper left when facing Director Li, who managed the work arrangements. She even hoped to have Qin Huairu assigned to a job making matchboxes. Cursing your son? We are all here. Do not dawdle any longer. Let us hasten to the steel mill to arrange for the funeral of your son. Jia Dongshu met with misfortune at the factory. Yet the responsibility for the funeral lies with the street office. Upon receiving the news of Jia Dongshu's passing, Director Li promptly gathered her team to discuss the arrangements. Arrangements? Director Li, my son is alive and well. Please do not speak in such a manner. Even if you're the director of the street office, you cannot casually curse someone to death. You are unaware? Director Li responded, taken aback. She turned to Yi Zhonghai. What is going on here? With a bruised face, Yi Zhonghai, filled with helplessness, explained, Director Li, Jia Zhangshi refuses to believe that Dongshu has met with an accident. She just chased us and hit me over this matter. Look at my face. Director Li was at a loss for words. Enough of this nonsense. Let Jia Zhangshi and Dongshu's wife take the children and accompany us to the steel mill. The crematorium staff is waiting. Understood. I shall fetch Dongshu's 2 children immediately. As for you, Shaju, please go to the hospital and inform Qin Huairu that she need not return to the compound, but should come directly to the steel mill. Understood. Don't worry. Shaju promptly made his way to the hospital. Jia Dongshu's situation was truly tragic. He had lost his life, and his body was not even intact. When Shaju arrived at the hospital, Qin Huairu was already packed and ready to be discharged. Upon seeing Shaju, Aunt Yi instructed him to carry the belongings while she assisted Qin Huairu, who held her newborn child. The 3 of them left the hospital and headed straight for the steel mill. The farewell ceremony for Jia Dongshu's remains took place in the small square of the steel mill, attended by his former colleagues and neighbors from the compound. Dongshu, my Dongshu. How could you just vanish without a word? Jia Zhangshi cried, her anguish palpable. Bongging and Xiao Dang also wept alongside her, while Qin Huairu, cradling her infant daughter, wept profusely. Yang Shengli observed the scene with a heavy heart. Director Jia Dongshu was the sole man of the Jia family, the pillar of support. Losing him at such a young age leaves behind an elderly and young family. Their future will be fraught with hardship. I was considering providing some compensation, hoping that Bongging could eventually take over Jia Dongshu's position. Otherwise, if pushed too far, there could be unrest. Very well, you shall take charge of this matter. Do not let them be treated unfairly. Yang Shengli sighed deeply and stepped forward to preside over the memorial service. You are the factory director. You have taken my son's life. Return my son to me. Jia Zhangshi, upon seeing Director Yang, charged at him with fury. Jia Zhangshi, do not speak recklessly. Li Aiwu, standing nearby, could not allow Jia Zhangshi to assault the director and quickly intervened. We in the security department have already investigated your son's incident. He was weakened after being assaulted by vagrants, which led to his error at work and ultimately to his entanglement in the machinery. You lie. My son stated that his head was not struck by vagrants. Moreover, he had no intention of coming to work. It was you who caused his death. Jia Zhangshi cried and cursed while attempting to strike Yang Shengli. The situation became utterly chaotic. As Yang Shengli's complexion grew increasingly pallid, Yi Zhonghai quickly stepped forward to intervene. Sister-in-law, please cease your antics and allow Dongshu to depart in peace. How can you even mention Dongshu? He is your disciple, yet you cannot even protect him. What kind of master are you? Jia Zhang reprimanded Yi Zhonghai, who refrained from engaging in a futile argument. The situation has transpired. Let us ensure Dongshu can leave with tranquility before we negotiate the compensation with the factory, as you must consider your future with Bongging. Yi Zhonghai's words struck at Jia Zhang's vulnerability. Bongging, my sweet grandson. Jia Zhang turned to embrace the sobbing Bongging, reassuring him, fear not, for grandma is here. She had only given birth to Dongshu. Yi Zhonghai was correct. Dongshu was now gone, and all she had left was Bonging. She needed money. She needed tickets. This was the only way for her and her grandson to survive. Observing how Yi Zhonghai's words had calmed Jia Zhang, Yang Shengli nodded slightly in approval. The farewell ceremony for Jia Dongshu proceeded smoothly, and soon the crematorium personnel, alongside those from the street office, took him away. Subsequently, Jia Dongshu would be cremated and laid to rest. Yi Zhonghai, how much compensation can we expect for Dongshu? I assure you, if the amount is insufficient, I will raise a commotion. Jia Zhang's mind was solely fixated on money, as she bluntly confronted Yi Zhonghai. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I will handle this matter. You all should return home to recuperate. It is imperative that you do not dwell in sorrow any longer. He instructed the residents of the compound to escort the Jia family back while he sought out Li Huai. The Jia family has left? I was just about to deliver the compensation to them. Dongshu's passing has dealt a significant blow to their family. Thus, I arranged for the residents to take them home, but they have entrusted me with handling the subsequent affairs. According to regulations, Jia Dongshu is entitled to 300 in compensation. At that time, I will give them 100, and the remainder shall serve to repay his contributions over the years. Li Huai, still preoccupied with Qin Huairu, waved his hand dismissively. The factory director had specifically instructed that this matter be handled properly, and I shall personally make a trip to the compound regarding the compensation. Directoli, you are busy with official duties. How can you manage such trivial matters? I can deliver it to them, Yi Zhonghai interjected. If Li Huai were to personally deliver the funds, how would he have the chance to pursue his romantic interest? Yi Zhonghai promptly expressed his disapproval. However, he was unaware that Li Huai had taken a liking to Qin Huairu in the hospital, a young, beautiful widow with 3 children now bereft of her family support. She was in a time of need, and Li Huai would not let such an opportunity slip away. Consequently, he outright rejected Yi Zhonghai's suggestion. Chapter 48. Shaju calculates. Let's go. In the compound, Shaju and his companions hastily returned to the factory after escorting Qin Huairu home. Today, the special workshop had arranged for overtime and specifically appointed him, the cafeteria chef, to prepare the meals. Factory director Yang brought 10 pounds of pork, which Shaju braised entirely. The succulent, glistening red braised pork left the kitchen, helpers salivating. Please keep your distance. This is prepared for the comrades in the special workshop. Anyone who consumes the meat will face consequences, shouted Shaju, urging people to step aside. However, he secretly filled his own lunchbox with meat. Soon, the workers who had been working overtime in the special workshop, accompanied by the adorable Guogua, entered the room. It smells delightful. Did Shaju make braised pork today? Indeed, your noses are remarkably sharp. Shaju chuckled as he brought out the dishes. With braised pork and stir-fried cabbage, the factory manager had announced that today they could indulge freely. The fragrant braised pork paired with steamed buns made for a sumptuous meal that the workers in the special workshop thoroughly enjoyed. Shaju, having prepared the filling for the buns in the kitchen, also emerged, assuring everyone, tonight we'll have pork, vermicelli, and chive buns, and there will be plenty. Upon hearing of the evening's meat offering, the group of young men erupted with excitement. Yang Shengli came to inspect the canteen and was greeted with enthusiastic applause. In these times, people were undoubtedly feeling the pinch of scarcity. With the factory providing such an abundance of meat, everyone was naturally elated, pledging to Yang Shengli their commitment to work harder and complete their tasks promptly. Yang Shengli was quite pleased with this response. Ultimately, he joined in for a meal and chatted with Qin Dong and the others before departing contentedly. After the meal, everyone returned to the workshop to resume their work. However, Shaju called Qin Dong aside. It's inconvenient for you to work with a child. Why not let me take care of her? When I head back to the courtyard later, I can bring her to Qin Jia. She has 2 children, and they can play together while being looked after. Qin Dong looked at Shaju with exasperation. Are you genuinely foolish or just pretending? The Jia family holds a grudge against me. You expect me to leave my child with Qin Huairu? What are you thinking? Even if no one is available to care for Guogua, I would never entrust her to Qin Huairu. Oh, I was just considering that Jia Dongshu is no longer around, Shaju replied. He felt a twinge of satisfaction at Jia Dongshu's demise. Yet, despite living across from the Jia family, their relations had been minimal due to Jia Zhongshu's sharp tongue. Now that Jia Dongxi was gone, Shaju first thought of how he might strengthen ties through Guogua, with old grievances set aside. And considering you have no one to help at home, isn't it reasonable for neighbors to lend each other a hand? Qin Dong rolled his eyes at Shaju. If you have an inclination towards widows, pursue that on your own. Do not attempt to use my daughter as a means to that end. Shaju, keep your nose out of my affairs with the Jia family. Jia Dongxiu's death does not compel me to lose my principles or to take advantage of their misfortune. However, fostering any form of peaceful coexistence is out of the question. After all, with Jia Zhongshi's deceit, I intend to sever ties with them entirely. With Jia Dongxi gone, the opportunistic Qin Huairu will surely come forth. Who else would approach you, na-ve as you are? Fine, I'll consider my efforts wasted. Wait for me. I will bring over those large meat, chive, and vermicelli buns. Shaju remained unfazed, as he still hoped that Qin Dong would impart some wisdom, believing that a few buns would facilitate a small favor without causing any inconvenience. Qin Dong remained silent, waving his hand as he carried Guogui outside. After giving some instructions to the crowd in the workshop, Shaju approached him, noticing that it was nearly time for his daughter to sleep. Qin Dong waved goodbye to everyone and left the workshop with Guogua. Dongzi, these buns are delicious. Take some, Shaju said, handing Qin Dong a box of freshly steamed buns. Could you give me a ride on your bicycle? Yushui hasn't eaten yet at home and is probably starving. Shaju, I have to take my daughter with me. I can't carry you along. How about this? I'll help you deliver food to Yushui, and you can return on your own? Shaju was not a stunning beauty, so the notion of hitching a ride was out of the question. No way. All right then. Shaju reluctantly handed over the food container, which felt quite heavy in Qin Dong's hands, indicating that Shaju had certainly benefited from this arrangement. Without further comment, Qin Dong pedaled away. In the courtyard, every household had already settled down for the night. However, Jia Zhongshi forced Qin Huairu to kneel on the ground. Qin Huairu was already in a fragile state, having exerted herself throughout the day, and now being punished to kneel by Jia Zhongshi made her unable to hold back her tears of sorrow. What are you crying for? You shameless wretch. You still have the audacity to weep over my son's death? Mother, I didn't. Qin Huairu whispered in her defense. She felt devastated by Dongxiu's death and was at a loss for her future, questioning why Jia Zhongshi would speak to her in such a manner. Let me warn you, you are my Jia family's daughter-in-law. Even though Dongxiu is gone, my eyes are still keen. If you dare to engage in any disgraceful conduct that tarnishes the Jia family's reputation, do not blame me for being harsh. Mother, how can you think like this? Qin Huairu felt even more wronged. After all these years in this family, how could you not see how I have treated you, the children, and Dongxiu? Don't you know? Don't lecture me. We are all widows and know exactly what we think. Jia Zhongshi scoffed. I will keep the compensation money from the factory. When Bongging grows up, it will be for his bride. Furthermore, if you truly care for our family, you should go to the hospital tomorrow to get an IUD. I don't want my son to have died only for you to act like a promiscuous woman. Qin Huairu was exceptionally beautiful, and at her age, she was in her prime for childbearing. The local authorities even encouraged widows to remarry. There was a concern that Qin Huairu might not resist the advances of other men, who, then, will be left to support Jia Zhongshi in her old age. Moreover, with Bongging still so young, if Qin Huairu left, who would take care of him? After much contemplation, Jia Zhongshi resolved that Qin Huairu must get the IUD. As long as Qin Huairu was unable to bear more children, she would remain bound to Bongging and this household. Qin Huairu was infuriated to the point of tears. Mother, how can you say such things? What have I done wrong in this family? Then go get the IUD. Otherwise, if your heart is not in check, I will inform Bongging that he does not have a respectable mother. Though their argument was not loud, Qin Dong, who had just entered the courtyard, heard every word clearly. He was aware of Qin Huairu's plan to get the IUD, but he had thought she was doing it secretly, never realizing that Jia Zhongshi had a hand in it. Not wishing to eavesdrop further on the conflict between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Qin Dong knocked on Yushui's door. Brother, why have you only just returned, Donga? Yushui initially thought it was Shaju coming back, and with a face full of reproach, she opened the door. Upon seeing Qin Dong standing at the entrance, she felt somewhat embarrassed and greeted him. Yushui, your brother has not yet returned. This is the meal he brought for you. Thank you, Dongge. He Shui accepted the lunchbox and politely invited Qin Dong inside for some water. At this late hour, visiting a young girl's home for water? Keep in mind that He Shui is already 17 this year, currently in her 3rd year of junior high. In another household, engagements would have already been arranged by now. Chapter 49. He Shui's Adolescent Concerns. I won't go in tonight. Guohua is still asleep, so I'll head back. The young lady was being courteous. But as a grown man, it would be inappropriate for you, Qin Dong, to enter a young girl's room at such an hour. Qin Dong was not one to lack understanding and naturally refrained from entering, especially since Guohua was already asleep. Children need their rest. And the little girl had already grown weary on the way, ultimately succumbing to sleep at the gate. Qin Dong placed Guohua on the bed and would have to return outside to push the bicycle back in. The laborer, Yin Bugui, had already turned in for the night, leaving him without assistance. All right then, Dongge, please watch your step and be careful on your way. He Shui watched Qin Dong leave with a hint of disappointment. Girls these days mature quickly. Moreover, she was 17, and in just a few months, she would graduate from junior high. Several girls in her class already had their marriages arranged by their families, set to return home and wed immediately after graduation. He Shui's academic performance was not particularly stellar. While she could manage to pass into high school, she had no hopes of attending a vocational school. Even if she barely made it into high school, she was certain she would not qualify for university. Thus, He Shui constantly fretted about her future. Unlike her classmates, who had elders to oversee their lifelong affairs, her family situation was unique. With her mother gone and her father running off with a widow, only Shaju, her brother, remained to rely on. However, Shaju himself was still single and had yet to marry, thus leaving little concern for his sister's future. He Shui had always been resourceful, understanding that she could not depend on Shaju for this matter, and so she began to strategize on her own. In their courtyard, while there were many unmarried young men, none were dependable. Lu Guanxi's family was notorious for their abusive behavior, while Sandage, a schoolteacher, was frugal to the point of being miserly, ensuring that marrying into such a family would bring suffering. Su Damao appeared decent, with both Su Fugui and Su Damao holding stable jobs. But Su Damao's unattractive face and flirtatious nature were significant drawbacks. After considering her options, among the eligible bachelors, only Qin Dong stood out. Despite having been married before, he was not abusive and did not favor sons over daughters. He treated Guohua, who was unwell, with care. Most importantly, at just 24, he had become a skilled mechanic, having secured a position in a specialized workshop that even the most esteemed elder in their courtyard could not enter. He had a stable job, a bicycle, and a home, and the craftsman in the backyard mentioned that Qin Dong was also planning to build cabinets. Such circumstances could indeed be deemed quite favorable. If I could marry him, and given that we are well acquainted, even assuming the role of stepmother to Guohua might not be so bad. What could Qin Dong possibly be delivering to Shui at this late hour? Upon hearing the commotion in the courtyard, both Jia and her mother-in-law ceased their chatter, pressing their faces against the window to peer outside. I noticed that Shui was carrying what appeared to be Shaju's lunchbox. Those despicable scoundrels. None of them are worth a dime. Jia Zhong cursed vehemently. How blind is the heavens, allowing such a heartless creature to remain. The thought of her son being lost forever tightened Jia Zhong's grip on her money. This was her assurance for the latter part of her life. She could not afford to lose it. Qin Huairu remained silent, taking Jia Zhang's admonitions to heart, but not truly valuing them. In these times, words are meaningless. Only the act of filling one's belly holds any truth. Jia Zhang spoke sweetly, yet took all the family's money for herself. Not a penny was spared for her. And she expected her to remain a widow for Jia Dongxiu? She must be dreaming. In these times, it is encouraged for widows to remarry. Even if she were to marry with a child, no one could reproach her. However, Qin Huairu could not bear to part with her only son, Bongging. Given that Jia family had only this sole heir left, Jia Zhang would certainly not allow her to take Bongging away, even if she attempted to do so forcibly. The three uncles and the neighborhood committee would likely not consent. For the sake of her son, Qin Huairu resolved to get an IUD first. As long as her son remained loyal to her, Everything else could be negotiated. At worst, she could remarry within this courtyard, thus enabling her to care for Bongung without hindering her own life. It must be said that Qin Dong is indeed a commendable candidate for marriage. He is a level 6 fitter and owns a bicycle. Though he has a child, as a widow, she had little room for selectivity. Furthermore, Qin Dong has the potential to earn, as the backyard resonates with the sounds of construction. Once they wed, she could move into a new home, a prospect that is simply delightful. The only complication is the long-standing feud between the Jia and Qin families. Previously, she had sided with Jia Dongshu and Jia Zhang, committing some unkind acts against Qin Dong. It remains uncertain whether he could forgive her. She must devise a way to gauge his sentiments. Soon enough, Qin Dong emerged once more from the backyard, pushing his bicycle as he departed. Jia Zhang's curses grew even more venomous upon seeing him. Qin Huairu remained silent, aware of the underlying dynamics at play. Jia Zhang's vitriol towards Qin Dong stemmed from personal grievances. When the factory came to investigate him, Jia Zhang had jubilantly declared that Qin Dong would be apprehended. Yet, not only did he evade trouble, but he also ascended to a level 6 fitter, eventually moving into a special workshop. Conversely, her so-called capable son failed to secure a position in the special workshop and even had his second-level certification revoked. In such stark contrast, the disparity between them was evident. "You shameless wretch, what are you contemplating?" Jia Zhang's hand came crashing down upon her. Qin Huairu, in tears, protested, "Mother, I wasn't thinking of anything. Do not presume I am unaware of your sordid intentions. I must inform you that my son is no longer with us, and I'm keeping a watchful eye on you. Should you dare to engage in any disgraceful or embarrassing behavior, I will not hesitate to spread the word far and wide. Since my son is gone, I have nothing left to lose." Jia Zhang's expression was filled with malice, and Qin Huairu's heart sank. In these times, one's reputation holds immense significance. If Jia Zhang were to act upon her threats, it would spell disaster for her. "Mother, I do not think that way at all. I will heed your advice and go to the hospital tomorrow," she replied. The following day, Shaju arose at dawn. He had to prepare breakfast for the workers in the special workshop. Just as he opened the door, he noticed the door of the neighboring He Yushui swing open. "Brother, why are you up so early?" The special workshop is working overtime. I must go and cook." Shaju locked the door behind him and stepped outside alongside He Yushui, who was carrying her school bag. "Yushui, as a young lady, you should visit the Qin family's backyard more often during your free time. Help them with their daughter." Shaju had reflected deeply on his way home the previous day. In his view, Qin Dong's refusal was solely due to their insufficient bond. Thus, he decided to have He Yushui establish a connection with Qin Guogua, who was Qin Dong's most cherished person. He had heard Qin Dong threaten to punish Guogua, and knowing that children are easily swayed, he believed that if He Yushui won over Qin Guogua, his relationship with Qin Dong would naturally strengthen. As for why Shaju himself did not seek to endear himself to Qin Guogua, it was because he also harbored a preference for sons over daughters, deeming girls less significant. His willingness to support He Yushui in her education stemmed from the fact that the house would belong to him after she married. Had it been a younger brother, Shaju would have long abandoned any responsibility. However, He Yushui, being assertive from a young age, often took charge, leaving Shaju uncertain whether she would heed his advice. To his surprise, He Yushui readily agreed this time. "All right, I will do that. I will go and play with Guogua after school today." Thus, a foundation was laid for a relationship with Guogua, paving the way for her eventual role as a stepmother. Chapter 50. Qin Huairu. Your intentions are far from pure. Early the next morning, Qin Dong placed Guogua on the bicycle seat and pushed her outside. In the courtyard, Qin Huairu pulled back the curtain and immediately spotted Qin Dong and his daughter. Seeing little Guogua joyfully seated on the bicycle filled Qin Huairu with envy. She had never ridden a bicycle in her life. She had heard that the seat was made of genuine leather and that the wheels were crafted from some special material, making it exceptionally fast and stylish. Qin Huairu had once hoped that Jia Dongshu would strive for greater success, allowing her the chance to ride a bicycle one day. Little did she know, he was destined for an early demise. Qin Dong also noticed Qin Huairu, but pretended not to see her, merely reminding Guogua to listen to her teachers at the daycare. Dongzi, why would Guoguo go to daycare at such a young age? That must be quite expensive, Qin Huairu said, approaching with a familiar demeanor. Look, Guoguo is 4 years old, about the same age as my little one. I can manage 1 or 2 children at home, so why not entrust her to me? I can take care of her. Due to the halt in work, the inhabitants of the courtyard emerged from their homes, idling about. Qin Huairu offered to assist the Jia family with their children. Has the Qin family reconciled with the Jia family? Qin Huairu, considering your own recovery, I cannot impose upon you with Guoguo. Qin Dong, expressionless, walked outside, viewing her as a fool. To entrust Guoguo to you. Do you even understand how to care for children? We are neighbors. Why the formality? Despite being rebuffed, Qin Huairu remained undeterred, trailing behind on her bicycle, continuing to persuade. We previously had some misunderstandings, but hasn't that been resolved? Moreover, as neighbors in the same courtyard, it is only right to lend a hand. Aunt E has also gone to the hospital to assist me. Her words immediately garnered the goodwill of the onlookers. Dongzi, I believe what Qin Huairu says is sensible. We are all neighbors, and it is better to resolve conflicts than to harbor grudges. Do not disregard her kindness. This sentiment felt somewhat peculiar. Qin Huairu pretended not to comprehend the underlying tone of the remark. Indeed, Dongzi, we share the same courtyard. Allow Guoguo to play with Xiaodang. They will keep each other company, and you will save on unnecessary expenses. Times are tough, and everyone is struggling financially. Only Qin Dong, having recently been promoted to a 6th-level worker, can afford to raise a daughter without concern. For other families, parting with 2 yuan at once can be quite painful. In no time, the crowd was extolling Qin Huairu as a wonderful neighbor, observing her clinging to him like a piece of chewing gum. The onlookers not only refrained from condemning her lack of shame, but praised her for being generous and reasonable, leaving Qin Dong speechless. Were these people truly so blind? The halo around this woman was excessive. Qin Huairu, your reasoning does seem valid. You see, I am quite easy to get along with. Qin Huairu rejoiced inwardly, reaching out to embrace Guoguo, but Qin Dong intercepted her. Qin Huairu was a leech, and she and Shaju were merely 2 sides of the same coin. Qin Dong had no intention of intervening, yet he sensed a troubling trend with Qin Huairu's approach. Could it be that she had set her sights on him instead of Shaju? Did she intend for him to be the Navi victim? If so, he would not hesitate to harvest some emotional leverage. Qin Huairu, I notice you were dressed so neatly this morning as if you intend to go out. Where are you headed? Allow me to escort you. Qin Huairu's smile faltered. She was heading to the hospital for an IUD insertion. Such matters should remain confidential, especially since she aspired to marry Qin Dong and ride bicycles with him daily. She could not afford to let that slip. Dongzi, you must go to work. It's just a short distance. I am fine. Qin Huairu feigned understanding, attempting to decline. That's simply one tea do. You mentioned we are neighbors, and it is only right to lend a hand. You have shown such kindness to Guoguo. I cannot let others say that Qin Dong is heartless and ungrateful. Get on the bike. I will take you there. Qin Dong smiled at Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu knew precisely what she intended to do. Yet, he was skeptical that she would dare to ascend into his vehicle in full view of the onlookers to head to the hospital for a procedure. If Qin Huairu truly possessed such audacity, she ought to prepare for the torrent of disdain that would surely drown her. Qin Huairu hesitated, stalling rather than boarding the car, her mind racing to concoct an excuse. Why not take my car? Qin Dong pondered. Surely, you cannot merely speak sweetly while harboring ill intentions toward my daughter? No, Dongfi, you're overthinking it. I would never act in such a manner, Qin Huairu protested. Qin Dong, however, dismissed her defenses. If you're not going to, then get in the car, and I'll take you. No need, you all go ahead. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I need to use the restroom. Qin Huairu hurriedly made her way to the toilet, her demeanor betraying her anxiety. Qin Dong discerned her unease, but chose to misinterpret it. Everyone can see it. Qin Huairu is clearly anxious and frightened. My daughter is so young, and she harbors ulterior motives. How could I entrust her to such a person? Who knows if she would disappear by afternoon, leaving no trace? While the crowd murmured that such a scenario was implausible, they nonetheless felt that Qin Huairu was indeed afraid. After all, if she were not scared, why would she flee? Forget it, Dongzi. Your family is well off. You can simply send Guoguo to the nursery. Besides, your house is nearly ready. Go have a proper conversation with Dongmei. With your current success, she surely wouldn't want to part with her daughter. Settle your matters and bring your wife back to care for your daughter. The others offered their consensus, acknowledging the busy times. Once the special workshop is on break, I'll take a wood to see Dongmei, he resolved. A visit to this ex was indeed necessary. For all that was said about the deaf old lady was mere speculation that required confirmation from Dongmei. Moreover, Guoguo had called for her mother in her dreams just the previous night. The little girl may not voice it, but she surely still yearned for her mother. Thus, a visit seemed justifiable. Outside the door, Qin Huairu, leaning against the wall and eavesdropping, felt her expression shift. She had not anticipated that her mere probing of Qin Dong would inspire him to contemplate retrieving his wife. It was all the fault of these meddlesome individuals. If only they would keep their mouths shut and not stir up trouble. Qin Dong had already extended an invitation for her to ride on his bicycle, a gesture that indicated he still held her in some regard. Yet, these people had unwittingly influenced him to seek out Ma Dongmei. This simply could not be allowed. If Ma Dongmei were to return, what place would there be for Qin Huairu? No, she needed a plan to prevent Ma Dongmei from returning to the compound. Chapter 51, A Midnight Confrontation. Qin Huairu faces setbacks throughout the day. Qin Huairu's grievances echoed incessantly. Meanwhile, Qin Dong was pleased as he toiled away. Truly, the protagonist was delivering substantial emotional value. If this trajectory continued, his second groundbreaking innovation would soon be within reach. Qin Dong, how is everything? After a full day immersed in the workshop, Yang Shengli arrived just as closing time approached. Qin Dong glanced at the progress. Inform Yang Shengli that the modifications will be completed by dawn today. Shall we add more work? Indeed, let's toil a bit harder tonight, and after tomorrow's adjustments, I shall grant everyone 2 days of leave. As per our usual practice, I will instruct the canteen to prepare a delightful meal for everyone. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Yang Shengli, resolutely determined, once more made a financial sacrifice, inciting a round of applause from the workers. He believed he had won their hearts, and with hands clasped behind his back, he departed the workshop. Master, will we truly finish tonight? One worker pondered. Shall we not delay a little longer? The overtime benefits are splendid. We can indulge in meat. Such a fortunate occurrence. They would wish to work overtime every day. That is sufficient. Any further delay may raise suspicions, Qin Dong interjected. Everyone feasted heartily that evening, returning to work once their meal concluded. Speaking thus, Qin Dong exited the workshop. Time was of the essence. He needed to fetch Guoguo from the nursery. From a distance, the sounds of Guoguo's laughter reached him. Master Qin, you've arrived. The neighbors from our compound are so kind. They even came to play with Guoguo. Our neighbors? Qin Dong's heart sank. Could that person be Qin Huairu? Brother Dong, you're here. Guoguo is so clever, He Shui exclaimed, who was playing a game with Guoguo. The sharp-eyed girl immediately rushed into Qin Dong's arms with her short legs. Ah, Qin Dong responded sweetly, lifting his little daughter before turning to He Shui. Shui, what brings you here? My brother said that you are wholeheartedly contributing to the construction of our guojia, and that you cannot attend to both Guoguo and your work. Thus, he asked me to come and keep Guoguo company after my class. He Shui answered obediently. Qin Dong remained silent. He Shui's character in the narrative is quite intriguing. Though her appearances are few, each time serves to bring together Shaju and Qin Huairu. Some say He Shui is a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, intentionally leading her brother to marry a widow with 3 children. Others suggest that Shaju, in an effort to support Qin Huairu's family, mistreats He Shui, prompting her desire for revenge. Such notions, in Qin Dong's view, are mere nonsense, irrespective of how the plot unfolds. In Qin Dong's memory, the relationship between Shaju and He Shui is relatively harmonious. Shaju looks after his sister, and she, in turn, is concerned about him. During several conflicts in the courtyard, Shaju attempted to take charge, only to be pulled away by He Shui, revealing her assertive nature. Brother Dong, my brother mentioned that you have assisted him greatly. You are his good friend, and he has entrusted me with the responsibility of caring for Guoguo. You wouldn't deny Guoguo the pleasure of playing with me, would you? Please, if my brother finds out I failed to accomplish his task, He would surely be furious with me. He Shui feigned a look of fear and pleading. Qin Dong chuckled. Unbeknownst to her, the emotional panel in his mind had already absorbed all her excited sentiments. Do not worry, I appreciate your efforts. Let's be on our way. After all, he was merely a middle school child. Qin Dong did not ponder much and, after bidding farewell to the teacher, departed with Guogua and He Shui. He Shui had initially hoped to ride on Qin Dong's bicycle, but to her surprise, he merely placed Guogua on the bike and pushed it towards the canteen. Reluctantly, He Shui followed alongside the father-daughter duo. Shui, are you not returning to the compound? This is the way to the canteen. He Shui replied calmly. My brother asked me to wait for him at the canteen. Qin Dong sensed something amiss and concocted an excuse to have He Shui assist Guogua on the other side. Obediently, He Shui moved to help Guogua, regaling her with amusing tales from school, and soon they arrived at the canteen. Qin Dong entrusted He Shui to Shaju while he took Guogua to eat. Unbeknownst to him, He Shui had procured a tangram set and began playing with Guogua. When Qin Dong headed to the workshop, the young girl insisted on continuing her game. Both Shaju and He Shui suggested letting Qin Dong leave Guogua at the canteen until he was done with work. After some contemplation, Qin Dong consented. Once he finished his tasks and retrieved his daughter, he found Shaju and his sister trailing behind him like little shadows. As they exited the gate, Qin Dong noticed a strange sensation, as if someone were watching him. However, when he turned to look, there was no one in sight. Upon returning to the compound, he found Qin Huairu still washing clothes. Sister Qin, why are you still doing laundry at this late hour? Hurry back and get some rest. Shaju, perhaps acting out of infatuation, hurried over to express concern for Qin Huairu. From now on, call me sister-in-law, Qin Huairu coldly remarked to Shaju. Yet her expression softened into a smile as she turned to Qin Dong. Dongzi, working late like this, your special workshop must be quite taxing. Not too bad, Qin Dong replied nonchalantly, pushing the bicycle towards the backyard. He Shui was still on the other side, assisting Guogua, and the two of them passed by Qin Huairu, laughing and chatting. Qin Huairu was taken aback. She had intentionally awaited Qin Dong's return. Yet, upon their encounter, she found herself ignored before she could utter a word. Had she, after childbirth, become so unremarkable in the eyes of men? Qin Huairu's gaze drifted to Shaju. Shaju, are Yu Shui and Guogua quite close? Oh, they're just children. It's natural for them to get along. Shaju stole a glance at Qin Huairu's ample bosom, taken aback by its size. Were all women who bore children so well endowed? Noticing Shaju's gaze, Qin Huairu felt a wave of disgust. She had intended to win Qin Dong's favor, yet ended up attracting the attention of someone like Shaju. However, this did serve as proof that she was still somewhat desirable. But why had Qin Dong's demeanor shifted so drastically since the day? Where's Qin Huairu gone? It's late, and not a soul is in sight. Inside the house, Jia Zhangshi was raising a ruckus. Without a word, Qin Huairu gathered her belongings and returned home. Soon, Jia Zhangshi's voice echoed angrily in the dead of night. Who are you flirting with? I'm still alive and kicking. Do you even regard me? Qin Huairu's fate seemed particularly harsh, and Jia Zhangshi truly lacked decency. Silly Zhu gazed longingly in the direction of the Jia family. Mother, please stop speaking. It would be inappropriate for everyone to hear. Qin Huairu implored Jia Zhangshi softly. Do you not realize how inappropriate it is? You stand outside with that foolish man at night, and all the eyes of the household, young and old, are upon you. You have brought disgrace upon the Jia family. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu understood that Jia Zhangshi only noticed her conversing with Silly Zhu. A sigh of relief washed over her. Fortunately, her mother-in-law had not seen her speaking to Qin Dong. Who knows how she would have reacted if she had. Brother Dong, why is your room so messy? A grown man, like you should know better. Alas, let me assist you. He Shui entered the room, shaking her head like a little adult, rolling up her sleeves to begin tidying up. Meanwhile, the lights in the neighboring homes of Su Damao, the deaf old lady, and Lu Haizhong flickered to life one after another. Chapter 52. You wish to share your wisdom, yet you covet my sister? Next door, the deaf old lady excitedly leaned against the wall to eavesdrop. At her age, sleep came sparingly, and she had little to occupy her mind, leading her to ruminate aimlessly. In recent days, She had made several trips to the Dian Gate, yet Ma Dongmei remained unyielding, prompting her to issue a stern ultimatum today. Lying on the Kong, her irritation grew as she contemplated. What does Qin Dong have besides his looks? He shows no respect for the elderly, nor kindness to the young. Far inferior to my eldest grandson. Hearing the commotion next door, the cunning deaf old lady began to plot. Ma Dongmei had her thoughts fixed on Qin Dong. But what if he were to act inappropriately toward a young girl? In that case, even if she wished to remarry, the Ma family would never consent. She acted on her thoughts swiftly, rising to dress with purpose. Qin Dong glanced toward the neighboring direction. Recently, he had been preoccupied with tidying up after Jia Dongxiu and Yi Zhonghai, somewhat neglecting this old hag. It seemed she could no longer contain herself and was ready to make her move. Yu Shui, how could I allow you to do this? Qin Dong spoke, yet did not intervene. After placing Guo on the Kong, he opened the door, leaning against the doorframe to converse with He Yu Shui. How can I not help? I do the same for my brother at home. Though she said this, He Yu Shui's cheeks flushed. This was her first time assisting a man other than her brother with household chores. In fact, she had been reluctant to help anyone else. Yet, she was more than willing to work for Qin Dong, for he was not only handsome, but also spoke kindly. Qin Dong pondered as well. He Yu Shui helped Silly Zhu with housework and laundry every day after school, although she had her back to him, preventing him from seeing her face. He could vividly recall her bashful demeanor rising in his mind. Your brother is your brother, Qin Dong chuckled. In today's world, the norm dictates that men work outside while women manage the home. While we advocate for women to hold their own, it has only been a few years. Even though He Yu Shui has attended middle school and embraces modern ideals, she has been raised to cook, clean, and manage the household from a young age. However, the He family is a lineage of chefs where culinary skills are passed down only to the male descendants. Thus, He Yu Shui is spared from the obligation of cooking. Nevertheless, she does not neglect her other responsibilities. Qin Huairu ensnares the simple-minded Zhu, not only through occasional flirtations, but also by meticulously washing his undergarments and tidying up the house, effectively driving away all of Zhu's potential suitors. Now, with He Yu Shui assisting in housekeeping, Qin Dong cannot naively assume that she regards him merely as an elder brother like Zhu. If that were the case, why would she feel shy? Why would she, despite her embarrassment, be tidying up for me? After all, I am a grown man. Even if I share a close bond with you as a brother, there remains a distinction. For an unmarried young lady to assist me in housekeeping, should word of this spread, it would tarnish your reputation. In a different setting, Qin Dong might have playfully teased her. However, the residents of this courtyard are far from virtuous. A creaking sound emanated from the door of the deaf old woman's room, followed by her sharp voice. What a pair of shameless scoundrels, engaging in lewd behavior at this hour. Do you have no sense of shame? He Yu Shui was taken aback by the old woman's outburst. Although she harbored feelings for Qin Dong, it was merely her unilateral sentiment. She was contemplating ways to gauge Qin Dong's feelings for her when the old woman's voice startled her. If the old woman's words were to spread, how could she continue to live with dignity? At that moment, He Yu Shui was filled with fear. What should I do? No, I must leave quickly. Instinctively, she attempted to flee, only to be halted by Qin Dong. Yu Shui, stand still. No matter what transpires, do not involve yourself. Leave it to me. With Jia Dongxiu's departure, the courtyard, which was supposed to be lively, turned eerily quiet due to both him and Zhu working overtime. Aside from Jia Zhangshi's wailing and cursing, there was little commotion from others. Qin Dong had anticipated needing to intervene himself. The deaf old woman, however, could not contain herself. She immediately seized the opportunity to tarnish his reputation. Indeed, she was the most insidious of characters. Yet, since Qin Dong dared to stand his ground, he was unafraid of her approaching. He relished the prospect of confronting the old hag while also reaping emotional rewards. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not to be missed. The old woman hurriedly blocked the doorway. Upon seeing Qin Dong leaning against the doorframe, she appeared somewhat surprised but remained undaunted. You morally corrupt scoundrel! How dare you act lewdly in the courtyard? Thank goodness I caught you. Otherwise, some innocent girl would have suffered. The old woman pretended not to know that He Yu Shui was inside, directing her tirade solely at Qin Dong. Who are you accusing of lewd behavior? I see no one. Qin Dong replied with a smile. his fearless demeanor causing the old woman to furrow her brow in irritation. Who is acting lewdly? At that moment, Wang Xiaohua and her husband emerged from their home. I say, old woman, at your age, you ought to be responsible for your words. Indeed, who is acting lewdly? We see no one, Hu Shitu added, glancing around. Dongzi, did you notice that the special workshop at the steel mill was working late? Qin Dong shook his head. I do not know. Who? Lu Haizhong burst forth, brandishing a belt. In this day and age, who dares to act shamelessly? To see how I, Lu Haizhong, will strike him down with this belt. Soon, the courtyard was filled with onlookers. Old lady, where's the scoundrel? The deaf old woman remained silent, merely gazing towards the central courtyard. Shaju trailed behind Jia as daughter-in-law, arriving fashionably late. Old lady, what is happening? Who is being shameless? Just in time, Shaju. The deaf old woman called him over with urgency upon seeing the rightful person. You must quickly take a look. Your daughter has been wronged. My daughter has been wronged? Shaju peered inside, spotting He Yushui, flustered and at a loss. He Yushui, what is happening? He Yushui's face flushed crimson, unsure how to articulate her predicament. Qin Dong had advised her to remain silent, but as her brother, Shaju could not expect her to remain mute. Shaju, how can you let Yushui, a young lady, explain this? Allow me to speak on her behalf. The old woman continued. Everyone knows the sleeplessness that comes with age. Earlier, I heard a woman's voice from next door and sensed something was amiss. That Qin fellow is divorced. Where could a woman be coming from? My curiosity piqued. I peeked in and witnessed him attempting to take advantage of your Yushui, prompting me to raise my voice. The deaf old woman's account was vivid, leaving the courtyard in astonishment. Dongzi, is this true? Shaju's expression darkened. I tasked you with sharing wisdom about courting a wife, not with pursuing my sister. She is still in school. How can she face others after this? Chapter 53. The deaf old woman's deception. Shaju, do not feign ignorance with me. The deaf old woman claims someone has wronged Yushui, and I have been observing this closely. From the moment Yushui assisted me in bringing Guohua inside, I have been vigilant at the door. There is not a single fly in my home. How could Yushui be wronged? Qin Dong scoffed coldly. I find it peculiar. This deaf old woman insists that Yushui has been wronged, yet we have seen no evidence of such. Indeed, old lady, who has wronged Yushui? Yushui, please step forward. Yushui looked to Qin Dong, who gave a slight nod, prompting her to emerge. Brother. As she stood before him, Shaju inquired what transpired. Speak to me, and rest assured, if you have truly been wronged, I shall stand for you. That's right, Yushui, do not be afraid. Whoever has wronged you, tell grandmother. She will not let them off lightly. The deaf old woman spoke to He Yushui, though her gaze remained fixed on Qin Dong, almost urging her to identify him. Yes, what is the situation? Yushui, please explain. If someone has truly wronged you, I will not let them go unpunished. Hearing Qin Dong's words, He Yushui finally spoke. I noticed Guohua had fallen asleep, and since Dong Go was alone, I helped him carry Guohua back. There was no one else in Dong Ji's room. If someone had truly wronged me, he would have come in to assist. Yushui, you must not lie. The deaf old woman, upon hearing He Yushui's words, expressed her displeasure by tapping her cane against the ground. My wife clearly witnessed Qin Dong bullying you. Why do you still defend him? You've always been an honest child, and you mustn't learn to lie from others. Moreover, if Qin Dong truly did not mistreat you, why would he summon you, an unmarried young lady, to his room in the middle of the night? He is merely taking advantage of your youth and naivety. The deaf old woman, with her air of experience, observed as the crowd in the courtyard nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was quite suspicious for He Yushui to visit a man's room at such an hour. It was only natural for the onlookers to gossip about the two. Pleased with the outcome, the deaf old woman felt a sense of triumph. Qin Dong, however, laughed outright at the absurdity of the accusations against him and the attempt to expel him from the courtyard. The audacity of that old woman was astonishing. The deaf old woman's expression darkened. Qin Dong, how can you still find this amusing? Even He Yushui is not spared. You have truly lost your shame, she scolded angrily. Zhonghai, you are the elder of this courtyard. We cannot allow such a person to remain among us. Today, we must expel him to protect our reputation. Jia Zhongshi, upon hearing the deaf old woman's words, felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, let us rid ourselves of this scoundrel, she chimed in, eager to stir the pot. Qin Huairu urgently tugged at Jia Zhangshi. Mother, please refrain from speaking. Let us assess the situation first. Suddenly, Jia Zhangshi slapped her. You uncultured wretch. How dare you defy me? Are you blind or deaf? Did you not hear what the old woman said? We must rid ourselves of this vile creature. The old lady is the matriarch of our courtyard. How dare you disregard her words? Speak. Are you not entangled with this lowlife? The sudden outburst from Jia Zhangshi left the crowd in stunned silence. Such brazen accusations against her own daughter-in-law were utterly shocking. Mother, I did not. Qin Huairu never anticipated that Jia Zhangshi would turn on her so violently. Tears streamed down her face, filled with a sense of injustice. It was clear that she could no longer remain within the Jia family. Having just undergone surgery at the hospital, she had hoped that her suffering would temper Jia Zhangshi's demeanor, only to find her becoming increasingly unrestrained. If this continued, would she even have a future? How dare you cry? Jia Zhangshi, seeing Qin Huairu's pitiful tears, was met with sympathetic gazes from the men in the courtyard. Enraged at what she perceived as a display of sentimentality, she raised her hand again. However, Zhizhu quickly intervened, stopping her. Aunt Zhang, why would you strike someone without cause? Qin Huairu is already in a vulnerable state. This is utterly inhumane. Zhizhu, enough. Jia Zhangshi snapped. Old sister, we understand that you're grieving for Dongshu, but you cannot take your anger out on others. Huairu, your mother-in-law is in distress. Do not hold it against her. Just go home for now. Yi Zhonghai's words managed to soothe the tensions among the three parties, and he arranged for Jia Zhangshi to be escorted back. Yet, Qin Huairu insisted on staying, harboring her own thoughts. It was evident that Yu Shui and Qin Dong were not involved in any wrongdoing. However, she was curious about how the matter would be resolved, as she still harbored aspirations of becoming Qin Dong's wife. This could be considered a rehearsal of sorts. With Dong Su's demise, the impact on Jia Zhang's family was profound, and recently, everyone had been keeping their distance from her. Yi Zhonghai had initially mentioned Jia Zhang, prompting a collective grimace from the crowd. Why should they avoid her when she was clearly not in her right mind? Yet, speaking out against her would undoubtedly lead to accusations of lacking compassion. Hence, no one voiced their discontent, although they were all inwardly displeased. Yi Zhonghai then turned his gaze back to Qin Dong. Qin Dong, do you acknowledge what the old lady just stated? I acknowledge it, Qin Dong replied, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai, you're speaking from the position of the esteemed elder in the courtyard. I advise you to weigh your words carefully before posing such inquiries. It is evident to anyone with discernment that the accusation of misconduct is entirely unfounded. Are you genuinely intent on aiding this deaf old woman in her slander against me? Yi Zhonghai dared not engage with Qin Dong's retort. You misunderstand, Qin Dong. We are merely investigating the facts. Accusations are no trifling matter, particularly given Yi Zhonghai's recent tarnished reputation, which had only just begun to recover after rescuing Jia Dongsu. Any further negative associations would be detrimental to him. Facts? Let me enlighten you on what constitutes fact. Yu Shui came to assist me at the behest of her brother, Shazhu. To avoid any appearance of impropriety, I refrained from entering the house. This deaf old woman merely shouted baseless allegations, claiming I was engaging in misconduct. Well then, where is your evidence? Shazhu, is this true? The deaf old woman turned to Shazhu. He scratched his head and replied, Yes, I asked Yu Shui to help. The old woman was at a loss for words. You fool! I help you win a wife, and you turn against me. However, she still had a card to play. Yu Shui being in your house serves as evidence. The deaf old woman spoke with confidence. Qin Dong, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. Do not think your petty tricks can deceive me. Is this truly evidence? According to your reasoning, I could assert that you harbor enemy agents in your home and accuse you of treason. Qin Dong countered casually. In these times, treason was considered the gravest of offenses. If you can tarnish my reputation, I see no fault in retaliating with an accusation of my own, correct? Moreover, this deaf old woman seems intent on inflating her own emotional leverage. A shock value of 500 emanated from the deaf old woman. Qin Dong's eyes narrowed. He anticipated anger and resentment, but he had not expected such a high level of astonishment. Could this old woman truly be involved in treason? Chapter 54. The elderly backup plan, utter nonsense. The deaf old woman vehemently jabbed her cane against the ground, wishing she could pierce through the blue brick surface. Zhonghai, this courtyard has become increasingly intolerable. The youth of today possess no sense of decorum whatsoever. I am an elderly woman. My hearing may not be impeccable. But what of it? A mere junior dares to assert authority over me. The deaf old woman, relying on her age, felt no remorse for her actions, scolding Qin Dong indirectly. Yet, Qin Dong merely fixed his gaze upon her. The old woman seems to be merely posturing. The elderly lady admonished that we would convene a meeting to address the familial conduct within a courtyard. Zhonghai casually appeased the deaf matron, refraining from directly accusing Qin Dong. Recently, Qin Dong has been rather uncanny. Every encounter with him has resulted in his misfortune. Moreover, the absence of any evidence from the deaf old woman further dissuaded him from confronting Qin Dong. Alas, it appears the times have truly changed. Some individuals lack even the most fundamental respect for their elders. Tomorrow, I shall visit the neighborhood office to discuss this matter in earnest. Juju, my dear, am weary. Assist me in returning to my room, for I must rest. The once vibrant deaf matron now feigned fatigue, requesting the simpleton Juju to escort her home. Truly, you are a remarkable old woman. Juju, feeling helpless, approached her, wishing to privately inquire about her motivations, as her actions nearly tarnished his sister's reputation. Wait a moment. Qin Dong called out to the deaf matron. What do you intend to do? The elderly woman had clearly lost her patience. Qin Dong, she is of advanced age. Do not hold her accountable, Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong urged. Indeed, the old lady is a recipient of state support and a war widow. She harbors no ill intentions. Merely misunderstanding, they insisted. However, Yin Bugue merely observed from the sidelines, seemingly resolute in his decision to refrain from intervening. Uncle Air, you are mistaken. Am I the type to be petty? I merely wish to convey a message to the deaf matron, Qin Dong declared. A tarnished reputation? And then dismiss it lightly as a mere misunderstanding? That is hardly feasible. Even if he cannot compel her to act before everyone, he will certainly ensure that she does not have it easy. Dear lady, if one wishes to keep secrets, one must not engage in wrongful deeds. The more one walks the dark paths at night, the more one must heed the treacherous terrain. The onlookers were left bewildered by his words. Yet the deaf matron's gaze suddenly fixated on Qin Dong, sharp and incisive. However, she quickly averted her eyes, swaying her frail form as she allowed Juju to assist her back indoors. This old woman is undoubtedly formidable. Well then, since we have clarified this matter, the misunderstanding is resolved. Concerning the elderly lady, let us refrain from spreading any further gossip. Now, everyone may disperse. Zhonghai began to usher the crowd away. Yet, Juju burst forth from the old woman's room, fists raised. We are neighbors. Let's keep our tongues in check. Should I hear anyone gossiping behind backs, they shall not escape the wrath of my fists. With Zhonghai's admonition and the presence of the deaf matron and Juju, the crowd collectively agreed to keep tonight's events confidential. Satisfied, Juju returned to the old woman's room. The spectators, having witnessed the drama, gradually dispersed. He Yushui returned home with a heart full of joy. Donggu is truly impressive. I can now help him organize his home openly. Qin Huairu cast a glance at He Yushui, realizing that the girl had developed feelings for Qin Dong. How naive! If it were her, she would have surely sullied Qin Dong's name by now, seizing the opportunity to become engaged or even married. One can only remark that the young lady possesses a rather thin skin and is unlikely to succeed. Nonetheless, this serves as a wake-up call for her. If she aspires to marry Qin Dong smoothly, she faces numerous obstacles. With Ma Dongmei ahead and He Yushui behind, Shaju lingered in the deaf old lady's room for a while before returning home in high spirits. Not long after, Zhonghai appeared once more. Old lady, what is going on tonight? Do we not agree that Shaju would take care of you? What if this provokes Yushui and makes Shaju unhappy? Zhonghai's opening remarks displeased the deaf old lady. Zhonghai, how have I taught you? She retorted. Yushui is already 17 and still leans on her brother, draining his resources. This woman must be married off promptly. Yet, she cautioned against haste. Qin Dong has become more astute. He is no longer so easily deceived. Yi Zhonghai displayed a face of disapproval. "Do not worry. I have a plan," the old lady replied with calm assurance. Yi Zhonghai glanced at her and spoke softly. "Old lady, during this period, I need to bide my time and cannot assist you with Qin Dong." The betrayal by Jia Dongshu had made Yi Zhonghai more cautious. If even the retirement candidate he personally selected could turn against him, how could he trust Shaju, who had been arranged by the deaf old lady? Although Shaju appeared simple-minded and easy to manipulate, Yi Zhonghai resolved to cultivate another retirement candidate. The courtyard was filled with many people, yet the only one he deemed worthy was Qin Dong. Intelligent, capable, and already advancing toward a level 6 skill, his future prospects would undoubtedly surpass his own. Furthermore, Qin Dong was kind-hearted and had not abandoned his daughter, Guowa, despite her illness. Although he had experienced some unpleasantness with Qin Dong, it was all due to Jia Dongshu's meddling. Now that Jia Dongshu was out of the picture, he intended to find an opportunity to subtly ingratiate himself with Qin Dong, while simultaneously exploiting the deaf old lady's desire to suppress him, thereby extending a favor. He believed it would not be long before Qin Dong would become his candidate for retirement. "It's all that little beast Qin Dong's fault." The deaf old lady cursed vehemently. "I shall not let him escape my grasp." Yi Zhonghai lowered his head, wary of the old lady's keen insight into his schemes, fearing she might discern his intentions and thwart his plans. "Old lady, I came to discuss Shaju's marriage. He is not getting any younger. I believe Qin Huairu would be a suitable match. She is capable of bearing children, is filial, and can endure the trials from Jia Zhongshu. If we arrange for her to marry Shaju, she will surely be grateful and honor us." Yi Zhonghai was unaware that the deaf old lady intended to introduce Ma Dongmei to Shaju, as he directly began to orchestrate Qin Huairu's involvement. "No, I have my own plans for Shaju's marriage. You need not interfere," she asserted. "Qin Huairu is too cunning. Such a person is utterly unsuitable for Shaju. The simple-minded Ma Dongmei is a far better match." Yi Zhonghai felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with the old lady's authoritative stance, yet he refrained from escalating their disagreement. He required the deaf old lady's influence to solidify his position in the courtyard. However, he had no intention of adhering to her arrangements, as he had already noticed Shaju's budding interest in Qin Huairu. However, due to the constraints imposed by the Jia family, there were limited opportunities. If he were to create a chance for himself, Shaju would undoubtedly seize it. As for Qin Huairu's ulterior motives, Yi Zhonghai considered them inconsequential, believing he could manage the situation. Chapter 55. Shaju captured by the security department early the next morning before dawn. Yin Bugue rose from his slumber. The steel plant workers were on holiday, yet as a primary school teacher, he had no respite and needed to hurry to school for his classes. Just as he got out of bed, a rapid knocking echoed at the door. Who could be at this hour? Frowning, Yin Bugue fastened his buttons and glanced in the mirror before opening the door. As a teacher, one's appearance holds great significance. So Yin Bugue always ensured he was impeccably groomed, leaving no room for criticism. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. The impatience of the person outside was palpable. Coming. Yin Bugue cracked the door open just enough to see the fully armed security personnel, leaving him momentarily stunned. Li Kejong, what on earth is happening so early? Yin Bugue quickly opened the door wider, allowing Li Aiwu and his team to enter. Is Shaju in the courtyard? Shaju? He should be. The door is still locked. Before Yin Bugue could finish his sentence, Li Aiwu had already led his men toward the inner courtyard. Surround him, don't let him escape. Yin Bugue watched as Li Aiwu's men encircled Shaju's home. Two individuals forcefully kicked the door open and stormed inside. Moments later, a bound Shaju was dragged out of the house. Let me go. Li Aiwu, what madness is this? Get your men off me. Shaju, disheveled, shouted, attempting to shove away those restraining him. Calm down. Li Aiwu stepped forward, delivering a knee to Shaju. Li Aiwu, you scoundrel. Shaju bent over in pain, cursing, yet refrained from further resistance. Such a commotion naturally alerted the residents of the courtyard, with sounds emanating from every household. Soon, people began to emerge from their homes. The first to arrive was Yi Zhonghai, living nearby and having a vested interest in Shaju, hence he was the earliest to respond. Li Kejong, what is going on? Why has Sha Zhu been arrested? Yi Zhonghai inquired of Li Wu, internally ruminating on the reliability of Sha Zhu as a pensioner. Had he just been selected, only to be apprehended immediately? It's Master Yi. Though Yi Zhonghai's reputation had suffered due to Zhang Hedong's actions, he was still a level 8 fitter. Coupled with his valiant act of saving Jia Dongxiu, the factory had already begun to view him as a model employee, pending official recognition from higher-ups. Although the commendation had yet to be formally announced, Li Wu, being a trusted aide of factory director Yang, was aware of these developments. Thus, his demeanor softened slightly in Yi Zhonghai's presence. Casting a glance at the gathering crowd, Li Wu lowered his voice. There has been a situation at the factory canteen. We're taking Sha Zhu back for questioning. Without waiting for Yi Zhonghai to respond, he instructed his men to escort Sha Zhu away. He did not leave, but instead went to the backyard and knocked on Qin Dong's door. Master Qin, do you have a moment? I need your assistance with something. Just a moment more. Guogua is still eating, Qin Dong replied as he offered a cigarette to Li Wu. What is going on early in the morning with Sha Zhu? Li Wu lowered his voice as he accepted the cigarette. Last night, someone spiked the food in the cafeteria, leaving everyone in the special workshop, including the kitchen helpers, unconscious. Li Wu had not shared this information with Yi Zhonghai, but he felt no need to keep it from Qin Dong, as he had come specifically to investigate this matter. This is serious, Qin Dong pondered. The food in the cafeteria is problematic, and it coincidentally happened on the night their lathe modification was completed. This could be significant. Isn't it? Thankfully, you left work early to look after the child. Otherwise, if you had gone out for a late-night snack with them, you might be in the hospital by now. Indeed, it seems fortunate to be with the child. After chatting for a moment, Qin Dong noticed Li Wu's polite demeanor as he stood nearby, not making a move to leave, and he understood the gravity of the situation. This incident would not only implicate Sha Zhu. He himself could be investigated as well. Seeing that Guogua had nearly finished eating, he returned to the house to bring her out. He placed the drowsy Guogua on the bicycle and pushed it alongside Li Wu as they walked outside. In the courtyard, Yi Shui was at a loss as her brother had been taken away. Upon seeing Qin Dong and Li Wu emerge from the backyard, she hurried over. Dong Yi, she called, tears streaming down her face. My brother has been taken away. Yi Shui understood that it was the man beside Dongge who had ordered her brother's capture. Yet, as a young girl, she felt utterly helpless with her only family member suddenly taken from her. Her mind was a whirlwind of emotions, desperately wanting to know whether Qin Dong was connected to this man and if he could help her brother, while simultaneously fearing that Qin Dong might also be apprehended, and dreading the possibility of him outright rejecting her plea. Qin Dong had not anticipated the depth of Yi Shui's turmoil. Anxiety, fear, and worry were palpable in the air as three elder men gathered around. Li Wu glanced at Qin Dong. Master Qin, I'll wait for you at the entrance. Thank you. Qin Dong responded courteously and turned to see Li Wu stepping out through the moon gate. Yi Shui, I'm aware of what you mentioned. Will my brother be okay? He should be fine. Section Chief Li took Sha Zhu over merely to investigate some matters. I too will be cooperating with the inquiry, so do not worry. He will return after the investigation. Qin Dong offered a few reassurances before stepping outside. Yi Shui followed him. Dongge, I'll accompany you. No need. Young lady, you should return. We will notify you if anything arises. Li Wu stopped Yi Shui. Once outside, he jested with Qin Dong about his good fortune. My wife mentioned that her family has a beautiful niece. I thought of introducing her to you, but it seems you have already begun internal arrangements within your courtyard. Your niece? I suspect she may have ulterior motives, Qin Dong replied with a smile, politely declining Li Wu's good intention. Director Li, please don't take offense, but such words should not be uttered again. The young lady is still pursuing her studies, and spreading such rumors would tarnish her reputation. It is akin to an old bull courting tender grass, you understand. After escorting Guogua to the nursery, Qin Dong and Li Wu proceeded to the security department. At that moment, Sha Zhu was undergoing interrogation. I have already stated, I truly know nothing about the drug. I left after finishing dinner yesterday. How is it my concern if the food was tainted? If someone tampered with it, you should seek them out. Why am I being apprehended? A loud bang resonated as someone slammed the table. Well, Sha Zhu, the factory granted you overtime pay, yet you left work early. Do you realize this is considered absenteeism? Who was absent? If you don't comprehend, refrain from making unfounded assertions. I inquired with the canteen director, who assured me I could leave after completing my duties. I fulfilled my responsibilities. How can that be deemed absenteeism? Oh, so now the canteen director is in cahoots with you to defraud the factory's assets. Chapter 56. A heavy accusation cast upon Qin Dong. Master Qin, let's proceed this way, Li Wu said, his voice tinged with unease. He turned back to advise those trailing behind to remain vigilant. This Shaju is a troublemaker in the kitchen, though he possesses remarkable culinary skills. He is as stubborn as a mule and enjoys stirring up trouble. Director Yang specifically instructed us to treat him with care. Li Wu led Qin Dong into another room, followed closely by a young security guard armed with a notepad. Upon seeing the two settle across the table, the guard adopted a serious demeanor and opened his notebook. Named the young guard's expression was grave, yet Li Wu waved him off. Xiao Yu, this is not a formal setting. I shall handle this. You may step outside. The young guard closed his notebook and exited. Qin Dong smiled, choosing not to expose Li Wu's little ruse. In this day and age, the security department of a corporation holds authority comparable to that of a police station. In some respects, Li Wu's position as a department head may even surpass that of a police chief. Li Wu was currently relishing the privileges afforded to him, all due to the favor he had received. Qin Dong, your current predicament is quite serious. The specialty workshop is about to commence trial operations, yet at this critical juncture, Engineer Wang Yintai has unexpectedly fallen gravely ill and is hospitalized. Shortly thereafter, a number of workers, including Li Damon, were also poisoned. According to reports from the hospital, these workers exhibited traces of sedatives in their systems. Moreover, we have investigated the infirmary and discovered that you had recently purchased a large quantity of sedatives. Li Wu's piercing gaze fixed upon Qin Dong, his face devoid of any semblance of mirth. Director Li, what do you imply? Master Qin, you are an astute individual. I trust you comprehend the necessary course of action. Director Yang has always held high hopes for you. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint him. After delivering his message, Li Wu rose from his seat. I have matters to attend to. Master Qin, take your time to deliberate. The door swiftly closed behind him. Qin Dong's expression darkened. An incident at the steel mill, Yang Shengli was undoubtedly pressuring him to take a stand. Yet, Qin Dong remained unperturbed. With his departure, Li Huai's side had likely already mobilized. Indeed, before long, Qin Dong heard the voice of Li Huai. The factory director specifically asked me to come and check on Master Qin Dong. Director Li, you are too kind. Master Qin is inside. Please come in. The door swung open, revealing Li Huai to the threshold. Master Qin, the director has sent me to have a few words with you. Li Huai smiled warmly as he took a seat across from Qin Dong. Soon, the door behind him was closed. Master Qin, their target this time is you. I have yet to take action, and then this happened. Upon finishing his statement, Li Huai raised his voice slightly. The director holds your abilities in high regard, Master Qin. You see, someone like me is also quite capable. Qin Dong remained silent, casting a glance at the door. In this day and age, without surveillance cameras, the happenings within such a room could only be inferred through sound from the outside. Director Li, how is your investigation into that matter progressing? I have uncovered some compromising evidence against Yang Shengli, but it is insufficient to bring him down. However, you are now being schemed against. What will you do? Li Huai's expression was one of urgency. Yet, Qin Dong was aware that this seasoned individual was reluctant to shoulder responsibility. Having been parachuted into the Hongqing steel plant and managing the most lucrative department, it was improbable that Li Huai had no means to navigate this situation. His words were motivated by self-preservation. Shall I devise a plan to extricate you? Not for now. I have only just entered. It would be inappropriate to leave at this moment. What do you intend to do? If Yang Shengli is indeed problematic, he will surely act now. Proceed according to plan. Remember, the more commotion, the better. Li Huai nodded. Understood. I shall arrange for the documents to be taken out immediately. The two quickly concluded their discussion, and Li Huai exited. That Qin Dong, so young and impetuous. Meeting Li Wu's gaze, Li Huai shook his head regretfully as he departed. Li Wu glanced inside, nodded at Qin Dong, and expressionlessly closed the door. Simultaneously, Wang Xiaohua, and who sure to relayed the news of Qin Dong's detention up the chain. When Lin Dahua received the news, he was filled with rage. Damn, they actually intend to target Qin Dong. The secretary looked perplexed. Leader, could this be a coincidence? After all, our confidentiality measures have been quite robust. There are no such coincidences, Lin Dahua replied decisively. You know Xiao Wang from the steel plant. He has never had any health issues in all these years, yet he suddenly falls gravely ill at this moment. Wang Yincai's illness is indeed suspicious, and reports indicate that all personnel in the special workshop at Hongqing steel plant have been drugged. The secretary grew anxious. Leader, only a few of us are aware of Qin Dong's identity. If this is truly aimed at him, then Comrade Qin Dong is in danger. Take a few people and go investigate the situation personally. After deliberation, Lin Dahua decided to send his secretary out. Additionally, it is imperative to maintain confidentiality. Regardless of the circumstances, the safety of Comrade Qin Dong must be ensured. Rest assured, I will fulfill the mission. Secretary Zhang, not daring to delay, promptly selected several capable individuals to accompany him to the Hongqing steel mill. Within the courtyard, both Xia Zhu and Qin Dong were taken away in succession, with Xia Zhu particularly bound and escorted. This revelation astounded those within the compound. He Shui also refrained from attending school, choosing to remain at home awaiting news. Yi Zhonghai personally made a trip to the steel mill, but was turned away, prompting him to seek out the deaf old woman in the backyard. Old lady, please provide some guidance regarding this matter with Zhu. Typically, the deaf old woman preferred not to show herself, yet upon hearing about Xia Zhu, she erupted in anger. A bunch of scoundrels. Why would they apprehend such a fine young man? Her furious gaze turned toward Yi Zhonghai. Zhonghai, you must investigate what truly transpired at the factory. I have already inquired, but the security department is tight-lipped and refuses to allow me to see Zhu. Yi Zhonghai replied, his expression filled with helplessness. They won't even let you in? The old woman was somewhat taken aback, for Yi Zhonghai was a level 8 machinist, and the steel mill personnel would generally afford him some respect. The fact that he could not obtain any news indicated the gravity of the situation. Very well. I understand the matter now. You remain here while I seek a solution. After pondering for a moment, the deaf old woman decisively resolved to take matters into her own hands. Observing her frail demeanor, Yi Zhonghai could not help but twitch his lips. Old lady, shall I carry you there? No need. Though I am advanced in years, I can still manage a few steps. She firmly declined Yi Zhonghai's offer and left alone. Chapter 57. Director Yang takes action. Once the deaf old woman exited the alley, her steps quickened with purpose. She deftly navigated the streets until, finding herself alone, she approached another alley. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A low voice emanated from within. It is I. Open the door. A crack appeared in the door, allowing the deaf old woman to enter. Inside was a rather ordinary-looking middle-aged man, visibly displeased upon seeing her. What brings you here again? Do you think I wish to come? I have encountered a predicament and require your assistance in retrieving someone. The deaf old woman commanded the man to go to the steel mill to fetch the individual. The man's displeasure intensified, and his voice turned cold. As I mentioned last time, that was the final occasion. Your words do not hold weight, she retorted, softening her tone slightly. This truly is the last time. Seeing the man remain unmoved, the deaf old woman wore a troubled expression. You are aware that here in the capital, I have little to lose. This child is dear to me. He must not come harm. If you assist me in retrieving him, I shall never trouble you again. Upon hearing her plea, the man contemplated for a moment. Very well, I shall acquiesce, but you had best honor your word. You see, I am not a person of much patience. Observing the man's somewhat gloomy expression, the elderly woman straightened her back. Naturally, since I have spoken, I must follow through. Very well, you may leave. The elderly woman opened the door and walked out with her back held straight. It was not until she exited the alley that she finally exhaled in relief. Despite her earlier demeanor of ease, her back was already drenched in perspiration. I shall never return to this wretched place again, she muttered to herself, leaving without a backward glance. Not long after her departure, the gate she had just entered opened. The man stepped out, heading straight for the Hongqing steel plant. In the office of the plant manager, Yang Shengli stood by the window smoking when the door was abruptly pushed open. Manager, the documents you requested have arrived. Hearing the man's voice, Yang Shengli turned sharply to face his secretary. What brings you here? What? Is Manager Yang not pleased to see me? The man casually took a seat, exuding an air of ease. Yang Shengli's expression shifted multiple times. The man before him was akin to a devil. Although he could not fathom how someone who should have vanished had reappeared, his presence indicated that Yang's days of comfort were over. How could that be? I often think of Mr. Li, Yang Shengli replied after a moment of weighing his options, lowering his gaze. The man opposite him possessed an overwhelming influence. Even though he had become the plant manager, the mere thought of the man's methods sent shivers down his spine. I thought you were enjoying your freedom as manager, forgetting your true nature, the man remarked lightly, tapping the table. Codename, Mountain Eagle, obey my command. Yang Xinli es pupils constrictet sharply. Mr. Li, is this not sufficient? He had no desire to continue as Mountain Eagle. He merely wished to remain as the manager he was. Are you disobeying orders? Without a moment's hesitation, the man produced a gleaming dagger. No, Mr. Li, do not misunderstand. How could I possibly disobey orders? Yang Shengli spoke while subtly inching towards his desk. Within the drawer lay a Browning pistol. In this steel plant, a single gunshot would quickly summon a swarm of authorities. The man seemed oblivious to Yang's movements. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger whizzed past Yang Shengli's scalp. He froze, feeling a tingling sensation on his head. In that moment, he sensed the very breath of death. He had no doubt that should he make a sudden move, the next instant would see the dagger slicing through his throat. Mountain Eagle Yang Shengli swallowed hard, struggling to keep his composure. I obey, he finally uttered. It would have been better to do so from the start. The man said dismissively, retracting the dagger. I have come for two matters. Yang Shengli bowed slightly. Yes, your command. First, I want all the documents in your possession. Second, I require a person. Silly Zhu is in your custody, and I want him released. No problem. Sha Zhu was originally unaware of the situation. I will have him released immediately. Yang Shengli, however, did not evade the matter concerning Sha Zhu. Yet, when it came to the documents, he exhibited a clever ruse. As for the information you seek, I am unsure of what precisely you require, but I shall send someone to retrieve it forthwith. Yang Shengli, do not attempt to outsmart me. You are well aware of what I desire. It is in your best interest to act swiftly, as I have little patience for prolonged waiting. After speaking, the man rose and nonchalantly exited the office. Moments later, a loud crash echoed from Yang Shengli's office as an enamel cup was hurled to the ground. This scoundrel is truly overstepping his bounds. Yang Shengli vented his frustrations vehemently. Had I foreseen this outcome, I would never have consented to collaborate with you. Regrettably, I have been forced onto this treacherous vessel. Even if he wished to turn back now, it would be too late. Mr. Li is a true devil, unflinching in his ruthlessness. If he does not comply with his demands, one cannot be certain whether his head will remain on his shoulders come tomorrow. Bring in Li Aiwu. Yang Shengli summoned Li Aiwu. The sudden illness of Wang Gong has raised my concerns. I fear there may be issues with the documents on his end. Gather a few men, and let us pay a visit. Li Aiwu, without hesitation, agreed. Before long, he had selected several security personnel to accompany Yang Shengli to the office of Wang Yankai. With Wang Yankai hospitalized due to his unexpected ailment, the office was naturally deserted. The group entered the room and commenced their search. Yang Shengli knew of Wang Yankai's habit of storing important items in the drawers of his desk. He made a beeline for the desk, feigning an inspection before pulling open the drawer. At the top of the drawer was a dossier sealed in a cowhide bag. Upon seeing the small top-secret label affixed to it, Yang Shengli realized he had found what he was looking for. As the factory manager, he was well aware that the only documents classified as top secret within the entire steel mill pertained solely to the lathes. Maintaining his composure, he discreetly tucked the document into his bosom and substituted it with a file he had prepared in advance. Found it. Ah, my experience points are full. In the security department, Qin Dong had just summoned the attribute panel to exchange for advanced technology when the door swung open. A young security guard entered, carrying a lunchbox. Master Qin, it's time to eat, he announced, then leaned closer and whispered, Director Li asked me to inform you that everything has been prepared. Chapter 58. Old Li. Still claiming you are not enamored with widows? Bring someone in. Qin Dong called out, and soon a security guard entered. Tell your section chief that I have come to a decision. I wish to meet with him. The section chief is currently unavailable, but I shall relay your message. Li Aiwu had emphasized the importance of communication before leaving, so the guard did not dare to delay and promptly went to find Li Aiwu. At that moment, Li Aiwu was accompanying Yang Shengli in Wang Yinsai's office. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he stepped out. Section Chief Li. Qin Dong says he has come to a decision and wishes to see you. Qin Dong has come to a decision? Yang Shengli, who was in the room, immediately turned to exit. This is a significant matter. He had received orders not only to obtain the documents. Qin Dong is still a living person, and now he must cooperate with him. This makes things considerably easier. Director, shall we head over now? No, just have him come here directly. Yang Shengli waved his hand. Secretary Wang, please summon our deputy director. We shall convene a meeting here. Li Aiwu and Secretary Wang then departed. Yang Shengli refrained from entering Wang Yinsai's office and instead closed the door, waiting outside. Soon, Li Aiwu and Qin Dong arrived, accompanied by Li Huaid, who had come to report to Yang Shengli. With no reason to stop him, Li Aiwu brought him along. Just as they arrived, several deputy directors from the steel rolling mill also hurried in. Director, what has happened? Director, why are we holding a meeting here with Engineer Wang today? Where is Engineer Wang? Indeed, it was said that today would be the test of the newly modified equipment. Why has he not yet appeared? The deputy directors had already received the news, but were feigning ignorance. They were engaging in a game of thick black, a strategy of cunning deceit. Qin Dong silently stood at the back, observing the spectacle. Everyone, I have some unfortunate news to share, Yang Shengli said in a somber tone. Last night, Engineer Wang was admitted to the hospital due to a sudden illness. He has yet to regain consciousness. All workers in the special workshop, except for Qin Dong, who had to leave early to attend to his child, have been incapacitated. The cause of the incident is still under investigation. Engineer Wang's office contains crucial information regarding our factory's lathe modifications. Furthermore, Comrade Qin Dong was directly involved in the lathe modifications. At such a critical juncture for our special workshop, this incident raises the possibility that there may be a traitor among us who has betrayed our plans. Upon hearing the word traitor, the deputy directors shuddered. Director, I had no involvement in this matter. Director, I am not in charge of production, and we are unaware of when the special workshop will achieve results. The deputy directors hastily deflected blame. It was no laughing matter if suspicion fell upon them. It could be seen as collusion. I am aware that our security chief, Li, is investigating this matter. Comrades, our adversary is cunning. They have exploited the situation regarding Comrade Qin Dong's daughter's illness to sedate our workers. We believe Comrade Qin Dong is innocent. However, he must now undergo investigation and protection from our security department. Additionally, to prevent further incidents, all relevant materials from the special workshop must be safeguarded. The purpose of gathering you all today is to discuss how we should proceed. The gazes of the deputy directors fell upon Qin Dong. While everyone else faced trouble, he remained unscathed. Director, although Comrade Qin Dong is currently the only one with expertise in lathe modification, we cannot dismiss the suspicion that he might be the traitor. This suspicion has not been eliminated. Qin Dong is striving to prove his innocence and clear his name. Director Yang calmly reached a conclusion regarding the situation. Qin Dong's willingness to approach signifies his readiness to ally himself. Previously, Yang Shengli merely intended to utilize Qin Dong as a means to facilitate his career advancement. However, the current situation with Qin Dong bears greater implications for Yang Shengli's very existence. In this critical moment of winning hearts, Yang Shengli is acutely aware of the necessary actions he must undertake. Let us now delve into certain matters concerning the documentation. Although several deputy factory directors harbored suspicions, the decision rested solely with Yang Shengli. Should any mishap occur, he alone would bear the consequences, thereby silencing any dissent. Director, I propose we securely lock these documents in the storage room, one suggested. Agreed, and I recommend implementing multiple locks. Each of us 5 should possess a key, and only when all 5 keys are gathered can the box be opened. No one capable of attaining the position of deputy factory director is foolish. This matter is far too significant for any individual to monopolize. Instead, it would be wiser for us to supervise one another collectively. Very well, since everyone concurs, I shall, in principle, also agree. However, I advise against placing the box in the storage room. Our steel rolling mill storage is too conspicuous. If someone were to target these documents, they would undoubtedly head straight for the storage room. The deputy factory directors exchanged wary glances with Yang Shengli. Director, aside from the storage room, who else could safeguard this item? We could enlist an ordinary worker with no connection to this matter. We need not disclose the contents to him. Simply entrust the items for safekeeping. Yang Shengli had already resolved to release Xia Zhu. However, since it was his directive that led to Xia Zhu's capture, a direct release would not achieve his intended outcome. Thus, he devised a plan for Xia Zhu to guard the box, facilitating both Xia Zhu's release and cultivating gratitude from him. Yang Shengli had gathered intelligence that the Ling Dao had a penchant for Sichuan cuisine, and Xia Zhu was proficient in preparing such dishes. He would later escort Xia Zhu to the Ling Dao's residence to cook. If the Ling Dao were pleased, he could downplay the situation significantly. Yet, Xia Zhu was rather brash. Would he truly be capable of managing this task? The individuals proposed by Director Yang merely needed to express opposition. However, the deputy factory directors remained divided in their opinions. Esteemed leaders, let us cease our disputes. Perhaps we should consider the perspective of an outsider. Qin Dong exchanged glances with Li Huai, who then stepped forward. Upon listening to his words, the assembly found merit in his reasoning. Director Li, what are your thoughts on who would be the most suitable custodian for this matter? Li Huai chuckled and shook his head. Esteemed leaders, I am only responsible for logistics. I can tell you what we will serve for dinner tonight. But when it comes to production matters, I am at a loss. Indeed, technical matters should be entrusted to those with expertise. A deputy factory director turned to Qin Dong. Qin Dong, as a member of the special workshop, what is your perspective on this issue? Esteemed leaders, I am firstly grateful for the protection regarding my safety. Furthermore, I believe that given the significance of these documents, why not store them in our courtyard under the watch of someone utterly unsuspected? Upon hearing this, several deputy factory directors thought it akin to advocating for Xia Zhu. Yet, Li Huai experienced a moment of inspiration. Esteemed leaders, Comrade Qin Dong's words have reminded me of an individual. The worker who encountered misfortune in our factory's workshop hails from the same compound as Comrade Qin Dong. What do you think if we were to entrust this matter to her? Qin Dong cast a glance at Li Huai. Old Li is indeed generous when it comes to favors. However, he possesses a critical flaw, his lasciviousness. His intentions seem to be aimed at undermining Yi Zhonghai. To my surprise, Li Huai has directly brought forth the widow Qin. I understand your infatuation with this pure lily, yet must you utter such outrageous statements so brazenly? Your desire for the widow is exceedingly transparent. Chapter 59. The pure lily seeks assistance, only to be rejected. Is this truly appropriate? Our Hongqing steel rolling factory, after all, is a large establishment with over 10,000 employees. Allowing an unrelated outsider to safeguard our technical documents would surely become a source of ridicule if it were to leak out. Immediate opposition arose among some members. What's the issue? I find this idea rather astute. After all, who knows who the traitor is? Engaging someone from outside might actually be more prudent. I also find it agreeable. We have previously encountered the family of that mechanic, and they seem reasonable enough. Entrusting this matter to her seems feasible. Several individuals harbored ulterior motives. Since no one wished to give the other an advantage, it would be wiser to adopt Qin Dong's suggestion. On the surface, Yang Shengli appeared reluctant, yet internally he was elated. Regardless of who was entrusted with the documents, the outcome would remain unchanged, for the genuine materials had long since been swapped. Given that everyone supported this proposal, let us proceed accordingly. Director Li, you shall take charge of this matter. Section Chief Li, you will accompany Comrade Qin Dong to retrieve the medicinal supplies from the Qin family. Li Huai, having achieved his goal, obtained an opportunity to interact with Qin Huairu. The group swiftly returned to the compound. Before they even entered the gate, they could hear the booming voice of Xia Zhu echoing inside. Who is Xia Zhu? He's their grandfather. Who dares to disrespect me? I shall ensure they go hungry. Li Huai shook his head in disbelief. This Xia Zhu is truly foolish. No wonder Yang Shengli would take measures against him. Such a loose tongue can cause considerable trouble. Indeed, the countenance of Li Aiwu beside him had turned a deep shade of anger. Sha Zhu, you certainly possess quite the authority, Li Aiwu remarked, startling Sha Zhu. What? He has just been released. How is it that Li Aiwu has returned so soon? Sha Zhu turned to find Li Aiwu entering through the moon gate, alongside Li Huai and Qin Dong. Oh, Director Li, Section Chief Li, what brings you two esteemed individuals here? Liu Haizhong, who had been a mere spectator, dashed over with remarkable speed upon seeing the newcomers. This morning, I heard the magpies chattering, and I wondered if some joyous occasion was unfolding in our courtyard. Now I understand. It seems your arrival has indeed illuminated our little courtyard. Liu Haizhong flaunted his modest education, though regrettably it was misapplied. Master Liu, you are indeed a seasoned craftsman in our factory. There is no need for formalities. Moreover, it is truly an honor to have you here. Li Huai chuckled, yet his gaze roamed through the crowd in search of Qin Huairu's figure. Director Li, your arrival is most timely. This foolish Zhu is tarnishing the reputation of your security department. You should swiftly take him away. Our security department is well regarded, and we do not fear a bumbling chef like him. Su Damao had long held a disdain for Zhu, who, despite being apprehended by the security personnel, continued to strut around the courtyard as if he were a lord. You're merely a cook wielding a ladle. Why must you aspire to be someone of importance? You insolent brat, do you wish to be struck? Zhu, agitated, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Su Damao. You're foolishly inviting trouble upon yourself. Zhu, you rely solely on your strength. What makes you so formidable? Dare you deny having spoken ill of the security department? Su Damao was unperturbed by Zhu's bravado and swiftly darted behind Li Aiwu for cover, peeking out to provoke Zhu. Observing Su Damao's cheeky demeanor, Qin Dong shook his head. The first to provoke must also bear the consequences. Su Damao, lacking the strength to back up his bravado, foolishly chose to flaunt before Zhu, ultimately becoming a tool for Yi Zhonghai to reinforce his own authority. Su Damao, if you possess courage, do not hide behind others. Come forth, and let us settle this one-on-one. Zhu disregarded Su Damao's words, continuing to shout at him. Brother, what are you doing? He Yushui interjected, blocking Zhu's path. I am hungry. Hurry and prepare a meal for me. Zhu had no desire to confront Li Aiwu. He merely sought to boast in front of the crowd. If he were to fall into Li Aiwu's hands, who could predict how he would be treated? This fellow was also quite ruthless. The pain from their earlier encounter still lingered. If he were to be apprehended again merely for some idle boasting, it would indeed be a regrettable outcome. Utilizing the bamboo pole gifted by his sister, Zhu slid down smoothly. All right, you truly are a generous lady. Wait here. I shall prepare your meal promptly. As Zhu entered the house, a fleeting look of regret passed through Yi Zhonghai's eyes. However, he quickly composed himself and approached. Director Li, I wonder what brings both of you to our compound today. In the art of flattery, Yi Zhonghai was far more subtle than Liu Haizhong, and thus he garnered no disdain. Today, I represent the factory to extend our condolences to the Jia family. The Jia family is present. Yes? Please, Director Li, come in for some water. Upon hearing the word condolences, Jia Zhangshi's eyes lit up. Condolences often came with financial aid. One could only wonder how much this seemingly refined and affluent director would bestow upon them this time. Jia Zhangshi joyfully welcomed the benefactor into their home, also beckoning Qin Huairu to join them in hosting their esteemed guest. With no choice, Qin Huairu followed the two men into the house. Meanwhile, Qin Dong and Li Aiwu made their way to the backyard. Wang Xiaohua, noticing their arrival, hurried over. Dongzi, why are you back at this hour? I've come to retrieve some items, Qin Dong replied, opening the door and entering alongside Li Aiwu. Wang Xiaohua stood at the doorway, craning her neck to peer inside. Other curious onlookers gathered alongside her. At that moment, Li Aiwu unlocked the cabinet. The valuable items in the house had long been secured in his space, and he merely pretended to retrieve a sedative from within. This is the item, he thought, as he examined it closely in his hand, confirming the quantity was adequate. Congratulations. Master Qin, with these, you can clear your name, he proclaimed. Meanwhile, in the Jia family, Qin Huairu felt a shiver under Li Huai's scrutinizing gaze, prompting her to seek an excuse to escape. The people in the courtyard were gathered around the water basin, their eyes fixed on the direction of the backyard. It was quiet there, leaving Qin Huairu uncertain of what Qin Dong and Li Aiwu were up to. After some contemplation, she resolved to inquire about the situation with Qin Dong. Upon reaching the backyard, she found Wang Xiaohua and several others peering out. Lifting the curtain, she stepped inside. "Dongzi, are you busy at the moment? I have something to ask you," she said. Qin Dong glanced at her, somewhat surprised by her unexpected arrival. "Sister Jia, I still need to attend to Director Li. If you have no pressing matters, perhaps you could step outside for now," he replied, firmly declining her request. Qin Huairu was an astute woman. With her husband gone, she found herself alone, striving to support 3 children and a widowed mother-in-law. For someone like her, who was out of work and caring for an infant, it was an arduous task. If a small leader from the steel mill were to offer assistance, even a mere trickle of resources would suffice for her to live comfortably. Such an opportunity would be hard for anyone to reject. Chapter 60. Jia Zhang's boastfulness leads to empty hands. "Brother, your neighbor here is quite beautiful," Li Aiwu remarked, considering Qin Dong a comrade and engaging in casual conversation. Qin Dong responded vaguely, while his mind activated the system for an exchange. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired high-tech mosquitoes." A swarm of mosquitoes materialized in his space. Were mosquitoes considered high-tech? Qin Dong pondered, soon realizing these were no ordinary insects. Wherever these mosquitoes appeared, they could provide real-time tracking and relay sound and visuals back to him. Though seemingly trivial, their potential application became apparent. In the Jia family, Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, Yin Bagay, Su Damao, and the deaf old woman, each of these households would receive 1 mosquito. Following that, there was Yang Shengli and Li Huaid. Before long, a swarm of mosquitoes was dispatched by Qin Dong. Upon hearing about the arrangement to safeguard Li's belongings, Jia Zhang's eyes gleamed with cunning. "Director Li, my son is gone, and it's just us, a widow and orphans, struggling to eat. How can I possibly assist you?" She lamented. "What is your status as an official matter? My son is gone, and if you expect me to work for you, there must be some benefit in it for me. Feel free to express any difficulties, Annie. I, Li Huaid, will not shy away from helping if it's within my power," he replied, his demeanor generous. "Then I shall be straightforward. I want money. 50, no, 100 yuan. Jia Zhangshi immediately demanded money. "Aunt, perhaps you should consult your daughter-in-law about this matter." Li Huaid was focused on Qin Huairu and naturally would not allow Jia Zhangshi to have the final say. "Director Li, there is no need to consult her. I'm the head of this household. The daughters-in-law of the Jia family listen to me. When I direct them east, they dare not venture west." Jia Zhangshi had a firm grip on Qin Huairu, since she had a way to compel Qin Huairu to take measures. She could ensure Qin Huairu would be bound to their family for a lifetime. 100 yuan was indeed a bit steep, but I perceived that the old aunt was quite straightforward. Therefore, I agreed to this arrangement. Even if the factory did not provide the funds, I would find a way to cover it myself. We cannot allow the families of our worker brothers to suffer and be disheartened. 100 yuan may seem substantial to others, but it was trivial for Li Huaid. Anticipating the imminent embrace of his beloved, he disregarded Li Aiwu and Qin Dong in the backyard and excitedly set off to gather the necessary funds. Before leaving, he instructed Jia Zhangshi to keep it confidential. Jia Zhangshi readily agreed, but as soon as he departed, she began to boast in the courtyard. "Our Dongshu is quite capable. Even with everyone gone, the factory leadership still trusts us. They must seek our assistance. There was no choice. We had to comply." Jia Zhangshi, who was already lacking in character, became insufferable, prompting others to take notice. "Jia Zhangshi, go ahead and boast. Does the steel mill really need your help?" The simple-minded Zhu, cooking inside, overheard Jia Zhangshi's loud voice and rushed out with his ladle. "Aunt, your family doesn't even have a man. How can you be of assistance? Are you going to help warm the Kong?" "Ha ha ha." Zhu's loose tongue, which spoke whatever came to mind, infuriated Jia Zhangshi. "Zhu, you despicable fool. If I hear you spouting nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Jia Zhangshi lunged at him, and Zhu instinctively raised a ladle in his hand. Seeing her mother-in-law about to be hit, Qin Huairu hurried over. "How can you strike an elder?" Faced with Qin Huairu's alarmed approach, Zhu's mind went blank. "No, Sister Qin. I merely intended to frighten your mother-in-law. I had no intention of harming her." Yi Zhonghai, Witnessing Zhu's flustered reaction upon seeing Qin Huairu felt a surge of delight. Zhu, even if it was just to scare her, you should not. As a younger generation, how can you be disrespectful to your elders? Zhu, scolded by Yi Zhonghai, hung his head in dejection. Sister, you know Zhu's mouth. He means no harm, so please do not hold it against him. Yi Zhonghai, spare me the nonsense. Is what Zhu said even human? He sullies the reputation of widows. He is truly vile. I don't care. If Zhu does not compensate me 10 yuan today, I will report him to the street office. Zhu immediately became displeased. Jia Zhangshi, I was just speaking casually. Is it really necessary? Besides, if you are not guilty of anything, why fear it? You old bachelor, what do you know? Jia Zhangshi and Sha Zhu were embroiled in a commotion. Qin Dong and Li Aiwu emerged from the backyard. Brothers, your courtyard is truly lively. With such a ruckus, the manager hasn't intervened at all. Clearly, the manager's capabilities are lacking. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong exchanged glances, both harboring their own thoughts. Yi Zhonghai welcomed the chaos caused by Sha Zhu, as it provided him an opportunity to assist and thereby cultivate Sha Zhu's favor. On the other hand, Lu Haizhong simply disdained both Sha Zhu and Jia Zhangshi, hoping for a proper brawl between them. The director had arrived, disturbed by the uproar. Lu Haizhong hurried over to curry favor with Li Aiwu. Director Li, why are you leaving so soon? Stay a while longer and let us extend our hospitality. No need for pleasantries. I have pressing matters to attend to, Li Aiwu replied, disinterested in trivial disputes, as significant responsibilities awaited him as the security chief. The two exited the courtyard directly. That's it, Director Li is upset. Lu Haizhong fumed. It's all your fault for causing a commotion at such a time. Despite the security department's lack of jurisdiction over their workshop, they still presided over matters of the steel mill. Li Aiwu was particularly favored by the leadership, observing the disgraceful scene in their courtyard. Any disparagement in front of the factory leaders could jeopardize his future. Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened. This Dongzi, sneaking around with Director Li without informing anyone. It's all this fellow's fault. If I can't rise in rank, I will settle the score with him. From Lu Haizhong's resentment, he felt a weight of 300. From Yi Zhonghai's animosity, another 300 weighed heavily. Qin Dong, too, was speechless. Although he had gained some experience points, it was evident that Yi Zhonghai had not learned his lesson. Meanwhile, Li Huaid was contentedly amassing wealth. Then, Li Aiwu returned with news about Jia Zhangshi's publicity efforts in the courtyard, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had botched the matter. How could Jia Zhangshi be so foolish? Despite her insistence on confidentiality, she still promoted the news. Consequently, his opportunities to interact with the charming widow had vanished. He cast a furtive glance at Qin Dong. While others were oblivious, Li Huaid knew that all this chaos had been orchestrated by Qin Dong. If he sought him out, could there still be a chance for redemption? Chapter 61. Qin Huairu seeks forgiveness. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Director Yang's office was rapped upon. Secretary Wang entered. Director, good news. Worker Wang has regained consciousness. The doctor states that his fainting was due to overexertion and nutritional deficiencies. Splendid. Worker Wang's recovery is a boon for our steel mill. Secretary Wang, please visit the hospital and advise Worker Wang to rest thoroughly. There is no rush with factory matters. We will await his full recovery. Certainly, Director. I have another piece of news. The hospital's testing equipment malfunctioned. The workers in the special workshop fainted due to fatigue and late hours. With some rest, they will all recover fully. Yang Shengli felt a sudden jolt in his heart and instinctively glanced at Qin Dong. Indeed, the expression on Qin Dong's face had darkened. It turned out to be a mere misunderstanding. The fact that everyone was unharmed was truly a relief. Several deputy factory directors exhaled in relief. The crisis of betrayal had been averted. However, following this turmoil, the special workshop would be unable to resume operations for the time being. Yang Shengli's resignation was now a foregone conclusion. Since this is a misunderstanding, I shall take my leave, he said. This medicine was purchased for my daughter, so I kindly ask you to return it to me. Qin Dong's demeanor remained indifferent, leaving Yang Shengli feeling despondent. He exchanged a look with Li Aiwu, who then followed Qin Dong out. My brother, you are a capable individual. You must trust the factory director. He will certainly not treat you unfairly. Director Li, perhaps it is best that we refrain from further association, Li Aiwu replied. I am but a humble 6th-level mechanic. To involve the special workshop and even engineer Wang, because of me, is a burden I cannot bear. Li Aiwu's expression was one of helplessness. He was perplexed by Yang Shengli's machinations. If he had orchestrated all this, he should not have left such significant gaps. Had he been in charge, everything would have been managed flawlessly, and Qin Dong would not have turned hostile. Master Qin, there must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Director Li, you are his confidant. He did not consult you before undertaking this matter, did he? Li Aiwu was taken aback. Indeed, he had no prior knowledge of the situation. Nevertheless, Director Li, perhaps you should refrain from further comment. If he does not trust you, how can I expect his confidence in me? I have come to a resolution. I shall henceforth only attend to my own responsibilities. Farewell. With that, Qin Dong departed. Li Aiwu remained behind, contemplating Qin Dong's words. He had been devoted to Yang Shengli, yet Yang Shengli had orchestrated such a significant affair behind his back. Did he truly place his trust in him? Receiving gratitude from Li Aiwu, Qin Dong smiled. Although Li Aiwu had not yet turned against Yang Shengli, their trust would undoubtedly never return to its former state. Without Li Aiwu, the head of security, meddling in affairs, he would find his tasks considerably more manageable. Secretary Zhang arrived at the steel rolling mill accompanied by a team. Soon after, Yang Shengli, alerted by the news, hurriedly emerged with several deputy directors, perspiring profusely. Welcome, Secretary Zhang, to Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill for your guidance. Yang Shengli and his party were visibly flustered, yet Secretary Zhang wore a stern expression. I have heard that a grave incident has occurred at your factory. The leadership has sent me to ascertain the situation. It is all a misunderstanding. Yang Shengli promptly explained the events. With the realization that it was indeed a misunderstanding and that Qin Dong was unharmed, Secretary Zhang sighed in relief. He immediately borrowed the telephone in Yang Shengli's office to report to Lin Dahua. Upon receiving the report, Lin Dahua's forehead was visibly tense. Have Yang Shengli take the call. Yang Shengli, feeling the weight of the moment, took the phone, his hand trembling slightly. Director Yang, what measures are being taken for security at your Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill? The workers toil tirelessly for the benefit of the nation, yet your factory fails to ensure their nutrition and rest? Lin Dahua unleashed a torrent of criticism upon Yang Shengli, though he refrained from directly threatening his position. Yet Yang Shengli was acutely aware that his position had likely reached its terminus. After bidding farewell to Secretary Zhang, he departed from the office. Exiting the steel mill's gates, he navigated through the winding alleys, gradually disappearing from sight. In the courtyard, Jia Zhangshi awaited the arrival of the god of wealth to bestow her with monetary fortune. After a prolonged period of anticipation that yielded no results, she sent Qin Huairu to the steel mill to inquire about the situation. As Qin Huairu made her way, she encountered Qin Dong returning on his bicycle. Dongzi, halt for a moment. I wish to discuss something with you, she called, positioning herself directly in front of his bicycle to stop him. What is it? Qin Dong could not simply ride past her and was obliged to come to a stop. Dongzi, do you harbor grievances against me? Qin Huairu did not address the matter at hand, but instead gazed at him with a sorrowful expression. I understand that you and Dongshu were at odds during his lifetime. I even urged him to mend things. Yet, within the confines of our home, I lack authority. Dongzi, you can empathize with my predicament, can't you? Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she fixed her gaze upon him, exuding a heart-wrenching charm. What exactly do you wish to convey? He inquired. Dongzi, regardless of Dongshu's past transgressions, could you find it in your heart to overlook them, especially considering he could not even secure a proper burial for himself? Qin Huairu wiped away her tears. You're now a skilled level 6 mechanic, a protege of Li Damon, and a favored figure among the factory leadership. Our family is left with only widows and orphans. Could you not grant us your magnanimity and let bygones be bygones? Upon concluding her plea, she gazed at Qin Dong with tear-filled eyes. Qin Huairu was astute. She had long been aware of her beauty and knew how to wield it effectively. Men, after all, are seldom drawn to those who bellow for conflict. They are more captivated by the likes of her, particularly when she pleads with a few glistening tears. Dongzi, you are overthinking this. I have never claimed animosity towards the Jia family. When a life is lost, grievances fade. Let us consider the past as settled. You need not dwell on it. I have matters to attend to. so I shall take my leave. Qin Huairu was indeed striking. However, this bore little significance for Qin Dong. He was not a rogue. Moreover, Qin Huairu was no delicate flower. She resembled a thorny rose, beautiful yet perilous, leaving one with sticky remnants upon peeling away her layers. Qin Dong pushed off to depart. The Jia family required resolution. Yet there was no need to speak of such matters. Doing so would tarnish his reputation. Wait. Qin Huairu grasped the handlebars of his bicycle. There is something else. Dongzi. In light of Dongshu's passing, our family's provisions are insufficient. Would you be so kind as to lend me some grain? Qin Dong rolled his eyes dramatically. Qin Huairu, are you in your right mind? Not only am I unable to spare any grain, but why would I lend you any even if I could? With Jia Dongshu's demise, your household will have no income next month. Under such circumstances, who would dare lend you provisions? How would you repay me? Do not take offense at my bluntness. I am a person of straightforward nature who prefers to speak the unvarnished truth. Qin Huairu felt a pang in her heart. Everyone in the courtyard spoke ill of Sha Zhu, but in her eyes, Qin Dong's words were even more caustic. Is this frankness? It is clearly akin to a dagger thrusting into her very core. In Chapter 62, Qin Huairu laments her plight, while Yanbu Gui grapples with his mindset. Qin Dong, with a sorrowful gaze, looks at Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu, do not flaunt your beauty before me. Such tactics hold no sway over me. Dunzi, you still harbor resentment towards me, she replied. But I too am powerless. You are well aware of the nature of my mother-in-law. During my pregnancy, she treated me decently. But after the birth of Xiao Dang, her demeanor soured. Now, with the arrival of another daughter, she constantly berates me, claiming that we are calamities who brought about Dong Su's demise. As a woman, I am left speechless, and I too feel wronged. Tears streamed down Qin Huairu's face abundantly. I know you resent me for not defending you in the past, she continued, but I had my own struggles. Had I been fortunate enough to bear 3 sons, I would have had a voice in this household. Dongzi, I know you are a good person. Please show me some compassion. Qin Huairu gazed at Qin Dong with a pitiful expression. If Sha Zhu were to witness this, he would surely rush over without hesitation. Alas, the one before her was Qin Dong. Qin Huairu, I recognize that your life has not been easy, yet whose circumstances are favorable in these times. My family struggles too. Guoguo is ill and requires medication each month, along with nourishing food. If you truly find yourself at a loss, I might offer a suggestion. Upon hearing Qin Dong refer to poverty, Qin Huairu's disdain grew. You struggle? Yet you utilize the funds from the Jia family to renovate your home, even converting a woodshed into a spacious room. How can you dare to lament your plight? Nevertheless, upon hearing Qin Dong's subsequent words, she instinctively inquired about his suggestion. Seek out master. He is a skilled mechanic earning over 90 yuan a month, a sum he hardly spends. Besides, he was a mentor to your late husband. With the apprentice in trouble, he is bound to assist you. Qin Huairu felt a spark of hope. Dongzi, you're not deceiving me, are you? Why would I deceive you? Approach master. You might even find a chance to step into the factory and take over Jia Dong Su's position. Can I truly become a factory worker? My educational background is limited. I have only attended a literacy class. Qin Huairu longed to be a worker as well. The blue work uniform of that era was the epitome of fashion. Yet, when she reflected on her own education, despair washed over her. Initially, her family opposed her attending literacy classes, insisting she work in the fields daily. She did not take it to heart, and upon finishing the classes, she could only recognize a few numbers and her name. With such scant knowledge, could she truly become a worker? It matters not. Master, he knows many people and will surely find a way. In the narrative, Qin Huairu's education level is equivalent to that of a junior high school student. However, in reality, during that era, few children in the countryside, regardless of gender, had the opportunity to receive an education. The deaf old woman looked down on Qin Huairu and would certainly not assist her in altering her educational credentials. Thus, it is highly probable that this matter was orchestrated by Yi Zhonghai. In an instant, Qin Huairu felt her heart flutter at Qin Dong's words. Thank you. Dunzi, once I secure a position at the steel mill, I shall treat you to a meal. Qin Huairu cheerfully made her way to the steel factory. her mind filled with calculations on how to solicit Yi Zhonghai's assistance. Qin Dong, on the other hand, did not return to the courtyard but rode his bicycle straight to the recycling station, intending to gather some technical books to prepare for his future assessments. In the evening, Qin Dong returned to the courtyard with a string of pork hanging from his bicycle handle and a stack of books secured on the back seat, accompanied by Guoguo. "Hey, Dongzi, what good fortune today. Why did you buy so much meat?" Yin Bugui was waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing the pork, his eyes widened in astonishment. "This is pork belly. Although it's a bit lean, your third aunt excels at preparing this. Why not bring it to my home and let her cook it for you?" Yin Bugui's intentions were so loud that even the neighboring courtyard could hear. Qin Dong chuckled. "No need to trouble your third aunt. I can manage this small matter." Not having succeeded in his schemes, Yin Bugui remained undeterred and cheerfully took the bicycle. "Where did you acquire such a large stack of books?" Yin Bugui, being a cultured man, was quite surprised to see Qin Dong's collection. He was the only intellectual in the entire courtyard, and he wondered when Qin Dong had become so studious. "If you're interested, you can check out Luli Factory, third uncle," he suggested, eager to peruse Qin Dong's books while displaying an unusual level of enthusiasm. "Make sure to eat early. There's a general meeting for the entire courtyard tonight. He mentioned it's regarding the Jia family's affairs." After sharing a few details, Yin Bugui assisted Qin Dong in carrying the books to the backyard. "Dongzi, your third uncle doesn't have many hobbies. You want to finish reading these books anytime soon. Could I borrow them? Buying books requires expenditure, but borrowing them is free. Third uncle, these are all specialized texts. Can you comprehend them?" Qin Dong was not particularly concerned about lending a few books. He merely found it curious that Yin Bugui wanted to borrow them. "Knowledge is never excessive. You might learn something worthwhile," Yin Bugui insisted, thick-skinned. "Impressive." Qin Dong commended Yin Bugui with a thumbs up. "Master Qin, you'll be able to finish plastering the Kong surface by tomorrow. You should prepare some firewood to heat it." A neighboring craftsman greeted Qin Dong upon his return. "Donga still has to go to work. This small matter doesn't require his attention. Just leave it to me," he Yushue remarked, crediting Qin Dong for the safe return of Shaju. When he heard of this, he readily agreed to help, but at the same time, he added, "Yushue, why complicate things? The newly constructed Kong needs to be dried out first, which takes considerable time, and the fire must be maintained throughout. As a student, Yushue had to attend school and lacked the time for such tasks. However, since Qin Dong needed to go to work, he planned to spend 2 yuan to find someone in the courtyard to assist with heating the Kong. 2 yuan for heating the Kong? Yin Bugui was instantly intrigued. "Let your third aunt help you with this. She is quite capable. All the Kong in our house was heated by her, but you'll need to use firewood from your own home." Yin Bugui was clearly trying to take advantage of the situation, offering 2 yuan while attempting to save on the cost of firewood. How could Qin Dong indulge him? Uncle San and Aunt Sin still need to bring in Shetty. This matter seems quite inappropriate. Aren't we supposed to hold a general meeting for the entire courtyard tonight? At that time, you can mention it during the meeting and see if any neighbor has the time to lend a hand. Directly rejected by Qin Dong, Yin Bugui immediately felt a surge of regret. "Dongzi, Aunt San is in good health and can manage. Uncle San was merely joking, and the firewood will come from our home. Now you regret it? It's too late. This is all due to your miserly mentality." Qin Dong resolutely shook his head. "I've already made up my mind. If Uncle San is unwilling to step forward, I will speak myself later." "How can that be? It falls upon Uncle San." Yin Bugui was unwilling to let Qin Dong speak for himself. This is a splendid opportunity to benefit the courtyard residents and establish his own prestige. Don't think that only Yi Zhonghai excels in this matter. Yin Bugui is no less capable. He just hasn't had the opportunity before. Chapter 63. The sixth brother takes action. The stick is treated differently to a plate in the courtyard, while Qin Dong began to prepare dinner. He wasn't adept at cooking complex dishes, so he decided to simply make braised pork rice. First, he washed the rice thoroughly and soaked it in warm water. Then, he cleaned a piece of pork belly and cut it into small cubes. After igniting the fire and allowing the pot to heat, he added a little oil and placed the cubed pork belly into the pot. Sot ing it over low heat until it turned a light golden color. Next, he added sugar, stirred around, and once it looked about right, added water. He tossed in some green onions and ginger, along with a handful of seasoning from the fishing grounds, then covered the pot to simmer. Qin Dong's culinary skills may be lacking, but when it comes to ingredients, he made do. Before long, the aroma of braised meat filled the courtyard. Hey, whose house is stewing meat? The deaf old lady had a keen nose. Upon catching a whiff of the savory scent, she began salivating. Donning her coat, she leaned on her cane and stepped outside. As the matriarch of the courtyard, she commanded respect from all, young and old, and it was no issue for her to snag a meal. However, upon realizing the delightful fragrance originated from Qin Dong's home, she knew she wouldn't be having any meat today. That little rascal Qin Dong showed her no courtesy. Just yesterday, he had threatened her, saying, "Watch how I deal with you." Unwilling to accept her fate, the deaf old lady made her way to the central courtyard. With her cravings ignited, if she couldn't find meat here, she would seek her obedient grandson to procure some. Silly Zhu was busy cooking inside when he saw the deaf old lady approach and promptly greeted her. "Old lady, what brings you here? How can I not come? Today, I must show my old face to see if my good grandson has been suffering." Upon hearing that the deaf old lady was there to check on him, Silly Zhu slapped his thigh. "So that's why I was let out. Old lady, you truly are something. Now, aren't you going to hurry and buy some meat for me?" Silly Zhu felt a bit troubled at the prospect of getting meat. In these times, one had to queue early to secure meat. Where could he possibly find it now? However, since the old lady had just helped him, he didn't want to offend her. "All right, you wait here. I'll go get you some meat." While buying meat was out of the question, he could manage to get a roast duck as a substitute. After all, his obedient grandson was considerate. The deaf old lady was instantly satisfied. Qin Dong had indulged in meat once again. Their family had enjoyed this luxury several times this month. Yi Zhonghai frowned at the enticing aroma wafting through the air. With Qin Dong now being a skilled 6th-level locksmith, his financial stability made such indulgences quite reasonable. Auntie, however, was indifferent, recognizing that having the means to procure meat was a testament to one's abilities. "What do you know?" Yi Zhonghai retorted, visibly displeased. He was contemplating having Qin Dong as his retirement partner. However, Qin Dong's lavish spending habits were not encouraging signs. Frittering away money in youth could adversely affect his future quality of life in retirement. It seemed imperative to establish a good rapport with Qin Dong and address this matter seriously. Quickly, savor a few more bites of the steamed bun while enjoying the aroma of the meat. Yin Bugui, unable to secure any meat for himself, relished the scent from the bun. The entire Yin family was eagerly inhaling the delectable fragrance of the meat. It was undeniably enticing, perhaps even surpassing the culinary skills of Shaju. Yin Bugui pondered how he might persuade Qin Dong to share his secret recipe for the seasoning. "Dad, what is the status of my situation?" Yin Jieqing, enticed by the meat's aroma, urged Yin Bugui impatiently. "What are you so anxious about? I've already spoken with the matchmaker, and she'll be here tomorrow to meet. Just make sure you behave well, and prepare a few more dishes for her," Yin Bugui replied. "Tomorrow? That's splendid. It's the weekend, and you can go fishing early. Who knows, you might even get an extra meal," Aunt San chimed in joyfully. "This girl is visiting our home for the first time. We mustn't be stingy. The introduction fee is a full $1, so you must ensure that this potential bride doesn't slip away." Everything occurring in the Yin household reached Qin Dong's ears. Learning that Yin Jieqing had a blind date tomorrow made him smile. It seemed he had much to occupy himself with the following day. Suddenly, the loud gongs echoed through the courtyard, signaling the commencement of the family meeting. Families emerged from their homes, gathering in the courtyard. "Is everyone here? Where's Qin Dong? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Lu Haizhong, acting as the host, called out just as Qin Dong's voice rang out. "I'm here. I must say, gentlemen, your timing is quite early. I haven't even had my meal yet," Qin Dong declared as he entered the courtyard with 2 bowls of braised meat rice. Accompanied by Guohua, the crowd's gaze immediately fixated on the steaming meat in his hands. Its rich color and irresistible aroma causing even those who had just eaten to feel hunger pangs again. "Grandma, I want to eat meat." Bang Gung had been longing for meat inside the house. His mother, Jia Zhang, had been reluctant to spend money and thus had not provided any. To everyone's surprise, Qin Dong appeared with a bowl of meat, and being just a child, Bang Gung could hardly contain himself, bursting into tears. Qin Huairu, have you not heard your son crying for meat? What kind of mother are you? Hurry up and get some meat for my precious grandson. Jiazhong berated Qin Huairu. Having just received counsel from Qin Dong, Qin Huairu found herself in a difficult position. Mom, tonight is primarily for fundraising. Once we have the money, will we still worry about not having meat to eat? Qin Huairu quietly reminded Jia Zhangshi, who then ceased her actions. If this little brat doesn't bring back at least 20 coins, I shall scold him to oblivion, Jia Zhangshi muttered, eager to receive the money to buy meat. Taking advantage of the moment, Bongging insisted on having milk candies as well. Qin Guoguo has milk candies. As a male heir of the Jia family, I too deserve them. Jia Zhangshi cast a fierce glare at Qin Dong and his daughter before conceding to Bongging's request. All right, Grandma will buy some. Grandma is truly wonderful. I love her the most, Bongging thought, delighted at the prospect of indulging in both meat and milk candies, and he even rushed over to Qin Guoguo's side. Unfortunately, Qin Guoguo was currently surrounded by a group of children, generously sharing pieces of meat with them. However, when Bongging approached to ask for some, Qin Guoguo refused. Daddy said I can't play with bad kids. Bongging, stay away from me. You are bullying me. I will tell Grandma. Bongging cried out, running to seek justice from Jia Zhangshi. Upon hearing that her precious grandson was being targeted, Jia Zhangshi could not contain her fury and rushed over. What do you mean, Qin? Why do you give these children meat while denying my Bongging? The commotion drew the attention of others in the courtyard, halting their meeting as they gathered to watch the spectacle. The three elder gentlemen were left in a state of neglect, with Lu Hai's face turning green with rage. How infuriating. Here I am, trying to preside over a meeting, and these people have the audacity to disregard my authority. Fury surged from Lu Hai, his emotional gauge rising significantly. While cooking, Qin Dong's mind was bombarded with thoughts. It was precisely this that prompted him to adopt a more assertive stance, bringing his rice bowl to the meeting. As anticipated, a bowl of braised meat rice successfully captivated the entire courtyard. The speed at which his emotional value increased far exceeded previous experiences. Yet, it was still insufficient. Further provocation was warranted. Chapter 64. Borrowing grain is impossible. Do you want to sabotage? Jia Zhangshi, if you're unwell, hurry to the hospital and stop disgusting people here. I can barely feed myself. Why should I provide for your Bongging? If you want meat, go buy it yourself. The steel mill just compensated you with several hundred coins. With that amount, what kind of meat can't you afford? I have no relatives like you, so don't think you can come here to take advantage of me. Qin Dong retorted vehemently. Jia Zhangshi had yet to respond, but Qin Huairu's expression shifted dramatically. That day, she had gone to the steel mill, only to discover that her job there had vanished. On her way back, she meticulously contemplated Qin Dong's words and deemed them reasonable. Upon arriving at the courtyard, she sought out Yi Zhonghai to lament her financial woes. Yi Zhonghai agreed to convene a meeting that evening, rallying the residents to fundraise for their family. This was a tangible opportunity, and he also promised to find a way to support her in her endeavors. However, now that Qin Dong mentioned the compensation, would the residents still be willing to donate? Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened. Yet, more than anything, he felt anger towards Jia Zhangshi. What a foolish, stubborn individual, more of a hindrance than a help. Knowing full well that Qin Dong and she were at odds, why did she provoke him? She was worried about Qin Dong exposing the matter of the blood money. How could he still use the impoverished Jia family as an excuse for fundraising? Who would cherish such a relative? Jia Zhangshi was equally furious. The money my son earned through hard work is meant for marrying off the daughter-in-law and supporting me in my old age. My family lacks men and has no income. What is wrong with eating a bowl of your meat? Jia Zhangshi, with her hands on her hips, shouted angrily. In dealing with such shameless individuals, Qin Dong was straightforward, delivering a sharp rebuttal. You dare strike me? I will retaliate. Jia Zhangshi roared, intent on reclaiming her dignity. Enough. Do we still need to proceed with this? Qin Huairu, hurry up and take your mother-in-law away. The scene was chaotic, and Lu Haizhong was most concerned about his authority as the second master. He promptly ordered Qin Huairu to escort Jia Zhangshi away. What are you even worth, Lu Haizhong? A crowd quickly gathered to block Jia Zhangshi from approaching Qin Dong. Unable to retaliate, Jia Zhangshi unleashed her fury on Lu Haizhong. Are your eyes blind? Qin Dong is bullying us poor folks. He is living a life of luxury. He even resorts to violence. This matter cannot be overlooked today. Unless he compensates me for the meat in his bowl, I will not let it go. Otherwise, I will report him to Director Li. Upon hearing Jia Zhangshi escalate the situation, sweat beaded on Lu Haizhong's forehead. What Jia Zhangshi says has some merit. Everyone is struggling, and your meal is indeed too lavish. Furthermore, consuming so much meat is wasteful. Just give Jia Zhangshi a bowl. We cannot allow this to develop into a confrontation. If she truly reports you for living a life of luxury, you will be finished. Yi Zhonghai prided himself on his fairness and even tried to dissuade Qin Dong with a few words. Lu Haizhong, if you cannot handle this position, step aside for someone capable. Qin Dong was left speechless. Calling Lu Haizhong inept was an understatement. He was utterly incompetent. A typical case of someone without the necessary skills attempting to tackle a delicate matter. Can't you see that Jia Zhangshi is intentionally stirring up conflict? Lu Haizhong's face flushed red, not out of embarrassment but rage. Qin Dong truly was insufferably arrogant. First Master, I believe we should enforce stricter discipline for this assembly. Qin Dong ignored Lu Haizhong entirely, considering him a fool. You are scheming for Yi Zhonghai's position, and the cunning Yi Zhonghai would only relish in your loss of support. Would he assist you? Jia Zhangshi, let me make this clear today. As for anything belonging to the Qin family, whether it be a morsel of meat or otherwise, you shall not lay claim to even the slightest portion. This time it was merely a sharp retort. Should you dare approach again, I shall not hesitate to draw blood. Qin Dong's fierce demeanor immediately intimidated Jia Zhangshi. However, her usual brashness wouldn't allow her to feel wronged. She squared up defiantly. This is utterly outrageous. This little beast is bullying a widow and her children. Everyone, come and witness. Yi Zhonghai shook his head. Sister-in-law, allow me to say a few words. We are convening a general meeting for the entire institute. Any matters can be discussed once it concludes. Qin Huairu discerned the veiled threat in Yi Zhonghai's words and hastily pulled Jia Zhangshi aside. Mother, let us heed Uncle Yi's counsel. I am certain he will stand up for us. Jia Zhangshi shot a glare at Qin Huairu before leading Bang Geng to a corner, muttering curses under her breath, likely not of a benevolent nature. Qin Huairu felt a wave of embarrassment and offered a sheepish smile to Qin Dong, who, however, did not even cast a glance in her direction. It was surprising that Yi Zhonghai did not side with the Jia family, but rather seemed inclined to advocate for them. This instilled a sense of caution in Qin Dong. Esteemed elders, what is the purpose of gathering us all here at this late hour? Please proceed swiftly. I am accustomed to dining at home, and being watched by so many makes me rather uncomfortable. The crowd fell into silence. Although Qin Dong feigned embarrassment, his demeanor exhibited no trace of it. In fact, the intentionally slow pace was somewhat exasperating to onlookers, unbothered by the gazes of those around him. Qin Dong even advised his daughter to eat slowly, cautioning her against choking. All right, Daddy, Guo obediently took small bites. Meanwhile, her emotional state surged within her mind. Since that is the case, let us commence. Yi Zhonghai, perplexed by Qin Dong's apparent attempt to incite animosity, found the enticing aroma of food too tempting to ignore. He decided to disregard Qin Dong and proceed with the meeting. As you all know, our neighbor Jia Dongshu has tragically been crushed by machinery, leaving behind only 2 women, a mother and daughter, to care for 3 children, the youngest still in need of nursing. With so many mouths to feed, the factory has generously allocated Dongshu's rations to Bang Geng, but that meager supply is insufficient for their needs. Today, we gather to discuss how we can provide support for their family. Having mentioned the issue of blood money, Yi Zhonghai felt it inappropriate to directly propose a donation. Instead, he began discussing the rations. Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu took the cue and began to weep. Jia Zhangshi cried profusely, bemoaning her unfortunate son, while Qin Huairu displayed a more subtle sorrow, tears silently streaming down her cheeks, her body trembling slightly. Though she emitted no sounds of grief, her demeanor tugged at the heartstrings of everyone present. Uncle Yi, the rations are predetermined by the higher-ups. If you wish for us to assist the Jia family, surely you must clarify how we can help and to what extent. Qin Dong was deliberately undermining the situation. Yi Zhonghai, seeking to build a reputation, attempted to morally compel the entire assembly to contribute, thus enhancing his own standing. Will I allow you to succeed in this endeavor? With Jia Dongshi gone, Yi Zhonghai stood as the remaining pillar of support. Do not presume that an 8th-level mechanic cannot be challenged. Besides your backing, I can also sever your left and right arms. In the end, no matter how formidable you may be, you will not stir the waters. Chapter 65. The Joy of Moral Coercion Beyond Imagination. Qin Dong's inquiry was astute. Our community should indeed unite and assist one another. Yi Zhonghai believed that Qin Dong was fundamentally kind-hearted. Although he was sharp-tongued, a capable individual could not possibly lack a temper. Moreover, he was confident in his ability to win over Qin Dong, so he first praised him before speaking. Assistance is a matter of goodwill. The amount is not strict. Those with favorable circumstances and kind hearts may donate a few kilograms without hesitation, while those in difficult situations can contribute less. Ultimately, it suffices for everyone to express their intentions. Despite this statement, the crowd discerned the underlying implications in Yi Zhonghai's words. When it came to donations, who would want to be seen as lacking compassion? Yet, the thought of contributing a few kilograms of grain darkened everyone's countenance. In these times, food was precious, and everyone's ration was limited. Although it was not as miserly as the situation in Yanbu, they were still frugal, ensuring every penny was spent wisely and not wasted. Donating several kilograms meant their own families would go hungry. Mr. E, this doesn't seem right. A few kilograms of grain is no trivial matter. For you, as an 8th-level fitter, it may be inconsequential, but many in our courtyard are merely ordinary workers. To suddenly part with such an amount may very well leave their families starving. Upon hearing Qin Dong's words, the residents turned their gaze towards him, as his statement resonated deeply with their sentiments. Indeed, Mr. E, it's not that we lack compassion, but our circumstances are genuinely dire. My husband is paralyzed and bedridden, and I have limited education, only able to take on odd jobs from the neighborhood committee. We can barely feed ourselves, let alone spare any grain for donation. The residents began to voice their grievances. Of course, some were genuinely struggling, but others were merely trying to exploit the situation, like Su Damao. Noticing Yi Zhonghai's expression stiffening, Qin Dong signaled for silence. Everyone, let us refrain from further complaints. We are all family in this courtyard, and it is commendable to foster a spirit of mutual aid. We must not lag behind, right, Mr. E? Qin Dong's eyes sparkled with mischief. Yet, a sense of unease surged within Yi Zhonghai. Was Qin Dong planning to stir trouble? Indeed, those in difficult situations need not donate, as we have stated that contributions are based on goodwill. The spirit of mutual assistance among neighbors is what truly matters. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Yi Zhonghai quickly attempted to lighten the mood, hoping to smooth things over. However, Qin Dong was not about to grant him that opportunity. Yes, mutual aid is fundamental. In my view, the family facing the most hardship is not the Jia family, but rather the Zhang family in the back courtyard. Mr. E, as the steward of our courtyard and a role model for everyone, you have a high salary as an 8th-level fitter and with only you and Mrs. E at home. I believe you could spare some grain for the Jia and Zhang families each month to help them through their difficulties. The Zhang family was dumbfounded. Oh, no, that's not necessary. I could support my husband. The wife of the Zhang family blushed, shaking her head vigorously. Although they were poor, they possessed a sense of dignity and would never accept alms like beggars. Aunt Zhang, please do not refuse any longer. Uncle E is a paragon of fairness. It would be truly remarkable if he were to turn a blind eye to your suffering. Yi Zhonghai has but one guiding principle: to assist those who can fend for themselves in their old age. Although the Jia family has lost Jia Dongxiu, they still have Qin Huairu and Bang Geng to rely upon. This is precisely why Yi Zhonghai is willing to support the Jia family. As for families like the Zhangs, who are genuinely in dire straits, Yi Zhonghai chooses to feign ignorance and silence. If you wish to play along, then let us commit to the charade wholeheartedly. Qin Dong watched Yi Zhonghai with a knowing smile. It is no wonder that Yi Zhonghai often resorts to moral coercion to achieve his own ends. I must admit, there is a certain satisfaction in holding others hostage to their ethics, especially when witnessing their desperation. The pleasure derived from such scenarios is beyond your imagination. That cannot be the case. Yi Zhonghai finally managed to speak after a prolonged silence. Aunt, it requires medication every month. Our lives are not as comfortable as you might presume. Yi Zhonghai was attempting to defend his own reputation. Yet he was not foolish enough to agree to take on the Jia family's provisions, let alone involve the Zhang family. Then it seems there is no alternative. Qin Dong shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. If even Uncle Yi cannot intervene, what hope do we have? Yi Zhonghai appeared pallid, acutely aware that Qin Dong was stirring up trouble. Had he known this would transpire, he should have reconciled with Qin Dong before convening the assembly. Now the meeting was being disrupted by Qin Dong, and even he found himself under scrutiny. Yi Zhonghai's regrets were palpable, yet Qin Dong paid them no heed. Why should your regrets concern me? The world already perceives your selfishness. It is time to turn our attention to the Jia family, particularly the Jia Zhongs. They present an easier target for our endeavors. Nonetheless, we can empathize with Uncle Yi's predicament. After all, one must first ensure their own stability before attending to others, correct? However, this situation inevitably places the Jia family at a disadvantage. Fortunately, although they have only Bang Geng to provide sustenance, with frugality and by trading fine grains for coarse ones, they can scrape by. The assembly nodded in agreement, as many in the courtyard had adopted similar strategies. This explains why Qin Dong's consumption of meat elicited such strong reactions. When one's stomach is empty, who wouldn't be tempted by the aroma? It is simply that everyone strives to maintain their dignity, unlike Bang Geng, who shamelessly solicits aid from the street office. Tears were still evident on Qin Huairu's face, her complexion pale and drawn. Having grown up in the countryside on coarse grains, she had finally married into the city for the promise of finer fare. How could she be expected to revert to coarse grains now? That cannot be permissible. My Bang Geng is so small. He needs nourishment. Jia Zhang, you're being absurd. Does the son of the third master not require sustenance? If you desire nutrition, then fish for yourself. The comparison with Yin Bugui is rather inappropriate. After all, Elder Yan's family boasts 3 sons. Even if one were to perish, there are still others. However, in my household, we're left with only the solitary hope of bonging, and I cannot afford to let him encounter any misfortune. Upon hearing these words, the Yin family became incensed. What do you mean, Jia Zhangshi? So your bonging is human, while we are not. Your tongue is quite venomous. It is no wonder Jia Dongshu met his demise. The Yin family, not to be easily intimidated, retaliated fiercely against Jia Zhangshi. Yin Bugui fixed a penetrating gaze upon her. You old crone, dare to curse my son? Henceforth, should anything concerning your Jia family arise, Yin Bugui, will meddle relentlessly, or I shall cease to bear the Yin surname. Chapter 66. Jia Zhangshi is beaten. Qin Huairu's joy arise alas. This is sheer bullying. The third master S family is intent on driving us, a mother and her orphan child, to despair. The Yin family, numerous in number, found Jia Zhangshi's arguments lacking. She could do no more than collapse onto the ground, wailing and throwing a fit. Qin Huairu stood by, dabbing at her tears. Third master, my mother-in-law, speaks bluntly, but we all know she means no harm. Our Dongshu has departed, leaving us without support. How can your family treat us in such a manner? Even if you are the third master, you cannot stand idly by while your kin torment us. Qin Huairu lamented through her tears, her sorrow palpable. Shaju, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of pity. Third master, is it truly so heartless of you? Sister Qin is in such a pitiable state, and yet your family continues to harass her. Moreover, Annie has not spoken wrongly. They're left with but one frail male heir. Is it wrong for them to be cautious? Is it worth your while to be so petty and calculative? Yin Bugui's face flushed with anger. This Shaju is truly a simpleton. It was Jia Zhangshi who insulted them first. Should they merely remain silent and allow her to berate them? Elder Master, look at this foolish Shaju, stirring up trouble. Yin Bugui, being a learned man, did not articulate his thoughts fully. What concerns do you, Shaju, have in the affairs of the Jia family? Yi Zhonghai pretended not to comprehend Yin Bugui's insinuations. Third Master, even I cannot assist you this time. You ought to apologize to the Jia family promptly. Seeing the sympathy directed towards Qin Huairu, Yin Bugui with no other recourse, approached the Jia family to express his apologies. Is a mere sorry sufficient? You bully us, a mother and her orphan child, and rub salt into our wounds. This matter cannot be settled for a trifling 5 coins. Jia Zhangshi was equally unyielding and insisted on compensation. With the evening's donations now in jeopardy and their food supply dwindling, Jia Zhangshi was in no mood for leniency. How could Yin Bugue approach her without facing consequences? If you have no money and are unwilling to concede, we shall summon Director Li to adjudicate and determine who is truly at fault. Yin Bugue waved his hand dismissively. Every single person in this courtyard is subject to my calculations. Those who dare to cross me have yet to be born. At this moment, Yin Bugue remained blissfully unaware that his assistance in washing Qin Dong's bicycle was merely a manipulation of labor, believing instead that he had cleverly secured the bicycle for himself, reveling in his perceived triumph. Let them come. I fear no one. Jia Zhangshi, undaunted, stood firm, yet Qin Huairu understood that their family was not entirely in the right. Mother, Qin Huairu tugged at Jia Zhangshi's sleeve. I believe the third master did not mean any harm. Perhaps we should let it go. As Qin Huairu spoke, she desperately gestured to Jia Zhangshi. You old miser, just be done with it. Jia Zhangshi, aware of Yin Bugue's nature, knew she would not gain any advantage and could only vent her frustrations with curses. This time, the Yin family refrained from making any comments, as none wished to incur losses. I will bring something nice to your family tonight. Yin Jiefang's eyes darted about as he took his younger brother, Yin Jiequang, and ran off. The adults paid no mind to the children's departure. Then let it be so. If there is nothing else, let us disperse. Yi Zhonghai, not wishing to prolong the meeting, announced its conclusion. Wait a moment. Yin Bugue stood up. Everyone knows about the renovations at Qin Dong's house. Today, Qin Dong approached me, saying that his Kong in the woodshed is nearly finished. If anyone is free tomorrow, please help him light it. Qin Dong is willing to offer $2 in exchange. What need is there for money? We are neighbors. I will take care of this. Wang Xiaohua was the first to step forward. That won't do. You can't even lay an egg. How can you light the Kong? My daughter Huairu is the most skilled at this. Let her go tomorrow. Upon hearing about the $2, Jia Zhangshi immediately pushed Qin Huairu forward. Qin Huairu's heart leapt with joy. How unexpected. An opportunity to interact with Qin Dong had suddenly presented itself. Jia Zhangshi, if you keep talking, I'll give you a piece of my mind. Wang Xiaohua was not intimidated by Jia Zhangshi. I live right across from Qin Dong. It would be convenient for me to help light the Kong. You are sending a widow to light the Kong with a young man. What are your true intentions? You speak nonsense. I will tear your mouth. Jia Zhangshi and Wang Xiaohua engaged in a fierce exchange. We are already so impoverished. Why are you competing with us? You deserve to be childless. Your actions are so cruel, leaving no path for us orphans and widows. Oh, Wang Xiaohua, you are serious. I will claw you death. Qin Dong observed closely, noting that despite Jia Zhangshi's plump figure and fierce demeanor, she posed no real threat to Wang Xiaohua. Instead, she received a few well-placed kicks from Wang Xiaohua, causing her to scream in pain and act even more wildly. Wang Xiaohua's skills were not inferior to those of Hu Shitu, and she reacted swiftly. However, Qin Dong had already discerned the underlying issues involving the two women. This matter remained confined to the steel mill. Yang Shengli dared not report it, and the other deputy factory directors would secretly undermine Yang Shengli, hoping he would step down. Yet, personnel from the Ministry of Industry had arrived. If Qin Dong believed this situation had no connection to his two neighbors, he would be mistaken. The two women were locked in a fierce struggle, rendering it impossible for any other would-be helpers to speak up. With the fight already underway, how could they join in? Ultimately, it was Aunt E, accompanied by several women, who managed to separate them. I say, Jia Zhangshi and Hu Wangshi, this is the Qin family's house. You cannot brawl here without considering Qin Dong's feelings. Uncle E sternly rebuked both sides before turning to Qin Dong with a more amiable demeanor. Dongzi, this matter is yours to decide. Who do you think is suitable for the task? Wang Xiaohua and Jia Zhang both turned their gazes towards Qin Dong. Dongzi, you needn't change your work. I shall assist you, she said. Given our family's difficulties, sending Huairu over is merely an act of kindness. Neither Wang Xiaohua nor Jia Zhang was willing to concede. You are placing me in a rather challenging position, Qin Dong replied. My humble abode accommodates but one Kong. It is impractical to invite two. How about this, Aunt Zhang? Do you have the time to help me stoke the Kong? Me? Of course I can, Aunt Zhang exclaimed, taken aback but pleasantly surprised by the request. Qin Huairu looked at Qin Dong with a sorrowful expression, feeling that her hopes had been dashed. She could not comprehend why her mother-in-law had finally taken the initiative to offer this opportunity, yet Qin Dong failed to seize it. Well then, if there is nothing further, we shall disperse. Yi Zhonghai understood why Qin Dong had chosen the Zhang family, yet he disapproved of such a decision. In his plans, it would have been best for Qin Dong to aid the Jia family. Therefore, after the assembly concluded, Yi Zhonghai retained both Qin Dong and Shaju. Dongzi, I must confess that I misjudged you before. I did not realize you were such a kind-hearted lad. However, today, you ought not to have chosen the Zhang family at the expense of the Jia family. Chapter 67. Shaju's self-degradation. Yi Zhonghai commenced his admonishment. Just as Qin Dong was about to take a mouthful of braised meat rice, he nearly spat out. Does Yi Zhonghai truly lack any sense of propriety? He thought. What right did he have to lecture him? Aware that Qin Dong was unlikely to respond positively, Yi Zhonghai swiftly moved past the topic. Nonetheless, the matter is behind us, so I shall not dwell on it. Dongzi, you and Shaju are the most outstanding among your peers, and your families bear lighter burdens. In the future, I urge you both to lend more support to the Jia family. They are but a mother and her orphan child, enduring great hardship. Today, Jia Zhang offended Third Master. He is notoriously vindictive and may retaliate against the Jia family. With your assistance, Third Master would think twice before acting recklessly. This is a chance to do good, and you must not let it slip away. Master Yi, are you quite all right? I can hardly manage my own affairs, let alone assist the Jia family. Vin Dong retorted, Justink Yi Zhonghai a distain fulgurance. The old man was insufferable. What game are you playing? You conspired against Shaju, and now you wish to drag me into your schemes? Are you offering me unsolicited advice? The absurdity of Yi Zhonghai's delight was utterly baffling. After rejecting his proposition, he still seemed pleased. What an odd trait. Master Yi, your discernment is commendable, Shaju chimed in cheerfully. Just moments ago, Qin Huairu's appearance at the assembly had been truly heart-wrenching. Shaju had long contemplated approaching her, but had lacked the opportunity. With Yi Zhonghai presenting a chance, he was naturally elated. Even if Qin Dong were willing, Shaju was reluctant to involve him in aiding the Jia family. His intentions were solely to forge a connection with Qin Huairu. However, with Qin Dong present, his advantages would diminish. In terms of wages, Qin Dong, a level 6 fitter, earned a higher pay than he did. As for appearance, both were of commendable looks. Moreover, Qin Dong possesses a bicycle, which leads Shaju to feel somewhat disheartened in comparison. It is possible that while he toils and spends money here, Qin Dong may have already charmed someone into his bed on the other side. Therefore, Qin Dong's reluctance to assist only brings joy to Shaju. Daddy, there is no need for Qin Dong's involvement in this matter. I can handle it alone. Yi Zhonghai appeared troubled. Alone? Zhuzi, could that be too burdensome for you? Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's lingering desire for Qin Dong's participation, Shaju grew anxious. How could it be? Elder Yi, please do not underestimate me. I, Shaju, can manage by myself. One person can eat to their fill without leaving others hungry. What's so difficult about that? In fact, it is Qin Dong who should be concerned. Guoguo's health is poor and requires continuous medication, which is quite costly, along with the need for nutritional support. No matter how well off his family is, they will inevitably be drained by her needs. Furthermore, as you know, I am a chef and can always bring back meals. Henceforth, I shall take charge of the Jia family's meals, ensuring that they do not go hungry. Why does a chef hold the top position among the 8 trades? It is because, regardless of how adverse the conditions may be, those who wield the spatula always find a way to provide for their families. To distance himself from Qin Dong, Shaju had also devised a plan. Qin Dong, the burden, is difficult to shake off. However, He Yushui is about to graduate from middle school. Sooner or later, the girl will marry, and at that point, he would indeed be able to eat to his fill without worries for his family. Well then, since you insist, Zhuzi, I shall inform the Jia family that you will handle their meals. Shaju's reaction was anticipated by Yi Zhonghai. It was effortlessly easy to set a trap for Sha Zhu while simultaneously freeing himself from the potential troubles posed by the deaf old lady. After all, it was not Yi Zhonghai who pushed Sha Zhu into this. It was Sha Zhu himself who insisted on taking over the Jia family's meals. And even if the deaf old lady disagrees, what does it matter? She cannot voice her concerns to him. If she wishes to speak, it must be to Sha Zhu. As for whether Sha Zhu agrees, that is his own affair. Elder Yi, let us agree on one thing. Only meals, nothing else. While Sha Zhu indeed harbored a desire for Qin Huairu, he had no intention of marrying a widow. This would be his first marriage, and bringing home a widow would invite ridicule. Yi Zhonghai discerned Sha Zhu's thoughts and silently chuckled to himself. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, "Very well. This is your own matter. People will be grateful to you." Sha Zhu returned home in high spirits. However, Yi Zhonghai did not visit the Jia family. Dongzi, since Sha Zhu has already agreed to help, you need not involve yourself in this matter any further. Elder Yi has no ulterior motives. He merely wishes for Guogua and Xiao to be companions as they are of similar ages. If you are unwilling, we can simply let this matter pass. Yi Zhonghai understood that with Qin Dong's intelligence, he would surely see through the situation. Thus he subtly clarified. Dongzi, Elder, he has a fine bottle of wine. Shall we share a drink and have a good chat? I have nothing to discuss with you. Yi Zhonghai's concern lay in what Qin Dong might uncover. Merely that he might recognize the issues at hand and alert Sha Zhu, thereby thwarting his plans. However, Qin Dong had no intention of intervening in this affair. Although it is true that Yi Zhonghai has his schemes, if it were not for your foolishness, Ji, and your insatiable desire for the widow, Qin, she would have never been able to exploit you in the first place. To put it bluntly, your own folly is to blame. You proclaim your desire to marry a virtuous maiden, yet your heart lingers on the widow. If one does not scheme against you, who will they target? It takes two to engage in such a dance of folly. Qin Dong would naturally refrain from intervening. After all, he is not your father and bears no obligation to oversee your actions. However, Qin Dong has no intention of allowing Yi Zhonghai to feel at ease. He will keep him in suspense, allowing him to dwell on the matter and inadvertently gain experience from it. Child, do you harbor any misconceptions about your uncle Yi? Yi Zhonghai has no intention of allowing Qin Dong to remain a soft target indefinitely. He initiates reconciliation, acknowledging that he may have erred previously, but this was due to being misled by Dongshu. He did not foresee that Dongshu would act so outrageously, taking advantage of their relationship as master and apprentice. While Yi Zhonghai's apology may appear commendable, it is devoid of sincerity. With a few superficial words, he absolves himself of any wrongdoing, placing the blame squarely on Jia Dongshu, portraying himself as a mere victim of deception. Had Qin Dong not been aware of Yi Zhonghai's schemes, he might have been easily misled. Dongzi see, your uncle Yi has apologized. Shall we continue to be good neighbors? Very well, since Uncle Yi has spoken thus, I shall not be remiss. Let bygones be bygones. Qin Dong feigns a cheerful demeanor. I may present a facade of amiability, but that does not imply I will refrain from striking from the shadows. Yi Zhonghai bears a share of responsibility for the life lost. Such a light-hearted apology cannot suffice to erase the gravity of his actions. Chapter 68. Yi Zhonghai is struck. He Yushui falls out with Ji. Grandma, I want to eat meat. As soon as Banging returned home, he began his outcry. Instantly, Jia Zhongshi erupted in anger. Qin Huairu, are you deaf? Did you not hear my precious grandson's request for meat? Hurry and get some. Qin Huairu, feeling wronged, was at a loss. All the household money lay in Jia Zhongshi's hands. Without funds, how could she procure meat for Banging? Banging, dear, we won't eat meat. Qin Huairu had no way to resist Jia Zhongshi and could only persistently persuade her son. No, I want to eat meat. Banging stubbornly threw himself on the ground. Throwing a tantrum, Grandma promised to buy me meat. You're lying. Grandma did not deceive you. It is all that wretched family's fault. They promised to donate to us, yet we received not a single cent. Useless. Jia Zhongshi cursed vigorously. If only she could recover some money tonight. She could buy a bit of meat for a treat. It had been ages since they had indulged in such delicacies, and today, after being provoked by Qin Dong's lavish meal, her head was filled with frustration. Mother, please lower your voice. Qin Huairu was concerned that Jia Zhang might be overheard and offend Uncle E and Uncle San, so she hastily advised her to calm down. Get lost, Jia Zhang retorted, clutching a wooden stick, unwilling to let Qin Huairu off easily. Glancing around, she seized a spatula and hurled it towards Qin Huairu. What do you think you are? Who are you to meddle in my affairs? As a mother, you cannot even satisfy your own child's craving for meat. What use are you to me? The more Jia Zhang scolded, the more fervent she became, her indignation fueled by the thought of her obedient grandson, who had been so easily tempted by Qin Dong's bowl of meat. That heartless little beast. My grandson has grown up without a father. What is wrong with him wanting a bite to eat? Bonking, she said, Grandma will be your support now that your father is gone. If anyone dares to bully you in this courtyard, you stand up for yourself. My grandson from the Jia family must not be bullied. Bonking's eyes darted around. Witnessing his mother being attacked, he felt no sympathy. Instead, he believed he needed to be as imposing as his grandmother. I understand, Grandma. Next time, I will snatch Qin Guoguo's food. Qin Guoguo enjoyed candies every day and sometimes even shared with the monkeys, yet she never offered him any. Bonking had long harbored a swell of anger. Truly, he was a good grandson, just as his grandmother had raised him to be. Jia Zhang, oblivious to her misguided teachings, praised Bonking for his cleverness. Don't learn from your mother, that harbinger of misfortune. She even lets others snatch away a measly $2. Jia Zhang incited Bonking to oppose Qin Huairu. This time, Bonking remained silent. After all, Qin Huairu had always treated him well. Sensing her grandson's potential disaffection, Jia Zhang lashed out at Qin Huairu even more. Uncle E, witnessing the uproar, wondered if Jia Zhang had lost her wits, cursing late into the night. The sounds of anger and chaos echoed from the Jia household, prompting Shaju to emerge with a worried expression. His concern was not for Jia Zhang's well-being, but for Qin Huairu's potential suffering. After all, Qin Jia appeared to be a kind and filial person, likely unable to stand up against her mother-in-law. At that moment, others in the courtyard heard the commotion and came out to witness the spectacle. Seeing the gathering crowd, Yi Zhonghai abandoned his plans to further his relationship with Qin Dong, thinking there would be ample opportunities in the future. No worries, I'll see what is happening, he said, leading a group to the Jia household. Qin Dong stayed behind, as did Wang Xiaohua. Dongzi, do you have any grievances against Jia? They were typically discreet in their actions and believed they had been careful enough not to expose any flaws. Not at all, Sister Wang. Why would you think that? As long as that's the case. The Zhang family is indeed struggling. Your assistance today was commendable, Wang Xiaohua remarked, raising her voice. Do not fear trouble. With me around, let's see who dares to touch you. The ruckus inside the Jia household momentarily subsided. That wretched person, how dare she challenge me? Jia Zhang was already seething from the humiliation dealt by Wang Xiaohua earlier that day. Her anger surged as she seized an enameled basin and hurled it outside. Sister-in-law, what is the matter? Why are you so furious? Alas, how could Yi Zhonghai have anticipated that Jia Zhangshi would orchestrate such a scene? As he lifted the curtain, a large basin suddenly hurtled towards his face. Unable to evade in time, Yi Zhonghai was struck squarely, letting out a cry of anguish. The commotion drew the attention of those outside, who rushed over to investigate. Are you all right, Elder Yi? Qin Huairu, alarmed, hurried to check on Yi Zhonghai's condition. I'm fine, Yi Zhonghai replied, shaking his head, though he felt warmth trickling from his nose. Upon wiping it with his hand, he discovered blood. Oh dear, this is serious, he murmured. Someone quickly went to fetch Aunt Yi. Seeing Yi Zhonghai injured caused a stir of anxiety within Jia Zhangshi. This has nothing to do with me. I was merely disciplining my daughter-in-law. What were you doing here? Jia Zhangshi retorted. What kind of talk is that? Aunt Yi, upon arriving, immediately took issue with Jia Zhangshi, especially upon seeing the blood from Yi Zhonghai's nose, her heart aching for him. It's nothing, Yi Zhonghai interjected, raising a hand. She didn't mean it. Let's consider this settled. Aunt Yi initially contemplated demanding compensation from Jia Zhangshi, but since Yi Zhonghai was the one in charge, she refrained from pursuing the matter further. Oldie, you truly have a heart of gold. Come, let me take you to the hospital, she insisted. Hospital? We have some ointment at home. I can just apply that later. He replied, Old sister, I came with good news. Dongshu has left, and your family's food supply has become a pressing issue. However, Shaju has already agreed to assist. Everyone was taken aback by this revelation. Is Shaju really going to support a widow and her family? Some cast sympathetic glances towards He Yushue, who could hardly believe her ears. Brother, is what Annie said true? You really intend to give our food to others? Others? Sister Qin is our neighbor. She's like family, Shaju replied confidently. Besides, your brother is still unmarried at his age. I thought I would do a good deed, improve my reputation, and perhaps find you a sister-in-law sooner. Shaju spoke with conviction. Elder Yi has said that this is a noble act. How could I be in the wrong? But if you give him the food, will I eat? He Yushue exclaimed, her frustration mounting. This year has been disastrous. The school cafeteria barely provides enough. I rely on the meals you bring home each night to nourish myself. Yushue, your understanding is lacking. We're doing a good deed here. Besides, missing one meal won't kill anyone. I have finally secured this opportunity to support the Jia family, Shaju insisted, unwilling to let He Yushue interfere with his good intentions. Chapter 69. The deaf old lady steps in. He Yushue proposes to the neighboring brother. You are infuriating. He Yushue stamped her foot and stormed off. However, instead of returning to her own home, she dashed into the Qin family's backyard. Donga, what has gotten into my brother? Why is he so intent on letting me go hungry by giving our meals to the Jia family? Aunt Zhang and Sister Qin are both widows, each raising 3 children. My brother still speaks of performing good deeds, oblivious to the potential tarnish on his reputation from associating with widows. He Yushue approached Qin Dong to express her grievances. Her father, He Qing, had left with a widow for Bao Ding, and now her brother is entangled with yet another widow, even providing her meals. Should word of this spread, her reputation would undoubtedly suffer, jeopardizing her prospect for marriage. It was only then that Qin Dong regarded He Yushue with newfound respect. He was surprised to discover that despite her youth, she possessed a remarkable clarity of thought, reflecting on their roles within the narrative. He Yushue shared a close bond with Qin Huairu, often advocating for Shaju to marry her, which was indeed intriguing. If she understood the ramifications of associating with widows, why did she not intervene when her brother became involved? However, considering Shaju's present circumstances, it seemed unlikely he could be dissuaded. It was apparent that the beasts in their courtyard had inflicted some harm upon He Yushue, prompting her to grow closer to Qin Huairu. In this light, it was clear that He Yushue and he shared a certain kinship, both victims of the brutalities within their environment. This matter was initially raised by Uncle Yi, who suggested that he and her brother assist the Jia family. What? Dongyi, you must not agree to this, He Yushue exclaimed, her urgency palpable. You see, we have a classmate whose neighbor, due to his frequent assistance to widows, ruined his reputation, leading to a situation where no young woman would marry him. Ultimately, he had no choice but to marry that very widow. Yet, this widow was the owner of a small tavern and capable of supporting herself. The Jia family, with their numerous children, would surely be a burden if they became entangled with them. Qin Dong found He Yushue's words eerily familiar. What was the name of your classmate's neighbor? I believe it was Kai Quan Wu, a rather insipid fellow, she replied, uncertain, as her focus had not been on his name when she heard the story. Oh, Kai Quan Wu, Qin Dong mused, recalling the character from the narrative of the women at Zhengyang Gate. The widow in question must surely be Su Huijian. Mentioning Su Huijian reminded Qin Dong of another individual, the proud and affluent widow, Chen Shuiru, who had always been in competition with Su Huijian. Oh, you must not agree to this, Dong Ge, He Yushue reiterated, fearing Qin Dong had not taken her concern seriously. Let's set this aside. If your brother truly becomes involved with Qin Huairu, what will you do? I cannot fathom why Uncle Yi would suggest such a thing to my brother. No, I must consult the old lady. She always claims my brother is her grandson. I trust she will intervene. With that, He Yushue dashed next door to seek out the deaf old woman. What? Shaju intends to give his lunchbox to the Jia family? The deaf old woman was incensed upon hearing this news. How much can a young lady like He Yushue possibly eat? Thus, Shaju often shares part of his lunch with me, but I am well aware of the Jia family's nature. With 5 mouths to feed, should Shaju's lunchbox go to them, I shall be left with nothing. The world has turned upside down. Rain, assist me in my passage. Ah, He Yushue sweetly agreed. She had placed all her hopes upon the deaf old woman. In the courtyard, Jia Zhangshi, with an air of arrogance, accepted Yi Zhonghai's proposal. In this era, it seems one is worse off than a dog, reduced to consuming leftovers. Silly Zhu still harbored hopes of gaining some advantage through this lunchbox from Qin Huairu. Fearing Jia Zhangshi might refuse, he lowered his voice and spoke in hushed tones. Aunt, those vegetables are not leftovers. I saved them beforehand. They're quite clean. Enough. Eat if you must. Who am I to complain when my son is gone? My life has been so arduous. Jia Zhangshi's eyes darted about before finally resting on Qin Huairu's beautiful face. Silly Zhu was so eager to deliver the lunchbox. Was it not for this wretched woman? He must keep a watchful eye. He cannot allow a fool to take advantage. Zhu, I heard you gave Yushue's lunchbox to someone else. Upon the arrival of the deaf old woman, everyone instinctively parted to make way for her. Silly Zhu shot Yushue a glare. You mischievous girl! How could such a trivial matter stir the lady's attention? This is not a trivial matter. The deaf old woman leaned on her cane, adopting the imposing demeanor of an ancestor. What is going on? Silly Zhu scratched his head. I was merely trying to do a good deed to improve my reputation, hoping the lady might assist me in finding a wife more easily. Foolish. The deaf old woman, incensed, jabbed her cane into the ground. What kind of good deed is this? Entangling yourself with a widow will ruin your reputation for life. You can forget about marrying anyone. Furthermore, if someone is providing meals, the Jia family is not so naive as to let him go easily. By then, how could she still speak of finding him a wife? Zhonghai, you are the elder here. Why do you not offer some counsel? The deaf old woman eyed Yi Zhonghai suspiciously, suspecting him of instigating the situation. Madam, Silly Zhu has a good heart. I have advised him that it is inappropriate, but he insists on doing good deeds. I cannot restrain him. Yi Zhonghai expressed with feigned helplessness, while subtly ensnaring Silly Zhu. After all, he had indeed advised him. Yes, madam, it is indeed my intention to perform good deeds. No one could dissuade me. Silly Zhu asserted resolutely, leaving the deaf old woman without a retort. Silly Zhu now stood upon the moral high ground of doing good deeds, and even she could not forcibly impede him. Well then, the lady is of advanced age. Yushue, escort her back. Yushue, in a flurry, complied. Yet she dared not challenge the authority of the deaf old woman, instead guiding her back to the rear courtyard. Madam, my brother is being foolish, is he not? He listens to you the most. Why do you not intervene? Yushue, the Jia family is no fool. Your brother is wholeheartedly intent on helping them. It would make no difference who speaks to him. Do not fret. In a few days, the lady shall counsel him properly. She must ensure Silly Zhu marries Dongmei soon, lest the night grow long and dreams become perilous. Yushue departed the deaf old woman's dwelling, laden with worry. Though the elderly woman promised to persuade Sha Zhu on her behalf, Yushue felt that the old lady was scheming for something else. The deaf old woman had always favored Sha Zhu over her, even if she verbally agreed to assist. Yushue feared she would ultimately disregard her and instead focus on pleasing her brother. Casting a glance at the lit window next door, Yushue boldly knocked on the door of the Qin family. Yushue, weren't you going to seek help from the deaf old lady? Why have you returned? Donggu. Yushue entered the room and grasped Qin Dong's hand, declaring, marry me. Yushue, are you feverish? What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Dong shook off Yushue's hand. Do not utter such words again. Donggu, I am not speaking foolishly. My brother is resolute in his intention to collude with the Jia family, and my reputation will suffer as a result. Rather than waiting for my name to be tarnished, it would be better for you to marry me now. Yushue's intentions were clear, yet her words revealed her selfishness. Although Qin Dong could empathize with her predicament, he would never allow Yushue to use him as a mere stepping stone. Yushue, please go back. I will pretend you were never here tonight. Faced with Qin Dong's firm rejection once more, Yushue was taken aback. Why, Donggu? If you're worried about Guoguo, I assure you that I will treat her well, just as I would my own daughter. Moreover, Guoguo and I get along splendidly, do we not? Yushue was eager to prove her sincerity to Qin Dong, but he simply shook his head. If you wish to be Guoguo's stepmother, you must first ask Guoguo if she agrees. At that moment, Guoguo was playing with a tin frog. Seeing this, Yushue hurried over. Guoguo, do you like Aunt Yushue? Yes, Guowa nodded without hesitation. Then, shall we let Aunt Yushue be your mother? No. Guowa shook her head vigorously. Guowa has a mother. Guowa does not want another mother. Yushue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Donggu, did you not divorce your wife? Dongmei has endured too much suffering with me. It was due to profound disappointment that we chose to part ways. Now that I have come to my senses, I naturally wish to bring Dongmei back. Yushue left in a daze. Qin Dong rewarded his daughter with a glass of milk enriched with super spring water before sending her to bed. Yushue aspired to be Guowa's stepmother, but how could that be possible? Guowa had dreamt several times, still calling for a mother. If it weren't for his recent obligations, he would have taken the child to Diemen already. Lying on the bed, Qin Dong reviewed the footage transmitted back from the released mosquitoes. The conversations in the courtyard were merely idle chatter, inevitably tinged with jealousy directed at him. This was all within Qin Dong's expectations, and he paid it little mind. No matter how bitter those individuals were, they could do nothing to him. On the contrary, these envious souls continued to provide an endless supply of emotional energy. However, when he saw Yang Shengli's footage, Qin Dong was taken aback, as Yang Shengli was actually giving gifts. Upon making his move, he effortlessly caught 2 small yellow croakers. The seemingly upright Director Yang does not appear to be as virtuous as he portrays himself. It is only logical to deduce that if he were truly innocent, he would not have covertly established a small canteen at the steel mill, nor would he have enlisted the Na'vi Zhu to carry a lunchbox. One must recognize that Zhu's actions in this era are akin to undermining the authority of Guojia. Yet, Yang Shengli remains unfazed. Not only does he refrain from reprimanding Zhu, but he also supports him, allowing him to become the undisputed ruler of the canteen. However, this pales in comparison to the significant issue of the mysteriously vanished waste materials from various workshops. Secretary Wang, you must assist me. I find myself utterly at a loss this time, Yang implored. Old Yang, we need not engage in pleasantries regarding our relationship. You are aware that I am not favored by that individual and possess limited authority. While I cannot directly assist you, I can certainly offer you a lead. Upon hearing this, Yang Shengli's interest piqued, and he filled his companion's glass before speaking. Secretary Wang, I knew you would look out for me. This journey has brought me a modicum of peace. The opposite Secretary Wang abstained from drinking. Old Yang, that individual has a penchant for Sichuan cuisine. However, as you know, finding a skilled Sichuan chef is no simple task. If you can resolve this matter, I shall find a way to support you. At the mention of Sichuan cuisine, a foolish donkey appeared in Yang Shengli's mind. Secretary Wang, Sichuan cuisine is manageable. We happen to have a young fellow in our factory whose Sichuan dishes are exceptionally authentic. If I bring him along, how long do you think I could secure? That I cannot ascertain, but if you can resolve this matter, that individual will surely be pleased. You know that when he is happy, things become much easier. Yang Shengli nodded in agreement, respectfully toasting his companion. Secretary Wang, should this endeavor succeed, you will be my great benefactor. Let's not dwell on that. I merely offer you this opportunity out of our long-standing friendship. As for whether you can seize it, that is entirely up to you. Through their conversation, Qin Dong deduced that Yang Shengli was meeting with the secretary of a high-ranking official. Though not a superstar, the secretary held a certain stature, for it is not just any secretary who can arrange meetings with influential leaders. Reflecting on the narrative, he recalled Yang Shengli taking Zhu and Su Damao to that distinguished individual's residence. Qin Dong began to comprehend Yang Shengli's intentions, to establish connections and curry favor with the leaders of the metallurgical department, thereby buying time. It seems that Zhu would indeed visit the leader's home the following day. That individual is a true magnate. In the narrative, Lu Xiao's capitalist parents were apprehended. Zhu sought the aid of this magnate, which ultimately led to the release of Lu's parents. Furthermore, although he departed from the metallurgical department amidst turmoil, he promptly returned to his former position once the storm had passed. Even Yang Shengli, who had been demoted to street sweeping by Old Li, regained his official status. These signs indicate the considerable influence of this magnate. Moreover, Zhu and Yang Shengli have indeed aligned themselves with this powerful figure, reaping substantial rewards. Zhu is a loyal enforcer of Yizhonghai, while Yang Shengli serves as Yizhonghai's protector. This matter is of great significance. He cannot afford to be a mere bystander. Qin Dong rose to turn on the light and sat at the table, penning a letter. Opposite him, Wang Xiaohua and Hu Shitu wore expressions of perplexity. What was going on with Qin Dong today? He hadn't retired for the night yet and appeared to be engrossed in his writing. The higher-ups had instructed them to be vigilant. Once he dozed off, they would proceed. All right, just be cautious and don't wake him. They agreed on their strategy, awaiting the extinguishing of the Qin household's lamp. Before long, the light in the Qin residence dimmed. Yet Hu Shitu remained motionless. As the night deepened, everyone in the courtyard succumbed to slumber. The door of the Hu household, however, creaked open silently. A figure emerged and swiftly approached Qin Dong's window. Initially, it was merely a tentative push, but to his surprise, the window opened effortlessly. Shining a flashlight inside, he spotted a letter resting on the table. Hu Shitu cautiously retrieved the letter and securely closed the window. Faint footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Qin Dong, lost in his dreams, suddenly opened his eyes. This individual was remarkably patient, having waited until now to act. He turned over, thinking it was time to sleep. Tomorrow promised a beautiful day. A good rest would replenish his energy for the tasks ahead. While Qin Dong drifted back into peaceful slumber, Hu Shitu was busy. He dared not examine the letter and hastily took it away, ensuring it reached the intended recipient through layers of intermediaries. Lin Dahua was awakened from his slumber by urgent calls. As the rooster in the neighboring yard crowed for the second time, a crack appeared in Qin Dong's window, soon followed by its silent closure. Guohua, after dinner, shall we go fishing? In the unfolding drama, the esteemed leader was portrayed as an aficionado of fish, often indulging in fishing whenever time permitted. His sentiments were clearly articulated in the letter. Yang Shengli and Shaju would surely return empty-handed if they ventured over today. Sure. Guohua loves fish. The child eagerly gazed into the pot. Qin Dong was preparing a delicious egg noodle dish, the aroma wafting through the air. After cooking 2 bowls of noodles, he placed a perfectly fried egg atop each. A sprinkle of scallions completed the dish, and a drizzle of hot oil created a sizzling sound, releasing an enticing fragrance that spread far and wide. Who is cooking eggs so early in the morning? Murmured the neighbors, catching a whiff of the wheat aroma emanating from the egg noodles. They recognized the scent. It reminded them of the last time Qin Dong had cooked. Eating so lavishly, so early? Such a prodigal. The residents of the courtyard exchanged glances towards the Qin family's direction. However, as they were merely providing nourishment for their daughter, albeit extravagant, they had little room for criticism. The situation was markedly different for the Jia family. Jia Zhangshi directed her ire towards the Qin household, cursing under her breath, "Damn little beast. Eating so well in the early morning while our family can barely afford a meal. Not once have they sent anything our way." The grandmother, holding on to Jia Zhangshi's pant leg, cried, "I want to eat egg noodles too." Eat. Jia Zhangshi's eyes glinted with mischief. "Listen, my dear grandson." After agreeing to go fishing with Guohua, she watched as the child exited, carrying the bowl of noodles. "Guohua, do not share your food with those you are unfamiliar with." Qin Dong expressed his concern that his daughter's generosity might leave her hungry, and he promptly issued a warning. "Do not worry, Daddy. Guohua is not foolish. They did not play with me before, so I did not share my food with them." Observing his daughter's astuteness brought a smile to Qin Dong's face as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Go on." It seemed that Guohua had not always been this clever. Could it be that the miraculous spring water had the capacity to enhance one's intellect? Guohua joyfully dashed outside, while Qin Dong settled down to enjoy his meal. He ate swiftly, and before long, a bowl of noodles was consumed. Just as he was about to tidy up the dishes, a small monkey rushed in. "Uncle Qin, something's wrong. You must come quickly. Guohua is fighting with Bang Gong." "What?" At this alarming news, Qin Dong bolted from the house. Beneath the drooping flower gate, a group of children encircled Bang Gong and Guohua. From a distance, Qin Dong spotted the bowl in Bang Gong's hands, his own bowl. "Bang Gong, you little rascal, what are you doing?" Qin Dong's thunderous voice startled Bang Gong, who trembled, having witnessed Qin Dong strike his grandmother before. Despite his fear, upon seeing the egg noodles in his hands, Bang Gong hesitated. He said nothing, instead plunging his hand into the bowl and shoveling a handful of noodles into his mouth. The other children were taken aback. In the city of Sigio, etiquette was paramount. Although they were children, their parents had instilled in them the proper dining manners from a young age. Witnessing Bang Gung's brazen act, they looked on in disdain. EW. Bang Gung, how can you eat noodles with your hands? That is so disgusting. Bang Gung ignored them, thinking them foolish. Once they tasted the egg noodles, they would understand. As he brought the noodles to his mouth, a small stone suddenly flew out of nowhere and struck his hand. Ouch! Bang Gung yelped in pain, causing the noodles to tumble to the ground. His other hand, still holding the bowl, also began to fall. My noodles! Guoguo exclaimed. Fear not, I shall assist you. Qin Dong declared, swiftly moving forward to catch the bowl just before it hit the ground. Wow! Stars sparkled in Guoguo's eyes. Daddy, you're so incredible. When did you acquire such skill, Qin Dong? That was impressive. Su Dumao, watching from behind the wall, was astonished and hurried out. If he could master Qin Dong's technique, wouldn't he silly Zhu have to behave? Su Dumao, you cannot fathom the speed of my hands as a mere projectionist. If you truly wish to learn, come work in the workshop. Ah, never mind that. The workshop is no place for someone like me. Su Dumao, being an intellectual, knew he could not withstand the labor there. Qin Dong, what sorcery is this? After all my years in the workshop, I have never moved with such swiftness. Lu Hai looked skeptical. Elder Second, do take a moment to consider your age. What more do you expect at your stage in life? Lu Haizhong, how is it that in the prime of his life he has aged so? Bang Gung, what troubles you? Who has wronged you? Tell Grandma, and she shall avenge you. Bang Gung sobbed, clutching his hands, and soon a crowd gathered in the backyard. Upon arrival, Jia Zhangshi rushed to support Bang Gung, who is so shameless as to bully our orphan family. I will tell you, you have picked the wrong person to provoke. We are not to be trifled with. Jia Zhangshi's round face twisted in fury. Qin Huairu also rushed over in tears. Bang Gung, what has happened to your hand? Mother, Grandma, I have been struck. That wretched Qin Dong, he has swollen my hand. You must take revenge for me. Bang Gung cried out in grievance. Qin Huairu paused her sobs. Did Qin Dong truly do this to Bang Gung? It seems unlikely, as he does not appear to be such a person. You wretched little beast. How dare you lay a hand on the only heir of the Jia family? If you have grievances, direct them towards me. Why strike my dear grandson? The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, and the children scattered back to their parents. Jia Zhangshi retorted, you must provide evidence when you speak. When did I ever strike your grandson? Why are Bang Gung's hands and feet in such a state? That is merely a consequence of his actions. A beating would suffice. However, Qin Dong would never admit to this. The stone leaped onto your hand by itself. What does that have to do with me? Your Bang Gung attempted to snatch food from my guogua, and in his clumsiness, nearly shattered my bowl. Look at how my fine noodles have been ruined because of him. And you still dare to raise your voice at me? Bang Gung, did you truly try to take guogua's noodles? Qin Huairu questioned in disbelief. I did not steal. With Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu present, Bang Gung no longer felt the same fear. My grandmother said it is wrong for them to hoard everything for themselves. That is a mistake. They should share their good fortune with those in need, or else they are no better than greedy landlords. By eating noodles, I am alleviating their burden, preventing them from sinning. Bang Gung proclaimed with conviction. Yi Zhonghai's eyes lit up. This Bang Gung is quite impressive. So young, yet he articulates such reasoning. Who would have thought they would not appreciate his intentions and instead resort to violence? Mother, Grandma, it hurts. Bang Gung wailed, and Qin Huairu, moved by his distress, wiped her tears. Shaju watched from the side, feeling a pang of sympathy. This Qin Dong is utterly thoughtless. How can he, a level 6 locksmith, possess such a lack of maturity, even less than a child? Chapter 72. A windfall of 10 coins. Bang Gung is stunned. Oh, my dear grandson, you are far too considerate. Everyone come and witness. My dear grandson thinks of them, yet they resort to violence. Where is the justice in that? Compensation must be made. If Qin Dong does not repay my grandson today, no one will have peace. Jia Zhangshi wept bitterly, demanding an explanation from Qin Dong. Qin Huairu also sobbed beside her. While she wished for a good life with Qin Dong, she could not allow him to treat her son in such a manner. She gave birth to but one son, and if something were to happen, what would she do? Qin Huairu contemplated seizing this opportunity to compel Qin Dong to pledge never to harm Bang Gung again. Qin Dong, you have disappointed me greatly, Qin Huairu lamented, tears brimming in her eyes as she clutched her son, accusing him. How could you do this? You seek reconciliation with us while simultaneously striking my son. Bang Gung is still so young. How could you bring yourself to do such a thing? Observing Qin Huairu's profound sorrow, the crowd began to console her. Yi Zhonghai, witnessing the scene, also urged Qin Dong, Dongzi, Bang Gung is but a child. As an adult, you should not hold this against him. The Jia family is not faring well either. Simply give them $2 and let this matter rest. Jia Zhongshi, however, scoffed, appearing displeased. $2? That's merely a pittance. No, it must be at least 10. My dear grandson is the sole heir of the Jia family. If something were to happen, could he afford the consequences? Noticing Jia Zhongshi's audacity, Yi Zhonghai frowned but remained silent, glancing at Qin Dong instead. The onlookers turned their eyes toward Qin Dong as well. Yi Yushe stood at the back of the crowd, feeling somewhat vindicated. This is what you get for rejecting me yesterday. Had you agreed, I would have sent Shiij and Yi Dai to plead your case. Now, I will absolutely not assist you. Su Demao leaned closer to Qin Dong, whispering, Brother, these gentlemen have reached a consensus. Everyone stands with Widow Qin. Do not resist any longer. Just pay up, or this would drag on. Though Su Demao's words appeared to counsel Qin Dong, they were, in essence, a means of retaliation for Qin Dong's earlier decision to send him to the workshop. Qin Dong paid him no heed. Bang Gung, I ask you, are you certain that I was the one who struck you? Yes. Jia Zhongshi insisted. Are you certain you require $10? Indeed, it must be 10, not a cent less. Jia Zhongshi and her grandson affirmed in unison. Qin Huairu remained silent. Very well, I shall provide the money. However, it is only for Bang Gung. Bang Gung's breath quickened. $10? All for me? He had never touched a single dollar in his life. Suddenly possessing such a sum was beyond his comprehension. How many candied fruits and firecrackers could that buy? Yes, you are quite clever. $10 should indeed be yours, Qin Dong nodded. But you must understand that I did not harm you. Therefore, to obtain this $10, you must allow the incident of me hitting you to become a reality. Isn't that simple? You didn't hit me before. Just hit me once now. Bang Gung's young mind quickly devised a plan. However, Qin Huairu's expression shifted. No, you be quiet. Jia Zhongshi interjected sharply. You misfortune bringer. You have no place to speak here. Qin Dong was a grown man. In front of so many people, could he truly dare to harm Bang Gung? He was merely attempting to intimidate him. Yet, their family could indeed receive $10. Enough to buy a great deal of meat. Everyone has heard. I have not struck Bang Gung. Rather, it is he who has pilfered our provisions. Everything I possess is earned through my diligent labor. How can partaking in the fruits of my own toil render me a landlord? It seems to me that it is the Jia family who wishes to seize and plunder, thus deliberately inciting a child to instigate this. The crowd nodded in agreement. A mere child could not conceive such notions. Clearly, this was the work of the Jia family. It was evident that Jia Zhongshi was not a person of good character. The crowd murmured softly, yet did not dare speak too boldly. Conversely, the artisans who had come to work for Qin Dong, not residing in this courtyard, felt no need to spare anyone's feelings. Master Qin, your neighbors in the courtyard are truly wicked. Indeed, Master Qin, you should consider moving to our courtyard. We have no such loathsome neighbors. Upon hearing the jibes from those outside the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai felt his pride wounded. He was not concerned about Qin Dong moving away. The Qin family home was not rented, but owned. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly relocate? Yet, how could he allow any scandal to tarnish the reputation of the courtyard under his jurisdiction? Nonsense. Qin Huairu, how have you raised Bang Gung? All of us are neighbors in the same courtyard. The children are merely jesting. Why must the adults join in the commotion? Enough. Let this matter rest. Everyone return home. Yi Zhonghai dismissed the affair as mere childish play. The artisans, realizing the gravity of the situation, fell silent. In these times, children's antics are often dismissed. Even scuffles are commonplace. But what am I Bang Gung's injury? Jia Zhongshi was displeased, unwilling to relinquish the money. Jia Zhongshi, Bang Gung has just admitted that Qin Dong did not lay a hand on him. What more do you desire? Qin Huairu, do advise your mother-in-law to take the child and apply some ointment. How could Jia Zhongshi be so oblivious? Yi Zhonghai, growing impatient, instructed Qin Huairu. She dared not disobey. The authority of Uncle Yi in the courtyard was paramount. With the loss of Dongshu, their link to Yi Zhonghai was severed. If she were to disregard him further, it would spell trouble for their family in this courtyard. Yi Zhonghai, cease your intimidation. Qin Dong himself stated he would pay Bang Gung 10 coins for a single blow. In front of so many witnesses, Qin Dong, you, a grown man, must stand by your word. You are nothing but a coward. Jia Zhongshi, unwilling to part with the money, sought to provoke Qin Dong. Bang Gung joined in, shouting, "Yes, you must strike, and the money is mine." After all, he had previously been beaten by Jia Dongshu, who had no money to offer. But now, if Qin Dong were to strike him, he would be compensated. Bang Gung felt he had gained a fortune. The audacity of the Jia family was astounding. The crowd was left speechless by the antics of the grandmother and grandson. Woe is me. I am incapable, unable to provide for my child. If only I could earn a living, Bang Gung would not suffer such indignities. Qin Huairu, sensing the dire situation, wiped her tears vigorously. The crowd, acknowledging the peculiar circumstances of the Jia family, fell into silence once more. Unexpectedly, Shaju could no longer bear it. Qin Dong, is this how you conduct yourself? Shaju, who initially sought to please Qin Huairu, was unwilling to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Bullying a mere child demonstrated a complete lack of compassion. Today, I shall educate you thoroughly. With that, Shaju rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. Chapter 73. Shaju is sent flying, and Bonging is terrified. Shaju was a man who relished showing off his strength. Although he possessed a few cunning tricks, they were few and far between. Whenever he encountered the widow Qin, every scheme of his would be laid bare. As it happened, Qin Huairu had merely voiced her grievances, and Shaju was immediately consumed by righteous indignation. "Brother," Yushui called out from behind. Deep down, she hoped that Shaju would deliver a sound thrashing to Qin Dong. However, much to her astonishment, Shaju threw a punch, only to be sent flying by Qin Dong's counterstrike. The onlookers gaped in disbelief as they witnessed Shaju soar over the wall and land in the courtyard. Is it possible that Qin Dong possesses such immense strength? Wang Xiaohua and Hu Shitu were unfazed. They had already borne witness to Qin Dong's remarkable power during their last encounter. "Oh dear, Qin Dong, you rascal, are you serious?" Shaju lay sprawled on the ground like a dog that had been beaten. Internally, he raged against Qin Dong, cursing him profusely. Nevertheless, he forced a fade of nonchalance and propped himself up against the wall. "Brother, are you all right?" Yushui rushed to support Shaju. "What could possibly be wrong with me? I merely wished to test my wings and unexpectedly took flight," Shaju retorted stubbornly, unwilling to admit defeat or injury. "Brother, this Qin Dong has gone too far. I must confront him," Yushui insisted, hoping for an opportunity to incite further drama, but Shaju called her back. "What confrontation? This matter has nothing to do with Qin Dong. Come back with me," Shaju shouted, dragging Yushui back into the house. He felt too embarrassed to return to the backyard, having intended to showcase his strength before Qin Huairu, only to have lost face instead. With his tail between his legs, Shaju retreated indoors. "What a foolish creature," Qin Dong scoffed. "Had I not gone easy on him just now, would Shaju still be prancing about the courtyard? He would have already joined Jia Dongshu in the underworld." It was fortunate that he had now mastered the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. What had appeared fierce was, in truth, a mere display of restraint. Shaju had not sustained any serious injury. At most, he had twisted his wrist upon landing, which would not impede his daily activities, save for his culinary endeavors. Nevertheless, this was already a stroke of good fortune. Had Shaju charged at him when he had first acquired such formidable strength, the outcome would have been far less forgiving. As the crowd noticed Shaju's return to the house, they collectively sighed in relief. After all, while brawling was inconsequential, causing a fatality was a grave matter. With Shaju's grievances set aside, the onlookers returned to the backyard. At that moment, Bonging was trembling uncontrollably, the air thick with an unpleasant odor. Upon seeing the dampness at Bonging's feet, it was clear what had transpired. "Ah, Bongjin, you coward. You were so scared you wet yourself." Lu Guangtian jeered, clapping his hands in mockery. The other children were also making a ruckus. "Bangum, unable to maintain his composure, burst into tears. What are you laughing at? Get out of here. Jia Zhangshi, infuriated and embarrassed, chased the children away. Qin Huairu coaxed banging back into the house. Thus, a farcical scene came to an end. When Qin Dong returned home, he immediately handed Guogua a fruit bun. Ah, thank you, Daddy. Guogua exclaimed joyfully as she ran towards the bun. Ding, your emotional value is full. Would you like to redeem it? What a delight. The energy is full. Without hesitation, Qin Dong chose to redeem it. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained Little Black Number 1. Little Black Number 1? What is this? Qin Dong curiously looked into it and soon discovered its remarkable capabilities. To be precise, Little Black Number 1 is a cutting-edge technology specifically designed for round steel. With it, one could manufacture round steel of any dimension. It is known that the applications of round steel are extensive, including hardware, construction, automotive, shipbuilding, petrochemical, machinery, pharmaceuticals, food, electricity, energy, and aerospace, all of which require round steel. However, currently, all technological advancements are under lockdown, with the most basic materials failing to meet standards, forcing one to rely on the big brother to procure some obsolete goods. It is frustrating to spend one's own money only to beg for it, and often, they wouldn't even sell it to you. One can only resort to various means to acquire it clandestinely. It is truly exasperating. With the emergence of Little Black No. 1, the issue of raw materials would be resolved. Qin Dong wasted no time and hurriedly sketched the blueprints in his mind. This kept him occupied until noon. It was Guagua who came to remind him to go fishing, which brought him back to reality. He stored the blueprints away and set out with Guogua. In the courtyard, the Jia family's door was tightly shut. According to the gossiping aunties in the yard, Shaju had been summoned to his workplace. Even Yi Zhonghai had been called away. The aunties speculated what great fortune had befallen Shaju and Yi Zhonghai. Qin Dong chuckled to himself. Indeed, this time, Shaju's visit was a stroke of good luck. But would he seize the opportunity? He settled Guogua comfortably and pushed her out of the courtyard. At Shikahai, since Qin Dong arrived rather late, there were no good spots left. Yet he was not deterred. Under a tree, he used a small hoe to dig for worms, finding an unoccupied spot to assemble the fishing gear he had just acquired. Guogua was fascinated by the task of turning over the worms, busily swinging her small hoe. The weather had warmed up, and the sun shone pleasantly on them. Qin Dong did not discourage his daughter's interest. It was a wonderful way for her to stay active while providing him with free bait. Why hinder such a perfect arrangement? In the courtyard, a strikingly beautiful woman entered. The women sitting in the central courtyard, busy stitching shawls, rose in astonishment upon seeing her. Oh, Dongmei is back? Yes, Aunt Air, Aunt San, Aunt Wang, Aunt Li. You are all busy. Ma Dongmei, after all, had lived in this courtyard for several years. With a smile, I greeted the elderly women and prepared to head towards the backyard. Dongmei, you wouldn't be here to stoke the Kong yourself, would you? I must tell you, it is rather unscrupulous of the Zhang family to charge for helping neighbors with their Kong. Now that you have returned, the Zhang family is of no concern. Some people cannot bear to see the Zhangs profiting from a Kong. Upon spotting Ma Dongmei, they immediately urged her to confront the Zhang family in the backyard. Among them, Aunt Air displayed the greatest enthusiasm. Dongmei, it's wonderful that your daughter is back. Hurry home and take a look. If you delay, others might ignite your Kong. Although Ma Dongmei was perplexed by the situation, the mention of the Kong being lit by someone else caused her some anxiety. Her daughter Guogua had always had poor health. If the Kong were ignited by another, what would they do? Ma Dongmei hurried back to the backyard, followed closely by the eager elderly women, who paid little heed to their footwear as they trailed behind her. Not wishing to say anything, Ma Dongmei quickened her pace. Upon arriving at the room she once occupied, she was astonished to find it under renovation. Not here, over this way. Your new Kong is in the woodshed, they directed her. As they approached, the deaf old woman next door emerged and caught sight of Ma Dongmei entering the house, her face lighting up with joy as she hurried over with her cane. Chapter 74. Yin Bugui's schemes backfire, leaving him heartbroken. Ah, Dongzi, you are here to fish as well. Yin Bugui greeted Qin Dong with a broad smile. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else when I spotted that bicycle resembling yours. Uncle San, you are here too? Of course. This is my old haunt. I come here every day. Yin Bugue chuckled as he adjusted the taped leg of his glasses. Although Shikahai is vast, this spot was not strictly his domain. However, Yin Bugue sought to take advantage of Qin Dong's bicycle, employing a bit of cunning. Oh, is that so? Then I shall take my leave? No need. I shall stay nearby. Yin Bugue settled himself beside him. Dongzi, I've never seen you fish before. Do you need Uncle San teach you? How would you teach me? Uncle San? Nothing too complicated. Just give me a lift when you head home later. Who would choose to walk when there's a bicycle? Besides, cycling is faster, allowing me to fish for a while longer. Ah, Uncle San, I'm afraid I must take Guogwo with me. There's no room for you, so you should make your own way back. Fishing was of little consequence. The primary disappointment lay in Yin Bugue's failed calculations. So stingy. A hint of displeasure crossed Yin Bugue's face as he muttered a few disparaging words about Qin Dong before casting his line. It must be said, Yin Bugue's fishing skills were commendable. Soon, he had caught 2 fish weighing about half a pound each. Observing Qin Dong's lack of success, especially as he played in the mud with Guogwo, neglecting his bait, Yin Bugue shook his head. What a wasteful child, spending money on equipment, yet failing to fish properly. Merely squandering resources. When Guogwo grew tired of playing, they both went to buy ice cream. Upon his return, Qin Dong found himself in possession of an additional spool of fishing line. Dongzi, what on earth do you need so much fishing line for? Yin Bugue inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. I haven't caught a single fish during my time here, and I surmise that the fish are congregated in the middle of the river, hence my procurement of more fishing line. Yin Bugue retorted, what good will all that line do you? This rod can only cast so far. He demonstrated the distance with his own fishing rod. How about you give me $1, and I'll teach you how to fish, if you're not willing to give me a ride. Surely I can barter my experience for some cash. Not to worry, I've conducted some research, and I believe I can manage the cast, Qin Dong replied, engrossed in his own endeavors, disregarding Yin Bugue's proposal. Youngsters are so impetuous. If you truly manage to catch something today, I shall gift you a fish, Yin Bugue teased. But Qin Dong remained unfazed. The finesse of craftsmanship lies in deft hands. With the images of advanced fishing gear from a future era swirling in his mind, Qin Dong swiftly fashioned a fishing reel. He reeled in the rod, affixed the reel, and with a gentle flick, the line soared through the air, landing squarely in the river center. This spectacle drew the attention of all onlookers nearby. From Lin Dahua, astonishment level 50. From Li Dahu, astonishment level 30. A cascade of astonishment remarks flooded the scene. Third Grandpa, that fish should rightfully belong to me. Hold your horses. Whether that contraption of yours is functional remains to be seen. We must wait until you catch a fish to confirm, Yin Bugue retorted stubbornly, convinced that Qin Dong, being a novice, had constructed a mere trinket devoid of utility. Who said I can't catch fish? Third Grandpa, how about we make a wager? If I catch a fish, you owe me 2 big ones. If not, you take me back to the courtyard. After some contemplation, Yin Bugue laid out his terms. Agreed. Not a problem. Qin Dong readily consented. Although Yin Bugue was indeed shrewd, he could not have anticipated that Qin Dong was a man of hidden talents. Even if he failed to catch a fish in Shikahai, it mattered little, for he had ample opportunities at his golden fishing grounds, teeming with fish of all sizes. He could easily manipulate the odds in his favor. Young man, may I take a look at that device you have there? An elderly gentleman beside Qin Dong approached with a smile. Of course, no problem at all, Qin Dong replied, handing over the fishing rod. This was indeed the esteemed figure known as Shaju's benefactor. Yet, he appeared considerably younger than his portrayal in the drama. Lin Dahua accepted the rod and, after consulting with Qin Dong, began to reel in the line. By merely turning the bamboo handle, the line would retract automatically. When cast, the reel spun rapidly, propelling the line forward. Impressive young man. Lin Dahua had long wished to meet Qin Dong, and this occasion afforded him the opportunity. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise from the young man, whose sharp intellect and quick wit promised a boundless future. You flatter me, sir. I merely indulge in idle tinkering when I have the time. Tinkering is well and good. You should indeed engage in such pursuits, Lin Dahua replied, pleased as he returned the fishing rod. Regardless of whether one can catch a fish, The mere existence of this phenomenon is nothing short of remarkable. Thank you for the compliment. Aware of the other person's identity, Qin Dong maintained an air of calmness and graciously expressed his gratitude. Next door, Yin Bugue successfully reeled in another fish, casting a mocking glance at Qin Dong. With a sudden stir of excitement, Qin Dong deftly hooked a large fish. The float plunged sharply beneath the surface. Young man, you've got a bite. Indeed, a significant commotion ensued. Yin Bugue's heart raced as his eyes fixated on the water's surface. Qin Dong feigned struggle for half an hour before finally bringing the fish ashore. What a magnificent catch. It must weigh over 10 pounds. Fishermen nearby gathered around, and a seasoned angler estimated its weight at nearly 19 pounds, quite substantial. Yin Bugue's complexion paled. He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously, seemingly unable to believe the astonishing event unfolding before him. Old San, we had an agreement. Should I catch a fish, you owe me 2 large ones. Regret washed over Yin Bugue. Had he known such sizable fish existed in Shikahai, he would have never wagered with Qin Dong. However, it was too late for such reflections. In front of the crowd, Yin Bugue found himself with no recourse but to retrieve 2 large fish from his bucket to fulfill his end of the bargain. Young man, are you willing to trade this fish? Lin Dahua, envious of the impressive catch, sought to acquire Qin Dong's fish, though he lacked the skill to catch one of such size. No problem, it's just my daughter and I at home, and we cannot possibly consume such a large fish. After some haggling, Lin Dahua purchased the fish from Qin Dong for 20 yuan. Observing that the day was drawing to a close, Qin Dong decided against further fishing, taking the 2 fish given by Yin Bugue and heading home with his daughter. Lin Dahua departed alongside them. Young man, my uncle has guests today, so it would be difficult to entertain you. Perhaps tomorrow, I could invite you to my home. Chapter 75. The foolish Zhu causes trouble. Deaf old lady follows with malicious intent upon returning. Lin Dahua spotted several individuals standing at the entrance of his courtyard from a distance. He drove straight into the yard. As soon as he exited the vehicle, his secretary approached him. Minister Lin, you have finally returned. The guests have arrived and are waiting for you in the reception hall. All right, I brought back a large fish. Please take it to the kitchen for preparation. A large fish? That's wonderful. Secretary Wang has recommended a chef who is quite adept at Sichuan cuisine. Really? Then let us have boiled fish and chopped pepperfish head. Lin Dahua, filled with anticipation, proceeded to meet his guests. Meanwhile, Yang Shengli, Yi Zhonghai, and Zhu, who had been waiting throughout the day, were finally ushered into the small courtyard. For a while, do not speak. Simply do as instructed. The secretary led Zhu to the kitchen, while Director Yang and Yi Zhonghai were taken to a side room to await further instructions. Goodness, the conditions of this family are indeed exceptional. Having trained as a chef for many years, Zhu had worked in many affluent households. Yet on a day like today, when small cars were coming and going, it was still Director Yang leading the way, and he had been left out to dry all day. Such an occurrence had never happened before. After receiving the directive to prepare chopped chili fish head and boiled fish, Shaju began to assess the substantial fish before him. A large mandarin fish weighing over 10 pounds, with the head itself weighing several pounds, was perfect for making chopped chili fish head. Moreover, the kitchen was well stocked with ingredients. So Shaju decided to dive right in. However, as soon as he struck the knife, a sharp pain surged through his hand, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. What was happening? The secretary waiting outside heard the commotion and rushed in, surprised to see Shaju in such a state. Comrade, I have no idea what happened. I twisted my hand. Shaju grimaced in pain. This was incredibly unfortunate. It was supposed to be a splendid opportunity to showcase his skills. Yet he found himself unable to do anything due to his injury. Since you were hurt, you should head back, the secretary remarked, exasperated, and the previous chef was called in to take over Shaju's duties. Yang Shengli, who had been waiting for news in the side hall, was soon summoned. Thinking that Lin Dahua wanted to meet him, he felt elated. However, upon receiving the news of Shaju's injury, he was left utterly stunned. Director Yang, please refrain from bringing me such matters in the future, Secretary Wang stated sternly, effectively issuing a dismissal. Yang Shengli cast a disgruntled glance at Yi Zhonghai, who was equally perplexed by the situation, They could only venture out to find Shaju. Shaju, what exactly happened? Director, Uncle E, I also find it strange. I just picked up the knife to cook and then twisted my hand, Shaju replied, looking equally dejected. With no other options, Yang Shengli and Yi Zhonghai took Shaju to the hospital for an examination. Comrade, your hand is sprained. It's not serious. No need for a cast. But you must refrain from working for a week and allow for ample rest. Yang Shengli felt like throwing a knife at Shaju. Waiting a week would render everything cold. As dusk approached, Ma Dongmei began to feel anxious. Madam, the chores in your room are nearly finished. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. She had initially come to visit her daughter, but found herself disappointed. She had no idea where Qin Dong had taken Guagua, and he had yet to return. The deaf old lady, using her age and lack of help as an excuse, asked Ma Dongmei to help tidy up her room. Eager to see her daughter and inquire about Qin Dong, Ma Dongmei stayed. However, as the day wore on, there was still no sign of them. With recent unrest in the streets, Ma Dongmei decided it was best to take her leave. Dongmei, you truly are the kindest child. Without you, what would this old woman do? The deaf old lady lamented, reminiscing with Ma Dongmei, yet inwardly complaining about Shaju's absence. If he continued to dawdle, the old lady would be unable to keep him from finding a wife. Madam, don't say such things. The kind-hearted women in the courtyard are always ready to lend a hand whenever needed. As the day was drawing to a close, I decided it was time to take my leave. Despite the deaf old lady's insistence, Ma Dongmei was resolute in her departure. Behind her, the old lady wore a troubled expression, feeling let down by the foolish Zhu at such a critical moment. It was a shame that her efforts to keep someone for an entire day had gone to waste. This was an opportunity too good to miss. Leaning on her cane, the old lady also stepped out. Qin Dong took his daughter to the market to purchase a block of tofu before returning to the courtyard. As soon as he entered, Aunt San approached him with an air of mystery. Dongzi, why are you only just returning? I must tell you, your wife has been waiting for you in the backyard all day. Has Dongmei come back? Qin Dong replied, expressing his gratitude to Aunt San as he made his way to the back. He had initially intended to visit Ma Dongmei today, but the incident with Zhu had delayed his plans. Just as he was about to head to the backyard, Aunt San stopped him. There's no rush. She has already left. However, if you truly wish to thank me, why not give me that small fish? After all, there are only 2 of you at home, and you can't possibly eat 2 fish, can you? Truly, they were a clever family, and Aunt San was no exception. Aunt San, you can't forget about that fish. It was a gift from your husband, and I must say, he has impeccable character. What? Her family is old and gave Qin Dong 2 fish. What's going on? Aunt San was left perplexed. Qin Dong refrained from inquiring further about Ma Dongmei's departure, as the streets were not particularly safe. A woman like her wouldn't dare to wander about at night. Upon returning to the backyard, Aunt Zhang informed him about Ma Dongmei's visit. Dongzi, I sensed that Dongmei had something to discuss with you. I was busy when the deaf old lady sought her help, so Dongmei went to her room. The deaf old lady sought Ma Dongmei's assistance? Qin Dong replied, thank you for letting me know, Aunt. What do you thank me for? I feel quite embarrassed. Those tasks were ones Dongmei could have easily handled, yet you gave them to me. After exchanging polite words with Aunt Zhang, Qin Dong returned to his room. The weather was still pleasant, and it had yet to rain. Although the past few years had seen droughts, Qin Dong recalled that this year had ended that streak. Thus, he anticipated that rain would soon arrive. It would be ideal to complete the renovations of both rooms before the rain began. In the alley leading to Diamen, Ma Dongmei walked with a heavy heart. Her time at her parents' home had not been pleasant. Although her family treated her well, her sisters-in-law subtly made her feel unwelcome. Ma Dongmei bore no ill will towards them. After all, it is natural for a married woman to feel out of place when returning home. After much contemplation, she decided to volunteer in the countryside. Today, she returned to bid farewell to her daughter, only to find herself empty-handed. Lost in thought, Ma Dongmei was unaware that someone was stealthily approaching her from behind, raising a cane high above her head. Chapter 76. Witnessing Qin Dong's profits is even more distressing than spending Qin Huai Ru's money bam. Suddenly, someone struck Ma Dongmei forcefully on the back of her head. Who is it? Why are you hitting me? Ma Dongmei exclaimed, her anger peaked. It was broad daylight. How could anyone dare to rob her? Just as she was about to turn around, the deaf old woman, seeing her movement, hastily struck her with her cane several more times. Ma Dongmei's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Ah, aging truly impedes one's ability to act swiftly, the deaf old woman thought, relieved that she had finally rendered Ma Dongmei unconscious. After resting for a while, she dragged the unconscious figure deeper into the alley. Although there were few people around, there was still a risk of exposure. Once she brought her to a secluded corner, she stuffed her into a burlap sack. Only then did the old woman hurry back to the courtyard to await the arrival of the simpleton, Shaju. As one grows older, such tasks become increasingly burdensome. It will be best to let Shaju carry her back himself. Old Yin, you finally returned. Aunt San had been waiting at the front gate and was relieved to see Yin Bugui's figure. Today's catch was quite good. I even managed to snag 2 small fish, enough to make a delicious soup. Aunt San joyfully borrowed a bucket. Their family was adept at fishing, consistently bringing home a bountiful catch, selling the larger fish and keeping the smaller ones for nourishment. By the way, when Qin Dong returned earlier, he mentioned he had 2 fish from you. What is the story behind that? Aunt San inquired, her expression one of puzzlement, astonished that someone in their courtyard had received gifts from old Yin. It's true, Yin Bugui replied. I wagered with Qin Dong on fishing today and lost. A bet is a bet. Since Qin Dong won, those 2 fish belong to him. Surely not, Aunt San. You're the best fisherman in the courtyard. How could Qin Dong possibly surpass you? Su Mao happened to be passing by the entrance and chimed in. It's not that simple. Do you know how impressive Qin Dong was today? He crafted an automatic reel himself, casting his line right into the heart of Shikahai. He caught a 19-pound fish in one go. 19 pounds? Caught in Shikahai? That is hard to believe. Su Mao expressed his skepticism. Why would it be unbelievable? There were many witnesses. A 19-pound bighead carp was immediately exchanged for a generous price. Yin Bugui said, envy tightening in his chest. In these times, fish were not particularly valuable. He usually sold them for just over 30 cents a pound. However, the large fish Qin Dong caught fetched over 50 cents. One fish could earn him 20 yuan, far exceeding a month's wages for an apprentice. Although he had given Qin Dong the 2 fish due to losing the bet, he also harbored intentions of befriending him. If only he could persuade Qin Dong to procure a reel for him. With Yin Bugui's fishing skills, he could easily earn dozens of yuan daily. Is that really the case? Su Mao was astonished. Soon, this news spread throughout the courtyard. Meanwhile, Qin Dong, who was at home stewing fish, received a wave of astonishment and envy. All of this was anticipated by Qin Dong. The reason he refrained from voicing his thoughts was simply because he understood that word of mouth was the most potent means of communication, capable of amplifying the prevailing emotions to their zenith. Baba Guowa clutched a tin frog as she bolted into the house, directly nestling into Qin Dong's embrace. Gua, what troubles you? She inquired. Baba, is Mama moving back to live with us? Qin Dong was taken aback by her question. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, if Mama were to return home, would Guogua welcome her? Initially, Guogua shook her head, only to subsequently nod. This left Qin Dong utterly perplexed. What on earth did the little girl mean? Baba, they say that Mama considers Guogua a burden and no longer wants her. Since Mama does not want Guogua, she wishes to no longer have a Mama. However, Guogua also hopes that Mama will come back. If Mama returns, Guogua will once again be a child cherished by both Baba and Mama. The little girl's face was a canvas of conflict. After all, she was just a child. Even though the adults in the courtyard spoke ill of Ma Dongmei before her, Guogua still held her in her heart. She had, after all, been raised solely by Ma Dongmei. Guogua would always remain her parents' child, and she was no one's burden. You are your father's treasure. As long as you wish to see your Mama, your father will take you to her. Ma Dongmei was of a gentle disposition, unable to contend with the ruffians in the courtyard. Yet, she was Guogua's biological mother, a woman who had endured hardships alongside him. As long as their daughter was willing, Qin Dong was open to bringing her back. After all, Ma Dongmei had always excelled in her role as a homemaker. However, she was easily swayed due to her soft nature. Therefore, if he were to bring Ma Dongmei back, Qin Dong knew he must also reshape her character. Those wretched creatures. A single fish sells for 20 yuan, It is nothing short of exploitation. How could 2 large fish possibly be consumed? They haven't even thought to bring some to our home. Jia Zhangshi cursed vehemently in the direction of the Qin family. Seeing Qin Dong profit was more irksome to her than witnessing Qin Huairu squander her money. Qin Huairu, tomorrow you shall go fishing and return with 20 yuan. Qin Huairu was at a loss for words. If she had the ability, she would have gone long ago. It was absurd for Jia Zhangshi to say such things. Knowing Qin Huairu was unlikely to catch any fish, Jia Zhangshi unleashed another tirade of curses, even compelling Qin Huairu to procure meat under the pretext that the child needed it. Qin Huairu felt somewhat weary. Children always clamor for meat. What kind of family can indulge in meat every few days? Mother, please be patient. Isn't Shaju tasked with cooking today? According to tradition, he will surely return with a lunchbox. Shaju's lunchbox is meant for us, and it likely contains meat. Upon hearing Qin Huairu's words, Jia Zhangshi finally ceased her commotion, though she continued to curse Qin Dong for his selfishness. In the backyard, Lu Hai caught a whiff of the fragrant fish stew and could hardly contain himself. Child's mother, go fetch a fish for us to eat. A 6th-level fitter like Qin Dong can enjoy meat. It's unreasonable for a 7th-level blacksmith like me to go without. Aunt Air, clutching her money, hurriedly exited. At this moment, the market was devoid of fishmongers. However, in the vicinity of Shikahai, numerous individuals were selling their freshly caught fish. Before long, Aunt Air returned with a fish in hand. The enticing aroma of fish wafted through both the front and backyards, leaving Bang Gung utterly captivated, eagerly waiting at the gate for Shaju. His mother had made it clear that Shaju's lunchbox must contain meat, which he could devour entirely. The deaf old lady was also at the entrance. Upon seeing her, Bang Gung scurried away. He understood that she was not a benevolent figure. Whenever no one was around, she would cast a frightening glare his way. Bang Gung knew better than to provoke someone who could intimidate even his grandmother, so he kept his distance. The deaf old lady, however, was too preoccupied to pay him any mind, anxiously watching the mouth of the alley. Dongzi, are you home? Wang Xiaohua's voice echoed from outside. Wang Jia, do you need something? Qin Dong stepped out. I have a matter to discuss. Let us talk inside. Wang Xiaohua entered the house first. Noticing this, Qin Dong pondered briefly before slightly opening the door. He understood the implications of being seen in a compromising situation and knew he could not afford such a blunder. From outside, one could clearly observe the interior of the house. Chapter 77. The deaf old lady arranges a marriage for Shaju and his overpowered Dongzi. Today I went out to buy some things, and upon returning, I saw the deaf old lady knock Ma Dongmei unconscious and drag her into the alley, Wang Xiaohua whispered, sharing her shocking revelation with Qin Dong. Surely not. The deaf old lady is a venerable figure in this courtyard. Ma Dongmei and I are no longer married. She is no longer part of this household. Why would the deaf old lady assault her? Wang Xiaohua explained that she had accidentally witnessed the incident, though the nature of this accident was questionable. I find it puzzling as well. After all, when your ex-wife visited the courtyard earlier, she seemed to have a cordial relationship with the deaf old lady, even assisting her with household chores. How could she so suddenly be attacked and stuffed into a sack? Wang Xiaohua's visit was primarily to gauge Qin Dong's reaction, considering Ma Dongmei was once his wife and the mother of his daughter. Although it fell outside her protective purview, the potential implications for Qin Dong and his daughter compelled her to inform him. Oh, you must have misperceived the situation. It's possible, as it was my first time meeting your ex-wife. If that is the case, then I shall take my leave for now. After Wang Xiaohua departed, Qin Dong's expression darkened. He was convinced she could not have been mistaken. The deaf old lady had indeed taken action against Ma Dongmei. He had no intention of involving Wang Xiaohua in this matter. Just then, Aunt Zhang arrived to add firewood to the Kong, and Qin Dong asked her to keep an eye on the stove while he stepped out for a moment. At the courtyard entrance, the deaf old lady finally awaited Yi Zhonghai and Shaju. Oh, Zhuzi, why have you returned so late? The deaf old lady's voice startled Shaju. Old lady, what brings you here? Is something amiss? Yi Zhonghai inquired, hurrying to assess the situation. Dear, I must step out for a moment. Shaju, you must carry me out quickly. Before Yi Zhonghai, the deaf old lady would not disclose to Shaju what the matter was. She merely insisted that he accompany her to attend to some business. Why, in such a time, Could not this matter wait until tomorrow? Shaju was reluctant. Having already bundled things today, Director Yang was quite displeased with him, and he had no inclination to engage with the deaf old lady at that moment. No, this matter is of great importance. You must carry me there now. Upon observing this, Yi Zhonghai's eyes flickered. Shaju, since the old lady has matters to attend to, you should escort her. With no other option, Shaju hoisted the old lady onto his back. You only know how to bully me, he grumbled, even as he followed her directions. Yi Zhonghai returned to the courtyard, while Qin Dong watched Shaju carry the deaf old lady towards the alley mentioned by Wang Xiaohua. He promptly followed. The deaf old lady surely wouldn't dare approach directly. She would simply instruct Shaju to go ahead. Indeed, before long, she requested Shaju to set her down. Shaju, your wife is inside. You should fetch her yourself. What? Shaju was taken aback. Old lady, you cannot be serious. Serious? What jest would this be? Your wife is not from the local area. Their customs are peculiar. They will first wrap themselves in a sack, and if the man agrees, he carries both the person and the sack home, thus sealing the engagement. Shaju was dumbfounded. Such a strange custom. He had never even heard of it, let alone witnessed it. What are you dawdling for? I assure you, your wife is exceptionally beautiful. Upon hearing this, Shaju's spirits lifted. All right then, old lady, just wait and see. I shall go fetch her at once. If he discovered that she was not as lovely as claimed, he would simply send her away. With that, Shaju strode into the alley, while the deaf old lady waited outside with assurance. She had no intention of revealing Ma Dongmei's identity to Shaju. Once Shaju returned with her, she would seize the opportunity to arrange the marriage. Even if Ma Dongmei were reluctant to marry Shaju, it would be too late once they were trapped together in a room. As the deaf old lady plotted, she suddenly felt a tremendous force strike the back of her head. Someone had ambushed her. The thought flashed through her mind as she crumpled to the ground. This alley differed from Tongluo Drum Alley. The streetlights were out. Fortunately, though the darkness was thick, she could still discern the path. With excitement coursing through him, Shaju stumbled unevenly into the alley. Qin Dong quickened his pace, stealthily approaching and prodding Shaju on the back of the head. Shaju fell to the ground. Before long, Qin Dong found a sack bound with hemp rope. Opening it, he discovered Ma Dongmei still unconscious inside. He pinched her acupoint, rousing her from her stupor. Qin Dong, why are you here? Where am I? Ma Dongmei was still bewildered by her predicament. Dongmei, do you recall what transpired before you lost consciousness? Someone struck me, and before I could even see who it was, I lost consciousness after several blows. Ma Dongmei felt a lingering ache at the back of her head, her anger simmering. She had no idea who this rogue was, daring to assault her even before nightfall. She resolved to report the incident. Qin Dong, however, intercepted her. There's no need to rush. First, allow yourself to watch a performance, he suggested, encouraging Ma Dongmei to stretch her limbs. As she observed Qin Dong turn away, a hint of perplexity crossed her face. Yet, when she attempted to rise, she realized her legs felt weak from squatting too long. She promptly began to gently move her arms and legs. Before long, she witnessed Qin Dong returning, carrying someone. Indeed, he was lifting a person as if they were a mere sack of potatoes. Qin Dong, who is this? She inquired. A former acquaintance, he replied enigmatically, stuffing the deaf old woman into a burlap sack and securing it tightly. Once he finished, he led Ma Dongmei to the entrance of the alley across the street. Qin Dong, that was indeed a person you just carried, right? How did your strength suddenly increase so dramatically? My strength has always been considerable. I simply refrained from using it before, fearing it might frighten others. After I nearly lost my life at the hands of Jia Dongshu, I realized I should no longer conceal my capabilities. Having cared for him for several years, Ma Dongmei was well acquainted with Qin Dong, and his explanation did little to convince her. Qin Dong, I have heard some things about you. Thank you for being so kind to Guogua. Her voice quivered with emotion. She had anticipated that Qin Dong had become a level 6 mechanic and was now highly valued at the factory. Even Guogua had been enrolled in a childcare center. This arrangement was indeed beneficial. With Qin Dong earning money, Guogua's condition could be managed, and she would receive a commendable education, far superior to following her into the countryside. No need for thanks. Guogua is my daughter, and taking care of her is my duty. Qin Dong gazed at Ma Dongmei. Dongmei, there is something I wish to ask you. Yes, what is it? When I was wronged and demoted, why did you suddenly file for divorce and resolutely abandon Guoguo? Ma Dongmei lowered her gaze, taken aback by Qin Dong's inquiry. It was a topic she found difficult to broach. Qin Dong, that matter is in the past. Can we not bring it up again? Dongmei, I know you are a good person, but this is of great significance to me. Seeing Qin Dong's insistence, Ma Dongmei hesitated before speaking. To this day, I have not come to terms with what happened. Guoguo is my daughter. I never intended to leave you both. However, the old woman told me that we were not meant to be together. At first, I could hardly believe it, but that day, for reasons unknown, I found myself suddenly proposing divorce. The old woman even praised my decision, encouraging me to stay in her home. Unfortunately, my family opposed and brought me back. Ma Dongmei dared not meet Qin Dong's eyes, haunted by the reality that she had abandoned him and their daughter in his moment of need. In the present day, Ma Dongmei harbored no illusions that Qin Dong might forgive her. Her sole desire was to see her daughter. You have a good relationship with the deaf old lady. After returning to Dianmen, have you had any contact with her? Yes, Ma Dongmei nodded. Recently, the deaf old lady has visited my home several times, offering to introduce me to the most outstanding suitor in the courtyard. I have no intention of marrying into the courtyard again, so I declined. Today, I came to see Guoguo and spent quite some time chatting with her in her room. Dongmei, what kind of person do you perceive the deaf old lady to be? Qin Dong inquired, testing her perspective. She is a very warm-hearted and kind elderly woman, Ma Dongmei replied almost instinctively. Qin Dong was momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, his parents chose Ma Dongmei as a bride for him precisely because she was seen as a simple and virtuous woman. Yet now, Qin Dong realized that Ma Dongmei was entirely ill-suited for life in the courtyard. In blunt terms, she was nothing more than a naive and innocent girl. How could she withstand the predatory nature of the individuals in the courtyard? Do you know who the deaf old lady intends to introduce you to? Yes. She mentioned it was Shaju and said he is a cook, so I wouldn't go hungry, but I find him unappealing. Ma Dongmei candidly shared this information with Qin Dong. By the way, Qin Dong, may I see Guoguo? Tomorrow, I wish to spend the entire day with her, to take her out and have some fun. Realizing the importance of her visit, Ma Dongmei quickly urged Qin Dong to let her take Guoguo for a day. Of course, Guoguo is my daughter, and she's also your daughter. As long as you wish, you can come back to see her anytime. That's wonderful. Qin Dong, thank you. Ma Dongmei was somewhat overwhelmed with emotion. You don't know, after tomorrow, I will be sent to the countryside to support construction efforts. Once I leave, I don't know when I will return, which is why I wanted to see my daughter before I go. The fact that Ma Dongmei was heading to the countryside caught Qin Dong off guard. Currently, going to the countryside was voluntary, and few were willing to venture there. Although opportunities in the city were scarce, with effort, one could always find work to sustain oneself. However, in the countryside, one could only rely on their own hands to create a livelihood. Compounding the difficulty, recent years had witnessed disasters, and it was rumored that many in those remote areas had perished from starvation. Ma Dongmei, who held an urban household registration, was now preparing to venture to the countryside. Dongmei, the circumstances in the countryside are not as favorable as you might believe. Are you truly prepared for this? I understand, but I believe that with my diligent hands, I will surely be able to lead a good life. Ma Dongmei's face radiated with hope, embodying the aspirations and longings for a better future that many of her contemporaries shared. Very well, since you have made your decision, allow me to gift you something. Qin Dong's gaze remained fixed on the opposite side, where he spotted Shaju hurriedly carrying a sack as he exited, prompting Ma Dongmei to follow suit. Qin Dong, this isn't appropriate. We are divorced after all. Moreover, I have received assistance from the street office for my move to the countryside, so I do not require you to buy me anything. Ma Dongmei declined. This gift is one you cannot refuse. Come with me. Although Ma Dongmei was reluctant, she had grown accustomed to following Qin Dong's instructions over the years, silently trailing him towards the courtyard. Ah, that figure over there resembles Shaju. Why is he carrying a sack at this late hour? That sack seems peculiar, almost as though it conceals a person. This Shaju, has he stirred up trouble again? No. Dongmei, wait here while I summon help. Please return quickly. It's quite late. A sense of unease settled in Ma Dongmei's heart. if she returned home late. She wondered if her sister-in-law would be angry. Fear not, I shall be swift. Having overheard Shaju's conversation with the deaf old lady, Qin Dong was aware they would return to the courtyard, so he promptly headed to the police station. What? Someone is causing a disturbance? This is a serious offense. Upon hearing this, the officers quickly mobilized. Qin Dong urged the police to keep the matter confidential, stating it was their discovery of Shaju's peculiar behavior and had no relation to anyone else. Seeing that Qin Dong intended to bestow all the credit upon them, the police were delighted and readily obliged. Soon, several officers made their way towards Drum Alley. Upon returning to the grand crimson gates, Ma Dongmei was anxiously pacing by the wall. Why had Qin Dong taken so long to bring someone back? She was increasingly worried. Having followed Shaju all the way, she was now certain he was indeed carrying a person. However, as she no longer resided in the courtyard, entering now felt inappropriate. Just as she hesitated, Qin Dong arrived with several officers. Dongmei, where is Shaju? He has returned. Ma Dongmei looked in astonishment at the police behind Qin Dong. Hadn't he mentioned calling for assistance? Why had it turned into the police? Well, let us go then. With the police leading the way, Qin Dong followed closely behind, pulling Ma Dongmei along with him. Such a large group could hardly escape the watchful eyes of Yin Bugui, the gatekeeper of the courtyard. Dongzi, what is going on? Why are you with the police? I just returned from the restroom and encountered the police at the entrance. They were looking for Shaju, so I guided them in. The police are searching for Shaju? Surely, he hasn't committed an offense? Yin Bugui's expression changed drastically. It must be noted that Shaju belonged to their courtyard. If he had indeed committed a crime, the entire courtyard would suffer repercussions. Yin Bugui hurried to find Yi Zhonghai. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai quickly set down his chopsticks and emerged. At this moment, the police had already surrounded Shaju's residence. Comrades of the police, Yi Zhonghai stepped forward. I am Yi Zhonghai, the steward of this courtyard. What seems to be the matter? You are the steward of this courtyard? How do you fulfill your duties? Someone in your vicinity has been causing a disturbance, and you're unaware? The police, with stern expressions, ordered Yi Zhonghai to step aside. Yi Zhonghai stood frozen in place. What do you mean, causing a disturbance? Who has the audacity to act so recklessly? Yi Zhonghai's gaze shifted towards the He family. Could it be that Shaju, in his impatience, had directly involved Qin Huairu? Chapter 79. The foolish Zhao Zhu is detained. And Su Damao can no longer contain himself. If this were truly the case, it would be regrettable. After all, according to his plans, Zhao Zhu was meant to be with Qin Huairu. However, it could not occur so swiftly. They must first endure considerable hardship. Only then would they come to appreciate the benevolence of the one who united them, the esteemed Yi Dezong. In doing so, they would be well positioned to care for her in her later years. Yet, if the person discovered in Zhao Zhu's room was indeed Qin Huairu, he would have no choice but to allow their union. Yi Zhonghai pondered this in silence when, unexpectedly, the curtains of the Jia family were drawn aside. Jia Zhongshi and Qin Huairu emerged to witness the commotion. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. With Qin Huairu present, whom had Zhao Zhu been misbehaving with? Comrades from the Public Security Bureau, is there some misunderstanding? He implored. You see, Zhao Zhu has grown up in this courtyard. He is quite timid and would never dare to commit such a grave offense. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly interceded on Zhao Zhu's behalf. The truth of the misunderstanding would soon be revealed. The officers approached the door to knock. Inside, Zhao Zhu was anxiously pacing. He had heard the voices outside and found the accusations of misconduct utterly ludicrous. However, he dared not step outside, for there lay a beautiful young woman in his bed. Open the door, the officers called. If you do not comply, we shall force entry. Forcing the door was no trivial matter, and Zhao Zhu, reluctant to spend money on repairs, quickly opened it. What is all this ruckus? At this hour, can't anyone get some sleep? Zhao Zhu exclaimed, his demeanor defiant, believing his bluster would suffice to dismiss the situation. Yet, the officers were not so easily deceived. Find He Yuzhu, commanded one officer. Two officers moved to restrain Zhao Zhu, leaving him bewildered. Wait, comrades, why are you arresting me for no reason? You, Zhao Zhu, have audaciously rendered someone unconscious and engaged in indecent behavior. The nature of this incident is extremely severe, one officer retorted. Upon entering the room and discovering the figure on Zhao Zhu's bed, the officers were incensed, launching into a tirade against him and preparing to place him in handcuffs. No, comrades, you have misunderstood. I, Zhao Zhu, come from a lineage of impoverished farmers. How could I possibly engage in such disgraceful acts? He protested, seeking to justify himself and implore the officers for release. You are still attempting to argue? We have located the victim. Such vile habits cannot be tolerated, the officer replied, visibly enraged. Meanwhile, neighbors in the courtyard craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. Comrades, surely there has been a mistake. My brother would never stoop to such behavior. He Yushui defended Zhao Zhu fervently. Zhao Zhu, after all, was her source of financial support. If he were to face trouble, what would become of her studies? How would she manage her daily sustenance? All of this depended on Zhao Zhu, prompting He Yushui to be the first to plead for his defense. My sister is truly kind-hearted, Zhao Zhu thought, feeling a flicker of gratitude in his heart. In a simultaneous decision, considering He Yushui's audacity to plead for her at this moment, he resolved to grant Yushui an additional $1 each month. Indeed, comrades of the police, I assure you I did not commit such an act. Yet, he continued to feign innocence. The burlap sack on your bed has already confirmed the truth, the officer retorted, visibly irked. Ah, is that all? Comrades, you have misunderstood. The young woman in the room is my prospective partner. As for why I used a burlap sack, it was merely at her request. I agreed to be with her, and thus I was to carry the sack back. If I found her unsuitable, I would open the sack and release her. Despite Shaju's earnest explanations, none were convinced. Whom are you deceiving, He Shaju? Such peculiarities do not exist in this world. Clearly, you are attempting to act inappropriately. Inside the room, the police were untying the burlap sack, while outside, the officers were incensed by Shaju's shameless words and retorted sharply. No, comrades, I am not deceiving anyone. I have witnesses. This matter was brought to my attention by the deaf old woman from our courtyard, who also arranged this match for me. Shaju spoke with conviction. Yet, Yi Zhonghai felt a pang of concern. He was aware, albeit slightly, of the old woman's involvement in arranging Shaju's match, but it seemed she had not fared well in her endeavors. How did a burlap sack suddenly come into play? Observing Shaju's earnest demeanor, the police officer turned to Yi Zhonghai. You are the esteemed elder of this courtyard, correct? Who is the deaf old woman? Summon her forth. We need to verify her account. No need to do that. I just came from the backyard, and the old woman's door was wide open. She is not home. Su Damao interjected, successfully dissuading Yi Zhonghai from fetching the old woman. The old woman is not at home? That cannot be. Shaju exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Su Damao, cease your nonsense and quickly bring the old woman to testify on my behalf. The old woman had instructed him to carry the sack, but by the time he returned, she had already departed. This elderly woman was a recipient of social assistance, without kin or children. Where else could she go but back to the courtyard? Shaju, you are attempting to act inappropriately while dragging the old woman down with you. That is truly despicable. Su Damao, who had never been fond of Shaju, found delight in the police's arrival to apprehend him and seized the opportunity to gloat. Su Damao, you insolent wretch, do you seek a beating? Shaju, unwilling to tolerate Su Damao's taunts, lashed out vehemently. He then urged Yi Zhonghai to venture to the backyard. To prevent Yi Zhonghai from communicating with anyone, a police officer accompanied him. Su Damao, you wretch who dares to conspire against me. Just wait and see how I will deal with you, Shaju declared with a fierce countenance. Su Damao instinctively drew closer to Qin Dong. Dongzi, this Shaju is no good. You must assist me. I shall treat you to a fine drink. The tale of Shaju's altercation with Qin Dong had spread widely, even reaching Su Damao, who had yet to return from a rural film projection. His petty actions have certainly infuriated Shaju. Grandson, if you have the audacity, challenge your grandfather directly. If you dare, pit me against Qin Dong. Su Damao, unwilling to concede defeat, engaged in a verbal duel with Shaju. Shaju, fuming with rage, could only glare, as he was restrained by the police and unable to inflict any real harm upon Su Damao. In contrast, Su Damao spat several times at Shaju, which only fueled Shaju's resentment toward Qin Dong. They were supposed to be brothers. Yet Qin Dong tacitly supported Su Mao, which felt like a betrayal to him. Before long, Yi Zhonghai and the police returned. The backyard was empty. Truly empty? Sha Zhu was taken aback. Where could that deaf old lady have wandered off to? He hadn't encountered her on his way back. At that moment, the police emerged from the house, carrying the unconscious deaf old lady, having rescued her from the sack. Chapter 80. The deaf old lady's false testimony exposed. Captain. We have successfully rescued the victim, but she remains unconscious. Upon seeing this, the captain immediately turned his gaze toward Sha Zhu. Is this young man not quite right in the head? How could he be attracted to someone so old? Is she the only one? Captain, she is the only one. The police officer holding the sack and rope finally stepped out, indicating that the house was now devoid of occupants. In such a vast world, one can encounter all sorts of characters. The captain, left speechless, instructed the team to begin clearing the area. These items were all evidence of a crime and were to be collected. How could it be the deaf old lady? As the people in the courtyard recognized the individual being carried out, their eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Shui's grandfather covered his mouth, astonished and at a loss for words. Just moments ago, Sha Zhu had claimed to have brought back a potential partner, only for it to turn out to be the deaf old lady. No wonder he, at his age, had yet to find a wife. It seemed he preferred the elderly. A group of older women regarded Sha Zhu with newfound suspicion. Su Mao burst into laughter. He had thought that this fool had finally gained some insight, only to discover that after all the commotion, they had ended up with a deaf old lady. Sha Zhu, who would have imagined you had such tastes? Were you thinking even going after someone like her? Regardless, Su Mao would rather remain single than be with a woman like the deaf old lady. You're talking nonsense. Sha Zhu retorted angrily. To me, the old lady is like a grandmother. I regard her as my own. How could I possibly commit such a disgraceful act? But how could the promised beautiful bride suddenly turn out to be her? Sha Zhu was bewildered. Su Mao continued to relentlessly mock his rival. Have you ever seen a grown grandson sharing a bed with his own grandmother? This is the end for you. Sha Zhu, the deaf old lady is a war widow. To treat her this way, next year on this day will be your Memorial Day. Shu Mao, tone it down, Yi Zhonghai scolded him. Although you have never seen eye to eye with Sha Zhu since childhood, you cannot unjustly accuse him. Upon hearing that the deaf old lady is a war widow, the police's demeanor changed instantly. If this scandalous incident involves a widow of a martyr, the case will need to be addressed by the relevant authorities. Uncle E, be cautious with your words. Whether this constitutes defamation remains uncertain. Su Fuqiang, witnessing Yi Zhonghai threaten his son, naturally rallied behind Su Mao. In an instant, various parties began to quarrel. Enough, the leading officer bellowed. We will uncover the truth of this matter. Take them away. The deaf old lady, unconscious, requires hospitalization for treatment, while Sha Zhu must be taken back to the Diamond police station for investigation. Realizing he was to be taken away, Sha Zhu panicked. Old lady, please wake up. Save me. They are going to arrest me. Sha Zhu was genuinely anxious, repeatedly calling out to the deaf old lady. He truly harbored no ill thoughts towards her. After all, he had always been fond of beautiful women. If the person in the sack were someone like Qin Huairu, he would accept it. But the deaf old lady? That was inconceivable. If this matter weren't clarified, and word got out, Sha Zhu would find it exceedingly difficult to marry in the future. Not to mention Su Mao's ill-fated remarks had already exposed the old lady's identity. Sha Zhu's heart raced with fear. If this escalated, he might find himself in dire straits. Thus, he fervently called out to the deaf old lady, hoping she would clear his name. In reality, the deaf old lady had already regained consciousness. However, upon understanding her predicament, she feigned unconsciousness. The clever woman realized she had been set up. She was puzzled as to who had managed to rescue Ma Dongmei and stuff her into the sack. What should have been a delightful engagement had turned into a farce. The rage of the deaf old lady was palpable. If she could unearth the culprit behind this mischief, she would not let him escape unscathed. Such profound animosity. Qin Dong glanced at the still unconscious deaf old lady. This old hag, surely, must have awakened by now. She was merely attempting to feign unconsciousness to evade the situation. But he would not grant her that opportunity. He casually picked up a small stone, flicked it with his finger, and it swiftly flew towards the deaf old lady. Ouch! The deaf old lady's joint was struck, and she involuntarily cried out. Old lady, Shaju's face brimmed with surprise. You're awake. Quickly tell everyone that nothing is wrong between us. Shaju eagerly urged the deaf old lady to vouch for him. The old lady first feigned confusion, glancing around before speaking. What is happening? How did I end up here? Old lady, we just found you in the sack. You were knocked unconscious, stuffed into a sack, and taken to someone else's bed. Do you recall anything about this? Given that the deaf old lady was both a victim and a war widow, the police treated her with utmost respect. Knocked unconscious? That's impossible. I am engaged in a game with my eldest grandson. What brings you all here? The elderly woman, hard of hearing, inquired with indignation. Zhonghai, how can you allow such a crowd to watch? The police officer replied that they had received reports of Zhuzi engaging in inappropriate behavior, which left Zhonghai visibly troubled, yet secretly pleased. Ah, you cunning old woman, your scheme has backfired. I wonder who she has in mind for Zhuzi. After this lesson, she would likely refrain from seeking another bride for him. Then, I could assist in uniting Zhuzi with Qin Huairu. Alas, if only Qin Dong and Qin Huairu were on better terms. Arranging a match between them would serve my interests even more. Nonsense. This is slander. Officers, I am of advanced age. You cannot allow others to tarnish my reputation. The elderly woman lamented, beating her chest in distress. Officer, have you and your grandson been playing games indoors all this time? Yes, the old woman replied. Being unable to sleep at her age, Zhuzi has kept her company. You see, my sons and grandsons are no longer with me. Seeing Zhuzi is akin to seeing my grandson. The elderly woman was fabricating her story, yet she was unaware that the captain had already initiated an investigation. Shortly thereafter, the police returned with updates. Upon learning that Zhuzi had returned carrying a sack, the captain's expression darkened. Madam, as a widow of a martyr, we cannot take action against you. However, this matter will be referred to the Martyrs Committee. Forging documents as a widow carries significant repercussions. The implications are beyond their comprehension. Chapter 81. Toppling the archenemy, Su Damao is pursued. The elderly woman's demeanor shifted dramatically. Officers, the Martyrs Committee is exceedingly busy. This is merely a misunderstanding that need not trouble them. The elderly woman, ever perceptive, grasped the captain's sleeve. Madam, rest assured, the Martyrs Committee will handle everything appropriately. The officers, having lost their reverence for the elderly woman, patiently explained the situation. I will not go. I am perfectly fine with my grandson. Someone has slandered me. Why do you not apprehend the accuser instead of targeting me? The elderly woman began to cause a scene, leaving the officers feeling quite unnerved. Ma Dongmei's face reflected shook, her body trembling. Dongmei, Guogua is waiting for you at home. You should go see her first, Qin Dong suggested, guiding Ma Dongmei to the backyard. Upon finding her daughter squatting on the ground, playing, Ma Dongmei felt a surge of emotion. Guogua, upon hearing her name called, looked up to see Ma Dongmei and Qin Dong. Daddy, Mommy, are you here to see me? Guogua asked, seeking affirmation from Qin Dong. Upon receiving a nod, she called out, Mommy. Ah, my sweet daughter, Ma Dongmei exclaimed as she embraced Guogua, bursting into tears. On Guogua's small face was a myriad of conflicted emotions. Guogua, please take good care of your mother for Dad. I need to step out for a moment. Qin Dong left space for the mother and daughter, returning to the courtyard to observe the unfolding scene. The deaf old lady was persistently obstructing, preventing the police from informing the committee regarding the incident. Perhaps this old hag was frightened. After all, it was quite remarkable that she could privately have Shaju refer to her as Madam. It would indeed be astonishing if her true identity were to be exposed. Qin Dong remained silent and approached Su Damao. Su Damao was a true schemer, the most adept at stirring trouble in the courtyard. Any offense was likely to involve him. Was the deaf old lady out of her mind? A war veteran-esque family member, like her refusing to inform the committee, would lead one to think her status was fraudulent. Although Qin Dong's musings were quiet, Su Damao heard him distinctly. Is the old lady a fake veteran-esque family member? Su Damao was suddenly electrified with excitement. He and Shaju had never gotten along, seizing every opportunity to undermine each other. Now, with the deaf old lady using her status to suppress this misunderstanding with the police. How could Su Damao accept Shaju's enscathed situation? Hearing Qin Dong's words, Su Damao began to scheme. Old lady, it seems you are becoming increasingly muddled. How can a veteran S family member, who has suffered injustice, not report to the committee? How can the police handle this matter? You claim Shaju is merely a misunderstanding. But doesn't that require the committee's investigation? By acting this way, those who know you might think you wish to avoid trouble, while those who don't might suspect your status as a veteran S family member is dubious. Su Damao's remarks garnered two chilling glares, one from the deaf old lady and the other from Yi Zhonghai. The leading policeman, upon hearing Su Damao, became more vigilant. Old lady, could you please present some proof of your status as a veteran S family member? The deaf old lady wished she could strike Su Damao down. Yet, at that moment, she had no time to deal with him. Oh, as an old woman, how can I remember such things? I've long forgotten where I put them. As one ages, memory fails, and many matters become elusive. The deaf old lady feigned confusion. However, the police were not deceived. Seeing her refusal to present proof, they immediately grew suspicious. In that case, we must trouble you. We will take Comrade He Yuju with us for now. After our investigation is complete, he will be released if all is well. No, you cannot take me away, the old lady exclaimed. Please help me plead with them. Shaju was taken aback. Why do they want to take me away? But the deaf old lady had no viable solution and could only watch helplessly as Shaju was led away. Su Damao was delighted. After years of rivalry with Shaju, today he felt he had the upper hand. Tomorrow, he would visit the police station to express concern for his good neighbor. He chuckled to himself, reveling in the moment. Just then, the deaf old lady hastily approached, her cane raised high. Su Damao, this is all you're doing. With a resounding thud, Su Damao felt a solid blow strike his back, causing him to leap aside in pain. What are you doing, old lady? He exclaimed. What do you want from me? The deaf old woman, grinding her teeth, retorted, Today, I shall put an end to you, this calamity. Indeed, she was the matriarch of the courtyard, yet her esteemed position was predicated upon her status as a war widow. This identity commanded respect from the residents, who were willing to honor her. Without it, she would merely be an ordinary old woman, and those who had suffered greatly might even consider ending her life. What is the meaning of this, old lady? Others chimed in. Let us talk this over calmly. Su Damao's parents hurried to intervene, attempting to restrain the furious old woman. However, she continued to curse and pursue him relentlessly. Yi Zhonghai stood nearby, sternly reprimanding Su Damao for his disruptive behavior, labeling him a troublemaker intent on disturbing the peace of the courtyard. Just as the situation seemed poised for resolution, his interference not only led to Shaju's removal, but also threatened the reputation of their community. Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's explanation, Su Damao began to comprehend the reason behind his assault. Old lady, although Damao may have acted impulsively, his words do carry weight. Matters involving war widows should be directed to the War Widow Committee. Rather than reproaching Damao here, it would be more prudent to consider how to address the situation. Su Fuguei, no stranger to conflict himself, uttered this remark before retreating to his home with his wife and son. The deaf old woman, assisted by Aunt Yi and Yi Zhonghai, returned to the backyard. What shall we do? Will this attract the attention of the War Widow Committee? Yi Zhonghai inquired softly as he closed the door behind them. It is a possibility. I must be cautious, the old woman replied, visibly enraged as she struck the table with force. It's all Qin Dong's fault. Yi Zhonghai's heart skipped a beat. Old lady, how is this situation related to Qin Dong? You schemed against others and ended up ensnared yourself, and now you wish to involve Qin Dong? This is no way to conduct oneself. It is indeed him. I just saw him standing with Dong Mei, the old woman declared indignantly, revealing her plot to incapacitate Ma Dongmei and confine her in a sack. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. He was aware that the old woman had sought a spouse for Shaju. Yet he could not fathom that she would choose someone who had once been married to Qin Dong. Although Ma Dongmei and Qin Dong were now divorced, they had shared a life together. What was the old woman truly thinking? Chapter 82. Shaju confesses. The deaf old woman feigns illness to evade responsibility. Name. He Yuju age. 25 inside the Diamond police station. Shaju was undergoing interrogation. Officer, I assure you, I had nothing to do with this. Today, I accompanied Uncle E to cook for someone. On our return, the deaf old lady stopped me, claiming she needed my help and asked me to carry her. Xia Zhu was no fool. Once inside the police station, he promptly revealed the old woman's involvement. He merely acted upon the instructions of the deaf old lady. Everything else was of no concern to him. Furthermore, the deaf old lady was a widow of a martyr, and the police station had no authority to deal with her. Upon hearing about her behavior, the investigators felt it was inappropriate for someone of her status to engage in such disgraceful actions. However, they indeed lacked the jurisdiction to intervene with the deaf old lady. They promptly reported the matter to the Martyrs Committee. Upon learning of the involvement of a martyr's widow in the kidnapping incident, the committee wasted no time and immediately sent personnel to verify the situation with the deaf old lady. At that moment, she was preparing to leave her home when she heard the commotion in the courtyard indicating that the committee members had arrived. Peering through the window, she saw individuals wearing armbands entering the backyard, which frightened her so much that she retreated to her bed. "Zhonghai, you go. Just say, I am unwell from the shock and cannot receive guests." The deaf old lady resolved to feign illness. Zhonghai felt exasperated by the trouble the old lady had caused. "Grandma, is that really a viable plan? What if they come in to check?" He did not wish to lose this opportunity. In his view, having reached this point, the deaf old lady could not evade the situation. The Martyrs Committee had come to her doorstep. It would be wiser for her to directly acknowledge her mistake, claiming she had become confused with age and had unintentionally caused trouble. This would allow the matter to pass. He reasoned that avoiding the issue would serve no purpose. However, the deaf old lady was unwilling to budge, lying on her bed and grumbling without rising. With no other recourse, Zhonghai opened the door. "Greetings, comrades. I am Zhonghai, the caretaker of this courtyard. You are here to see the deaf old lady, I presume?" Unfortunately, she has just been startled and is currently unwell, making it inconvenient for her to receive visitors. Zhonghai engaged in pleasantries with the committee officers. The two officers exchanged glances. "Comrade Zhonghai, we are here on behalf of the Martyrs Committee, and since the deaf old lady is unwell, we must enter to pay our respects." Seeing the determination of the two officers, Zhonghai could not deter them and had no choice but to lead them inside. Meanwhile, a large crowd had gathered outside, eager to witness the unfolding events. It was known that the deaf old lady was a venerable figure in their community. If she were indeed ill, they felt it was their duty to pay her a visit. Of course, it was uncertain how many were there merely to take advantage of the situation, hoping to gain some benefit. Qin Dong did not partake in this spectacle as he was at home enjoying a meal. "Qin Dong, I had no idea your culinary skills were so exceptional." Out of consideration for Guogua, Qin Dong invited Ma Dongmei to stay for dinner. As they dined, Ma Dongmei was utterly astonished. Having always been the cook, she never anticipated that Qin Dong's culinary prowess surpassed her own. A ladle of braised fish sauce poured over rice was so delectable that she nearly wished to bite her own tongue in delight. "It's all right, I can't cook much. I just threw something together," Qin Dong modestly replied, fully aware that the fish's exquisite taste was not due to his skill. The fish he had braised today was not from the two he had received from Yanbu Gui upon his return. He had discreetly swapped them for fish from his own golden fishing grounds. The quality of the ingredients, complemented by the seasoning packets, naturally results in an exquisite flavor. The dishes prepared by the Qin family are simply divine. Onlookers outside cannot help but salivate. Initially, the crowd gathered to witness the commotion caused by the deaf old lady. But gradually, they found themselves congregating beneath the windows of the Qin residence. Meanwhile, the personnel from the Revolutionary Committee were assessing the situation of the deaf old lady. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, they couldn't help but feel perplexed. The residents of this courtyard are truly peculiar. Despite indulging in delectable food, they refrain from sharing with the families of the martyrs. One must ponder how much a solitary elderly woman could consume. "Old lady, we are from the Revolutionary Committee. Given your poor health, it is imperative that you visit the hospital," they urged. "I will not go to the hospital. That is a place for those on the brink of death," she retorted defiantly. With no other option, the committee members asked the deaf old lady to present her proof of martyr status. "What? You expect me to treat you to meat? This old woman is going to bed. I won't be eating any meat. Now be on your way." The deaf old lady feigned ignorance. The committee members, at their wits' end, posed a few more questions regarding the foolish Zhu's confessions, but the old lady's responses were nonsensical. Ultimately, they had no choice but to concede defeat. Comrade Yizongkai. The situation regarding this martyr's family is somewhat unusual. Upon our return, we will review the documentation for further investigation. We kindly ask that you take good care of the elderly lady. We will return. Yizonghai readily agreed. As soon as the committee members departed, the deaf old lady sat up from her bed. "What are you doing, old lady?" Upon seeing her donning her clothes, Aunt E hurried to assist her. "Really? This is nothing. Just explain it well to the folks from the Revolutionary Committee," Annie suggested. "What do you know?" The deaf old lady scolded Annie and, leaning on her cane, marched outside. Aunt E, feeling aggrieved yet concerned for the old lady's health, trailed behind. To everyone's surprise, the deaf old lady did not head to the restroom, but rather went directly next door. "Old lady, are you feeling well? I heard you were ill. That foolish Zhu ought not to have upset you." The neighbors greeted her warmly. Su Mao, in a sarcastic tone, mocked Zhu. "You brat, get lost." The deaf old lady raised her cane to strike. Su Mao, sensing danger, quickly retreated. The old lady's cane missed its target, and she glared at Su Mao, vowing to settle the score later. "Mao, why did you provoke her?" Su's mother rushed to her son's side, worried he might suffer repercussions. "Mom, I didn't expect her to resort to violence over a mere word." Su Mao protested, looking equally aggrieved. Has this deaf old lady lost her senses? Can she really become violent over a single remark? Su's mother chided her son, advising him to refrain from speaking carelessly. However, Su Fugue observed the unfolding events thoughtfully, showing no intention of intervening. Meanwhile, the deaf old lady paid no heed to Su Mao and his mother, having now turned her focus on the Qin residents. "Qin Dong, come out. Are you too guilty to show your face?" she shouted. "If you do not emerge, I shall shatter your windows today." The deaf old lady railed against Qin Dong, her cane raised defiantly. Aunt E grew anxious. It was clear the deaf old lady had resolved to confront Qin Dong. Yet, Lao E had already instructed her that their family must reconcile with Qin Dong. She should lend more support to Qin Dong. At this moment, the deaf old lady took the initiative to create trouble for Qin Dong. What should she do? Unfortunately, the deaf old lady would not heed her words. She could only keep glancing towards the door. "Oh, Lao E, please return swiftly." Chapter 83. Ma Dongmei's identification, the deaf old lady's misfortune inside the room. Upon hearing the deaf old lady's shouts, Ma Dongmei instinctively stood up. What could that old woman possibly want at such a late hour? "You all continue eating. I will go and check." Allowing Guohua to dine with Ma Dongmei, Qin Dong rose and opened the door. "What madness are you displaying at my doorstep in the dead of night, you old hag?" Qin Dong did not offer the deaf old lady a pleasant demeanor. This old woman was one to bully the weak and fear the strong. The more timid one was, the more she would take advantage. "Qin Dong, you have finally deigned to appear." The deaf old lady brandished her cane, her form appearing somewhat unsteady. "You scoundrel, we all reside in the same compound. Why have you reported Shaju? Your actions have brought disaster upon our entire courtyard." The onlookers in the courtyard were taken aback by the deaf old lady's words. "Old lady, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that Qin Dong is the one who reported Shaju? That cannot be true." They all found it hard to believe. Who else could it possibly be? The deaf old lady's mind was as clear as a bell. How could our compound have produced such a calamity as you? Hurry to the police station and retrieve Shaju for me, or I will shatter your windows today and leave you homeless. Initially skeptical, the crowd began to waver upon witnessing the deaf old lady's fervor. Could it be that Qin Dong truly reported Shaju? Have you lost your senses, old woman? If you claim that I reported Shaju, then present your evidence. At this juncture, reports were anonymous, aside from the police station, who would know the identity of the informant. The deaf old lady understood that Qin Dong's arrogance stemmed from her inability to produce evidence. Enraged, she raised her cane and struck at the windows of the Qin household. "It is you. Fearing that Shaju would marry Dongmei and bring you shame, you have conspired against him. You heartless wretch, how could I, an old lady, have wronged you to warrant such malice?" The deaf old lady wept bitterly. The crowd stood with mouths agape. Shaju and Ma Dongmei? What was the nature of this situation? "Old lady, you have gone too far." Though Ma Dongmei had not originally intended to step out, She could no longer restrain herself upon hearing the deaf old lady slander her in front of the courtyard. She indeed had plans to go to the countryside, but she could not allow her reputation to be tarnished. I, Ma Dongmei, have treated you well during my time in the compound. Seeing you, a lonely elder, I often lent you assistance. But on what grounds do you tarnish my name? How did I, Ma Dongmei, become entangled with Shaju? Fuming, Ma Dongmei stood at the door, accusing the deaf old lady. Though I am divorced, I am still a woman of strength. You came to the compound to advocate for Shaju's proposal, which I firmly rejected. I thought you had given up, yet you secretly conspired against me, even having someone attempt to kidnap me in a sack. Thankfully, I was fortunate enough to be rescued. Otherwise, would I be doomed today by you and the foolish Shu? Ma Dongmei wept as she recounted her grievances, and the people in the courtyard instantly grasped the situation. The old lady had gone too far. How could she impose a marriage upon anyone? Indeed, this is a new society where arranged marriages are not permissible. Moreover, Ma Dongmei, in her compassion, had cared for her, yet she was still being forced into marriage. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. The deaf old lady had crossed the line, targeting a young girl for the sake of the foolish Jew. In an instant, the crowd began to voice their condemnation of the deaf old lady. You speak nonsense. The deaf old lady would never admit to such actions. After all, she had conducted her schemes in secrecy, leaving Ma Dongmei unable to provide evidence. As long as she adamantly denied it, no one could hold her accountable. I, an old woman nearing the grave, how could I harm you? Dongmei, you foolish child. Do not be swayed by that young man from the Qin family. He is not human. He is deliberately sowing discord between us. The deaf old lady immediately turned the tables on Qin Dong. Her words were fierce enough that, had Ma Dongmei not witnessed everything with her own eyes, she might have been deceived. However, Ma Dongmei had already seen through the deaf old lady's true character. Old lady, Qin Dong has never spoken a word against you. It is you, relying on your status as an elder, who has constantly belittled him in my presence. Our divorce is significantly influenced by your actions. A hush fell over the crowd, astonished. No way. The deaf old lady has interfered in someone else's marriage? This is truly unexpected. She is not the person we thought she was. Speculations abounded as to the old lady's motives for such behavior. Wintermay, it seems you have lost your mind. I had trusted you so much, only to find you lying before everyone for the sake of man. The deaf old lady refused to accept Ma Dongmei's accusations, instead placing the blame squarely on her. Ma Dongmei was left at a loss for words. Old lady, lying invites retribution. Do you not fear divine punishment for turning black into white? Divine punishment? The deaf old lady thought to herself that if such a thing existed, she would have perished 800 times over. You are the one deserving of punishment. What a good child Wintermay is, yet you force her into such immoral acts. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and she raised her cane in fury. I will not allow this calamity to go unchallenged. I will not permit you to sow discord between Wintermay and me. Today, I will destroy your house to teach you a lesson. At this moment, the crowd could not discern who was right or wrong. As they saw the deaf old lady preparing to smash the house, they urged Qin Dong to apologize. Dongzi, quickly, do not provoke the old lady further. Apologize to her at once. Yes, she is of such an advanced age. If you anger her to the point of illness, you will face grave consequences. After all, the deaf old lady had no children or family. If Qin Dong caused her distress, she might very well impose upon his household for sustenance. Apologize? I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? An apology is out of the question. With a sudden wave of his hand, Qin Dong unleashed a force that struck the tiles atop the deaf old lady's head. The tiles cascaded down in a clatter. Oh no, the tiles have fallen. The old lady must disperse quickly. Some keen-eyed individuals noticed the unfolding events and hurriedly alerted the deaf old lady. However, she was preoccupied with smashing the windows of Qin Dong's home. Upon hearing the warning, she instinctively looked up, her expression shifting dramatically at the sight of the descending tiles. Alas, given her age, even if she wished to evade the impending danger, she was unable to do so in time. The tiles struck her face, eliciting a piercing scream as she recoiled in shock, her body toppling backward. The crowd rushed forward to assist, eager to catch her. Qin Dong's eyes flickered with a glint. This old crone harbored a wealth of malice. Not only had she instigated discord between him and his wife, but she also sought to orchestrate a union between Ma Dongmei and the simpleton, Shaju. Qin Dong had no intention of allowing someone so intent on tarnishing his reputation to escape unscathed. Chapter 84. Will you let me assist the deaf old lady? Yi Zongkai. Are you all right? With a gentle nudge of his foot, fragments of tile scattered across the ground. The deaf old lady, flailing her arms in an attempt to grasp nearby individuals for stability, unexpectedly lost her footing. In an instant, her balance was compromised and she fell backward. A sharp crack resonated, the sound of bone fracturing. The onlookers exchanged glances, apprehensive. Surely, the old lady couldn't have broken her back, could she? Are you all right, dear lady? The very people who had rushed forward just moments ago were now hesitant to approach, merely craning their necks in inquiry. Ouch, that hurts terribly. Are you all fools? Someone, help me up. The deaf old lady bellowed in frustration. The crowd stood frozen, each person looking at one another, reluctant to intervene. Su Damao, you're closest. Hurry and assist the old lady. Lu Haizhong, with his hands clasped behind his back, feigned authority. Su Damao's eyes darted around. He was no fool. The deaf old lady had given him a hard time before. What if he stepped in and she turned the tables on him? Su Damao sweeply zetjet behin su fui. What are you saying, second uncle? I'm too far away to be of assistance. Lu Haizhong's face flushed with anger. Third uncle, quickly send your son to help. Lu Haizhong, unwilling to intervene himself, turned to direct Yin Bugue. Oh, second uncle, this is a matter concerning your own backyard. As the overseer, how can you stand idly by while the old lady is in trouble? Jie Chung, go with Jie Fong to fetch a door panel. Later, assist second uncle in lifting the old lady. Yin Bugue cunningly orchestrated, ensuring that his two sons were dispatched to help while he himself remained uninvolved. The remaining third aunt was occupied with her young daughter, and her youngest son was of no use. This left Lu Haizhong in a predicament. The deaf old lady, at her advanced age, had fallen. Could they ascertain the extent of her injuries? What if they intervened and she sought to blame them? The crowd engaged in mutual evasion. Yi Zhonghai had returned. What transpired? Why is the old lady lying on the ground? Yi Zhonghai, initially believing that the deaf old woman was merely causing a scene, swiftly inquired. Uncle Yi, you have finally returned, Lu Haizhong exclaimed, his voice filled with desperation as he rushed to inform Yi Zhonghai of the situation. The old lady, in a fit of vigor, had taken to smashing the windows of the Qin household, only to be struck by falling tiles and subsequently tumbling to the ground in her attempt to evade them. Uncle Yi, what should we do about this? Yi Zhonghai cast a glance at the sly Lu Haizhong, then at Yin Bugue. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and take the old lady to the hospital. Don't fret. Uncle, I have already sent my two sons to remove the door panels. Yin Bugue replied leisurely. It then dawned on Yi Zhonghai that upon his return, he had seen Yin Jieqing and Yin Jiefeng tinkering at the door, presumably preparing to carry someone out. Dongzi, you and Lu Guangqi take the old lady to the hospital, Yi Zhonghai commanded Qin Dong, recognizing this as a prime opportunity not only to alleviate the tension between Qin Dong and the deaf old woman, but also to foster a closer bond with him. Uncle Yi, is she all right? Let me take her to the hospital. I refuse to assist her. Even if she were to perish today, it would be her just deserts. She deserves it for her lies, kidnappings, and for sowing discord between my wife and me. I have spared her the trouble of my own hands, which is already a kindness on my part. Thankfully, fate has intervened. This is her retribution. Qin Dong coldly rejected Yi Zhonghai's request. Yi Zhonghai turned in astonishment to the deaf old lady. Is this true? The old woman only moaned in pain, uttering no other words. Dongzi, could there be some misunderstanding? Uncle Yi, I can attest to this. It is all true, Ma Dongmei interjected, her heart heavy with sorrow. Until now, she had regarded the deaf old woman as her own grandmother, yet she was disheartened by the old woman's actions, which were utterly disappointing. With Ma Dongmei stepping forward to testify, even Yi Zhonghai found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, the Yin brothers had managed to remove the door panels, and they summoned the others to assist in transporting the deaf old lady to the hospital. Thus, the farce concluded. Ma Dongmei quietly finished washing the dishes and prepared to leave. It is late. It is unsafe for you to go back alone. Let Guohua and I accompany you, she offered. Despite having stood up to the deaf old woman today, Ma Dongmei's eyes reflected disappointment and sadness towards her. It was evident that Ma Dongmei possessed a kind heart. Most women of this era were like her, yet such a woman was not a suitable match for Qin Dong. He required not only someone who could manage the household well, but also a woman with a strong character. Ma Dongmei's gentle nature destined her to struggle in the household. Before long, Qin Dong emerged with the bicycle, secured the door, and helped Guoguo onto the bike. The trio then set off towards the exit of the courtyard. It was Ma Dongmei's first experience riding a bicycle. She clutched Qin Dong's clothes, filled with a sense of nostalgia. When she had married Qin Dong, she had dreamt of riding a bicycle just once, a dream that Qin Dong had never fulfilled. Now that she has divorced Qin Dong, it seems she has taken to riding a bicycle. Throughout the journey, Ma Dongmei engaged in conversation with Guoguo. Before long, the bicycle arrived at her doorstep, and as Ma Dongmei dismounted, she noticed Qin Dong preparing to leave and quickly grasped his arm. Qin Dong, wait a moment. She dashed into the courtyard and soon reemerged, this time accompanied by a young woman. This is my relative, Ran Shuyue. She is a university student. In the future, as I venture into the countryside to pursue great ambitions, you can rely on her to help look after Guowu during your busy work hours. Ran Shuyue? Qin Dong paused, taken aback. Over the years of their marriage, he had never known that Ma Dongmei had a relative by that name. Speaking of Ran Shuyue, she was a familiar face in the drama. Hailing from an illustrious family, she embodied intelligence, beauty, grace, and poise. However, due to family circumstances, her aspirations of becoming a primary school teacher were thwarted, and she endured considerable hardships, including being assigned to street cleaning. When she reunited with Shaju, she regarded him with newfound interest. Had it not been for Qin Huairu's interference, Shaju, the proverbial toad, might have truly savored a taste of that swan. Hello, Comrade Qin Dong. I am Ran Shuyue, Mei Jie's sister. You may reach out to me whenever needed. The current Ran Shuyue, still a university student, radiated youthful vigor and extended her hand towards Qin Dong with enthusiasm. Hello, Comrade Ran Shuyue. I am Qin Dong. Their hands touched briefly before separating. Dongmei, I will drop Guoguo off at the daycare during my working hours. If you have any concerns, feel free to ask Comrade Ran Shuyue to visit. After speaking, Qin Dong nodded at Ran Shuyue and turned the bicycle around to leave. Godgi, Mama. Goodbye, Andy. Guoguo's sweet voice faded into the distance. Sister, not only is brother-in-law talented, but he is also quite handsome. Are you not worried about him being snatched away while you go to the countryside? Ran Shuyue disapproved of Ma Dongmei's decision to venture into the rural area, recognizing how rare it was to encounter someone as exceptional as Qin Dong. I am afraid, which is why I sought your help to keep an eye on him. Ma Dongmei linked arms with Ran Shuyue as they walked together. Tomorrow, accompany me to the department store. I need to buy some things for him and his daughter. Qin Dong's life had improved, and she could not afford to lag behind. She envisioned establishing a successful career in the countryside and then returning for a family reunion. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Zhonghai returned to the compound, visibly weary. Uncle Yi, you finally returned. What is the situation? Yin Buguwei, who was sweeping the front yard, greeted Yi Zhonghai and others gathered around. The old lady is fine. The doctor said it's just a fracture and she needs to rest for a while. Yi Zhonghai had spent the previous night tending to the deaf old lady, barely resting. He had come back specifically to find someone to assist in carrying her. Oh, how unfortunate. My eldest is on a blind date today and left early to prepare. Yin Buguwei chuckled, suggesting Yi Zhonghai seek help elsewhere. Yin Jiqing is on a blind date? Mr. San, why has this matter never been mentioned by you? It's high time for Jiecheng to get married. And considering the matchmaker's visit indicating that a suitable young lady is available, arrangements have indeed been made. I must ask everyone for a favor. Should this union come to fruition, my eldest will personally escort his wife to express gratitude to all. Yanbu Gui is simply requesting that everyone offer a few kind words on their behalf. Rest assured, Mr. San, the girl inquired about us, and we will certainly extol the virtues of your Jiecheng. The residents of the Courtyard harbor no ill intentions. Even Su Mao is merely curious about Yin Jiecheng's prospective bride, having stood at the front gate awaiting news. He wishes to discern which young lady might be so unwise as to marry into the Yin family, known for their frugality. Since he was not working, Qin Dong slumbered until dawn, skipping breakfast and settling for some milk and bread with guagua. They're here. They're here. The girl has arrived. Su Mao's booming voice echoed throughout the courtyard, prompting everyone to rush to the front. It has been years since any newcomers graced the yard. Thus, the crowd exhibited exceptional enthusiasm for Yin Jiecheng's prospective match. Lu Guangqi also squeezed into the throng to witness the event. Lu Haizhong had taken Lu Guangtian to the hospital to fetch the elderly deaf woman, leaving him behind to inquire about the Yin family's matchmaking status. Hearing the commotion from the backyard, Qin Dong pushed his bicycle out with Guoguo in tow. As Yuli approached the entrance, she felt somewhat intimidated by the throng of dark heads before her. "Andy, what is happening?" Matchmaker Wang was taken aback by the crowd, but remained undeterred, smiling and reassuring Yuli not to be afraid. "Do not worry. The Yin family is cultured, and it is normal for them to have many customs. Let's proceed." Just as she spoke, the sound of a bicycle bell rang out. The crowd parted, recognizing it as Qin Dong preparing to depart. Yuli was momentarily stunned upon seeing a young, handsome man pushing a bicycle with a lovely little girl seated on the back. Hadn't the matchmaker informed her that her prospective match was unmarried? Where did this child come from? Was she being deceived into becoming a stepmother? A flicker of discontent crossed Yuli's mind, yet she refrained from expressing her anger immediately, choosing instead to scrutinize Qin Dong closely. He was indeed quite handsome, and the bicycle indicated a comfortable living situation. His attire was clean and tidy, and even the bike gleamed brightly. As her thoughts swirled, the young man approached her. "Matchmaker Wang, you brought someone to view so early?" "Indeed. Dongzi, are you heading out?" Matchmaker Wang replied cheerfully. Qin Dong had gained a reputation in the area. Despite his divorce and the responsibility of a child, the combination of his skilled trade and the bicycle had piqued the interest of many who had discreetly inquired about him. He was undoubtedly a valuable prospect for the future, and Matchmaker Wang understood the importance of nurturing this connection. "Yes, the factory is closed today, and I have nothing to do at home, so I'm planning to take my daughter out for a stroll." Qin Dong nodded at Li before stepping back to continue on his way. "Aunt, who is this person?" Yuzlabi li inkirat shufli. Seeking information about Qin Dong from the matchmaker. "His name is Qin Dong, a 6th-level fitter at the Hongxing steel plant." "A 6th-level fitter?" Yuli's eyes sparkled with interest. "Is that girl on his bicycle his sister?" "Sister? That's his daughter. His wife left him, and now he has to work while raising his daughter alone. It must be difficult," the matchmaker, Wang, remarked, suddenly realizing something and ceased her chatter. As a seasoned matchmaker, she was adept at reading the room. Yuli's numerous questions clearly indicated her interest in the man, yet her prospective match today was not Qin Dong. Thus, she chuckled and diverted the conversation. Upon hearing that Qin Dong was raising his child alone, Yuli was about to probe further when Aunt San, who was cradling Yin Jiedi, arrived to invite her in. "Your aunt is here. Come in quickly." Aunt San assessed Yuli, noting her striking beauty and commendable figure. Clearly a potential good match for childbearing. Naturally, Aunt San was pleased with her and warmly ushered her inside. Upon entering the Yin household, Yuli's brows furrowed in discontent. 6 family members crowded into a small room. If she were to marry into this family, she would have to share a large Kong with everyone. The tea served by the Yin family was so watered down with just a hint of sugar that its flavor was nearly imperceptible, further souring her mood. Such a cultured family, yet their hospitality is quite lacking, she thought. Yin Jiecheng entered with a fish in hand. Upon seeing Yuli, his gaze became fixated on her. Could this stunning girl be my future wife? Yet, Yuli felt a pang of disappointment, lowering her gaze. Compared to the man she had encountered at the entrance, her current match paled in comparison. Had it not been for Qin Dong's presence, she might have settled for Yin Jiecheng, given her family's modest circumstances and her younger brother who awaited her dowry to pay for school fees. However, with Qin Dong in the picture, her interest in Yin Jiecheng waned. "Aunt, I need to use the restroom." Who goes out right after entering? It was clear she was uninterested. Wang, taken aback, quickly responded, "Oh, the restroom?" Sure, I will take you. Yuli walked out, head down. Aunt San stopped Wang. Sister, what does this girl mean? Hold on. Let me inquire, Wang replied, stepping outside the curtain. Yuli, the Yin family is decent, and given your family's circumstances, if you miss this opportunity, it may not come again. While they were on their way to the restroom, Wang began to persuade Yuli. Aunt, to be honest, I am interested in that man on the bicycle. You are putting me in a difficult position, Wang replied, her face showing embarrassment, yet she did not refuse. In our line of work, we have our rules and must adhere to them. And I understand. I came here for the Yin family's matchmaking, but I am not interested in them. The matchmaker, Wang, mused that it was not that the girl had overlooked the suitor, but rather that she had glimpsed something better. My dear, she said, do not be misled by Qin Dong's divorce in the presence of his daughter. His career is commendable, his family background is solid, and his credentials are impeccable. A man of such caliber will not struggle to find a wife. If you have set your sights on another, you may not necessarily capture their interest. However, you must have noticed the attraction from the Yin family. They are undoubtedly interested in you, and I urge you to reconsider your stance. As a matchmaker who had been compensated by the Yin family, Wang felt compelled to advocate on their behalf. Yuli understood Wang's intentions, realizing that if she dismissed Qin Dong, she might lose her chance with the Yin family as well. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her head resolutely. Aunt, my decision is firm. I will not pursue this match. Very well, since you have made your choice. Let us return indoors for a brief respite, replied Wang as she and Yuli made their way back to the courtyard. Inside, Yin Jiqing paced anxiously. Father, do you think our plan has been compromised? Why is it taking so long for the girl to return? Yin Bugui, unfazed, sipped his water while casting a disparaging glance at his son. Look at you. Have you truly set your sights on this girl? Jiqing sheepishly scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. She is quite beautiful. If I could marry her, I would consider my life complete. Then you must heed my instructions and ensure everything is prepared, urged Yin Bugui. Though a primary school teacher, Yin Bugui's income was modest and with several children to support. Their family lived in cramped quarters. Jiqing himself was without a formal job, making the prospect of marrying such a beautiful city girl like Yuli seem utterly unattainable. Engaging a matchmaker and hosting meals for prospective suitors entailed significant expenses, sums that Yin Bugui was reluctant to incur again. Thus, he hoped Jiqing could secure Yuli without further financial outlay. Jiqing had connections in the local market and had procured some substances to use. Rest assured, father. Everything is ready, he assured, patting his pocket to indicate the contents within. When the time comes, just add it to the drink, and you shall have this bride. Outside, Yu Li and Wang exchanged glances, the former's countenance pale with concern. Wang, uncertain of how to proceed, felt the weight of the situation. Yin Bugui, while a school teacher and overseer of the courtyard, had been generous in his payment to her, which prompted her to facilitate this match. Little did she know that the entire family harbored ulterior motives. Although not explicitly stated, it was evident to all that the substance Jiqing referred to was far from benign. Clearing her throat, Wang remarked, "My dear, do observe this household. They even tend to flowers. Once you marry into this family, you will lead a leisurely and blissful life." At that moment, the Yin father and son, having overheard Wang's words, ceased their private conversation and stepped outside. "You also enjoy nurturing flowers, Yuli? These blooms are tended by my father," Jiqing interjected. "Once you step through the threshold, you shall find yourself tending to the flowers alongside your father." In preparation for this encounter, Yin Jiqing mimicked others by slicking his hair back with water. At that moment, he deliberately concealed his hands behind his back and approached Yu Li for conversation, believing this demeanor conveyed depth and erudition. However, to Yu Li, he appeared merely as a shifty-eyed rogue. "I do not fancy this," she exclaimed. "Aunt, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not enter. I bid you farewell." Upon her declaration, the neighbors in the courtyard, who seemed to be diligently engaged in their tasks while secretly observing the courting situation, were left bewildered, as was Yin Jiqing. As Yuli turned to leave, he grew anxious and hastily pursued her. "Wait a moment. Yuli, I have something to say to you." Yu Wuzlabi Yali, displeased by his pursuit, quickened her pace. Wang Matchmaker interjected, seizing Yin Jiqing, "Do not pursue her. Let us discuss matters within." Reluctantly, Yin Jieqing was pulled inside. "Aunt, what is the meaning of this?" he inquired. "Teacher Yin, you have witnessed the situation. The young lady is not satisfied with your family. She has not chosen you. However, do not be alarmed. I have several other young ladies available for consideration. We shall continue the courtship at a later time." Wang Matchmaker spoke cheerfully to Yin Bugui. Yet the countenance of the Yin family darkened. "But Aunt Wang, everything was proceeding well just moments ago. Why has the situation suddenly changed?" Yin Jieqing's frustration boiled over. The prospect of a beautiful bride slipping away was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. His outburst drew the attention of many in the courtyard, causing a throng to gather at the Yin family's gates and walls to eavesdrop. Old Master San reveled in the unfolding drama. It was unexpected that the young lady had rejected them, and if this news spread, it would be a significant embarrassment. It is fortunate she did not choose them. With a family like theirs, even if Jia Zhangshi were to marry Yin, they would starve within 2 years. "Bah, Sudamao, you foul-mouthed scoundrel. Do you dare to jest even with me? You seek a beating, do you?" Jia Zhangshi retaliated, chasing Sudamao. Sudamao, unperturbed, weaved through the crowd, occasionally taking liberties with Qin Huairu, provoking further ire from Jia Zhangshi. The commotion outside was duly noted by the Yin family, yet they remained indifferent. "Aunt, we have already provided 2 pieces of matchmaking gifts, and now this situation has caused us to lose face. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." Yin Bugui scowled as he confronted Wang Matchmaker. "Teacher Yin, the young lady has not chosen your Yin Jieqing. There is nothing I can do about it." Wang Matchmaker had not anticipated Yin Bugui's obstinacy. Ultimately, she agreed to introduce another potential match for Yin Jieqing, which momentarily placated him. Yet, unexpectedly, Yin Jieqing expressed his discontent. "Father, I do not wish for another girl. I want you, Li Aunt, please speak on my behalf. We are willing to increase the betrothal gift by 5 yuan and add an extra piece to your matchmaking gift." Upon hearing this, old Madam San was the first to object, and Yin Bugui echoed her dissent. Nevertheless, Yin Jieqing remained resolute in his desire for Yuli. "Father, if it comes to it, I shall consider this money as a loan from you, and I promise to repay you once I earn some." Yin Bugui reluctantly acquiesced. "Teacher Yin, it is not that I wish to refuse this money, but this girl is resolute in her decision." "Very well. I shall take my leave for now and bring something better for you in the future." Wang, the matchmaker, also wished to collect her fees. But recalling Yu Li's reaction upon hearing the words of Yan's father and son, she could only sigh, realizing that this money would not be earned. However, it was fortunate that Yu Li had set her sights on Qin Dong. If she could successfully arrange this union, the matchmaking fee would surely be hers. Chapter 87. The Visit of Ran Xiuyue and the Elderly Lady's Broken Waist. "Aunt Yin, please don't leave." Yin Jieqing attempted to pursue the matchmaker, but was halted by Yin Bugui. "Enough, there is no need to chase her. As you all have witnessed, our Yin family will not be sharing in the joy of wedding candies. Everyone, please disperse." Yin Bugui dismissed the crowd and led Yin Jieqing back into the house. "Father, why are you stopping me? I'm fond of that girl, and I intend to marry her." Yin Jieqing began to protest within the confines of their home. Yin Bugui's expression turned stern. "You pitiful wretch. If you wish to wed, then devise a proper plan instead of throwing a tantrum at home. What have I taught you all this time?" Yin Bugui reprimanded his son. Meanwhile, Yuli waited outside for Wang, the matchmaker, when she suddenly spotted Qin Dong returning on his bicycle. "Comrade Qin Dong, hello." Yuli, a bold young woman, immediately intercepted him. "My name is Yuli, and I am delighted to make your acquaintance." Qin Dong had forgotten to take his water bucket and had returned specifically for it. He was somewhat taken aback to see Yuli greet him so readily. Yuli was a clever and capable individual. After the reform, she had the audacity to borrow money to open a restaurant, becoming one of the first to take such a risk, which attests to her possessing qualities that set her apart from others. "Hello, you must be the girl who is being courted by the son of third uncle, right?" Qin Dong held a favorable impression of Yuli. A girl like her, provided she does not marry into the Yin family, would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. "Yes, that's me." Yuli spoke with ease and confidence as she conversed with Qin Dong. "You live in this courtyard, correct? May I ask you a few questions?" "Of course, feel free. I have heard that the Yin family has a rather unfavorable reputation for being petty and taking advantage of others. Is this true? In truth, Yuli was not entirely aware of this matter, having only overheard it while outside. She seized the opportunity to use this as a pretext to get closer to Qin Dong. My dear, as one who resides in this courtyard, it is not commendable to speak ill of others behind their backs. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. You are quite intelligent and still young. There is no need to rush into marriage, is there? Qin Dong's words subtly implied that the Yin family was not worthy of her. Yuli, being astute, grasped the underlying message immediately. Thank you, Comrade Qin Dong. You may not be aware, but my agreement to marry was born out of necessity. I'm the eldest child in my family, with a younger sister and brother. 2 years ago, after graduating from middle school, I have been awaiting a job placement. Yet our neighborhood office has not provided a suitable position. In our household, my father, the sole provider, has recently suffered a misfortune, breaking his leg while working. The doctor has advised that he requires 3 months for proper recovery. I contemplated marriage, hoping to secure a dowry that could provide my father with some much-needed nourishment. Moreover, my sister Haidang excels academically and is likely to gain admission to a vocational school or high school, while my brother Xiaodong also performs commendably in his studies. As their elder sister, I find myself unable to assist them in any substantial way. Thus my thoughts turn to marriage as a means to contribute to our family's well-being. In these times, securing employment is no simple task. Although Yuli did not express it overtly, Qin Dong perceived her unspoken concerns. Supporting 3 students is a formidable challenge for the Yu family, leaving little room for financial aid or connections to facilitate Yuli's career prospects. Consequently, she remains without a job to this day. Comrade Yuli, you are a commendable young woman, and I firmly believe that good deeds will eventually be rewarded. Qin Dong noticed Su Damao peering curiously from the entrance, and after offering her a few words of encouragement, he pushed his cart back to the courtyard. Soon, Matchmaker Wang met with Yuli in the alley. After a thorough discussion, she agreed to return in a couple of days to assist Yuli with her marriage proposal. Qin Dong spent the day strolling about with Guogua and returned home with 2 bream. Dongzi, have you caught fish again? Your skills are impressive. Yin Bugue, whose own marriage prospects had fallen through, gazed in astonishment at the 2 fish Qin Dong carried. It's merely luck, Qin Dong modestly replied as he made his way to the backyard. Your wife has come again, laden with packages, and she brought along a particularly lovely young lady. Yin Jieqing's marriage prospects had also collapsed. Upon seeing the girl Ma Dongmei introduced, Yin Bugue began to calculate in his mind. Who is this young lady? Is she Ran Qiuyue? I'm not entirely sure. But Dongmei mentioned she is a university student. Yin Bugue's enthusiasm quickly faded. Although he was a teacher, his own son had fared poorly in school, barely managing to complete elementary education. A university student was far beyond his reach. Qin Dong, you have finally returned. Guogua, come here, let your mother hold you. Ma Dongmei joyfully approached, embracing Guogua upon seeing Qin Dong and his daughter return. Ran Qiuyue stood quietly nearby, observing them with a smile. What brings you here? Ma Dongmei inquired. I must leave for the northwest tomorrow, so I brought Guogua a few gifts before I depart, she said playfully to Guogua. Aunt Zhang delivered keys, reminding Qin Dong that the Kong was already heated and they could stay there tonight. Qin Dong expressed his gratitude and checked the adjoining wood shed before returning to begin packing. Aunt Zhang also came to assist, while Ma Dongmei and Ran Qiuyue busied themselves. Together, they worked diligently, and after a considerable amount of time, they successfully relocated everything. Tomorrow, the craftsmen will arrive to renovate the main house. Once the renovations are complete, Qin Dong will no longer have to endure the discomfort of public restrooms and will be able to bathe in the comfort of his own home. Aunt Zhang, thank you for your help today. I don't have much to offer, but I caught these fish myself. Please take some home to cook for your children. Aunt Zhang graciously declined, feeling embarrassed. With just a small gesture of warmth, 2 coins were exchanged, yet the request for your fish remains unfathomable. Fish, albeit not as esteemed as pork, offers considerable nourishment in these lean times. Take it, Aunt Zhang. Even if you do not partake, your children surely will. We are neighbors, and there will undoubtedly be future occasions where I may seek your assistance. Grateful, Aunt Zhang departed with the fish in hand. Yin Bugue, witnessing this, was immediately filled with regret, lamenting his choices. How wasteful Qin Dong was. To have given such a substantial fish for merely assisting with a task. Had he known of Qin Dong's generosity, he would have rallied his entire family to help. Alas, it was too late now. The remorse from Yin Bugui was palpable, matched only by his envy, while Zhang Yun's gratitude soared, far exceeding that of the Yin family. Qin Dong chuckled softly as he began to prepare the meal. Annie entered the deaf old woman's room, carrying a bowl of corn porridge. Before long, the air was filled with the old woman's boisterous complaints. How utterly despicable she was. Here was food being offered to her without cost. Yet she had the audacity to bemoan the lack of meat, deserving of her bedridden plight. Su Damao approached Qin Dong, muttering to engage in conversation, though his true interest lay in the beautiful Ran Qiyu. However, just as he reached the entrance of the Qin home, a group adorned with armbands entered the courtyard. Chapter 88. Su Damao's flattery backfires, leading to a frightening revelation about Qin Dong. Director Li, what is happening? Yi Zhonghai and Yin Bugui followed closely behind, their faces etched with concern. We are here to find Su Damao, Yi Zhonghai replied. Su Damao, puzzled, asked, Director, what good fortune brings you to seek me? Noticing the street office director accompanied by a contingent of individuals, Su Damao hastily abandoned his pursuit of the fair maiden and hurried over to curry favor with Director Li. It seems you are in a predicament, sir. Should you require assistance, merely whisper my name, Su Damao. I assure you, there is no one in this area I do not know. Su Damao's networking prowess was unquestionable, and he held a firm belief in his own capabilities. Su Damao, we need to discuss a matter with you. Please accompany us, Director Li instructed. Delighted, Su Damao followed Li. But when Lu Haizhong received word of their departure, he felt a twinge of displeasure. Very well, Su Damao, you may enter, he said, as Director Li ushered Su Damao into the office. Upon entering, Su Damao was taken aback by the sight of armed personnel within. Director Li, I assure you, I have done nothing wrong. He stammered, attempting to flee, only to be intercepted by Director Li. Su Damao, where do you think you are going? Sit down. These comrades have inquiries for you, Li commanded, asserting his authority. With no choice but to comply, Su Damao sat back down, his face a mask of resignation. Do not be alarmed, Su Damao. We have merely come to gather some information from you, one of the officers stated with a benevolent demeanor, though Su Damao could not quell his trembling. He had only taken a modest gift of local produce from a fellow villager. Was this truly grounds for interrogation? Comrade, what inquiries do you wish to make? I have heard that you were the first to question whether the elderly deaf lady in your courtyard truly is a war widow. Could you share with us the basis of your suspicions? Upon hearing this question, Su Damao realized it was not about his bringing local specialties from his hometown, and he immediately felt relieved. Comrade, you may not be aware, but that deaf old woman hardly embodies the spirit of a war widow. She acts as the matriarch of the entire courtyard, often wielding her cane to reprimand others. Su Damao rambled on with a plethora of words. Yet the personnel from the War Commission quickly discerned that he was merely speculating wildly. Su Damao, we hope you will cooperate fully with our investigation. Every statement you make today carries weight and accountability. We will verify the information, and should we uncover even a hint of deceit, we will keep a record of it. Let me reiterate the question. How did you come and notice something amiss with the elderly deaf lady? Upon hearing that they intended to keep a record of him, Su Damao was taken aback. This is unreasonable. Why should they keep a record of me? Initially eager to boast, Su Damao now fell silent and became compliant. Comrade, I am not privy to this matter. I merely overheard it from Qin Dong in our courtyard. The personnel from the War Commission exchanged glances and promptly sent Director Li to summon Qin Dong. At that moment, Qin Dong had just finished dining with Ma Dongmei and Ran Qiyu and was preparing to escort the two ladies home. Director Li arranged for someone to take the sisters back while he accompanied Guo and returned to the street office with Qin Dong. Dongzi, when you meet the War Commission personnel, be cautious with your responses. Director Li had high hopes for Qin Dong and immediately advised him. Thank you for your guidance. Director Li, is there a significant contribution you wish to take on? Director Li looked at Qin Dong with curiosity. With a few whispered words from Qin Dong, Director Li's eyes gradually brightened. Qin Dong has arrived. Qin Dong, please inform them that the matter concerning the elderly deaf lady is as you described. Upon seeing Qin Dong enter, Su Damao felt as if he had found a savior and eagerly pushed Qin Dong forward. Indeed, I did utter those words. Comrades, you have all heard it. This statement originated from Qin Dong. Feel free to direct any inquiries towards him. I truly know nothing. I implore you, allow me to return home. The personnel from the War Commission exchanged glances and instructed that Su Damao be taken away. Su Damao believed he was being released, only to find himself escorted to an adjacent room. Realizing he was confined and had nowhere to go, he sank to the ground like a deflated balloon. Comrade Qin Dong, we have brought you here to inquire about the elderly deaf lady. When did you first notice something was amiss with her? Comrades, you are from the War Commission, correct? Upon discerning their identity, the personnel from the War Commission did not conceal it and openly confirmed. Indeed, we are from the War Commission. I thought as much. This matter isn't difficult to deduce. Firstly, the elderly deaf lady has bound feet. Secondly, she insists that Shaju address her as madam. As a bereaved family member, she has never presented her certificate, and throughout the years, no one has come to visit her. After Qin Dong spoke, he fell silent. The eyes of the members from the Martyrs Committee widened in disbelief. Generally, the impoverished populace lacks the opportunity to bind their feet, as this implies an inability to work and a reliance on others for assistance. The term madam carries significant weight, being a title passed down from the 8 banners. Qin Dong's final deductions were indeed astute. However, they could not be blamed, for the records at the Martyrs Committee indicated that this bereaved family member had long since returned to her hometown. Who could have anticipated her return without notifying the committee? In the interest of honoring the martyrs, they sought to investigate the matter. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon such a significant revelation. Comrade Qin Dong, do you have any further information to share with us? I'm afraid I can only provide you with this, he replied. As for her habitual arrogance, her attempts to marry my wife off to Shaju, her secret instigation of my wife to divorce me, and her plans for abduction, those matters require your own investigation. The members of the Martyrs Committee were immediately invigorated. It seemed that while Qin Dong had said little, he had conveyed much. With the leads provided by Qin Dong, the committee members understood their next steps. 2 comrades promptly rose and left in haste. The work of the Martyrs Committee is unique. They serve the families of heroes who sacrificed their lives for the nation. This is a group deserving of utmost respect. Therefore, without substantial evidence, the committee cannot take action against the bereaved families. After Wang Yang's colleagues departed, he approached Qin Dong with the record book for him to sign. Comrade Qin Dong, thank you for the information. However, this matter is of great importance. For your safety, we must ask you to remain here until the results are determined. Chapter 89. A reunion with comrades. Qin Dong is terrifying as Qin Dong and Director Li stepped out of the compound, who sure to followed suit. Upon seeing Qin Dong being taken to the street office and not emerging thereafter, who sure to entered directly. Comrade, what brings you here? The personnel at the street office quickly recognized who sure to and stopped him. Comrade, I am from Courtyard 65. My neighbor, Qin Dong, has encountered some trouble, and I specifically came to inform him. Upon hearing Hu Shidu's words, someone relayed the message to Wang Yong. Let him in. Soon, Wang Yong saw a familiar figure enter. Brother Hu Shitu, is that you? What are you doing here? Hu Shitu was equally astonished. Xiaoyao, what brings you here? Hu Shitu recognized Wang Yong. They had once been comrades, sharing a strong bond. Neither expected to meet under such circumstances. I am on a mission, brother. You were the most formidable among us in the entire company, but since retiring, we've heard nothing of you. We thought you were gone. Wang Yong's face was filled with excitement. Indeed, my brother, I am currently employed at the Revolutionary Committee office. And you? Little Yong, it would be prudent if you refrained from inquiring about my affairs. Hu Shi shook his head. Did you apprehend someone by the name of Qin Dong this evening? Wang Yong remained silent. Brother, you are tempting me to breach discipline. Nonsense regarding discipline. Hu Shi shot Wang Yong a disapproving glance. Here is my identification. You may examine it yourself. Upon seeing Hu Shi's credentials, Wang Yong was immediately filled with a sense of reverence. No wonder he is my brother. Even after his demotion, he remains formidable. Wang Yong recognized that, given Hu Shi's authority, he could indeed intervene in this matter, and thus he divulged the details. In truth, they did not arrest anyone. There was a family member of a martyr overlooked by the Revolutionary Committee, and we have merely invited him for cooperation in our investigation. I am aware of your protocols. Prior to the results of the inquiry, all involved parties are typically placed under house arrest. However, this Qin Dong possesses a unique status. He cannot be detained. Hu Shi regarded Wang Yong intently. He is at present under my protection. Brother, this cannot be. He appears to merely be observant and meticulous in thought. What warrants your protection? Wang Yong was taken aback. It is important to note that individuals like Hu Shi are not easily swayed. You need not comprehend or inquire further. Simply understand that this person is exceptional and far from ordinary as he may seem. I shall escort him back. Let's enjoy a drink together soon, my brother. If you harbor any doubts, we could engage in a friendly sparring match right now. Wang Yong's smile faltered. Regardless of his confidence in his own abilities, he would not dare to contend with the most formidable individuals of Hu Shi's caliber. Brother, what are you saying? I shall fetch Comrade Qin Dong at once. Wan Dong what the? Comrade Qin Dong, you're free to leave. Although he appeared to be an ordinary young man, Wang Yong struggled to fathom what extraordinary qualities warranted Hu Shi's protection. Yet, Qin Dong did not make to depart. Please take me to meet your friend. I have a few words to share with him. As Wang Yong led Qin Dong to the door of Hu Shi's chamber, Hu Shi's hand trembled momentarily. But he quickly regained his composure. Dongzi, you have finally emerged. You ought to return home and check on matters. For the deaf old woman is clamoring to smash your new windows. Brother Hu, do not feign ignorance. Your cover has been blown. This single statement from Qin Dong shattered Hu Shi's facade. Surely, Dongzi, what are you implying? I cannot fathom your meaning. From the very first day you arrived at the compound, you have been assisting me, both overtly and covertly. Last time, I was taken by the steel mill security department. And again this time, you have exerted considerable effort, have you not? Upon hearing this, Wang Yong promptly withdrew, realizing that the ensuing conversation was beyond his capacity to comprehend. How did you come by this information, Dongzi? With his identity compromised, Hu Shi abandoned pretense and confessed outright. Your appearances have been too coincidental to escape suspicion. Furthermore, I have heard of the working style of the Revolutionary Committee office. Unless you held a rank superior to theirs, you could not possibly have extricated me. Hu Shi's understanding dawned upon him. I take the blame. It was indeed my oversight. Ordinary individuals may not comprehend the intricacies involved, yet Qin Dong is an exception. He has visited his home, which is filled with a myriad of books. Such a prodigy is rather daunting, for his capacity for learning is exceptionally formidable. One can never truly ascertain the extent of his knowledge. Regrettably, my identity has been exposed, and starting tomorrow, I must depart from the Institute. Hu Shi wore a look of regret. Take care, Brother Hu, and please inform the higher-ups that there is no need to send anyone else. The more inconspicuous I remain, the less attention I will attract. Your presence may inadvertently draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. Although this statement was somewhat convoluted, Hu Shi understood. He nodded thoughtfully. I see. I shall take my leave now. The identity of the deaf old lady is surely not simple. Following her may yield significant discoveries. Hu Shi nodded in agreement. They were all astute individuals. Qin Dong had provided them with a means to exit the compound smoothly and without drawing attention. A thought crossed Hu Shi's mind. Could it be that Qin Dong was deliberately coaxing me to act, only to dismiss us afterward? He shuddered at the notion. That seems unlikely. After all, Qin Dong is merely 24. At such a young age, how could he exhibit such cunning maturity akin to a wily old fox? Nevertheless, he promptly reported the situation upward, aware of their exposure. Concurrently, Qin Dong conveyed his own perspective. Lin Dahua pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement with Qin Dong's suggestion to gather evidence against the deaf old lady and subsequently withdraw. As for the aftermath of their exit, arrangements for personnel would certainly be necessary, though this time they could not remain within the compound. They must keep their distance. Upon leaving, Qin Dong sought out Director Li. At that moment, Guo was insisting on finding Qin Dong. Guo, you mustn't sulk with Grandma Li. Qin Dong gently admonished as he pushed open the door. Upon seeing Qin Dong, Guo immediately wriggled free from Director Li's embrace and scampered toward him with her little legs. Dongzi, why are you out? Director Li exclaimed in surprise. She had already prepared herself to help Qin Dong care for the child for several days. But she hadn't anticipated his sudden emergence. "Comrade Wang released me," Qin Dong replied, patting his daughter's head. Perhaps due to the effects of the super spring water, Guoguo's hair had become exceptionally smooth, and it felt delightful to touch. "Dongzi, you truly are remarkable," Director Li expressed her admiration wholeheartedly. It seemed she had underestimated Qin Dong previously. If even the Liwei office could make special arrangements for him, then his assurances to her were surely more reliable. With this thought, Director Li became excited. "Rest assured, Dongzi, tomorrow our street office will go to your compound to find the deaf old lady." Chapter 90, Aunt. "Mind your demeanor. I still need to marry Dongzi. It's quite late. Why does Director Li want to see you? Are you all right?" Although it was late, the residents of the compound remained gathered, discussing the events surrounding the arrests of Qin Dong and Su Damao. As Qin Dong entered the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai approached him with a look of concern, inquiring about the situation. Others quickly gathered around him. In these times, entertainment was scarce. Even the most trivial matters could become the focal point for everyone in the courtyard. Observing the scene, Qin Dong realized that unless he provided a clear response, these individuals would not disperse. "What could possibly be the matter with me? Uncle E and everyone else, please do not fret. The street office summoned me to inquire about Su Damao." Upon hearing her son's name, Su's mother became anxious. "What concerns my son? Why did only you return? Where is Su Damao?" "I'm unaware of that," Qin Dong shrugged. "I was not in the same room with him." Su's mother, in her distress, reached for Qin Dong's hand, but he deftly evaded her grasp. "Auntie, please exercise restraint. I am yet to marry, and I cannot allow another woman to touch me." Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Su's mother soon recognized the impropriety of her actions. "Please do not be upset, Dongzi. I am merely anxious about Damao. It is quite all right. I understand your concern. If you're truly worried, you might consider visiting the street office for clarity. It is getting late, and Guoguo needs to rest, so I shall take my leave." Qin Dong departed, holding Guoguo in his arms. Su's mother gazed anxiously at Su's father. "What shall we do, dear husband? Do not panic. Judging by Qin Dong's demeanor, it likely is not a grave matter. You should return home and prepare a few essentials. Uncle Li, I must trouble you to accompany me to the street office to inquire further." Yi Zhonghai, being the responsible elder, readily agreed, seeing this as an opportunity to showcase his authority. "Very well, I shall accompany you. The rest may disperse for now." With that, the two departed, and Su's mother returned to the backyard. Although Su Fugue's words were subtly phrased, she understood their implication. She needed to gather what she could for potential negotiations. The matter of her son's apprehension was indeed serious, and she felt no hesitation in returning to rummage through their belongings. Su Damao had been taken away first and had yet to return. It was evident to her that he must have been detained. "That scoundrel, bringing a hen from the countryside without offering us a bowl of meat. He deserves to be caught," remarked Jia Zhangshi, whose sentiments were echoed by many. After all, Su Damao, the film projector, frequently brought back local delicacies, making it impossible to conceal such matters from the courtyard's residents. Qin Huairu's gaze was fixed towards the backyard. Her curiosity piqued about the girl who dined at the Qin residence that day. However, with so many people present, including Jia Zhangshi, she refrained from pursuing her inquiries, opting instead to wait until nightfall, hoping for an opportunity to investigate when Jia Zhangshi was asleep. Inside the house, the deaf elderly woman listened intently to the distant murmurings from the front yard, her anxiety mounting. With her back injured, it was inconvenient for her to venture out in search of answers. She could only hope that the officials from the street office would not delve into her affairs, for her secret would be in jeopardy. The new Kong bed was quite comfortable, and Qin Dong, lying on it, blissfully slipped into slumber. Meanwhile, Yang Shengli found himself unable to sleep. His aspirations to forge a connection with Lin Dahua through Shaju have been thwarted. Wang Gong and the workers from the specialized workshop remain in recovery, while the machinery in the factory is still unable to commence operations. As time slips away, Yang Shengli realizes that a decision must be made. In the early hours of the morning, Yang Shengli, having disguised himself, ventured out of his home. After navigating through a maze of alleyways, he finally halted before an inconspicuous, dilapidated courtyard. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door in a specific pattern, 3 long knocks followed by 2 short ones. This was their method of communication. Before long, the door creaked open just a crack. Yang Shengli stepped into the courtyard, closing the door behind him. "Do you have the items?" he inquired. "I do, but I have a condition. Arrange for my departure swiftly. If I cannot align with Lin Dahua, there will be no one here to protect me." Given this predicament, Yang Shengli deemed it wiser to head to the other side of the strait sooner rather than later. "No problem," replied the man, taking the envelope inside. Yang Shengli exhaled in relief and turned to exit the premises. Thud, thud. In the dead of night, someone knocked on Qin Dong's window. Dongzi, wake up." Qin Huairu whispered anxiously, pressed against the window, glancing around nervously to avoid being spotted. Inside, Qin Dong opened his eyes, recognizing the voice of Qin Huairu. The widow's late-night visit was certainly not a good omen. "Sister-in-law, please go back. It's too late. Let us discuss this tomorrow," he urged. Upon hearing Qin Dong refer to her as sister-in-law, Qin Huairu felt a surge of urgency. "Dongzi, please open the door. I have something to discuss with you." Qin Dong frowned. "You, a widow, come to my place in the middle of the night, and you expect me to open the door?" He retorted. "If you don't leave soon, I'll have no choice but to call for help." While Qin Huairu's intentions to extract something from him did not concern Qin Dong, so long as she did not wish to take from him directly, he sensed she had her sights set on him. Although it was tempting to provoke Jia Dongshu, Qin Dong had no intention of doing so. In these times, matters between men and women were scrutinized closely. One misstep could lead to disgrace, and the repercussions could be dire. Though Qin Huairu sought merely food and meat, commodities of which Qin Dong possessed in abundance, he remained resolute in his decision not to assist her. He understood the principle of a man with wealth is often viewed with suspicion. Upon hearing Qin Dong's threat to call for help, a chill ran through Qin Huairu. "Please, don't call anyone. I only wish to speak with you. If you are busy now, I shall return another day." She dared not let anyone discover her clandestine visit to Qin Dong. Casting a glance around, she hurried back to the central courtyard. However, upon entering, she was startled to find Jia Zhangshi sitting rigidly on the Kong, staring at the door. Qin Huairu gasped, nearly crying out. "Mother, why are you awake at this hour? You shameless hussy, that is what I ought to ask you." Jia Zhangshi glowered at Qin Huairu. "At this late hour, where have you been?" "I went to the restroom. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my abdomen, prompting my swift departure." Qin Huairu had already devised her excuse. Pretending to be calm, she undressed and lay down. "Mother, it's late. You should rest. Who knows when the steel mill will resume operations? Uncle E has promised to help me get in once it reopens." Jia Zhangshi was aware that Qin Huairu was deliberately shifting the topic. "You reckless girl, let me warn you. If you dare to act in a manner unbecoming towards my Dongshu, I shall set up a morning hall and have Dongshu confront you himself." Chapter 91. Director Li and his team offered condolences. The deaf old lady interrupted. "Mother, what are you talking about? I have 3 children. How could I possibly do such a thing?" In truth, Qin Huairu did not believe Jia Zhangshi's words. This was a time for breaking away from feudal superstitions. How could Jia Zhangshi dare to act in such a manner? However, she could not reveal her true thoughts to Jia Zhangshi and merely replied, "It is good to know you are a mother of 3. If I find out you are not behaving properly, I will arrange for my Dongshu to divorce you." Jia Zhangshi then lay down to sleep, yet Qin Huairu found herself wide awake. Coming from the countryside, she dreaded the thought of being sent back if Jia Zhangshi truly divorced her from Jia Dongshu. Qin Huairu longed to don blue work attire and become a city dweller. However, should she leave the Jia family, she would naturally lose her chance at Jia Dongshu's position. "No," she thought, "I am on the verge of becoming a worker. I cannot be sent back under any circumstances." Marrying Qin Dong was certainly appealing, yet he was currently ignoring her. She needed to exercise patience, at least until she secured Jia Dongshu's position and successfully entered the steel mill. What a little scoundrel! How can he remain so rigid and unyielding, completely devoid of charm, when I am so beautiful? Qin Huairu mused with a hint of melancholy. At the same time, Yin Jieqing was also tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Yuli was strikingly beautiful, and he had taken an immediate liking to her. Yet, just as he felt he was about to win her over, she seemed to slip away. Was someone secretly sabotaging his engagement? With this thought, Yin Jieqing hastily shook Yin Bugue awake. Father, someone is trying to harm our Yin family. Yin Bugue, deeply asleep, had his slumber interrupted by his son's words, which left him groggy. Who would want to harm us? I don't know. But someone must have spoken ill of our family to Yu Li, prompting her rapid change of heart. Yin Bugue felt a strong urge to give his son a couple of solid slaps. Enough. We will discuss this tomorrow. Go to sleep. But, father, if you don't sleep, then get out. Yin Jieqing fell silent. It was not summer, and there was nowhere to go. He could only curl up and lie down. Yet in his heart, he cursed the one who had ruined his engagement repeatedly. As a result, when Qin Dong opened his eyes the next day, he found his energy levels had surged significantly. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that both Qin Huairu and Yin Jieqing had experienced a notable increase in their emotional values. After reviewing the events of the previous day, he stumbled upon the scene of Yang Shengli stealthily delivering items in the dead of night. At last, you have made your move. I hope Wushi will not let me down. Qin Dong seeks to establish himself at the steel mill, recognizing the critical role of the security department. He finds the Aiwu untrustworthy, and thus must select individuals he can rely on. Currently, Wushi appears to be a promising candidate. However, the realization of his desired outcomes hinges upon Wushi's forthcoming performance. Sui Hua, today, please procure some meat to nourish the elderly lady, he instructed. During mealtime, Yi Zhonghai advised Aunt Yi to buy meat. Aunt Yi felt somewhat conflicted. Old Yi, we scarcely have any meat coupons left. Perhaps I could just boil an egg for her today? Such a narrow perspective. If I ask you to buy meat, then buy the meat. Why the fuss? Yi Zhonghai retorted, visibly irritated. Silly Zhu had been taken away by the police and had yet to return. Nevertheless, Qin Dong remained in the compound, as did Qin Huairu. As long as these individuals were present, he had to maintain a demeanor of filial piety towards the deaf elderly lady. This approach would not only earn him a good reputation, but, more importantly, subtly instill in these people the habit of supporting him in his old age. All matters within the Yi household were under Yi Zhonghai's authority. Sensing his anger, Aunt Yi refrained from further protest and reluctantly agreed to go buy meat later. After the meal, Aunt Yi carried a bowl of millet porridge and a piece of white bread to the backyard. Upon entering the room, a foul odor assaulted her senses. Oh dear, what has happened, elderly lady? Surely, you haven't soiled yourself? Aunt Yi hastily set down the bowl, opened the window to air out the smell, and proceeded to change the elderly lady's clothes and tidy the bedding. Hearing Aunt Yi's voice, Qin Dong decisively severed his connection with the mosquitoes. It was too early in the day to spoil his appetite. Breakfast consisted of milk, eggs, and bread. After helping Guo dress and wash up, he seated her at a small table. Hurry and eat, Guo. Afterward, we must go to the train station to see off Mommy. Ma Dongmei was heading to the countryside today, having arranged for Guo to accompany her. Qin Dong did not wish to obstruct the mother-daughter meeting and readily agreed. He also had matters to discuss with Ma Dongmei. She mistakenly believed that entrusting Guo to Ran Shuyue would prevent him from marrying. However, she was mistaken. Ran Shuyue could not dissuade him from finding a stepmother for Guo. His hesitation to act was due solely to his indecision regarding the suitable candidate for Guo's stepmother. Nonetheless, this did not imply he would accept a woman to supervise him, nor did it signify a desire for Ma Dongmei's return. Teacher Yin, are you busy? Early in the morning, Yin Bugue was sweeping the yard when he heard Director Li's voice. Upon looking up, he saw Director Li accompanied by personnel from the street office standing outside. Yin Bugue quickly set down his broom. Director Li, what brings you here so early? Teacher Yin, we heard that the deaf elderly lady in your compound was injured yesterday. She is a ward of our street. So we came to offer our condolences and see if she requires any assistance, Director Li explained. Upon learning that the visit was in regard to the elderly lady's injury, Yin Bugue nodded appreciatively. It is indeed kind of you, Director Li, to be concerned for us. We have already made arrangements for the elderly lady. With Aunt Yi caring for her, we all feel reassured. Yin Bugue, having completed his task, noticed that Director Li appeared to be in good spirits and took a few steps closer. Director Li, has Su Damao made a significant blunder? Yesterday, Yi Zhonghai and Su Fugue were turned away at the street office. This morning before dawn, Yin Bugue observed Su Fugue stealthily leaving with a bulging bundle in his arms, presumably seeking a way for Su Damao. Teacher Yin, it's best not to pry into matters that don't concern you, Director Lee remarked as he continued towards the back courtyard. Yes, you are right, Director Lee. No need to pretend. I will find out eventually. Though inwardly dismissive, Yin Bugue maintained a smile as he followed Director Lee and the others toward the back courtyard. Soon, others in the courtyard emerged, drawn by the commotion, and they gathered at the door of the deaf old lady's room. What is that smell? Despite Aunt E having opened the windows, a strong odor lingered in the air, prompting disapproving frowns from a group. Yi Zhonghai assumed that Aunt E had yet to empty the old lady's chamber pot and covered his nose as he entered. Old lady, wonderful news. Director Lee and the street office colleagues have come to visit you. Chapter 92. Qin Dong's rebellion cannot be reversed. The street office represents the public, and their visit is a great honor. The faces of those in the courtyard brightened at this news. The deaf old lady was one of their own, and her recognition would reflect well upon them. Upon entering, Yi Zhonghai noticed a pile of clothing and bedding strewn across the floor. Suehua, what is going on? Director Lee has come to see the old lady. You need to tidy up these dirty clothes. And why is it so foul in here? Quickly, empty the chamber pot. Yi Zhonghai, pinching his nose, barked orders, having no intention of lifting a finger himself. As Director Lee and his party moved inside, he reassured Comrade Yi Zhonghai, there is no need for such fuss. We are here to visit the old lady. Your wife is already doing her best to care for her, so let us not add to her burdens. Despite his words, Director Lee was also compelled to cover his nose against the stench. Director Lee, old E, perhaps you should step outside for a moment. The old lady has had an accident. It will take some time to clean up. At that moment, the deaf old lady's face flushed with embarrassment. Having lived a long life, she had never felt so humiliated, especially in front of the street office director and all the residents. However, being a person of experience, she quickly regained her composure. What did it matter if she was embarrassed? The most important thing was the street office's visit, which could bring benefits. Yi Zhonghai's foolish wife was oblivious. She should not have allowed anyone in the courtyard at such a time. Zhonghai, it's unbearable in here. Carry me to your home. I still wish to have a good chat with Director Lee. The formidable psychological resilience of the deaf old woman even earned the admiration of Yi Zhonghai. Holding his nose, he stepped forward and, with the assistance of Aunt E, hoisted the deaf old woman onto his back. In the process, he inadvertently brushed against her waist, causing her to emit a pained cry. Alarmed by her reaction, Yi Zhonghai hastily set her down. This approach was unfeasible. Yin Jieqing, Lu Guangqi, you two dismantle the door, and we shall carry her out. The deaf old woman, her eyes glimmering with thought, did not protest. Soon, the door panel was removed. With the help of others, they transferred the deaf old woman from the Kong to the door panel and then out through the door. As they exited, they encountered Qin Dong, who was pushing a bicycle with Guogua. The deaf old woman immediately seized the opportunity. Director Lee, I do not wish to boast, but the children of our courtyard possess exceptional character, especially my eldest grandson, who is remarkably filial. When the street office considers future placements, these children must be prioritized. Upon hearing this, Yin Jieqing felt an overwhelming joy. He had not been assigned work since graduation and had visited the street office multiple times, only to be told to wait in line. Although he understood the current employment situation was dire, this was particularly challenging. With the deaf old woman advocating on their behalf, he felt compelled to perform admirably. Lu Guangqi also felt elated. He held a formal job, having entered the steel mill after graduation. If the deaf old woman could facilitate his promotion, he would gladly carry her or even serve as her grandson. Indeed, the atmosphere of this courtyard is remarkably positive, fostering talent. Director Lee's words naturally refer to Qin Dong. However, the deaf old woman held a different perspective. In her eyes, the only commendable individual in the entire courtyard was Shaju. Regrettably, Shaju was currently entangled in her troubles and remained at the police station. With her own injury preventing her from intervening, she remained unperturbed. The police had no evidence against Shaju, and after 24 hours, they would have to release him. The boy had been honing his culinary skills since childhood, and his talent was undeniable. Most importantly, he was sincere and possessed good character, deserving of advancement. As for those who were ungrateful and disrespectful to the elderly, they should not be employed. The deaf old woman's words nearly pointed directly at Qin Dong, implicitly condemning his character. The people in the courtyard caught the veiled meaning in her words and turned their gazes toward Qin Dong. Yet, he acted as though he had not heard, continuing to push Guo outside. Unable to contain herself, the deaf old woman exclaimed, "Qin Dong, are you blind? Do you not see that I am injured? Instead of lending a hand, you stand by and watch, lacking humanity." Yi Zhonghai's heart sank at her words. The old woman seemed to go mad whenever she saw Qin Dong, relentlessly pursuing him. The problem was that Qin Dong was unlike the others in the courtyard. He would not be subdued by the deaf old woman's status. He had a rebellious spirit that could not be tamed. He had to be appeased. Indeed, upon hearing the deaf old woman's words, Qin Dong halted the bicycle. A pair of black eyes gazed intently at the figure lying upon the threshold. "Deaf old woman, believe it or not, though you may be blind, I will not be." Qin Dong's demeanor remained tranquil, his words lacking any semblance of intimidation. Yet, the pupils of the old woman constricted sharply. What a sin! How can such a person exist? This is an affront to me, an old lady. The old woman's sharp gaze retreated as her hands began to pound upon the door. In the presence of the officials from the street office, she wept inconsolably. "Madam, your health is frail. You must not let your anger escalate." Yi Zhonghai cast a glance, urging Yin Jieqing and the others to hasten their departure from the backyard. Director Li exchanged a knowing look with Qin Dong, subtly nodding. The group proceeded to the courtyard, unaware that two officials from the street office had returned to the backyard. Hu Shitu and Wang Xiaohua handed the two officials balls of paper, instructing them to insert them into their nostrils before entering together. "What brings you here, Aunt Iwi?" "The street office officials have come to lend a hand." Upon seeing a few enter the room and immediately begin working, Aunt Iwi refrained from protest. In the courtyard, Director Li was presenting some consolation gifts to the deaf old woman, a box of pastries and a bag of candy. The old woman curled her lip in disdain. Though the offerings were meager, they were better than nothing. A smile adorned Yi Zhonghai's face. Today, Qin Dong